Well, I'm not gonna lie. I had a plan for today, and the plan did not go according to plan, and I am good with that. Honestly, it took me a second because I've been actually doing some like deep dives into life recently, and I will share them with you because why not? So, as we get set up for today, I want to see if them things are working because we have an interesting new thing that we can do, which is kickstream. Hi, Soap. So I was gonna do the most epic Guardian Druid challenges today. And then I didn't sleep so well, and my stomach doesn't feel so good. And so I'm not feeling my best. And I was like, hold up, no, no, no. Let me just step back a second. What I actually want to do today is straight vibe. What I actually want to do today is literally just straight chill. That is what I want to do. I basically just want to sit here, play my favorite game, and hang out. I don't know if I have the energy that I would want to bring for a blindfolded Guardian Druid challenge. And then I was like, oh, I could do it tomorrow. And then I thought about it and I was like, wait, why push myself? Because sometimes I get this thing, right? When things are going well in my life, I have a hard time accepting it. And I just want it definitely I can see where it comes from, but you know the idea is like, oh, it's never enough. I can never just relax and say good job. Like I have to do more. I have to do more. I have to do more. But actually, if I take a step back, I am so immensely and vastly proud of myself at this exact moment in time that I was just like, dude, just chill. Just chill, you know? Like you're actually doing such a good job. And I just had to remind myself of that this morning and it like really calmed me down cuz physically I feel like I haven't been feeling my absolute best, so I just was like, oh, how am I going to get to the gym and how am I going to do this and how am I going to do that? And I was, had all these questions in my mind. And I was like, just actually just with respect, just don't go to the gym. Sit down on the couch and relax for a little bit. And I was like, what? Really? Are you sure? And I was like, yeah, I'm sure. Just don't go. And I was like struggling with that a lot. I was like, no, but I have the time, but I made the time. I'm up. I have that. I was like, just sit down on the couch and chill. And sometimes I feel like that is a hard thing for me to do. There are times when discipline is required, and I think there are times when the right thing for me to do is just put on some vibing music and chill. So that's my plan for today. That is my absolute plan for today. Good morning, Clueless. Good morning, Quiver. Good morning, Faye, and hello, G-Dub. How is it going? I'm very proud of myself for just in the last few hours, just relaxing, just taking a moment and just centering myself. I'm just being like, I just want to chill. Like, anybody want some keys? Faye, you want that mother load? You want to do the mother load? Got to do my belt at some point. I think at some point on the druid. But how you feeling today? I'm emotionally much better. I think I just sometimes I get too amped. Sometimes I expect an unreasonable amount of myself, and it causes all this strife. Yeah, let's do the mother load. No challenge, no challenge. Just get you a 17. If you want the 17 mother load, you're more than good enough for it. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. I got it in my bags. If you want it, yeah, we don't need to do a challenge. I don't need to do it blindfolded. I don't need to do it without a weapon or without gear. Like, let's just get you a 17. If that's something you want to do, let's do it. If that's what you want to do. You doing lower stuff again later? Maybe. I did see you there, Muzz, but unfortunately there's a faction diff, so. Can you heal the mother load on Prez? Yeah, sure. Oh, no, you can't, because Faye is a healer. So we only have DPS spots available. But if anybody wants a 17 mother load and they want to come DPS it, sure. Sorry, Faded. I was going to say, yeah, but Faye needs to heal. I always take a Prez, I like a good Prez evoker. My Prez evoker did like a 18 mother load like a long time ago, and then the ending was the most unfortunate ending of any key of all time. Muzz was in that key. You remember that? Muzz? Do you remember that? When the server didn't allow us to res, and then there was the last overlap on the last. It was like a perfectly clean key. It was like super. It was just beautiful. It was crisp, that key. It was so good. Just want to try Prez. I highly recommend all healers try Prez. I think that it gets a bad rep for sure. That healer gets such a bad rep. All right, so here's what I did. I fixed my kick. Live stream. All right. Now, goddamn time. What's up, Creeper? Yeah, I'm a little late today. I just, I really have taken the time to just make sure that I just chill. I've really taken the time to make sure that I take care of myself. And I'm very proud of myself for doing that. If I think about how it's August now. You guys realize it's August now already. If I think about, what's up with the headset? I'm listening to music today. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I do, actually, Creeper. So, like, I don't always listen to music while I stream, but today I have, I've got music on. Just like vibing music. You guys are listening to Lord of the Rings lo-fi. I'm listening to Chlorine by 21 Pilots. I just want to vibe. Such a chill moments. It's just like there's been so much PTR stuff, and I wanted to do the tier list, so I've had an objective. Like every time I log in this game, I have an objective. You know what I mean? I've got this strict plan. I gotta do this, and I want to make the dungeon guides and stuff, but they keep changing the dungeons, so I can't make the dungeon guides. Does anybody want to come to this, by the way? Before I just fill it, I'll just fill it. Otherwise, doesn't really bother me. Otherwise, I'll just fill. But if you want to come, just let me know. So yeah, but I think that I was very proud of myself actually for just saying, hey, look, you've done a really good job in the last, especially the 8 months. It's August now. Just bask in it. Really, sometimes I just feel like, again, I have this thing. I just want to do more. I just want to do more. I just want to do more. We just took a mage fade, and I can kick him. If you want this faded, I could kick him. If you're like, look, I can bring my mage. I will kick him. I'll do what I must do. What's up, Heather? Good night. All right, thanks for saying hi. Good night, Heather. We're back. I'm going to go air fry a grilled cheese. That sounds epic. Just don't put tomato soup with it. GG material. Wait, I know him. He wants to come. Boomy, you want to come? Does he need this? You need this? You want a game? I mean, if he wants to come, I'll take him. But I was going to take people who need this, maybe. Up to you. I'm just bored and demotivated with the title grind. Yeah, faded. I understand that. I understand that, to be honest, though. You know what I mean? I started playing Beast Brewmaster Monk, and I was reminded of the whole Iron for macro he talks about. You can use a lot of casting with macros, like Keg and Fire, yep. But it helps learning the spec so much. True. Sometimes ease of access is more important than anything else. I think people forget that all the time for sure. People definitely just forget ease of access, and your enjoyment of playing this is probably so much more important. You know what I mean? Like, way more important. All right, let me see if I can do this real fast. So we go like this. We go like boom. Like boom, 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 boo, do, 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 do. So, by the way, in chilling today, finally figured out how to set up the kick. I figured out how to set up the kick. So I have that set up now, which is very exciting. And hopefully that works. So we'll just go like all here. And then I should have a kick and a YouTube on right now, which is cool for the dual streaming of things. Brewmaster? Yeah, Brewmaster's tough, man. Brewmaster is not easy. All right, you guys want to know when people get in here today, I'm going to tell you something crazy that happened. All right, here we go. If you don't mind. All right, basically, these are great question. Great question. Current dates are Saturday. Okay, fantastic. Listen, man, I'm so excited. I was invited. I want to talk about this today for sure because I'm actually excited. I straight up told them. I was like, all right, listen. They want me to do a dating show for one episode. It's like a small thing. It's not like a big production show. You know what I mean? You guys want to come? I faded. If you want to come, obviously I'll take you. But I don't think, you know what I mean? Don't listen to Raider.io. I'm 4K in my heart. Bet. Come here. Hold up. Wait. You know what? Bet. Come. I'll invite them. Sure, why not? It's a 17-month load. It can't go bad. If I'm not drunk this key, it cannot go bad. Bet. Come. I'll take them. All right. Well, you can ask the lovely ladies one question. Do you like bears? No, I have to ask them directly. Here's the thing, right? So Osiris. I was invited based on my Facebook, my old modeling Facebook. I received a message. I have received a few of these over the years, but for some reason, I felt inclined to respond to this one, okay? And they were like, we're filming a reality dating TV show in Bangkok in September. And we want to know if you would like to be featured as one of the surprise guests. And I was like, you know what? Sure, why not? I was just like, you know what? Sure, why not? And they were like, okay, great. And I was like, yep, great. And then I was like, well, I mean, just to let you know, I'm a little weird. Like, I told them straight up. I messaged them and I was like, hey, just to let you know, I'm a little weird. I'm not normal. If that's okay with you and I can be myself, sure, I'll come for the day of filming. But if you're looking for a more like normal model slash actor, you know, then yeah, then don't take me. And yeah, I was just like, don't take me. Yo, Faded, obviously I would play with you, but there are these guys, and he whispered me. He said, don't listen to Raider IO. I'm 4K in my heart, and I respect it so much, I'm taking them. It'll be OCE ping. Wait, you guys are all NA, right? Y'all are NA, right? We can swap NA ping, by the way. We can swap NA ping. If you want to swap NA ping, we might have to just reform. Faye, did you invite me or did I invite you, Faye? I just realized my druid is OCE, and that's a problem for you guys, yeah? Faye, thank you for offering to come. I hope... Are you, how is the title grind going? You need, like, 2 more keys? Are you still going for it, though? You joined me. Yes, we are. Okay. Let's reform fast. Reapply a woo in title. Just reapply. It's okay though. Yeah, he said 4K at heart, and I was like, you know what? I respect it. To be honest, I'm not gonna lie. You know, unless the Brewmaster does. Okay, so Brewmaster in season 3, not season 2 right now, not season 2, but in season 3. Faye, can you invite me? Can you? If you invite me, then we're on NA, and then I can form the group. Listen. Brewmaster does the most insane single target damage in key build, and it is not even close. So overall damage, a prot warrior and stuff can compete, but individually speaking, it is not even remotely close. Like, dude, it's really unfortunately not even close. Do you know what I mean? I like how, because I have the Remember You add-on, when you join the group, it flashes on my screen. It just says, good Mistweaver Monk. All right, you could pass me lead now, and I can relist. But the way it works here is, it's so annoying to have to do this, though. Because if I form the group on OCE, then that's what happens. All right, 17 Motherload of Woo. Here we go. I need one more 20. It's tough. Dude, there's like... But you think it's only one more? I bet you it goes up, too. I bet you it goes up. Like, last 3 days, it might go up by that, though, Faded. You know what I mean? Not too caught up about it. I think that's the best way to be honest. That's the best way to be, but I think it's hard. Like, if I worked as hard as you did for title and I was 1 key off, I don't think I'd be okay with that. If I quit the way I did, I quit like 2 months ago, I feel way better about that. You know what I mean? Like, if hi guys, but I wanted to take these guys. I specifically told them I would take them. Invite. Reapply. Finder. NA ping. I respect his message, you know? Hasn't title cutoff already been called? No. It's metric based on... You're also 1 key away from title? No, it's based next week. It's called on Tuesday. But it's not called yet. It's called on Tuesday, which is not yet. You know, that's soon. All right, hold up. We could take a marksmanship hunter. Why not? He's OCE, though. We're NA. There they are. Great. We have an Unholy Death Knight and a Devastation Evoker. Fantastic. And then, who do we want? I guess we need a Lust. No, wait. Devastation Evoker has Lust. Never mind. Easy money. Okay. There's an Arcane Mage. Sure. Unless you want to come, Faded. Faded. Actually, that other mage, I don't think he was here and he was AFK. Do you want to come? Just blast the 17 Motherload. I'll try to pull around your cooldown so you can do big damn if you'd like. But I understand. Like, I think that it's hard. All right, Faded will come. Bet. Cool. We'll double time this. Unless I get hit by a bomb at the end, which I am liable to do. It was already hard enough to not... Do you remember when we did the triple pull yesterday? I pulled 3 more machines in this pull yesterday, graded, and I was dead drunk. I was doing a challenge where every other global I would drink. So I had like 500 of these Pandaren plum wines, and I was doing a challenge where every other global I would have to cast this. And I actually just got stunned frequently throughout the key. It was really funny. It was actually so funny. Like, I was like trying to walk in a straight line, and I was like, whoa! My character was like this. It was a genuinely fun challenge. I don't need to do it again, but it was a pretty funny challenge. I'm not gonna lie. I thought that was actually kind of funny. All right, Motherload, where are we going? Oh man, Keezy running. Honestly, today. I'm just gonna be honest. Today, I just want to chill. Whatever keys people want to do, you know. Honestly, like, I don't care. There's nothing really to do anymore. My characters are pretty prepped. I mean, at some point, I'll go grab the upgrade to the belt and stuff. But Honest, there's nothing else, man. There's nothing else. So if Faye wants this 17 motherload, great. And you know, oh yeah, I said yes, Quiver. I'm gonna be on a dating show, which probably I can't share with stream because I'm imagining they're gonna use my real name and information and stuff like that. But I tell you what, if for some reason they don't use my full name and it's not gonna dox myself, I'll share the episode with stream because I bet you it would be funny as hell. I think it'd be funny, you know. Oh, top 12 in the super. I mean, I could tank it for you at some point, though. I have no problem with that. Yeah, I'll tank it for you, Creeper, at some point. I don't mind. I guess I could do some vaults. I could do some, you know, whatever, though. RP service or Fuse. Oh, yeah, let's do it then, Faye. We will. This key, remember, we did this key yesterday when both of our characters were completely smashed. So we can do it when we're not, you know. We basically had this key yesterday, remember? We had it yesterday when I was getting stunned mid-pull frequently. Like we literally had it when both of us were getting stunned mid-pull. So I'm pretty sure we're gonna get it today. Without, let me just take this off my bars. I don't want to be. We don't need to be globaling Pandaren Plumwine this particular key, you know. Philo, hello, how you doing? Hi, hello. Is your name, is it French or is it a Hunter x Hunter reference? You know? Someone in the Discord. No, they won't. You couldn't find it if you wanted to. But basically, all I know about the show, I was sent an email with the PDF and they explained it to me, right? So they explained it to me. And what the show is apparently, it's like a show where I go in and I sit in a chair facing this way. And the other person sits in a chair this way and we can't see each other. So we're looking opposite ways. And then basically we're supposed to ask each other questions. And then at the end, before we actually turn around and see each other, we're supposed to say whether we would want to date this person, whether or not we'd want to be friends with this person, or whether or not we don't want to see this person. And I'm a little concerned because I'm very honest. So what if I decide that I don't like them and I'm just the only person in the entire series who just goes, I don't think I want to see them. And then they go, and turn around, look at your partner. And I was just like, oh no. And then I turn around and, you know, like, like what if, what if, I'm from France. Oh, okay. I know a bit Hunter x Hunter. There's a character in Hunter x Hunter, but their name is like this. Their name is like that. So I kind of similar name. That's why I was wondering. At the end of Hunter x Hunter, there's a character like this. All right, yo, guys. If for any reason, because I want to see how this works. Yeah, Neferpito. Exactly. The Chimera. Yep. That would be great entertainment. I told them I'd be weird, and they were like, we want you to be weird. Like, they told me they're like, we don't want... It's a plus if you're not normal. And I was like, great. But do you know how many times people in my life have told me it's a plus that you're not normal, and then they see me and they're like, never mind. Do you know what I'm talking about? Why will Guardian Druid? Yeah. Why Guardian Druid and Blood DK will never be meta? Because, okay. No, Guardian Druid has a potential to be meta if it simply does more damage. Honestly, Pito, if right now Guardian Druid got a 20% damage buff, the tank could be meta. That's it. Guardian Druid is a straight down. We have utility. We have Mark of the Wilds. We have Poison Dispel. We actually are not a bad key tank. It's just damage. That's it. I'm genuine, man. That's it. No, versus magic damage is no problem. No, it's not a problem. Even with magic damage, is literally no problem whatsoever. We live. We're very tanky. We're just as tanky next season, too. We can live anything. It's our damage is low. That's it. I swear. It's 20% damage to Guardian. It's fine. The Blood DK has problems. Blood DK has literal problems, by the way. Hey, I will ask this a few times because it's my first time. I got the kick partner. If you have a kick account and you feel like it, you don't have to. But if you have a kick account and you could just open that link and then be on the kick and just add a viewer there. Otherwise, I'll have like one viewer because I'm like brand new at kick. But if you have a kick account and you could just open it there, I would really appreciate it because I'm very curious. I want to test something today. Do you know? I want to test. I want to see like what happens if I think I have all the settings done right. So I just want to see what happens if kick actually works, you know? So that's it. If you have one, just leave it open. You don't have to do anything. But I have Twitch, I have the kick partner thing and the kick monetization. So I'm just curious. Yeah, it's just basically like it's money, you know, it's like real money potentially. But I want to know how much. Like if it's like 2 cents, I'm like, okay, it's not worth it. But if it's, you know, if it's like $5 or whatever, sweet. Like that's an easy $5 per stream. Yo, thank you, Dustin. Thank you, Laura. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. All right, here we go. Easy route, nothing too. Okay, no. Honestly, Pito, it's because of this. Blood DK actually does have a problem understanding, you know? This is the thing. Blood DK does have a problem living. Guardian Druid, no problem living. Blood DK, no group buff. You offer nothing. That's the problem. That's the main issue. That's it. That's the only... That Blood DK, no benefit to your team. That is the problem, and it's the only thing. That's it. Like, Blood DK has issues. And the issue with Blood DK is the fact that it does not have a group buff. So it has to do like 10%, 20% more than every other tank, which is hard. It's not going to be doing that. But if it did do that much more, then we'd be fine. Then it might have a spot. Because it can live, you know. Guard. It's not the hardest thing to live on. You can live. Dude, I should have held Incarn. We killed this pack so fast. Our damage is actually so high. Oh, shit. I'm not going to have Incarn for the next pull. I'm going to have to YOLO it. Dude, wait, my damage, dude, my damage. I'm trying to do damage here, but we killed this so fast. There's so much damage here. Look at that. Far East Blue just hi. That's a One Piece reference, yeah? Wait, Far East Blue, is that a One Piece reference? It's not a Grand Blue reference, right? What am I playing next season? That's a very good question, and to be honest, I've been debating it a little bit. Did I get stuck? Let me jump over here. I've been debating it a little bit. I'm not 100% sure. It can live, like Blood DK fun, by the way. It can live, even without Dancing Rune. You coordinate cooldowns, you play it well. Like, you can live. It's just that you don't help your team. And tanks are, nowadays, they just sort of help their team. Lara, thanks for saying hi. And thank you guys for opening the kick. As far as I know, to clarify, and again, I don't mind being financially transparent. I'll just tell you, right? Like, so there are some people who are, they don't like to talk about money too much. That's not me. I don't mind. You know, I'll just tell you basically what's up. If I do a 8-hour stream on Twitch, and this is the thing, like if I do an 8-hour stream on Twitch, and I have ads set to whatever it's set at currently, yeah, and I have 200 average viewers, and that's like a lot, you know, 200 average viewers, you're like, damn, how much money do you think I make? I'm fine, by the way, don't worry, I was just gaming it. I saw the last hit there. This guy's kind of hard for Guardian. He hurts a little bit, so I just have to make sure I have something up for this. Boom, 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 boom. So how, like, I make basically in that stream something, not a lot. The answer is something like, you know, $20 or $30 from that stream with like 200 average viewers. You know what I mean? No, like $20 or $30 from Twitch. It's not a lot. If I was to stream 8 hours, 200 average viewers, it's something like, you know, $30 or something. It's hard to say exactly. It like seems to vary, but that's why like the money I get on Twitch is all subs and donations or whatever. Like, yeah, so if I get subs, but there are some streams where, you know, you get 3 subs and that's cool, and that's great, and there are some streams you get 10 or 15 subs, and that's also super cool, and that, you know, then you make more money. But the point is, you don't actually make a lot of money on Twitch. I've been told that if people watch on Kick, and let's say I had a Kick stream, yeah, exactly. It's not a lot. Like, Twitch really criminally kind of, not underpays, but it's just not a lot of money that you get as a creator on Twitch. For, like, just ads. Like, ads themselves don't pay a lot. So you basically, all the money I make on Twitch is from subs and whatnot, you know? Subs and bits and stuff. However, I've been told that on Kick, if I had the same stream, 8 hours, and like 200 average people on Kick, I'll get like $100. Like, you know, like a lot more. Like, you can make a significant amount more on Kick. And I'm like, okay, hold up, you know, listen here, money isn't everything, but that, you know, that sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Doesn't that sound kind of nice? I mean, oh, wait, whoa. Oh, man, you know? So I'm just saying. I figured I can stream on both. You make less if you stream on both when you're on Kick, but still, I know that's the thing, right? Is that I'm not gonna lie, I never used Kick before this. But I figure I could try, and if just straight up ask people, and I'm like, if you guys have a Kick and you can just leave it open, then I straight up could make a little bit of extra money, and that's cool. Like it just I just do it every stream, and that's all right. Uh, and Far East Blue, it's a great question. So I will say, 100%, something that is interesting about living in Thailand is that it kind of enables me, if I wanted to stream for work, I would be able to, you know. And I also have YouTube. I'm live on YouTube right now. I do Shell Shock if you ever want to leave that open too. But YouTube, so YouTube doesn't generate a lot, like kind of like Twitch. It's like, $10 a stream or something like that on YouTube. But for sure, if there's one thing I've learned, and I don't know the exacts about this still, I'm like learning, but as far as I can tell, if you want to make a living off stream, you have to have like several sources of income. You can't just be like one platform, because it doesn't really pay enough. You won't like be able to pay rent and stuff if you just stream on Twitch. Like you kind of have to like figure out a way to actually monetize and think about it like more of a business, if you want to try to make money off of it, which is actually, it was not my goal. Like my goal was just to make an awesome place for people to hang out, and I can hang out with other people, and like super cool, right? I was actually never really thinking about this as a career, but it is a good point, that, hey, I do live in Thailand, and the fact is, if I make, from let's say all three of them, I can make $50 a stream on average. It's like, okay, well, I stream almost every day. Like, I don't know about you guys, but I'm kind of chronically online. So, all right, well, let's say I stream, 6 days a week for a while, and I make $50. It's like that all of a sudden, it's like, okay, like, hold up. I put a lot of effort into it, but that's okay. Like, I actually, it turns out to be something per month, and that actually really does help me live here. Like, that money here goes a lot further than it would go if I was in America. That's like 50% of my rent, but here it actually covers rent, and I'm like, sweet, because it is true that it's much easier for me to make it work in Thailand, because that the same number of money goes a lot further. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, it covers like when I need to buy a new protein powder, and I want to get like 10 pounds of protein. It helps cover that at least. But I know that some people are a little weird on this. Like some people, they don't like covering this sort of thing. I respect it. That a lot of people are like, hey, my money is my own, and I don't want to open up about this, and that's fine. I'm not like that though. I don't mind just talking about it. I think people have weird relationships with money, and again, kind of understand why. Like, it's a big thing, but at the same time, it's not something that like runs my life. What made you go to Thailand? Oh, ultimately what made me come to Thailand, it was just an accident. I didn't mean to move here at all. Like, I didn't plan to move here, Denrith. I was just traveling. I'd never even been to Asia, by the way. Like, I had never, ever been to Asia. This was my first experience ever coming here. I was traveling with my best friends, and basically at that point, I had just gotten a terrible eye infection. So I went, wait, aggro? Did they just bug out? Oh, wait, they're bugging out. Wait, what is this? Wait, these mobs are just straight evading and bugging out. That's not good. Wait, well, that was super weird. You see that? They just healed and then also bugged out. That's okay. Super strange. I guess they got like knocked up there somehow. All good. Yeah, they got stuck in the rock. No, guys, we're fine. We're fine. Not double time, maybe. So anyways, oh yeah, no. Hey, Woo, first time catching a stream. Love your videos. Thank you, WoWCloud. I appreciate that. I'm glad people like them. I think it's so cool that people like my videos, because like I just make them, I don't really edit them, and I just sort of put whatever's on stream on there. I accidentally realized this, by the way. I posted the comp prediction video yesterday, and I was like, okay, so this is where it starts and this is where it ends. So I clipped it from stream, and then I posted it, and then I realized all of a sudden, and I was like, oh no. I kind of forgot that I just went to the bathroom right in the middle of it. I kind of forgot that I was just like, all right, guys, be right back. And I just went to get a drink and went to the bathroom, like right in the middle of the video, and I didn't cut that out because I didn't edit it, And I'm just like, that's a little awkward, I guess. Like, I uploaded the YouTube video, and like about 25 minutes through, I was just like, be right back. And then I came back and then I was talking about random stuff that was nothing to do with the comps, and I was like, oh, whoops. But it's already uploaded, so I guess we're just keeping it. I didn't mean to do that. I just forgot. I just thought, like, this is where it starts and this is where it ends. No. Oh, let me read these. Okay, hold on, wait. Let me see. So I'm experienced living in a small town in Michigan. I was over the road trucking, yeah. Making around 8K a year. It was nice being able to afford my bills and never at home. Live basically on your truck. Yeah, and that's true. And the problem is that you have to think about quality of life for sure. Like, I understand. I'm not saying to just forego work and stuff like this. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Like, you have to want to live the life that you're living. Like, there are some people who really prioritize just making money, and I respect it. There are people in my family like that, and I have the utmost respect for it. That's not me, though. I just don't think I was on a path in my life early on where I did really well in high school. I was offered scholarships to, potential, if I really wanted to hunt for them. Like, I could have gotten full ride scholarships to college and go to a nice university, and I could have, studied. I was smart back then, so I think back and I was dumb as hell, but my IQ was higher, my EQ was much lower. But anyways, like, I did well in high school. I was valedictorian, and I had options to go somewhere nice. And if I wanted to study, computer code, and I wanted to become an engineer of this kind, like, my brain worked like that, and I could have done it. And I would be making a lot more money. My income would be what? No, it would be like 10 times what I make. No, it'd be like 20 times. Literally, I could be making 20 times the amount that I make right now. But that doesn't mean I'd be happy. Like, that's not necessarily worth it. Like, that's not what I'm after. It's just not my life. It's not how I do things. That was a beautiful ice cold by my mage. I can't believe he saw that. That was really, really nice. That was, oh, I'm gonna die. SI. I thought I was getting hit by that for sure, Oh, is it? Yeah, and so it's like, so I'm glad you didn't, first of all. Also, Creeper, gotta be careful about saying things like, I saw the comment, I saw it, you have to be very careful about saying things like that on Twitch. Just beware. You have to pick your words a little bit. And pick your words carefully. They have that, You know what I'm talking about? It's like when you go to your therapist and you're like, look, I've been feeling not my best. And you're like, really? And have you had any thoughts recently? And you're like, no. And they're going, okay, because I almost got you. They're like, I almost got you. And then you're like, you almost got me. You almost had to push the button. But they didn't have to push the button because you got to word things carefully. You know what I mean? I don't know if any people have had that experience, though. I'm just saying, though. You can say anything on Kick, though. That's true. I mean, technically, if you want, you can come over to Kick and share your in-depth stories. You know what I mean? Just Creeper? No. You're fine. I'm doing it for you. I removed that comment for you, for your sake. Just one of those things to be aware of. Yep, just one of those things, though. And then you asked earlier, you said something about Guardian Druid. Let me see. Far East Blue, yes, up. I'm on VDH. Hold on, let me make sure I live this, because Guardian Druid is the so-called this. Good. I got VDH, Guardian Druid, Prot Warrior, and Brew geared out. Still have no idea what to play. Seems like they're all pretty good. Okay. Your group wants you to play Guardian Druid. Can I ask you why your group wants you to play Guardian Druid? Is because they want the Druid buff? Like, they know they're not playing Feral, and they know they're not playing Resto? Is that why, Far East? You said Far East Bubs. I can't tell if that's Far East, like the One Piece reference or not, though. Okay. You got 4 tanks. 3 of them are very good, and 1 of them is considered a little bit less than decent, So the question is here. I'm going to be better at this, though. Can you continue how... Oh, yeah, sorry. The story of how I moved to Thailand. Right. Good clarification. Honestly, Heartseeker, you gotta remind me about these things. Also, I have to pay attention slightly on this boss, because weirdly enough, this is one of those checks for Guardian that actually does hurt Guardian. Most tanks can reset or parry these bleeds. I cannot. So I have to be slightly aware. This boss kind of sucks for me. Okay. The reason of how I moved here. The point is, I had nothing to go back to, because I had just... The business that I had chosen to work on and start had failed. Because I got sick, and I had to cancel the big gig that I finally had booked for myself when I was living in Ohio. I was dating someone at the time, but that relationship had fizzled out a few months prior, so I had no reason to be in Ohio. The business failed, and I was in a rough point in my life. It was let's call it a transitional point in my life. You know what I'm talking about? Just kind of one of those time periods where nothing's really happening, and I'm just sort of waiting. Like I'm actually just sort of trying to figure out what my next move is. I ended up moving back to LA, and I was living with my parents. Like I was staying with my parents, and it wasn't I needed to find my own place, and I was working odd jobs. I worked as a brand ambassador. I sold macadamia nut milk at Whole Foods and whatnot, whatever it is. I just found random jobs and I sold things and whatever. But I didn't have a job. I didn't have a career. I didn't have any reason to be in LA no longer. So I was trying to figure it out, and I told myself, hey, look, I'm going to give myself, what it was, 6 months or something. I'd been there for a few months, etc. Okay, here's what we go. Here's how it happened. My best friend was like, hey, look, I found a really good round trip to Asia. It's like $450 to go round trip Asia. And I was like, okay, sounds cool. She's like, you want to come? And I was like, I would, actually. That sounds great. I've never been to Asia. My brother had been. He's told me all about it. I've always wanted to go, so I wanted to go. Flex redeem, bet. Flex redeem. And thank you, Zolik. Yes, I've figured out a lot about my health in the last several months, and I gotta say, I'm feeling stressed for sure with all the things going on, but I gotta say, I'm feeling like giga healthy, man. Miss Weaver has no external for me, so I gotta pop this sooner. Yeah, I'm feeling giga healthy right now. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm actually feeling really, really, really strong. I just feel good. I feel good right now. So, yeah, thank you for noticing. I feel like I have been able to put on quite a bit of muscle recently, for sure. It's just because I fixed a lot of the health stuff that was going on. I didn't realize that I had so much health stuff going on, and then, I went to the doctor, got some blood work done, got some things checked, and I was like, damn, is that why I've been struggling so much? And then we're fixing it. So I do feel a lot better. Okay. The Thailand story. I wasn't planning to move here, though. The whole reason the story is interesting is because it wasn't a plan. It's not like I just had a 2-month round trip. We landed in Singapore for a bit. We were in Singapore for a few days. I'd never been there. Dude, Singapore was such a culture shock to me because, again, when you grow up in America, you're kind of told that other countries just sort of suck. And then I got to Singapore, and I was like, what is this amazing city? And I was so confused, though, because although it was an amazing city, also, the shower was on top of the toilet. And I was like, what is this super uncomfortable experience? I hate it. And apparently it's just a very normal thing. Eventually in Asia you get used to it, but there are wet showers. There are wet showers, and I don't like them. They're not my thing. I have a shower curtain now. No, literally, like, you don't have to stand on the toilet, but no. Just, no, not a wet room. That sounds wrong. It's not a wet room. It's a wet shower. They're called wet showers. Kitty, it's just, have you ever, just go to a place and there's no shower curtain. It's just like a small bathroom, and you just turn on the shower and it gets all over the toilet. Like, the toilet just gets wet, but that's a normal thing, and everybody accepts it, that it's normal. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's just a normal, yeah, it's called a wet room. I don't like calling it a wet room. That makes me uncomfortable. I don't want to call it a wet room. I think that doesn't sound right to me. I don't like that, Kitty. I don't like that. I don't think we should call it a wet room. No, why do you guys wait? There's literally both. The mind of a WoW player, man. The mind of a WoW player is certainly interesting, isn't it? Isn't it? I feel like y'all should be studied. I feel like maybe we all should be studied. It's a we all should be studied moment. All right. The Thailand story. We continue. Also, Heartseeker, I don't know if you were planning on listening this long, but I'm hard chilling today. And this is a very chill key that we did many months ago, and I'm just helping a friend get this real fast, so no problem. But I'm like hard chilling, so sorry if I take a bit to answer the story question, Let's pull this here. I want this for percentage. It makes the next part clean. And we can pull this back as well, so we have a lot of melee. Okay, so, anyways, the story continues. Yeah? All right, here we go. We got to Singapore. I was there for 3 days, and I was like, this is amazing. I didn't realize Asia was so cool. And then we went to Vietnam, and then we went to Laos, we went to Cambodia. I ate a scorpion in Cambodia. I got super sick, violently ill. Like the type of ill where I was like, am I dying? I couldn't drink water for about 24 hours, and I was in the hospital like with an IV up my arm. When the first day I got to Thailand, that was what happened. Literally, because I ate the scorpion, and then we traveled to Thailand like that night, I think. And we landed here, and then the next day I woke up and I was like, oh no. I was like, no, this is bad. This is not good, yeah. Hold up. I'm not gonna die, but I forgot to pull that thing. You know what? I'm so lazy right now that I kind of just forgot to pull it. It's okay. I'll grab this one. It'll come in here. It's fine. Oh, yeah, yeah. It was definitely... So I literally got poisoned. Yeah, yeah. Basically, they had to, like, give me the Giga... They had to give me the Giga, IV. And, like, extreme antihistamines and anti-poison stuff. I don't know. It was a street scorpion. You don't eat street. You can eat perfectly prepared scorpions, but don't eat street scorpions. I'm telling you right now, it's a bad idea. You think you're like, oh, let's do it. Don't do it. Don't do it, okay? Anyways, I got to Thailand. That was my first day in Thailand, actually. Was at the hospital. I was so sick. And the people at the front desk where we were staying in a hostel. This was way back when, you know, the traveling was different. And it was a different time back then. It was a different time. That's all I can say. It was a different time. Let me do this because my Mistweaver will have a hard time healing this one. We're playing super lazy right now. Yeah, don't eat street scorpions. Trust me, it's not worth it, man. It's not worth it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm telling you. Okay. All right. Yeah, it seems like something you would do. You are kind of rebellious by nature, so this doesn't super surprise me, to be honest. It's okay. We got reses. Hold up. I'm locked in right now, though, because I got to res this. And I also have to make sure I don't die. This boss can kill me even on 17. Technically speaking, this boss can kill me. And obviously, I pulled it, like, wrong, so I healing potion this, because I will die, actually, right now. Oh, fuck. I fell behind. Reset fast, I guess. I pulled it wrong. I'm supposed to do this differently. We just reset the key. My bad. All right, we'll do it again. I was trying to tell the story and also this whole thing. How long ago was it? 7.5 years. Almost 8 years, I guess. You got the time. Yeah, you'll be fine, though. We got to reset for IO. Reset for IO. I'll pull it first. It's okay. Also, we just don't even have to do that, though. The boss just smacked. That boss hurts, man. That boss hurts tanks if I overcommit like this. It's all good. It's all good. We were playing super clean before that, though. Under my toes and took me. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. We just have to pour it out and do it again. Okay, so when I came to Thailand, I was still planning on returning. I had not thought about moving here whatsoever. But there was something about living in Thailand that really took me by surprise. I was super surprised by it. When I actually felt better and I got out of the hospital and whatnot, I was just like, hold up. This is interesting. Why am I just had this feeling. And I can't explain it to you because it's not logical, dude. It's not logic. I just had this feeling. And I was just like, wait, is this guy? Oh, I don't know that guy. I just had this feeling like this is where I need to be. And so I started asking people. It was about 1 week into we were here for 3 weeks, and I was here for 1 week. And I started asking people. I was just like, hey, you know, as a white guy, what would it take to move here? Like, could I move here? And people were like, yeah, you could. We know a lot of people who have moved here. And I was like, really? Interesting. And I was like, okay, can you tell me more about it? And they're like, yeah, so this is what you do, and this is that. And I was like, huh. Okay. So I was just like, okay, I'll consider it. And instead of considering it, I actually went and did it. And that was like 7.5 years ago, and I legit never left. I mean, it was one of the most spontaneous decisions of my life. I just canceled my return ticket. I literally just canceled my return ticket. Like, is what I did. I just canceled my return flight, and I've been here almost ever since. And it's just something I decided to do, and I trusted my instincts, and honestly, that's the story. There's a few reasons. You got fiber? You mean the internet fiber or like the dietary fiber? You know? Internet fiber. Yeah, internet is super cheap here. You can get internet like real good. You can get like 1 gig down, 1 gig up fiber for $30 a month. You know, 20, 30. I think like 1 gig up, 1 gig down, like $30 a month. Yeah, it's really, internet is amazing in Thailand. Actually, the base internet package, you can't get lower than 500 down. No data cap, not at all. You literally can't get lower than 500. I don't even think a package exists that's lower than 500 for like $15 a month. I don't know. Y'all are weird with internet. I remember in America you have to pay a lot for that. That's the weirdest shit. I don't know why they do that, but it's not how it's supposed to work. I'm telling you. You know what I mean? Um. Oh, y'all are fine. I was giga. Hold up. Let me explain this. And forgot to pull the thing. Yeah, I mean, why not though? You used to pay 300 for TV. That's insane. Like, I don't know why you would pay that much for that. That's insane. You know what I mean? Like, that's wild that you would pay that much for it. Do I still love it here? Absolutely, I do. So much so, I'm going through so much trouble to make sure I can stay here, like legally and whatnot, though. Arcane Mage, this Arcane Mage is not just pumping overall. He is a Giga Arcane Mage. To be fair, he's from Stream Heartseeker. I want to point out he is slightly overqualified for a 17. I'd like to point out, okay? Yeah, that's not even, yeah, exactly. It's true though what Kitty's saying. Internet, also phone bill. Like, remember I did an in real life. Do you think? No, actually. So DOTC this season, no, Far East. Next season, yes. In fact, DOTC might be the actual preferred spec next season. Do you know what I mean? Like, DOTC might actually be the preferred Guardian Druid spec. Not even just the regular one, like the preferred one. As crazy as that sounds, it's very possible, I think, that we see EC being the flex choice and DOTC being the preferred choice. Our mage is slightly overqualified for this key. Just saying. Cool. So there's one decent provider. They jack up the prices. They do that all the way too, though. No, there's no cat weaving. You don't cat weave in keys. You cat weave in, what's it called? You cat weave in raid, but never in keys. You would never do that, though. Do I macro? I don't macro Iron Fur, but you could if you wanted to. If you wanted to macro Iron Fur, you could. It's not the end. It's suboptimal for a few reasons, and they're not bad reasons, but it's not that important, to be honest. Like, if it's something you really want to do, go for it. And if it's you want to be, like, perfectly optimal, then you don't have to do it. But it's really, in actual practice, it's not the end of the world. There's nothing next season that you have to pull your rage for. You know, going in between pulls can be a little bit tough, but that's it. You'll be fine. You know? As the playstyle, you can still play EC. EC will be just fine. I'll probably play EC, like, a lot. Maybe you swap between them depending on the key. Like, there's some keys where you might go, like, Streets of Wonder. You could play DOTC, and then other keys, like Dawnbreaker, you could play whatever. I don't know. You could choose. You'd have options. You wouldn't have to just say one way or the other. You'd have options for sure. Look at that Guardian Druid damage on that pull. Look at that Guardian Druid damage. I kept up with all my DPS. Yeah, you should play the game the way you want. Okay, so I have, by the way, unlimited text. So I pay, what, I pay like $12 US a month for my phone. I did an in real life Thai stream on data. I wasn't using Wi-Fi or like a cloud or anything. I literally just, you know, the Thai stream I did? I just took you around Thailand for about 3 hours. It was like 3 hours, 30 minutes or something, yeah? And I straight up, I just did it off data. Like, I don't know if anybody realized that, but I straight up was just using my regular phone. Like, I had no, like, setup for it. I just used the base thing. And I just walked around, and I did that infinite data. No problems with connections for a massive in real life stream extended. And I was hard chilling. That's the power of the Thailand internet right there. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's my phone bill. I pay less than $15 a month for that. And you will never, there's no time where you lose a connection. Like, that doesn't really happen. Like, you can use that anywhere. If I travel to the beach, the south, the north, the this, the that, the da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, then I would be just fine. Yeah. No, but it's a similar price. Yeah, but I think that's a pretty good price, Soap. Like, what you're saying, that's not a bad price for that. That seems pretty decent. But I do love it here. I mean, it was different because for a while, Heartseeker, to answer your question, my Apple team, or I don't really care. I use whatever I get. Like, it's If I currently I have an iPhone and I use the iPhone, and I'm not really a big phone person. I actually intentionally, like, I'm the worst texter of all time. Do you know what I mean? I'm a particularly bad texter. If you're ever my friend in real life, I just don't text. There's one person that I make the effort to text. They know who they are. That's it. But I don't text people. Like, I sometimes will just forget to respond for literally a long time. Like, I don't do voice messages either. I just don't check my phone. Like, I'm not on my phone. And oftentimes, because, like, after stream and after work and in between work and stuff like this, like, I don't really want to talk to people, man. Do you know what I mean? No, yeah, I mean, like, you know what I mean? My parents, I call them. I don't text them. My dad, he'll send a text every now and again. You know, once every century, I'll get a text. But basically, like, I call them all the time. I'm quite close with my parents. Do you know what I mean? So I do actually, yeah, I talk to them all the time, to be fair. But I talk to them. I'm not like a phone person. Like, I'll call people. I don't really text people. Like, if I want to say hi, I'll just call them and I'll be like, hi. And then sometimes I want the call to be like 3 minutes and it ends up being a little longer, and that's okay. Not the end of the world. But yeah, like, because I'm the sort of person, and I don't think everybody is like this, by the way. There are 5 stacks. Yo, defensive. AMZ. Or defensive. You're going to want to defensive this, by the way. Yep, perfect. Yeah, we're fine then. Just getting the AMZ. It's not that bad, but you will get one shot otherwise. There you go. Nice job. What's the best form you're going to in terms of... Oh, you can get like 2 or 3 gigs here. Like 2 or 3 gigs, but I think that starts to run you more like $50 a month. Like, it may, there are some packages I've seen that are 2 gig down plus, etc. You can get some insane speeds in Thailand. It's just that internet is not expensive. I don't understand why internet is expensive in other places. I feel like it's a weird gatekeeping thing. It can't be that expensive, you know what I mean? It can't be that hard for them to just give you internet. My phone never rings, it's my wife. Yeah, basically though, like, that's the ideal setup. The ideal setup for life is just that basically if you're going to talk to somebody, it should be your wife, you know? It seems like in Asia people use messaging on like Telegram, WhatsApp, just the default messaging. Good question. Okay. Yeah, so I have 1 gig down, Jones. I have 1 gig down, but I pay like $20 a month for that though. Yeah, like 20. I pay $20 a month for 1 gig down. I think mine might have settled for like 500 up. I don't even remember if I actually bothered to get a gig up. I think I just settled for 500. But I could upgrade it at any point. If I wanted to pay an extra $10, I could upgrade it. I don't find that to be necessary, though. Boom, 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 boom. Press the frenzied region. Regular coax internet. What's coax internet? I don't think I want to coax my internet at all. It doesn't seem like I don't really want to be that close to my internet. That seems weird. Why would you coax your internet? That's strange. Coaxial. Oh, I thought you were about to get down some little freaky business with some internet cables. That's what I thought was happening. That's my bad. I've read too many manga. That's the one. That's what I meant to say. But yeah, like, when I did the Thailand stream though, I really wanted to try to show people what life was like here. So I didn't take people to like the most beautiful places, the vacation spots. I was just like, let's just walk around town. Like, honestly, let's just go. Like, if you lived in Thailand and you had a friend somehow, I know it's scary to think about, but let's say that you actually made real life friends. I know, bear with me. Don't leave stream right now. Hear me out. It's a thing. When you move to a different country, it's much easier to make friends. People where you live are rough and people here are much nicer. So anyways, when you finally do make an in real life friends, you're like, where do you go to hang out with them? It's like pretty much where I took you. You just say, hey, you want to stop by the mall and you get a cool drink and you just chat and hang out and maybe you play the arcade a little bit and watch a movie. You can go bowling. There's a lot of things you can do. You know what I mean? Like, but it's so chill. Like, it's so different compared to what life is like in other places. I guess some people, if you like the alcohols or whatever, the vibes, you can meet in a bar, You could, I mean, so that's Dustin, you know, there are people who do that, and that's the reputation of Thailand. I kind of hope that I can show that's not how everyone lives here. Like, that's actually a very small percentage of the people who travel here, but it's a thing, obviously. I'm not going to pretend it's not a thing, you know, it's a thing, though. Hey, thank you for the sub. Jesse. Wait, you know, this is actually really cool. I did want to say thank you, by the way. Thank you for the sub and stuff. That stuff helps. I think I have a chance at hitting the... Whoa, I took 2. All good, all good. Psh, I'm fine. Don't need cheat death on Guardian. I trusted. I trusted. I hate this mechanic. I'm so excited to never have to do this drill ever again. But thank you for the subs. The subs help. As I was saying earlier, like, when you look at the breakdown of how, like, what you earn from Twitch, it's like, it's pretty much all subs, and it's like a little bit of ads and stuff. And then I can hit the partner plus, and then I get to make a little bit extra money. And that means if I made extra money, I was thinking about this actually. I was like, what would I really do with that money? And I was like, what would I, let's say that right now I made extra money. It's like, what would I want to do with that? I want to be in bear form. I feel like I'd get more massages, and maybe I would eat more salmon. Like, salmon is kind of pricey, especially in Thailand, because food is so cheap here, you know? Like, food is super cheap. So, you know, why is that pack pulled? Did we just pull the... Oh, I don't have Incarn. Okay, that's okay, it's okay. Focus, focus, breathe, 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 breathe. Vortex Typhoon, if all 3 of these quakes go off, we're dead. Okay, it's okay. I need to game my SI very, very cleverly here. So I need to go here. I need to kick one of these. Oh, the knock up on my kick. Okay, it's okay, it's okay. I need to Frenzied Regen, and then I need to reset my stacks now, and we're all gonna die. Oh, I pressed Incarn. Shit. Well, that wasn't supposed to happen. I think we just still timed the key, though. Don't worry. Yeah. Something pulled the mini. I'm assuming it might have been an accidental, an orb or a potential Dev Evoker. No good. All good, all good, all good. I think we still time, though. Still time. Come. Still time, probably. All good. I had pressed my Incarn, though, so this mini pull is going to be very tough for me. Okay, let's make sure we don't do that again. Bunch of offcuts, I have no idea what to do with, though. Yeah, because you ordered the whole salmon. You got the entire salmon. So basically, Guardian is pretty immortal this season, yeah? Like, Guardian is completely immortal, except for a few moments. That mini-boss right there is one of them. Wait a second, gifted subs. Gifted subs. Oh, Far East. Oh, thank you, Far East. I appreciate that. You gifted a whole bunch of subs. 5 tiers. Thank you. Thank you, Far. Yo, good night. Thanks for the epic tier list content last couple weeks. The deep dives into all... Thank you, Idolist. Thank you. I'm glad people like them, because I made a lot of tier list stuff, but I was really hoping I could offer something of value in those. Like, I didn't want them to be just pure content stuff, you know? I didn't want them to be, like, pure, like, content baits, you know? Like, just, oh, click on my video and watch my tier list. Like, I actually was really interested in trying to provide different perspectives that I watch other people's tier lists, of course, and... You know, I watch them talk about how this spec is going to affect it at the plus 20 and the world first key and all that stuff. And I just find, you know, I pug everything. And I'm telling you, like, this is not how pugs work. Okay, this guy, like I said, this guy makes me very mortal. This guy makes me incredibly mortal. Because I don't have Incarn, and I would normally have Incarn here. I missed my kick. I'm going to just... When he goes out next... Nice. I got a bleed thing here, though. I appreciate your objective tier list. I tried, like, of course, everything is subjective to an extent, you know, but a hype train level 2. Oh, shit, thank you. Also for the sub. Thank you, guys. That's very nice. Oh, I'm going to die. I'm actually really bad at dodging that mechanic. I soothe this guy. Hold up. I soothe him. Boom. There we go. Get out of this, though. Wider. Thank you. Wait, Wider. Is your name just Wider? The tier list is linked in Discord. I finished it. There's also a YouTube video if you want to actually watch. I think it's so much more important. Like, I think it's so important to, if you can, like, go watch the actual tier list. I think it's really valuable to hear why things were ranked instead of just looking at the picture of, like, you can do that, right? Like, you can just check the picture and be like, hey, this is the end. Like, this is what we said. This is top, this is bottom, etc. But I think people... It's so important that I clarify, like, right now. You need to know this, right? If I wanted to play a Blood DK, and my friend was a Holy Priest, okay? All right. And I had 3 other friends, and they were all survival hunters. We could time 10s the first week, and we would be just fine to get our 3.5k IO. Reasonably speaking. If they're gamers and they play well, will it make some keys harder? Yes. But can you do it? Absolutely. The metric for what these comps are all about here, the metric is these 5%, 10% advantages. It makes it 10% easier. But what people don't realize is that a plus 12, specifically, like plus 10s and plus 12s, they're not timed within 10%. They're timed within a cleanliness. They're like 50% area of improvement. So, for example, you have 0 deaths. You're going to time that key with 5 minutes left. You just have to get through the key. Whereas in higher keys and stuff like this, though, do you know what I mean, though? But like in higher keys, what happens is you could play with 0 deaths, but if you're not playing in a meta comp, what would happen is very possibly you get to the end of that key with like 1 death and you just straight miss time. But that doesn't happen in lower keys. Like I don't know, I've seen some things. Like, don't get me wrong, hold up. I should clarify that I have seen some absolute atrocities in lower keys. Remember, I was doing an alt key here yesterday. It was a 12 motherload, and we had a warrior who forgot to take his AoE talents. And he literally did 1 million DPS overall. And we still would have timed it if sub X deaths. We still would have timed that key, actually. Like, I think that's so important, you know? Thank you guys for the hype train and whatnot. That type of stuff actually helps a lot more than people realize, especially because I do live in Thailand. Like what Far East said earlier, you're absolutely right. The truth is, right, that subs, like, for you, it's X amounts of money to sub, but for me, it actually goes a lot further. I don't know. I don't think I could stream really. If I lived in LA, I'd have to be hustling. I'd have to be like, all right, I got to work more hours. I got to figure out how to pay rent and eat the good food that I need to eat. And like, oh, damn, this is so expensive. And I'd be stressed all the time. I understand, like, the culture is so different. I just can't imagine people who have to live like that. Like, I understand because I grew up there. It'd be such a different life to be chronically stressed all the time, just trying to figure out how you're going to eat and, like, where you're going to live. Like, that's not something you really have to contend with so much in Thailand, you know? I did Mark of the Wild. Yeah, I mean, Lucid, that type of thing will happen, you know? Whoops. Okay, we res. It's okay. I think we got to res this so we kill the boss. We got to burn the boss here. Hold on. Let me try to res. There we go. Got him. Watch my own health a little bit. Yeah, boss is dead. No problem. No problem. Easy money. Maybe we got to save the res. Nice, nice, nice. So, yeah. But you know what I mean? But I think that... So... Blood DK is designed to heal back them, so it takes more upfront damage. Brewmaster is designed not to get one shot. True. That's another good way to look at it. But I genuinely do believe that Blood DK is going to be... Like, if I was going to do plus 12s, and I knew for a fact that I just wanted to be the Giga plus 12er, like, I was going to help my team do plus 12s all the time. And that was the goal. Like, that was my plan. Like, that's what... All I wanted to do was be a giga help to my friends who all wanted to get their portals or 3k IO. Blood DK would be one of my top picks. I mean that too. Like, Blood DK would be one of the absolute giga picks in my opinion. So you got to take things into context sometimes of like, that's because it excels at that type of content. Hold up. I'm getting hit by all of these. I should probably not do that. I'm so lazy as a guardian sometimes. Yeah, it's actually an amazing pug tank because you literally don't depend on anyone. So Blood DK is kind of like a Giga Chad at being independent, and I think that really matters. I think that people argue Bear is like kind of like that too, right? Like Bear is so tanky that you never have to, your healer doesn't have to worry about you. That's the advantage of Bear and a pug is it's so tanky, right? Like that's what people think Bear is, and to an extent they're right. But Blood DK takes that and it's even more than this, you know? Like Blood DK is Giga tanky compared to Bear. Even in a 12. So if you play Bear really well, the only exception to that would be, what's it called? It would be a prop pally. If you're really good at prop pally, but even me and my prop pally, I'll die, dude. My prop pally will die. Like, I will straight up perish if pulls last too long. If all my DPS die, I'm simply not an immortal tank on a prop pally. Like, you eventually will perish. Whereas on my Bear or whatever, I'll probably be fine. Depending on the pull, of course. So yeah, like, I don't want to, I have to rank it there. Like, it does, Blood DK absolutely deserves its spot at the bottom of the tier list for tanks in Mythic Plus. It doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. I think Tank balance in particular is good right now. Healers, on the other hand, have a problem. Healers have a genuine problem. That needs to be looked at and fixed. Healing is a problem right now. That's the thing. And also, Chushu, thank you for the hype train. For me, it's more about getting invited all at the time. Exactly. And that is a problem, for sure. The getting invites can be really, really difficult, right? Getting invited is like the actual bottleneck often for this type of thing. I guess we had the wipe earlier, so our timer's a little bit tight right now. Survive, survive, survive. I'm going to in-cap this. There we go. This pull is actually kind of tough, but if we can make this work, then we can time the key, because my route is kind of giga here, though. Gets weird. Dude, I'm not sure, though. Oh, it's bug. Like, it's... People have been complaining about this for a while, and that's why. Go watch any of my tier list videos, and every time I put Resto Druid in S tier, I simply explain, right? I simply explain. I'm like, this is a problem. Resto Druid is probably not staying. I have clarified that every time because people think Resto Druid is so good. It is the S tier. It's the best healer right now by far. But the problem is it's not going to stay the best healer. It's a numbers thing, not a tech thing. You are a Mark of the Wild bot, but Shaman and Priest both have better things to offer than a Resto Druid does. Resto Druid is a pure HPS healer. Now, for a few reasons, I wouldn't mind if Resto Druid was the meta healer because it at the very least is an HPS healer. HPS healers are a lot more equal to each other. Give it a second. I'm going to be safe, and what you do here is you wait for this. You wait for this first shot, and then I pull boss. Yeah. There we go. So HPS healers are a lot easier to balance because let's say I want to play my Prez Evoker. If I can do the same HPS because I'm a gamer as a Resto Druid, then all of a sudden I don't feel as bad, right? Then I can play my Prez. Right now, I can't play my Prez Evoker. Wait 1 second. I'm just going to watch my health here for a second. Good. I need to get to Incarn. Right now, I can't play my Prez Evoker because I'm not a Dis Priest. And people are so used to Discipline Priest that if I can't shield them for their entire health bar, we can't make it through the key. That sucks, you know what I mean? Like, that's not fun. That's really... Bleh. That feels bad. Like, I actually feel like I'm trolling because I'm doing giga HPS, but I just can't shield people for their entire health bar. You know? Like, that's what Priest can do right now, and it feels kind of unfair. Like, with respect, it makes other healers feel bad. Like, literally, it actually makes other people feel bad. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, and it's like... And that's the problem. I don't like that with healing. That part feels bad. I don't ever want to feel like I'm trolling my team for playing the thing I want to play. That's also why if Guardian is truly in a very rough spot, no matter how much I like this tank, I don't ever want to have my friend invite me to a key, and then I join the key, and they're like, oh, shit. I forgot Owu was playing as Guardian Druid. This is going to be rough. I don't want them to think that. I don't like to be a burden. Like, I kind of want them to be like, hey, we got a woo in here. All right, let's blast. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's a completely different mentality, but I kind of want the first... I want them to be happy to play with me, not the opposite. I will actually pop my SI here as well. On the movement phase of this boss. She can kill you. I kind of forgot. There's a specific way to game this boss. You have to understand she hits you 2 times. 1, 2, and then she won't hit me again. 1 more right here, and then she will... No, she bugged out. Never mind. Of course, right as I said that. Does that make sense, though? Also, what's up, Somnifire? I want the Disc nerfs. So, Disc, it has a problem ever since they kind of... Ever since people discovered Oracle, Disc has a problem. If it can do HPS, you'll probably have it be meta. The only reason that you wouldn't play Oracle is if it actually cannot do the HPS checks. That would be a reason. You would have a very convincing argument if Discipline Priest was like, yo, I can't heal Candle King. Then you would be like, okay, we can't play it. Or if it was just like, hey, look, next season, you know, it's like, I can't keep people alive on Big Mama. It's like, okay, we can't play this healer. But if it can do the HPS, then it feels really bad to play anything else. Because it's so good, man. I mean, Resto Shaman, I think, competes a little bit. I think Resto Shaman is the competitor for sure. Resto Shaman has the infinite toolkit for keys. It's like the healer's built for keys. Like, it's just, there's nothing else to say about it. That healer is just so good for keys. Stay. Let's make it easy. They just stay here. I'll go around. I'll do the stealth thing. All right, we do this first pull. I bring it all back, and then we do double War Machine after, and we'll be set. I got to go all the way up here. All right, here we go. I want to make sure that I survive, because if I mess this up, then the key's over. And we don't have to do that, so we're just going to grab 1, 2, 3, 4, and then everything is on me, and I'm just going to wait here like this. And I have to make sure I drag it to the right, because I don't pull the other things here. I want to make sure I'm on the right side so that doesn't pull. And I go down here like this. It's been a second since I've done this, actually. I've been on PTR, like, so consistently, you know? And then, basically, the reason is now everything is on me, and they're pretty much good to blast whenever they want to. There we go. It feels so bad that H-Priest does not have an interrupt. Charles, the interrupt is the least of H-Priest's problem. Like, yeah, that feels bad, but you know what feels way worse than that? All right, they're good. Blast. I also want to blast, but if I get hit by these mines, I'm giga dead, so I'll just wait a second. Cool. You know what feels worse than that being an H-Priest right now? The fact that you're not a disciplined priest. That's it. I can't explain. So, like, in practice, we look at healers objectively, and you're like, well, you know, HPS, utility, kick, etc. But let me tell you, that's in theory. But let me tell you in practice what that actually means. What it means is I, as a healer in a key, am actually paying attention, right? And you are probably not, because you're a DPS player. So I see, because I'm watching your health bar and I'm watching your unit frame, that you have 2 casts on you, right? Like, I'm noticing, because I'm paying attention. I see that you have 2 casts that is about to kill you. If I'm a priest, an oracle priest, I simply hit my shield button and you're alive. And then the key does not break. However, what happens is that I'm a resto druid, and I go, okay, I'm going to pre-hot this. I'm going to hot. We got big healing here. We got infinite healing. This is going to be easy. I got you. But then you don't press a defensive, and then you die. So the idea that I can just shield you for your entire health bar is massive, dude. I would lust not this. I would lust the boss, because this one, we probably can't die here, but we can die on boss. I would personally lust boss. If we lust this, it's not the end of the world, but okay. I trust my healer to heal this even without lust. Vortex these guys here. Watch the mines here. Watch the mines. And then here we go. Easy key right now if we don't die on last boss. So the idea that I can save people, like, that's what healers want to do, but they're not actually built like that. And I think that I swear people don't know this, because, you know, the very common experience of what happens in a pug. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, when your DPS dies or your tank dies and they don't press a defensive and they go healer. And I'm just like, what do you want me to do? Like, that's, I don't know. I don't think you understand how healing works. Like, I heal you. I don't save you. I'm not a religious leader. I don't have my own cult. There's no saving happening. There's, you know, I don't know what you want me to do. Like, that happens a lot, right? It's like people will die and they go healer. And I'm like, bro, you stood in the circle and got overkilled by 9 million damage. Like, there's nothing I can do. But I swear some people think for some reason that that's how healing works. And, you know what I'm talking about? Like, they just get confused. They're like, healer? And I'm like, what? You, like, you know, imagine standing in this circle and then dying and being like, healer? And I'm like, what did you want me to do? There's nothing I can do there, you know? Yeah, I mean, you know, technically, I guess I could have externaled knowing that you might sit in that, but that's the only thing. And I guess a god tier healer maybe can do that, but, you know. All right, I'm going to be on the safe spot here because I'm pretty bad at this. That's a safe spot. Nice. And then I turn him around for the Gatling gun. Solid. I'm very bad at this boss. I don't like this boss, man. Rectified. What's up, dude? Rectified. You ever healer? You ever heal dungeons? You ever go through what I'm talking about right now? Where you're like, you know, your DPS die and then people are like, you're like, healer? And I'm like, what do you want me to do? It happens all the time. But basically, if you're an oracle, you can save things. Right before the mechanic happens, if you're an oracle priest, what happens is, right before the actual mechanic goes off, you could literally just shield people. You could be like, look. I know this guy. He's gonna die. Like, I can tell you right now, like, I'm telling you for 100% certainty, this guy's getting hit by something he's not supposed to get hit by. Well, if I'm an oracle priest, I could just be like, listen, I know how MF Tater plays, and I'm just gonna shield him, and then he lives. And you could do that, though. Like, that's something you can do as a priest. You just can't do that as any other healer, and that feels bad. Does that make sense? Like, of why healer is so, like, why priest is so overpowered? Like, you could just actually be like, listen, I know Fred. And Fred, he does his best, you know what I mean? Like, he's here, he's chilling, he's doing his very best, but I'm not gonna lie, Fred, he does tend to stand in things. And you're like, well, great, let me just shield Fred, and then I can play with Fred, you know? And then you have no problem playing with Fred, etc. Pres Evoker is top tier fun to play, just sucks you have to stand. Okay, the Pres Evoker range thing, I really hope I can put this to rest, because it's actually not that big of a deal. Like, range on Pres Evoker is a thing of the past. That's not really a thing anymore. You don't have to worry so much about it, because you shouldn't be depending on you just manual echo the person, right? Yeah, I mean, it's just hard to compete with the Dis Priest the way that they can play right now. We're going to go back to safe spot. Our timer is Giga, but remember, if we all die, then our timer is no longer Giga. So we're just going to bring him back, bring him back, bring him back. He'll come here soon. Nice. And we're going to go here. I'm going to turn him around for the Gatling gun. Beautiful. I won't die because I'm in full cooldown, so I'm going to try to soak this. Get a tier set proc. Nice. I did get a tier set proc. Very nice. So I do extra damage. Very, very nice. Etc. 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 So yeah. When I play healer, I feel responsible for every death in a dungeon. If you play healer, and I may recommend something, try to get over that. Honestly, most of the time, the death is not your fault. I swear, most of the time, people get this wrong. The death is probably not on you, right? What spec is in the worst shape? Ooh, spec, Holy Priest. I really like, and for keys, not for raid. For raid, Holy Priest, by the way, great healer. But just like for keys, Holy Priest, yeah, that shit. It's just there's literally zero reason to bring it. No, but Windwalker at least has the niche pick of like, hey, look, we really want Mystic Touch for this comp, so we're gonna bring a Windwalker, Luca. Like, you know what I mean? Like, maybe the damage is not quite there, but the truth is we want the buff. We want what this spec has to offer. Like, so at least there's someone who wants you. But a Holy Priest is rough. Like, a Holy Priest is, you know what I mean? Like, that's a tough one. Like, literally no one, like, there's no person who's like, man, I really wish I had a Holy Priest right now. Does that make sense? Like, that's... Oh, shit. LOL. I actually almost died there. That would have been very funny. GG's. There you go. That was my bad on third before. My bad on third before. That was my bad there. Bullet Time is a really cool extension. Shows details. You could do that, though. Had some really nice points. Chris, why you play so zoomed in and not max distance to see the bigger picture? Ah, be quirky. Here, like this, right? So, I don't like playing like this because I move so slow that I have a hard time reacting to stuff. I'm not gonna lie. The reason is, take the quest. I don't even know what this quest is. But, like, I have a hard time reacting. Look how slow I move. I feel like I get hit by things like this. You know what I mean? Let me on. No, we're good. There you go. I'll just link my stream. By the way, I took some randoms to this key, and I wanted to get them IO, because if we're going to do it, we might as well do it. You know what I mean? You know? Yeah, they were fine, by the way. They were good, though. They did decide that, Jameson. I mean, they did, right? Like, that's what the thing was. They literally were just like, Holy Priest is the raid spec, and Discipline Priest can play both. I think that they would need to fund them. Why do I not have... Did they reset this quest? That's so weird. Actually, I have a 18 Dark Flame Cleft, which is honestly kind of easy. I don't know if you want that too, Faye, but 18 Dark Flame. You have to heal Candle King, but I can help with it a bit. 18 Dark Flame is not too bad if you want to just do that. I don't really mind, you know? But that's the reason, William. I actually have a hard time, and also be quirky, like, sorry, the reason I play so zoomed in is I actually have a really hard time not reacting to things, you know? Yo, thanks for coming, Faded. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. But, like, you know, I play like this because I feel like I can react. Like, if I move like this, I can see what's happening. And I just feel like this gives me such a disconnect from keys. Like, I end up getting hit by things a lot more, and I have a harder time seeing things. This is my preference to play kind of around here, give or take. What trinkets do you think would be best for Prop Pally in Season 3? Prop Pally, I mean, I heard... So I only played Prop Pally X amount. Do you know what I mean? I only played Prop Pally X amount on PTR, but they were oftentimes using two active trinkets. I think I heard Yoda talk about the fact that it's the Nether Prism and the Ritual Forge, and basically you just alternate each one with wings. Pally has done that for damage. For survivability, that's not necessarily true, though. Do you know what I mean? For that's true. That's not always the case, though. But I never unmuted, and then I forgot I rated. Bro, rectified. That's a scary thing. What's up, Battle? Battle, have you ever done this before? You know, how's the keys going? It's doing pretty good. We helped some people get their 17 motherload just now and stuff. I'm on retail, actually. I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling. This is a hard chilling day. Just got into tanking. Been running Mythic Plus on Blood. Any other recommendations? A lot, yes, Galaxy. But first of all, let me say hi to Battle, because Battle's actually a sweet dude. He's awesome. And also, hi, Rectified. Have you guys, listen, Rectified and Battle, have you ever done this thing where accidentally you end stream, but you're really tired, right? You're really tired, and you forget to end stream? Like, you raid out, right? But you forget to click the button that says end stream. And then, like, you know, you get on a phone call, and you're, like, doing things around. One time, this happened to me. One time, way early on in streaming, it was a problem, because I was just like, what? Like, I didn't realize, it was, like, very early on, I raided out. And then, you know, with 5 people. And then I went to the bathroom, and I, like, left stream. It was, like, stream was just running for, like, several hours. Like, I didn't know. Like, until later that night, I came to shut down my computer before bed, and I was like, why does that still say live? And I was like, oh no! I was like on the phone. I was like, work. I think I did some work. I took a shower. I had no idea that stream was. I remember this, and I panic messaged people. I was like, what do I do? They're like, delete the VOD. I was like, okay, so I deleted it. You forgot left stream on during 6 hours. Oh no. Fun fact, I've met Snoop Dogg. Don't know, man, when I did streaming through Facebook until my ex message. Yeah, I know. That's the rough. It's rough. It does happen because they make it so you have to hit the extra button. And I have never made that mistake since then, I will say. I've never made that mistake since then. Yo, I will not say this too much, but it does make a pretty big difference. If for some reason anybody has a Kick account, I am attempting to just leave this on and multi-stream. If for any reason people are like, I have a Kick account and I wouldn't mind clicking on that link and just leaving a viewer, I'm very curious to see if straight up Kick will potentially make me money, to be honest about it. There's apparently a thing, like straight up people have told me, they're like, yo, you make significantly more, like literally it's like 300% more on Kick just from people sitting there and watching and like doing the, you know, emojis every now and again or whatever. It's like, oh, okay, really? Like that much more? And they're like, yeah, like literally like 500% more. I'm like, okay. So I activated the thing and I was just like, I figure I might as well click the button. It's not the biggest thing or whatever though. I was just checking. That is the healer. Yeah, it was the only time. I've never had that happen again. I would never. Yeah, it's like so scary though. It's like really scary. Because I mean, the first thing you do after stream is strip. It's the very first thing you do. Like, I don't know about you guys, but like, I don't like. Well, nobody likes wearing clothes. Like, I have to wear clothes because I'm streaming. But like, the very first thing that happens when I hit end stream is I'm like, cool, check camera, light off, end stream, close OBS, and then that's the first thing you do. Like, I don't know why. No, I don't. If you live alone, right? Like, I don't understand why anybody would wear clothes while gaming. It just seems like an extra step that is not required. That's my take, at least. That's all I'm saying. All right, that's all I'm saying. Okay, Faye, do you, for any reason, want a 18 Dark Flame Cleft, or does anybody want to do anything? Because I'm chilling today. I just want to play the game. That's my goal. I just want to play the game. Starkey's doing a 17. Why don't we do a 17 like this? Here, wait, hold up. Give me, you must already be, you're already in a group. Hold up. What about 17? What about 17, though? How about this? Starkey's in here. We'll just go help Starkey with the 17. You know? There's an NA ping right here. Just hit yes in game, Faye. Faye, you've helped me a bunch. You helped my alts get some, like, you helped my alts out, so I'm more than happy to help you get IO today. More than happy to. So Starkey just came back. I figured he'd be higher. I always he's a good warlock. Hope he crushes tonight. Thanks, Battle. I'm chilling. Today's a day where I actually had this expectation of myself for sure. I wanted to do some really cool challenges. I wanted to do some like, you know what I mean? Like I wanted to do some big challenges. I was gonna do a key blindfolded. I was gonna have chat vote to take off my gear or my talents. You know, I have this idea for a fun day of like stream where on my bear you could be like, I want you to remove both rings, and I'll be like, okay, can I play like this? And you know, I want to try like a hard key like this, or like you could say like take off your trinkets. I'm like, what? I gotta play with no trinkets for real. Like, I'll take off both trinkets and stuff like this, or whatever it is. You know, people could eventually vote, I guess, to take off my weapon. Although that might be impossible. I don't know. Weapon is kind of important. So I thought I would do that today. But then this morning, I just had to check in with myself, and I was like, yo, you need to rest. Like, you need to chill. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's so important just to chill, just to be there. Thank you, Faye, for making the kick. I see that. Hi. You can do this. So what people do on Kick apparently is they just basically go like this. They just make emojis. They just do 3 emojis like this, and it helps with the algorithm. Apparently, Kick is just other streamers supporting other streamers and stuff like this, though. It means you get VIP. You get a cool little gem next to your name, Quiver, and you get VIP in the Twitch stream. There's nothing really that comes with it too much, to be honest. Yeah, there you go. Kitty has her little jewel next to her name. Correct. If you get 100,000, you can redeem VIP. This is the cool thing. It doesn't actually mean much at all. But I was saying that I'm actually really I'm the sort of person who I always expect more for myself, you know? Yeah, what were you saying? Sorry, I got an ad. Did you read my previous message? I may have missed it. Honestly, Cape, can you send it again? Because I was distracted. Honestly, Cape, I would love... Could you send this again? I would... Can you send your question again, you know? Oh, your chat team multi-stream. So here's the thing, Faye. I have it. It's called Caster Labs. I have Caster Labs open. But the main reason that I can interact with chat so much is because my Twitch chat is right here. You guys think my UI is cluttered. You guys realize that my actual UI looks like this. Like, I have a Twitch chat right here. You know that, right? Did you know that? This is how I play the game. My Twitch chat is here. Did you not know that? I guess you don't see it anymore because I have different window capture on. You know what I mean? Here, I can try to show you like this. Screen capture. This would just be screen. Here, like, all right, look for a second, okay? Let me show you. Let me show you how I play the game. It's like this. This is the thing, right? This is how I actually... Can you see it now? So this is my chat. I play the game like this all the time. I'm just like, I'm in the key, right? And like, I just have this extra chat open right here. And this is how I can interact with chat and play at the same time. But this is only Twitch chat. So I have to look right for YouTube and Kick chat. Like that, the Kick Twitch, and that's over here, yeah? So occasionally I can miss a YouTube or a Kick chat, but I'll never miss a Twitch chat because Twitch chat is like this. Does that make sense? Yeah, so it's so important, but I wish they had this for the other platforms and stuff. Because it's so easy to do, but that makes sense. That's the thing there. You know? Free flex redeems. Flex redeem. Okay. Flex redeems. Bet. Who? You know, by the way. So this is... Yeah, of course, that's fine. But listen, you know, so, by the way. This is unfortunate. You know how I did the in real life Thailand stream like a few days ago? Yeah. So, I sweat a lot. Thailand is a very hot country. I was sweating a lot. And when I sweat, any edge of my... So if I'm wearing a shirt like this, you can see this, like, scratches my body, and I was with the shirt. So I started getting acne like this, like, right on this line in my shoulders after that day. And I was like, God damn it. So this is the white stuff you see on the back of my shoulder. That's just, like, the stuff you put on the acne spots. Because I sweat a lot. So, like, I unfortunately am very prone to acne, and I always have been. So that's why you see some ointment. Yeah, it's ointment. There's ointment on my shoulder. That's what that is, by the way. I don't just have random white cream on myself while I stream, okay? I only do that after I don't stream, okay? It's after stream stuff. What anime collectibles do I have? Ooh, good question. Good question. So, behind me, I have only the things that were available in the store because I didn't make them myself. But first and foremost, we have some anime posters. Yeah, I don't know if people know what all of these are from. That one's an obvious one. Yeah, that one's super obvious. Everybody should know Natsu. But do you know Hollow from Spice and Wolf? Great quote. These are just quotes that I like. I pick them based on quotes more than anime. This one back here, one of the best gaming animes of all time. This one is No Game No Life. The problem with No Game No Life is that it is occasionally tough to get people into it because some anime humor that isn't always well received by normies. So there's that. And then I have other ones. I have My Hero over there. I got Rurouni Kenshin. I got a few other posters across the room. But in terms of collectibles, these are all Lego stuff. So I have Lego Naruto, Lego Ramen Shop from Naruto, etc., etc. And then in the other room, I got a bunch of stuff, some Doctor Who and whatnot. Yeah. No Game No Life, but it has some. Yeah, exactly. So there's just. Well, I don't even really pay attention. You know, when you've watched anime enough, you get very desensitized to the quote-unquote unsavory moments. You just kind of get used to it, you know? They got them jiggle physics? Yeah. What percentage of your healing taken is yourself, acting for actual reasons? So healing taken... Mistweaver has passive healing on the tank, but mine is 67.5%. It's a little skewed because Mistweaver does passive healing through stuff anyways. It's like, you know, it will never get a season 2. It's been like 15 years. Excuse me. Do I have any Dragon Ball Z stuff? Ah, you like Mushu? Ah, I know what you're talking about. Okay. There's also another show that reminds me of that, but let's not get into it too much, okay? You know, like, I also think I'm the sort of person, you gotta understand, I'm the sort of person who thinks Queen's Blade is actually not a half bad, like, season 1 of Queen's Blade is not a half bad show, okay? But I don't actually know what that is, of course. I have, what is that show? It's Baron to 60%, yeah. So that's like passive healing, and that should be like that, but it's not quite the same. You asked me a question, you said, you got any Dragon Ball Z stuff? Oh, yeah, the Dragon Ball Z stuff is literally just me. I am the Dragon Ball Z stuff. Like, I've built my life to be an anime character. Ready? That's my whole thing. My whole life has been to be an anime character. Like, I was just like, why don't I just become my favorite character? And I'll just be a character that I love. That was my whole plan. That was a good plan, I thought. It is a good plan, huh? So basically, I was just like, would my anime character have muscle or nah? And I was like, yes. So I just did it. Right? Yeah. Bear has a lot of self-healing, but you have to kind of trust that it has self-healing, which is a little strange sometimes. But like, why not? Like, I just decided when I was younger, because like when I was younger, I don't know, you know, I had a rough childhood. I struggled. I had like I was very sick and I was very weak and my lungs didn't work and I was in the hospital and all this stuff. And I was just like, you know what I can do, right? Is just, I can change that. Like, eventually I realized I was going to survive and I was like, oh shit, I got to start planning for life. Damn. That sucks. But, you know, I realized all of a sudden that I was going to make it. And that changed things. I don't know why I hit SI there. But that changed things for me. Like, fundamentally, I had a different perspective. And I was like, well, if I'm going to make it, then I really want to make sure I make the most out of this, you know? That's why I realized. I was like, why don't I just see if I can, you know, do something with my life? And that's what I decided to do. I was like, why don't I just become fit? Because, like, my anime characters that I always, you know... you saw 4... Hey, to be fair, it wasn't 4 hours. It was 3 hours. I'm just saying. Hold up. No. It wasn't 4 hours, Charles. What are you talking about? The anime, it wasn't 4 hours. It was 2 hours and 53 minutes accidentally. Not on purpose, by the way. It wasn't by choice. I was going to make it shorter, I promise. I was going to make... Well, I had a lot to say. Listen, man. I had a lot to say, okay? I had words. I had thoughts. The thoughts needed to come out. Yo, what's up, Uno? How's it going? How's it going? Boom. So I go over here and I reset my stacks and like this. I haven't actually done this in so long. It's so weird because I don't think I've done a Dark Flame Cleft and like I haven't tanked this on my bear in what? For a while though. We're gonna have a little bit. No. Oh, you mean the cardio? Nah. That got rescheduled. That got rescheduled, Uno. Is that what you were referring to? That was funny, huh? That was really funny yesterday. I didn't mean that. I was a little embarrassed. If it's more than 18 minutes, I can't watch it. That's fair. The thing is, I'm a yapper, Charb, so you can just ask me here, though. You know, like, you can ask me here always. All right, let's go ahead and pull this. And do we have an actual way to skip the rest? I don't think so. This is funnel, and it doesn't actually pull if you just pull these guys. It's been like I said, it's been a weirdly long time since I have actually done a Dark Flame Cleft. Cool. Let's go left, and we don't really have a weird way to skip this, so if we go right now, it'll be fine. Everybody through. Go. All the way through, Come here. That guy is not patting right now. He's going to pat right now, so we're going to get him in this pull. It's fine. It's not the end of the world. If everybody comes through, it's still not the end of the world. We just go around this corner. First question. Go for it. Yeah. Charbs, you got history with me, you know, so you just ask me whatever it is you want to know. Because I'm a druid, this will work. Because the first wild wallop, I'll vortex, and then they'll all get snapped back, and then they'll still be here for us to kill them. We just gotta CC this to give my healer a second. And I've really enjoyed Resto Shaman. Uno, can I give you a suggestion? I don't want to tell you what to do by any means, right? But I'm just gonna say, I think you're a good healer. You know what I mean? Like, you are a gamer. And I feel like you would have a much better time in the season if you just didn't play Holy Paladin. Like, if you're like, bro, Resto Shaman is really good. Oh my god, Uno, play it. Do you know what I mean? Like, do it. Send it. That sounds amazing. You should totally do that. You know, when Elismir ranked Holy Paladin in the middle of Max's tier list, I was like, I mean, you know, can it work? Sure, but it needs some buffs. So, PTR today was, I think PTR is giga fun. I really enjoy PTR. I always enjoy it every cycle. Obviously, this one I played it a lot more because I had the YouTube channel, and I knew I wanted to, like, play that a lot more, etc. So, hi, Anomaly. How's it going? Hello? I like PTR gaming, though. Anomaly. What's the inspiration behind your name? Because I can't figure it out, actually. I can't tell if it's, like, is it Anomaly, like, you know, I'm a genetic anomaly. Is it Anomaly, like, a mystery? Is it Anomaly, like, you know what I mean? Just officially got the game re-downloaded. Oh, nice. Well, is that nice? Well, guys, when people come back to World of Warcraft, are you supposed to say nice, or are you supposed to say, oh no? Because I could see both being the right thing to say. Do you know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, sometimes, you know, this game is chronically addicting. So it's kind of like if somebody told me they're like, you know, I started, you know, smoking again, I'll be like, oh no, like, that's not a good thing. But at the same time, if somebody starts WoW, we're like, oh, welcome back, because we're all in it. But sometimes I don't always know how to respond to that. It's just, you know, I do the res. Can't play WoW next season. It gets me bored. I will say that, obviously, like, today, for example, is a heavy vibe day. I'm just doing keys with people because we're waiting for next season. I mean, that's what's up right now, right? Like, there's nothing to do at the moment. Just kind of prep your characters, though. I'm a mistake. I just have a lot of health issues, and I can't get rid of them. A lot of the... Interesting. Can I ask you a question? You do not have to share if it is personal, but I also grew up pretty much my entire life thinking that Anomaly. Like, I think until I was about 25, that's exactly how I thought of myself, in give or take those exact words. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I just genetically, like, whatever... You know, it's kind of, I was like one of those kids that 50 years ago wasn't supposed to make it. But I always thought of myself like that. You know, I was like, well, somehow, because I was born today, they managed to save me. But now I'm just existing, and I'm like, you know what I mean? I'm just weird. It's like my health, my body is so different than other people's bodies. And I have all these random health problems that literally, like, I've never met anybody who has to deal with this type of thing. And, can I ask you, like, what are some of the things you've had to deal with that make you feel like an anomaly? That's a good answer. Like, that's a genuinely good answer, and I'm kind of curious. You don't have to share, though. Obviously, this is a public forum, so, you know, filter a bit. But yeah, I mean, like, I just, you know, I really, like, you know, I think that you get a different perspective on life when you grow up sickly. And when I say sickly, I mean that, you know, the type of sick where it's like, you know, when I was a kid, if modern technology did not exist, I simply don't make it. Boss. Go, boss. Yeah, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like a whole different vibe. Okay, go, boss. Please don't. Yeah, but I say get him in the wall, and then we're fine. Boss, 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 boss. Commit, commit. Do not swap to the cart. Do not swap to the cart. Do not swap to the cart. Please kill the boss. 1, 2, 3. Nice. We're all good. All good here. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Do. All right. Faye, can you heal 3? Do we need to do 3? We don't need to do 3, to be fair. Should we do 2 for safety? I trust my healer. I don't know. I feel like my healer can do this. But I'll back up and I'll chain a little bit so we don't go too hard. I have off healing here too. So why don't we just do this? There's actually, you can pull even more with this, technically speaking, but, well, that's okay. It's okay. Oh, we don't have a res. Okay, it's okay. Release, come back. Release, release. We did clear the area. Do. Okay, wait, here's the message. I want to read it. I want to read it. I want to read it. You're going to have to give me a second because I can actually save the hunter right now. I have a symbiotic on him. I can actually off-heal the hunter to the point where he will live. I don't need any healing, right? There's only one caster here. I will live. So if people can figure out a way to either line of sight or live, if I tank this in the right spot, and we don't let that cast go off back there. Actually, you can line of sight this cast, and that's where I'm going to tank this. I'm going to bring him over to this pillar so that Starkey and the hunter can live. My DK is probably going to die, but my monk will get back soon. So we're going to save this pull. And if people can line of sight, like, I'm immortal. Like, this is the type of thing, remember, if I'm a paladin, I'm in trouble a little bit. But if I'm a guardian druid, like, I don't need a healer. Like, even on a pull like this, where this pull does hurt, you know, but doesn't even matter. Like, even in a situation here, like, I actually survived that just fine. Nice, my team lived. Okay, all good then, all good, all good. Very nice. Nice job, good job, good job. Nice job. That's a hard pull, actually. That can be a tough pull for sure. Do we have cooldowns? We do not have cooldowns, so why don't we just do this corner then, and then we'll go next. The cooldown recovery here. Okay, let me read that anomaly. Main thing is a heart condition, PCOS as well. Gotcha. So you have endometriosis and polycystic ovarian syndrome, right? I do some stuff online, so mostly it's public for my community. I'm homebound because of everything I have to deal with. The heart condition I've got. The heart condition is interesting. So I don't even have a dedicated heart doctor. I mean, PCOS and those things I know a lot about anomaly because they're a lot of my clients. I have to be aware of those conditions and how they affect the body because it's a very big comorbidity, which is like, it's a very high chance if you're hypermobile or you have joints like the ones that I work with, then you also have a hormonal disruption that would, you know, that you also have PCOS. Like, it's very, very common. I think it's something like 50% chance. Like, it's very high potential. Like, if you have very bendy joints and you're like super hypermobile, the chances of you having anything related to that is very high. Like, incredibly high, actually. So we're going to stagger these. And then we're going to let them go off now, actually. The next one, we defensive, though. What do I do for work? I work as a trainer. But over the years, I've been very fortunate to be able to work with a variety of health conditions. So some of my clients struggle with cancer. Some of my clients struggle with different autoimmune conditions. Anything from rheumatoid arthritis to fibro to this to that. And I help people figure out that they don't have to give up. Heart conditions are a tough one. Heart conditions online, I can't really work with, but in terms of like hormonal disruptions, so many times when people are chronically ill, they don't realize how much of a role that hormones play in it. Like, not always, but a good thing to check if you're a woman is if you're having like a lot of random chronic illness symptoms and you just don't understand why, and you check some of the other boxes. Like, you should check for, you know, PCOS and whatnot. I was told not to have kids. Obviously, you have your two. Second one, I've been told I can't leave the house unless I sit down, know where I'm going. Can screw it over now. That's very interesting anomaly. Thank you for sharing. That's tough, though. That's tough. That's a tough one. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of things that I inherently believe that we're born with, but I also believe inherently that we can work with. Like, I don't think that a lot of things are actually degenerate in life. Degenerate as in it gets worse over time, not better. That's what degenerate means in this. It doesn't mean that you play World of Warcraft too much. That's a a different type of degeneracy. But in the medical literature, degenerative means that the longer you have this thing, the worse it gets. Like, that's the definition of degenerate. So I don't inherently believe that a lot of the conditions that we view as degenerate are. We just don't have the information of how to fix it. But heart conditions, that's a tough one. You know, it's just a tough thing to live with, I imagine. So, sorry that you have to deal with that, for what it's worth. That is a tough one. But thank you for sharing. I'm always interested when people say that they, you know, grow up sick or they have all these things they have to deal with. I'm always interested to know, like, what people's story is, you know? I'm used to it at this point. Difficult to run after a 3-year-old, of course, if the heart decides to be a pain. I think it's cool that you still decided to live your life. I think that's pretty cool. And that's, you know, worthy of respect 100%. Good for you, Anomaly. And I like your name. That's a good explanation. I kind of wish I called myself Anomaly now. But I will say this. Something I learned. This is one of the most important things I ever learned for my health. I'll share it with you. One of the most important things I ever learned was I used to think that I was so alone because my childhood was so intense. And the things that I had to deal with, you know, other people didn't have to go through what I went through, and no one can understand me. And I used to think I was so damn alone. I thought of myself, when I was growing up, I mean, I used to write poems, actually, when I was very young. And I would talk about how the fact I feel like either I'm an alien and I wasn't supposed to be a human, or I was so foreign, and I would describe, like, all these scenarios that I never felt like I was supposed to be here, you know, like, as a person. And then I'll tell you the interesting thing that happened. When I was 25, I figured out that it, like, through a series of a lot of things that happened around that time. But I realized, oh, wait a second, I've been thinking about this all wrong. Because I don't need other people to understand my life. I just want people to know what I felt. And that completely changed it. Because the statistical likelihood that you have been through some of the things that I have been through is nada. It's zilch. There's pretty much no way that you would have been through what I went through. Like, it's just statistically not going to happen. But people have felt the despair that I felt, or the hopelessness, and the joy, and the pain, and this, and the thing. You know what I mean? Like, do you know what I mean? Like that, like all the feelings that I felt, you've probably felt that before. And so I stopped looking for people who had been through what I had been through, and I started looking at life a little differently and examining, well, hey, I wonder if people can relate to the feeling. And that completely changed my understanding of the fact. And I stopped feeling so alone, because I used to be like, well, yeah, but you don't get it. And I was like, actually, you do. Like, you totally get it. Like, you know, for example, as I'm saying this, does any of this relate to you? Like, you ever thought this before? Like, what I'm saying right now? Like, Squirt, you ever felt this? Trinkets? Like, are these things you've thought of before? I mean, I've thought of them a lot. I grew up my whole life thinking like this. So, like, all of a sudden, it's like, wait a second, I'm actually not that alone. Like, a lot of the things that I deal with, you know, or other people also deal with this. Like, it's not oops. I can maybe get to the edge and res him. I think that if I build Rage real fast, this is why you don't macro Iron Fur. I think I can get him. Yep, I got him. There's going to be a wax statue there, so we're going to have to recover, but I did manage to get him there. Ooh, you know what I mean? Ooh, okay. We might be able to recover this, but this boss is hard, so beware. I think there's going to be that one in the back. We can't get it. Don't even try. Don't even try. Just leave it up, and we're going to have to heal through it. I wouldn't try. Did he get it? Can he get back? I'll roar. Hold up. Now we're focused. We're locked in now. Now we got to lock in a little bit. Right? Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right, Squirt? Like, I definitely wouldn't. Like, without the ability of modern medicine, there is literally no shot that I would have made it. Because I was just really sick when I was younger. Adults are alone because they choose it. Well, I don't think that it's fair to say they choose it. But I will say what is fair, you know, is the fact that... Uh-oh. Hold up. I think we can finish this with less than this amount of DPS. But we'll have to do it. This will be like this the whole time now. There's a lot of statues up. Holy shit, we're dead. Yeah, there's no way. Ah. Well, I was about to say, there's no way at this point. What's our cooldown on res? I have a feeling this is unfortunate. I just not taking on the milk tea. Damn thing cost me $12. If he was a little lower, we could probably save it, but oh well. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Maybe we'll just don't seek out. Well, trinkets, you gotta understand why that happens, though. Like, does that make sense? Like, I think it's important to understand why that happens, though. People don't know. It's more about why that happens, though. Yeah, because it's not. So, for example, no one chooses loneliness. Let me put it this way. No one chooses loneliness. It's just that people may not have been taught about how to choose not being lonely, which is a totally different thing. I didn't want to be lonely, but I unintentionally made myself lonely by thinking no one could ever understand me, without realizing that the goal was not to be understood by definition, but the goal was for me to be understood by feeling. Now, I didn't know that. It wasn't my choice that I actively chose. It was just like the best interpretation of my feelings at the time. But then I made the decision when I realized that to attempt to change it, and now I'm a much more happy, connected person. And so I had the wherewithal to do that. I also had 20 hours of cognitive behavioral therapy when I was 3 years old every week. So that was my life of introspection. I don't think it would be fair of me to expect other people to have the same level of introspection without the same life that I've lived, you know? When people move out, find themselves lonely because it's difficult to build it. Yeah, it's tough, you know? It's tough. And people need people. Look, I don't care how introverted you are. I'm one of the most introverted people you'll ever meet. I really, by the way, like I am. Like I you could drop me off on an island, leave me alone in a cave, as long as I have food and an internet connection, like I'll be chilling for quite some time. Like 6 months, a year wouldn't be a problem for me. I'm super introverted, and my head is the most entertaining place for me. However, okay, people need people. Like we're not really designed to be alone like that. Not really, you know? In my opinion, at the very least. Okay, Faye, how did that feel to heal? Not too bad. You want to do 18? I got an 18. You want to send it? Here, let's do it. You want to do an 18, Faye? And if it fails, it fails. I don't need this. It's all good. It's always tough. Building a new social network is hard. It's true. When I moved to Thailand, I definitely had to work on that. And like, 'cause I didn't know anyone here, you know? Be alone with books and internets for years. I eventually it would happen, but you know, kind of chilling mostly. I had to go through the trials of fire. It's very true though. I was raised an only child with a single mom who's needing to provide for me. Very fair. Very fair. Like our childhood impacts that for sure. Oh, we're able to bring that back. I'm sorry. Yeah, I saw that actually. I saw that. And we didn't stack them well. Yeah. So I wasn't around. It was me and me accessories. Fair. Yep. Hold on, let me blow my nose one more time. Guys, I went to the store this morning. And I got myself a treat. Yeah? I got myself a treat. I heard that Brewmaster's the tankiest when played properly. Would you agree with that? With a good healer, very potentially Quiver. But other tanks are also very tanky, so it's not like it's like the most giga tank by like 20%, but like maybe by 2%, sure. Like technically speaking, Brewmaster can't die if you have a healer who can heal you and you play very well. Technically, you know? I'm not outside this country, but we were constantly on the move. Moving is tough as well. There's a lot of people who just have connections because they stay in the same spot all the time, you know? Like, that's a totally different thing. Does anybody want to come to an 18 Dark Flame? It might go to 17. That's fine. Every tank is the tankiest tank when you have a Resto Druid. Haha. Well, that's going to get fixed soon. I think now that people know it's bugged, I think there's no way it stays. And then I do think that Resto Druid, depending on how they nerf it, that could get gutted. That'd be really interesting. I don't know if it'll happen, but that could really just go burp, burp. Like you might not make it. As like Resto Druid could just get bloop, And if they tune that thing down too far, as I've been saying for a while, you could have an issue of playing it. You know, trying to carry you for 3K rating. Say it's saying on retail. On retail, sure. On PTR, it's so much better right now. Like, honestly, it's so much better on PTR. Yeah, we can... Lucid. What are you playing, Lucid? Lucid, what are you playing? Tanking is not very different in the top. Yes. There are some things, for example, as like 10s, that'd be nearly useless. Oh, I mean, if we do a 10, I'll let you know. But let me see. Lucid, what are you playing? I don't mind helping people today. Like I said, today I'm just... It's kind of like waiting. Like, I want to do some very fun challenges, but I don't quite have enough energy to like, really do the blindfolded keys and stuff like this. Hey, Jenny. How's it going? Hope you're well. Tank enjoyers, what makes tanking fun for you in M+? Being independent and doing big numbers. Independent and big numbers, you know? What do you do for streaming? You're just coming from the... Oh, shit, Daniel, I missed your comment. Oh, wait a second. I missed that. That was a good comment from, like, an hour ago. My bad. Yo, Daniel Shadetower. Are you still here on YouTube? My bad. Yeah, just being independent, like being tanky, and then helping the group is cool, but to be honest, it's not actually the thing. It's just, like, straight up. Like, it's just actually straight up how much numbers can I do. Big numbers. Big numbers. That's what I want. That's pretty much all that tanks want. Tanks just want to have fun. You know? Can I get your opinion on Mistweaver Evoking? Okay. Few questions here. I'll go real fast. J-Brace. Heart of the Wild is a DPS cooldown. It basically does nothing except buff your Moonfire. However, your Moonfire is a lot of your damage, so you can just press this button whenever. There's really no min-max to it. You're all chilling. Just do it. If you want to play it, do it. And if not, it's not really a big talent either way, so you don't even have to play it. It's just a 1 to 2% DPS increase because we have no other talents to take. There's your answer, J-Brace. Can I get your opinion between Mistweaver, Evoker, and Disc? Yeah. Discipline Priest can save people, therefore it is better. Prez Evoker can do very big numbers, but can't really save people in the same way that Disc can. Therefore, it's not as good. Also has no group buff, even though its numbers are there. Mistweaver is a very interesting playstyle, which works very well when you want a Mystic Touch buff. But your tank has to be good if you play Mistweaver, because your Mistweaver cannot support your tank. So tanking is harder when you have a Mistweaver. If your tank is independent and they're super tanky, it's no problem. Mistweaver does big damn, group buff, good stuff. Mistweaver's fine. But you have to have a good tank if you play Mistweaver. Both Mistweaver, however, Mistweaver has no real externals and no DR. So at some key level, you just get one shot. Your Mistweaver can't do much. It's sad. Your Discipline Priest would save everybody like this, no problem. Yeah, so it's a whole thing. Trips finding your avatar in the game? What? Does that make sense? Does that answer the questions? Oh, Lucid, you normally Guardian, but you can do Feral, no problem. How do you feel about... How confident are you? How confident are you, Lucid? Like, for example, would you be confident enough for a 15 Priory of the Sacred Flame? Would you be able to Feral Druid a 15 Priory of the Sacred Flame? Druid good? Druid's fine. Druid will be good. I don't know. I just the damage, the numbers, man. When I was playing my Prot Warrior on PTR, it's like, whoa. Whoa, it does so good. But MF Tater, basically Disc, by all that definition, Disc is like significantly better. You know, Lucid, let's go. All right, yo, could we do your 15 Priory and then we can do this 18 another time whenever we want to do something? Because we're not finding people for it. Probably does. It's so good though. It just. Oof. It's just, to be fair, right? Actually, single target, I wasn't that far ahead of my Druid. The problem is that on AoE, like I did Gambit. I did a Gambit 17. I did a Gambit 18 on the Prot Warrior, and I just was like literally casually sitting at like 9 or 10 mil. Like it was just so much damage, you know. I'm Wolf Fang Fist. Wolf Fang Fist is kind of a giga name. I'm not gonna lie. If you... No, Disc Priest is the way to go 100%, Tater. Like, unless they nerf it, Disc Priest is... Because what's going to happen... Guys, what's going to happen, I think, is they nerf the Resto Druid interaction, and then the meta healers are just Resto Shaman or Disc Priest. Pretty sure. You play whichever you prefer. Some people prefer Disc Priest, some people prefer Resto Shaman. That's what I think will happen. I swear, it all depends, though, on how they nerf, though. Yeah, we're live gaming. It's a hard chilling day. I'm just helping people get keys. You want to come, Suni, for fun? I'm just helping people. I just want to play the game, but I have no actual goals, so it's nice to help people sometimes. I'll put my name in the title here. I think Resto Shaman, yeah, but you have to You gotta play Farseer. Trust me, Resto Shaman Totemic struggles. Resto Shaman Farseer does not. That Farseer is untapped potential, I swear. Okay? Got room for your Evoker. Let's see what the item level is first. I'll give it low key because it heals. Yeah, exactly. It struggles exactly. The boss problem is like you have to make such a plan for bosses that it could be hard. All right. Alternatively, I could drop my key, which would be a lot easier. 15 Priory is a fair level up here, okay? Luca, your Dev Evoker is more than fine. Well, it's Brazil. It's Faye's key. Faye, do you mind running your 15 Priory like once or twice? If for some reason we just fail it, then I'll do a different key and we'll just get you 3K. You can get 3K today in like one key, probably. You know? Let's do that. Let's do it that way. Okay, so we'll probably need a little bit of damage. If I brick it, no. This is if you come to a key today, don't have that mentality. Just don't be so hardcore. Like we'll just chill, man. If we win, we win. If we don't, it's literally hard chillin'. You know, like do not fear. We are hard chillin'. We're not hardcore about this. It's Brazil worst case scenario, so no problem. We're just gaming. This is me. It's a Sunday afternoon. I was gonna have plans tonight, and then I decided not to have plans tonight. So I'm just here gaming. I was actually gonna. So like, all right, listen. A friend got a fucking lizard. You know how I have a lizard? You know how I have 2 lizards, right? But a friend got a lizard. This is a big lizard. They got a dragon. And when I have bearded dragons, they're like this big. Yeah? They got a lizard that's like a damn dragon. They got a big one. And I saw that, and I was like, can I come pet that dog? I saw that. I was like, can I come pet that dog? And they were like, yeah, you can come pet that dog. And I was like, I'll come pet that dog. And I was really excited. I wanted to go meet this lizard. Yeah, what's up, Sumi? Yeah, of course. So I wanted to go, but I don't feel like I'm up for it tonight. So I'll go pet that dog another time. I was like, 'cause I love lizards. Like a big lizard like this, I was just like, can I come pet that dog? And I wanted to go pet the lizard, you know? I just like a lot. I love lizards, man. They're so cool. Yeah, I really like reptiles in general. There was apparently, so also I was invited to a reptile expo today. This is the thing, you know that I live in Bangkok. Bangkok's awesome. They have all these events all the time. And so like there was a reptile expo and they invited me and they were like, you want to go? Like a few of us are going. And I was like, yeah. But then I was like, oh, no, it's outside, and I kind of just want to sit inside and play WoW today. That's how I'm going to feel better if I do that, so. You don't go play meta? This is retail. I mean, my bear was already geared. I'm just kind of gaming right now. I'm not really not worried about that, you know? Or for friends? Yeah. I on one hand, I really wanted to go see all the lizards and all the reptiles and stuff. And apparently they might even have raccoons there. I was tempted because I like animals, but at the same time, I was like, I don't really want to go outside. And there's like, if this week I have energy to go outside a single time, then I know what I want to do. Like, I have a priority system for if I'm gonna spend my energy socializing, then I have a priority system for where I want to put that energy. It's not overrated, but like, it's not for me. You gotta respect the fact that some people love going outside, but yeah. What about lizards? Does each individual... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, my lord. Yes. My 2 lizards, they have distinct personalities like crazy. One of them is a grumpy old man, even though he's only 9 months old. But he skipped the first 5 years of his life and immediately went into arthritic joints and grumpy old man syndrome. His joints are actually fine. He's very healthy, apparently. But yeah, he's angry all the time. He gets so angry all the time. And also, every time that he has to actually use the bathroom, he gets so feisty. This morning, he was literally headbutting the glass and jumping against it. And I was like, bro, you good? And he was like, not having a great time. His beard was black. He was feisty. And he was like scratching. He was just like, I've never seen it like this active. And I was like, are you okay? Like, do I need to take you somewhere? And then he just needed to poop. And I honestly, like, I kind of respect it because I also feel, like, really feisty sometimes when my stomach isn't working. So, you know, whenever I have stomach problems, I kind of relate to that. But he was literally, like, pacing and, like, jumping at the glass, and he was not having a good time. Sorry, which tank will you take? It's a good question, actually. I think, yeah, that's why they're called bearded dragons. So when the males get feisty, their beards turn black, like proper black, like really, 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 yeah, like actually black beards. Yeah. Cause normally it's like yellow, but it will turn like completely black whenever he gets feisty and slash or horny. It's apparently one or the other. He's either anxious or horny, and it's impossible to tell. You're in Bangkok. I like how chameleons can look at their butt and also look at people at the same time. That's pretty cool. I don't have a chameleon, though. They're just bearded dragons. Yeah, there's a lot of random facts that I've learned having them. I like them a lot, but they are pretty funny. They're really cute. I just think that they're super... Wait, where are we doing? Priory. Oh, can I get a summon? Can you summon me? Summon me, please. Thank you. Yeah. They're so cool. I love having them. They're very low maintenance pets. I just have to get them worms and stuff, though. I don't know, Faye. Can I get a summon, please? Change our beard colors. Apparently, so I've been growing out a little bit of a beard. Like, I've been trimming it, so it's not too long. But I don't know if you can see. I have, like, some facial hair. I was clean-shaven for a long time, but it's annoying to shave all the time. So, I mean, just, I got a little bit. But my mustache, yeah, my mustache and my hair right here is apparently a different color than the actual beard. So apparently it looks a little strange. I didn't know that was possible. Yeah, it's called ombre. Listen. I don't know if you notice, but I'm somewhat of a fashion expert myself. Like, I don't know how much, how long you've been on my stream or anything like that, but I'm just saying, clearly, I'm a fashion aficionado, right? Like, I don't know if you can tell the quality of the clothes that I wear on stream, but it's very important for me, right? That I take my fashion very seriously. So as a Prada representative, that I will tell you that fuck, I forgot where I was going with this. No, I don't know anything about fashion, which is weird because I used to model. Is ginger on one side, on black on the other? Isn't that cool? Oh yeah, it's called ombre. That's what I was gonna say. I have dark brown lashes, and I've been using burgundy mascara. How's Bear looking for 11.2? Genuinely though, right? No, like actually, so Bear is fine defensively. It will live all the keys, and its damage is not like abysmal. But if it got 20% damage buff, it would be good. It's still lower than Warrior. You can't compare it to Brewmaster because Brewmaster is such a different playstyle that it's actually impossible to compare Bear with Brewmaster. Like, it's pretty difficult because they're not the same type of tank, but Warrior is pretty similar at the very least. And if you compare Bear and Prot Warrior just casually does literally 20% more damage, 25% more damage. Like, it's a lot. And when you want attack power is more valuable than Mark of the Wild. As long as you play with specs that benefit it, the specs that benefit from that are looking pretty good right now. So ultimately, I think that, I would probably have my Warrior and my Druid ready. I think that would be important for me, How is DOTC testing? All this you're putting Bear so low. It's just the DPS. I swear, cute. Well, okay. A little bit is the CC. The idea that I don't have an AoE taunt or an AoE CC. That's a part of it for sure. But I swear, Brewmaster and Guardian have the same utility kit. A Brewmaster and Bear have the same utility kit, but Brewmaster does the most single target damage out of any tank by far, so you play Brewmaster. But both can live. Like, Bear can live just fine. It's just a damage thing. But damage matters, and that's why it's ranked low. But I would say if the damage was buffed by, like, 15%, it would actually just straight up be the same as Brew. It would be a very potentially strong tank when you want Mark of the Wild. It'd be kind of niche comp dependent, but that's what would happen, yeah? Like, that's the thing. I think Dev's going to have a comeback good season. I think Dev is looking very strong next season, but it was already kind of strong this season too. So it won't have a meta spot, but it'll be good. Also, Luca, do you know you can caught the very first bleed that goes out and such here? These are good tips for Dev. Make sure you use Zephyr and stuff in this key. I'm assuming you know that. This gather on Bear is so funny I've been playing my other tanks, and there's such a technical time gathering this. Come to melee if we can, because I'm going to pull at least one of these. Do. Yeah, but it's just like big damage values on... Like, big damage values on Brewmaster are what give it its technical spot right now. That's the only reason you're playing it, though. Like, for what it's worth, like, the literal only reason you're playing Brew is because it does massive damage. And damage does matter as a tank. I have some low but good Brewmasters. I mean, even this season it could live, but it wasn't like top damage unless you needed a comp. I'm telling you that even with a caster comp, like you could be playing a full magic comp, right? I mean this too, like you could be playing a literal full magic comp next season, but in Streets of Wonder, when you spend so much time single target on bosses, you might still play Brewmaster because it's that far ahead. It's a ridiculous amount ahead though. It's not like close, it's like very far ahead. If that makes sense, you know? You know what I mean? Like, that's... with the level of which it's ahead is too massive. Like, it's actually borderline not okay. I think they're going to look at it. I think they should at the very least. I think they should look at it. Did you see me use that knockback to move? I love it when... I feel like such a gamer when I do that. Okay, have Iron Fur up right away. I'm going to take this shield slam. I just SI. Whoops. Pot shot on the back, maybe. Yeah, there's one archer alive. All good. They come back. And here we go. I have to make sure I don't die, because this shield slam does actually hurt tanks. But all good. Would you consider Brewmaster the hardest tank to get good at? Yes. I think that Brewmaster is the hardest tank to play in World of Warcraft. If you want to play at an extremely high level and that's something you care about, I think that Brewmaster is by far the hardest tank to play, pretty much bar none. I don't even think it's close, actually. Like, maybe you could argue that min-maxing of a prop pally or min-maxing of a this or min-maxing of... Like, I just think Brew is really, like, it's so nuanced as a tank that people don't... Like, really, it's, like, very difficult. You're going to see... If Brewmaster is ever the quote-unquote meta tank, it's going to be a hell of a season. You're going to have... You're just going to... It's going to be a bad season for pugs. You're going to have a lot of Brewmasters that just straight up die all the time. Like, it's going to happen. Alright, I got those archers kind of close with that. Rework? No, I don't think it should be reworked. That's just like the argument when people say, should they rework Presevoker? And I'm like, no, Presevoker is awesome. It's just a unique playstyle. I think it's cool that WoW has unique playstyles. I think they should be rewarded when they're good, and I think they should be not rewarded when they're not good. And that's fine. Like, not everything... People have this mentality, like, there's 39 specs in WoW, and people think, oh... they all have to be good all the time. It's like, nah, do they though? Are you sure? Like, all of them? That's really tough. Like, are you sure you want to ask for that? Like, that's not so easy to balance, you know? Yeah, but I like the fact that there are unique things in WoW. There should be unique things in WoW, to be fair. We're going to YOLO this route, and normally I would pull more here, but because the percentage did not work out like that, we're just going to go like this. You know? Not good, but viable. Yeah. I don't care about meta. Complete 17s. Yeah. I'm fine. I mean, like, listen, depends on the IO you want to get to. If all I wanted to do was 18s next season, I would be like, bro, Guardian Druid is going to be massive. But if I really wanted to push for title, you know, I'm talking like some title level. Like, I want to do plus 20s next season. There's a world where I got to play a warrior or something, you know? I think that even relevant, but, like, you can't be relevant. You can't have 39 things be relevant. Like, that's simply too much. It's too hard to have 39 different specs be relevant. That's, like, way too much. You could have X amount of specs be good, and the balance right now in this game is actually very solid. Like, currently speaking, the balance is super awesome. Like, next season, the meta, especially the tank meta, is going to be, like, really good, you know? I don't know if I will go that hard next season. Part of me wants to, and part of me is like, I don't think it's worth the effort, Soap. The thing is, if I wanted to go for it, I would just need to commit to it. And I don't know if I could do that. Like, you know, you could do 20s as a Guardian. No, I mean, so that's like a, but he, so that's the litmus test. Do you know what a litmus test is, Boda? A litmus test is basically, this is the end all if everything went perfect, technically speaking, you could do a 20 on anything. But if you're making that 20 so much harder, it doesn't feel good. Because, like, Squish has people that knows him. So, of course, Squish can do it. Just like if you take, if Elismir was like, look, I want to play my Holy Paladin, let's do some 20. Sorry, if I want to play my Holy Priest, let's do some 20s. You're like, okay, it's Elismir. If Mode was like, yo, I want to play my Holy Priest, you would say, okay, because he's a giga player. He's cracked, you know what I mean? But here's the thing. I don't necessarily think that means it's good. He's just, that's the litmus test. If he plays it perfectly, then they could technically make this work. But you know what also works? Whoops. You gotta give me a second for aggro there. It's okay. Release. But you know what also works? Not working that hard and just being like, nah, it'll be fine, actually. If I just do, you know what I mean? Like, it'll be fine if I just play the Discipline Priest and make this key easy, or the Resto Shaman, and then I can do all this, and I don't have to depend on my team, etc., etc. You can make anything work. The question is, how hard do you want to work? And people get this wrong about WoW all the time. I think that the vast majority of people who play WoW are kind of here to vibe and chill. I don't think that people really enjoy the sweating lifestyle. You know, like, I don't know. I sweat a lot. I gotta wear, like, really strong deodorant that's, like, special, because I sweat a bunch, and I don't think that people really enjoy that as much as people pretend to enjoy it. There's a lot of people who are like, listen, if you're playing an easy spec, then you shook. And I'm like, well, I don't think that's true. I think that you're just chilling, and there's nothing wrong with just wanting to chill. You know what I mean? Like, it's fine. Like, if you want to play a Beastmaster Hunter or a Rat Pally, like, go for it. Great. I'm so glad you get to enjoy the game. But people have this weird thing where it's like, yeah, but I'm trying to play a Fire Mage, and therefore I'm so much better than you because I have to hit these 13 buttons to do the same thing as you hitting 2 buttons. And I'm like, well, it sounds like you're an idiot. Like, that doesn't seem like, if I told you, I was like, you could make X amounts of money for, doing a job that requires you to spend 2 hours doing it, or you could do 8 hours. And I mean, it's just like, I don't know why people glorify effort so much. It's not a thing to glorify. You know? Is Prop Palantir bugged in Season 3? You mean the hammer? The Templar Prop Pally? Or... it's Papa Tinks. It's Papa Tinks. Oh my. You mean the Templar tier set or the Lightsmith tier set? The Masterwork. Are you referring to the fact that you can get extra stacks when you can just use your Blessed Hammer? Are you referring to that? So here's the thing. That tier set has been bugged since literally it came out. But the amounts of bugs with that tier set, I don't even know if we know all of the bugs with it. Hence, because I remember, they fixed it, but then they ruined it, but then they fixed it, but then they made it worse, but then they fixed it, but actually that fix made it better. And then I straight up think we don't even really understand, like, what that thing does still. Like, I don't know enough to tell you, because... Remember, they nerfed it by 66% at one point, but then we tested it, and it was, like, nerfed by 5% instead of 66%, so I don't know what that value did, and they said something about it not actually generating the stacks, but then it did, and, it doesn't really matter. The truth is that that bug you're referring to literally has no bearing whatsoever, and let me tell you why, okay? That bug doesn't matter, because the truth is that you're going to get the Masterwork stacks that fast anyways. You cast Blessed Hammer, like, your playstyle now is a Blessed Hammer bot. So, even if they fix that and you actually only get 1 per Blessed Hammer instead of potentially 7, then all that happens is it takes you a few seconds extra to stack it, which is not, like, a crazy nerf. Like, that would be an acceptable nerf, by the way. Like, that's not insane. You know what I mean? I think that that's important to understand. If for some reason they actually do change that and they fix it, quote unquote, it'll be just fine. Like, that wouldn't be a nerf to Prop Pally. Yeah, and that's amazing, by the way. You have a wife and 2 kids, and you still manage to do keys like that. That's pretty cool. That's awesome. Hunt trap 1. You gotta hunt trap one of these. You know, if Sumi can do it. Can you put an ice trap down on one? Beautiful ice trap. Here we go. All right, don't panic. I'm a bear. Okay? I'm not like a squishy tank on this. When I'm out of cooldowns, I'm a squishy tank. But otherwise, like, don't worry about me. Bear, I swear, everybody's like, Bear's so bad at this. But it's like, you don't need to touch me for about 30, 45 seconds. And then eventually, there will be some overlaps where I do need some help, but it won't be a problem. Drag him on here. Oh, wait. Did we get this in? Oh, we're not supposed to have 2 of these. That could be a problem. Yeah, yeah. Like, use externals on other people. I'll figure out a way to manage. Okay, I'm going to vortex this. There we go. Let's stop this here like this. All good. Try to group them here. This should be dead already. We're supposed to have it because Sumi is marksman hunter, and Sumi wants 3 targets the whole time. So it's a rough overlap for the first few, but otherwise it's fine. Here we go. Checking your item level, it's a good place to start. I think that is very low right now. I think it's considered very low. I think you would actually start at very potentially like M0s or like lower keys, because that's considered quite low at the moment. You would ideally be somewhere closer to a little bit higher than that. Like, I think 645 is kind of like you can get into keys. If you're, depends how familiar you are. Like, I might bring a character like that, but I'm telling you, if I bring a character that's that undergeared, then it's a rat. You know what I mean? Like, there's no question about it. It's a pure rat at that point. We SI this right here. I'm good. Live. Ooh, almost. If you get jumped like that again, you can shadow meld it, by the way. Good morning, Taylor. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Boom, boom, bo-do-do. We're chilling. We're helping some people get some keys today, Taylor. And how are you? Taylor, are you actually a tailor, by the way? Do you like make clothes? Is that something that you do? Are you an actual tailor? What is the weak aura used to display the spell sequences at the bottom? This one? This is my rotation. This is not a rotation helper. This one, though, it's not a weak aura. It's an add-on. It's called Trophy GCD. And if you would like, you can do exclamation UI in Twitch chat. And you will find it. Everything's laid out there. Exclamation UI. I think that's been updated, right? Like, we have all the basic stuff on there, I'm pretty sure. Unsure. But otherwise, every weak aura and all the other UI stuff, if you need them for any reason, they will be in the Discord. Nice, nice, nice. Good healing. And we're just going to probably send Rage here, and then I'm thinking I hit Bark as well. I hit Bark here for sure. Our timer looks decent. We'll have to see if it is or is not by the end of this. Do-do-do-do-do. And if I want to, I can be like running around like this, because Bear is pretty tanky here. Not the most immortal, etc. You know? Outside of showing viewers what you're pressing, it's also a cool improvement tool. It's true, if you ever record your own runs, you can watch them back and kind of see like where you could have hit a global better or not as good. This is going to be tough for me. I got to finish this fight. Oh, a tier set proc comes in at the very end. Tier set proc saving my life right at the end here. Nice. Okay. Let's do 3. At Stream Elements, thank you so much. I thought that's a good... You got to be friends with the robot. If you are on YouTube, you got to come to Twitch. Same thing on Twitch. All right? Here we go. We're going to go here. Yeah, but I'm so excited. I don't know. Random tank tier set procs are not my thing. I do not like them this season. I'm very excited for me to not have to play with the tier sets that we've had as a tank here instead of like this, though. You know what I mean? Like, that would, yeah, just tell people or whatever, like, if you want to get any of the other weak auras and stuff, we'll just do 3 for sure. We're not doing more than this. This is only 1 caster, and it's a doable pull if your healer is decent. The other one requires too much control from DPS and stuff. Guardian Druid, Giga Tanky. Remember, I'm also healing. Did I even put my Symbiotic on somebody this key? I don't think so. I should have done that. Nice. Thank you, Soap. You're good at this. I could learn a thing or two from you. I could learn a thing or two from you. Do. Oh, yeah, sorry. Stefan, it's going to be on Twitch. I can link it in a second, but let me get through this very hard pull first. I think actually since we did this pull properly, the truth is we could totally time the key. Now what I do is I go chain this in. This is a chain here, and then you don't double after this without cooldowns. The mistake you can make in Priory, in this key right now, looking at our percentage, I pulled less percentage in the first area. That's a Hunter cast. I gotta res. The update, don't release. Oh, rough. So there's basically only 1 caster in each, but that's the only way you die if your healer is good. Is this caster right there. So maybe I shouldn't have changed that, though. The South Star. What's up? What's up? What's up? Every time I see your name, I think of the same joke, but I've already said it, so I don't want to say it again. Which is, what happened to the North Star? Every time. I don't know why. Every time I see you, I'm like, oh, what happened to the North Star? Do 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 do. I don't know why I think that's so funny. Uh, but yeah, I do think that people should have more respect. I wish, at the very least, that people had more respect for the fact that there are many different ways to play World of Warcraft, and they're actually all acceptable. Like, the truth is, you don't have to play in a giga competitive way in order to enjoy the game. It's one way to play, and it's a good way to play. Like, it's fun, do you know what I mean? Like, but you don't have to do that. You can, for example, just chill. Like, you can do plus 10s, and that's great. You could get 3k IO, and that's great. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's actually a lot of ways to play World of Warcraft, and they're all good ways to play the game. Okay, these were good chains here, actually. In my opinion, these were very good chains, because I think we saved time here like this. So I wish that more people, though, had that perspective, because sometimes it's easy to get elitist and be like, oh, but I do title level keys, and somehow that means I'm better than you. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you're not as, like, it doesn't not mean that, you know, because actually to an extent, you are probably a little bit better, or at least more knowledgeable that season. Like, that makes sense, you know, but that doesn't necessarily mean, hold up, I think we probably res this here. But you know what I mean? That doesn't necessarily 100% mean that you are just like, you know, in a different league. Like, I just think some people like to chill. I exist right at that border of keys where people who are my IO, they're like, a lot of them are trying to get higher and break into that higher thing, and they don't really understand the fact that I don't care. Like, they don't understand the fact that it's like, regardless of my own ability level, I know how I like to play the game. And it's super strange, because I swear sometimes people don't know how to treat me. They don't know whether they should treat me like a casual, or like a this, or like a that. Like, they don't know what box to put me in, because I just don't care. Like, this score here has literally nothing to do with my understanding of the keys. It has everything to do with how much I was willing to suffer in LFG. And I don't like suffering. Like, I just, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just not a person who's like, I'm going to suffer for this. Like, I just don't. Like, that's not, I don't want to play the game like that. That's basically, like, if you're pugging title, yeah, you got to be good. But at the same time, you kind of just have to be willing to suffer. I'm not even kidding, by the way. Like, I swear, like, that's a huge part of getting title in a pug. Is just, like, how much are you willing to suffer? And the answer for me is just not enough. Like, pretty much. Unless I had people to play with, then I would consider it. But if I don't have people to play with, and I'm using the LFG tool to get my keys, I don't think so, man. It sounds miserable. There are people who are still miserable today trying to secure their title because they're one key off, and it just seems like not a fun time. Like, whereas I've had an absolute blast the last 2 weeks, the last 2 months playing World of Warcraft, there are some people who are in despair. Oh, I'm so slow. Yeah, there are some people who are like, oh no, I'm just, you know, they're like really struggling. I'll get one. I get one. I got one. I'll get one more. I'll get 2 more if I need to, but just let me do one. I just gotta wait. Don't panic. Don't panic. Don't panic. Oh, we panicked. So the tank, by the way, there. What happens in the future? I don't think we have a res, right? 50 seconds. So what happens there is, if people don't understand, we'll have to reset this. It's all good. All good, all good, all good. We got to reset one. Let me explain that mechanic, though, if I can. You don't have to rush this. So if I get to take one like this, you can literally wait, and I can let this stack fall off before I take the second one or the third one. The issue is that you have to trust that I'll do that. Do you know what I mean? You have to trust that I'm going to get it at the end. So, like, right now, for example, I could get that one, and it does work, but you have to actually trust the tank. I'm looking at our timer, and we'll have to reset this. So let's go ahead and reset, though. I guess our comp is a little bit troll for that, potentially. Do-do, do-do, do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Bum-ba-do-do-do-do-do. Mm-hmm. What's our timer at? 67% there was not bad. So we needed one extra pull in the last room. Probably could get it. I also don't mind if we want to try to do a different key. What else do we have? 14 workshop. What about a 14 workshop? That'd be easier than 15 priory at least. Work on that mechanic. And those other immunities, you still get the stacks. Turtle, I don't know if turtle does or does not work actually, Steven. I'm not sure. Yeah, I see the 14 workshop. I was trying to think. Wolfang, do you feel more comfortable tanking this? Like, would you rather me DPS? Or heal? Would you feel comfortable tanking a 15 priory or no? Yo, what's up, Polly? How's it going? I'm a hunter. Way more damn. You also close to 3k? Sure. Whatever works. Tempted to redeem in a Woo Dev Evoker. Ooh, fish. Don't do it, Soap. Don't do it, Soap. No, don't do it. I was thinking about what DPS I would play for this, and I was like, Og? Like, I actually think, like, I was trying to think about my geared characters this season. Maybe, like, a Rep Pally or something? I'm not sure. I know Guardian way better than Ferological Hunter. If you can tank it and you feel comfy tanking it, you could tank it, and then I could DPS. That also works. I don't really mind. But if you want the Hunter to get this key, potentially, that could work as well. Doesn't bother me. We're gaming. But let me go get a snack. I got myself a special treat when I was at the store today, though. What's up, Zaza? What's the state of Guardian Druid? Can we main it this season? What level keys would you like to do, Zaza? Like, what level keys would you like to do? That would be the question that I have for you. That is the question. You know? 18 plus. 18 plus. Do you have friends? Or do you cry yourself to sleep at night? That is the other question. 18 plus, huh? Pugs. Can you play it? Yeah. Like, will it live? No problem. Like, Guardian Druid, very tanky. Like, you're not going to have a problem living, but you will have a problem getting invited. I think that you would have a better time if you like Warrior or Demon Hunter or Monk. But if you really want to play Guardian, can you make it work to 18s? Absolutely. Yes, you could. No, you would absolutely be able to do that. Priory of the Sacred Flame. Name is Bigfoot. You have good names for your characters, Lucid. You have good character names. Let me go grab a snack real quick, though. I got my special yogurt. I saw it at the store today. I walked past it, and then all of a sudden, I didn't do it, I swear. I was walking past it, and then I checked out, and I was like, huh, how'd that get in there? I don't know how it happened. I just was at the store, and then bam, all of a sudden, it was like, oh, that's so strange. How did I end up getting this fancy special vanilla bean yogurt? You know, like, it wasn't me. But somehow it happened like this. delicious. So instead of bringing the entire kilo of yogurt, special yogurt, it's Farmers Union. How do you see flags in the group? Oh, this is live, so there's no flags. Oh, you mean this? You mean the group finder flags? This is the add-on here. Yeah. He was 18s are easy this season. I mean, Zaza, to be honest, at this point with the gear, I think 18s are easy, but it is very different for everyone. Me as a Guardian Druid, I feel very comfy on this tank, so when I do an 18, I don't think it's that bad. Like I'll dance around and I don't have to work that hard to live. But everybody has their own way of playing the game. So my version is not the same as everyone else's version, to be fair. It's Farmers Union, Greek yogurt, vanilla bean, by the way. Let me swap to the rep pally. All right, Sudi, let's do it. Okay. Bring it. Bring your ret pally. Let's do it. Oh. Hey, Luca, your dev is kind of good, by the way. Nice job. Do I lift, bro? Bro. Well, not only do I lift, but I also got a pair of jeans that I always wear, and I drive my truck as well, and I'll make sure when I drive my truck, I also drink my beer, and when I sit down, I don't get my own beer, and I make sure I ask my girl to get me my beer, and I don't like standing up to get my own beer, so when I'm watching the game, I also get, I'm like, hey, honey, hey, sweet thing, go get me a beer, go get me a cold one. Yeah, I'm a guy, let me tell you, very masculine. You look sharp though. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I like fitness, but I like it not. I don't know if I lift. Yeah. Is it sunscreen? No. So when I was over here, right? When I did my in real life Thai stream and I was taking people around Thailand, I sweat a bunch. But I'm very prone to acne, and I always have been. So like when I was younger, I took Accutane for a whole year. It helped, but it wasn't perfect. So basically though, yeah. So I basically just have some like ointment. I have like ointment on it, you know. This group, please. Oh, sorry, soon. Good call. I have a question about your comp video. Yeah, what's up? Most of the comps are running Shaman. How many of those can be switched for Disc Priest? So the Shaman buff is so valuable that I think that a lot of them need a Shaman. I'm not sold that enhancement is the way. I'm not sold, for example, that enhancement is definitely the thing you do. I'm also not sold that Ellie is definitely the thing you do. I am, however, very confident about Farseer Resto Shaman. That thing has untapped potential, I swear. I don't think people have realized exactly how powerful that is yet. The thing is that Enhance is broken. It's still bugged. That's still bugged is the thing. Like, the Totemic is still bugged as far as I know. So that spec is also just hard to play, you know? Yeah, it's always bugged, correct. I would say, though, the thing is, early on in testing, Resto Shamans were playing Totemic, okay? And then what happened is we all figured out Resto Druid is super good, but they're bugged and kind of cracked. So maybe they get nerfed. But basically, all the healers on PTR swapped to Resto Druid. Then people figured out that Void Weaver Disc might be playable. So then the healers were basically just playing Void Weaver Disc or Resto Druid. And people haven't really been testing a lot with Farseer Resto Shaman. But you can literally hit a few buttons, cast a single chain heal, and you're doing 6 mil HPS. Like, yeah, there are pitfalls of it, but I really think it won't struggle with output, and it's still a Resto Shaman and does very good damage, you know? So I think that Resto Shaman has a lot more of a chance than people might realize.
But not totemic. Not totemic. Totemic struggles with output a little bit right now. Just druid. Arcing. I mean, so, you know, the truth is that druid, you can play, like, I do this all the time where I'll just take my main druid and I'll go play whatever I want, you know? Aren't people optimistic? Yeah, but I think people are, like, they're optimistic about Resto Shaman for all the right reasons. But I swear, so when Resto Druid gets nerfed, I think that Disc Priest is premier, but I think Resto Shaman is the other really strong option. It will be one of those three. What I can tell you is this. It will be one of those three. Resto Shaman, Resto Druid, or Disc Priest, pretty much, you know? Hi, Zarkin. The description said so. Yes. Thank you for saying hi. You know? No, Faye. You still have Downpour. You have Downpour after Healing Rain. You just cast Healing Rain manually as Farseer. You still have you still have it. Actually, you have Downpour more often as a Farseer. I do put that in the title because honestly, this is just like a hangout stream. I do want people to just to like come hang out today. That's the whole point of the stream, you know? After seeing a 3-hour so I just saw somebody here. I started playing on to know more why you didn't seem to like this class. That's a great question. Oh man, I was just called out in my own Discord. I was just reading a Discord message. More often. You get it every 10 seconds technically, but it's a mana. You don't always cast it, but yes, you get it more often, not less. Weird, but yeah, you get it more because you cast it every 10 seconds. You don't get the double Downpour though. That double Downpour was really nice for Totemic set. Okay. My snack has been consumed. Delicious. 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 Alright, let's go. What are we doing? Oh yeah, I was getting called out on my Discord because I wanted to answer that question, but I'll do it after this. Let's see if we can get this priory done. Let's go. Good day, Gino. How is it going? How's it going? Brickin' keys and vibing. It depends. I have different moods, you know, like there are days where I have a lot more energy and there are days where I have a lot less energy. And World of Warcraft for me is a safe place where I can come and game no matter what. I like that about WoW so much, man. I like the fact that in World of Warcraft, if I'm having a slow day, I can just do some alt keys, play my Guardian Druid, don't have to think too much, you know? And I accept the fact that I might not be like a great brewmaster on a day like this. Just because I'm just chilling. Like I don't really want to think too much. I just want to play the game. That's kind of where my head's at a lot of the time. Like on a day like today, I really am just here to enjoy the game. And that's how I prefer to do things. I love doing things like that. That's all I want to do, really. And on days like today, my Guardian Druid is my preference. You know, the Guardian Druid feels like the most chill tank that allows me to just sort of not really have to try too hard and kind of zone out. Just talk to people on stream so I don't really have to think about my rotation or think about dying. Or not really worried about positioning too much, even though occasionally I got hit in the back like that. You know? I'm on my Druid trying to understand the class a bit because you played Disc since Wrath of the Lich King. Okay, Resto Druid, Gino? Or what type of Druid are you on? And what type of Druid are you talking about? I wish I were a better Druid healer.
It feels like a foreign language to you. Maybe I can help with that. Okay. Do you know, if I asked you, could you identify what part of Resto Druid do you struggle with? If I had to ask you, and I would ask you like this. What part? Oh, my lord. I'm going for a swim. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. If I wild charge to that pack right now, I shouldn't pull the other one. Alright, listen. Now, hold up. Listen, listen. We are probably okay. If I just... Sigil of Chains this together. There we go. Oh! That guy's still alive? That guy's still alive? Ah, well, I'm awake now. No, listen, listen. It'll be okay. So I get aggro here. I get this kick, and then I'm by the stairs. Oh, he got Giga healed. He's alive for a while. Yeah, he'll be here for a bit. That's okay. That's okay. Here we go. No problem. No problem. I know that I was starting to fall asleep a little bit, so I just wanted to make sure that my healer also, you know, because he's such a good healer, and I wanted to make sure that he was not going to be too bored this key. It was very important to me, you know what I mean? That he has a good time. So I know that he wants to improve. He's the sort of player who really likes to challenge himself. So that was the plan, you know. All right, so what we can do is grab extra percentage here, but obviously this guy got Giga healed, so we're going to need to kill him first. But then after that, we'll be okay. Good morning, Ariana. Okay, I'm struggling with DPS on Resto. Healing is okay. Let me tell you something. You are now a Resto Druid, so your DPS is you providing Mark of the Wild. The truth is, you don't actually need to do anything else, Gino. I swear, and I really mean this, if you actually only hit Nature's Vigil, and you just provide Mark of the Wild, you're doing adequate damage on a Resto Druid. But the other thing to understand is that you do not need to greed damage. Adequate damage is totally acceptable. So when I say adequate damage, I mean that if you just walk into a pack and you go into cat form and you rake and rip a single target, you're doing perfect. Then you're doing really good. That's all you have to do. You don't actually have to do any more or less than that. Make sense? So we have all the percentage that I normally want here. We're going to have a good time now. I'm just going to vortex this here. I'm going to pixel stack them with my Sigil of Chains. I'm going to watch that cast on my Hunter. I think we'll actually be okay. We got a lot of extra percentage in this area. This is my old priority route for pugs, where I pull all the footmen because although it's not as efficient for timer, it's very safe because I know that I'm going to live, even if pugs might die. Nice, nice, nice. Good, good, good. So 2 to 3 bleeds, no more. Yeah, you should be able to put out, 300, 400k if all you did was just basically 3 to 4 bleeds here and there and hit Nature's Vigil. Make sure you're using Vigil. Vigil's actually a really big DPS button. Like, it could be like 20% of your overall, depending if you actually game that. Like, big AoE check is coming up, like, have Vigil up for it. It actually does a good amount of damage. No joke. I think that's another hidden tip for Resto Druid DPS and keys, is just, like, knowing how to use Vigil is pretty good. You know? No, the chicken weaving is pretty much dead next season, Soap. I mean, maybe if they fix the interaction with the Wildstalker tier, but, I mean, everyone's Wildstalker. I don't think I saw a single Resto Druid playing Keeper of the Grove Boomy Weaving. I tried to play it once or twice, and it didn't feel as good. I think that was unfortunately nerfed going into Season 3 compared to buffed. So, all good. Alright, we made it through it. Nice job, nice job, nice job. Whoops. We will do this pull, but I'm really starting to debate on what I cannot pull then. Is there any way we could avoid the Pat? I have a feeling the Pat's coming with us here. Okay, so we're going to have to fight this here. Ooh, okay, a Ring of Peace might be enough. What if I Vortex them as well after the Ring of Peace? I have a feeling... Technically, you can Vortex out of combat. We're almost enough CC, but it's going to come in a second. Okay, so I can't... You can kind of drag the Pat into the next other Pat. Although it's dangerous. Since we got those pot shot guys down, we're going to be YOLOing this route for sure. Hold up. I think that I should pull this in. Maybe we have to kill this here. It's okay. It's okay. We have to kill it here, I guess. Let me see our timer. Well, we're going to have a lot of extra percentage. I'm not sure exactly what to do with that. Let me think about this. Oh, why don't we skip the pat entirely? I don't know if that's going to be less percentage now. We're going to have to just full YOLO this route, though. How much extra damage is the pallet? You mean the Blessed of the Sacred Flame that we never got? That one? You mean that one, Steven? Oh, it's all good. Like 1 or 2% overall. You know, for tanks and healers, it's like 3%. For DPS, it's like 1 or 2%. It's basically not that much. The answer is it's not that much. It's not nothing, but it's not a lot. Like, I think that on the 18 that I did, the 18 Priory, I don't even think we had a Paladin or Priest. Pretty sure we did not, in fact. So it's not like a mandatory thing you have to have. Thanks for saying hi. I appreciated the conversation that we had yesterday, Paulie. Although, you know, I feel like I ranted for a little bit too long. Sometimes, you know, my brain can get away from me. Just occasionally, my brain can rant and rant and rant and rant and rant. But I did really appreciate, honestly, yesterday, like, that type of conversation and you sharing about your story and everything. I really think that that's it's like so valuable to have a place where you can talk about that sort of thing, because for whatever reason it's actually kind of hard to find places to talk like that, you know. What'd you get, Steven? What food did you get? What food did you get? Okay, so since we actually did pull the pat, yeah, that you are the one and only Paulie in chat, I believe. I mean, to be fair, I suppose there could be other Paulies in chat, but I don't think they'd be Pokemon references. I think if there were other Paulies in chat, they would be more of a lifestyle thing. You know what I mean? I think of Paulie as like Paulie Whirl. Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up. Back up. Dodge back here. Dodge back here, please. Do not pull that pad. Yeah, do not. That knight still comes. You just dodge back here. Literally dodge and come this way. Come this way. Come this way. Back up. Dodge. No, we're dead. Now, weirdly enough, those guys didn't pull, and I've never seen that before, ever. Let's see here. That's why I always pull this pat in 22 minutes. I think if you release and walk back here, we might be okay. Oh, I'm so giga stunned. Maybe? The pat's coming back now, so what we're going to do is we're going to try to group them this way. And we don't pull those other guys. What's our percentage at anyways? There's only so much I can skip in the last room. You still have to clear a path. Oh, they're definitely pulling. Yeah, it's okay. They're pulling, they're pulling. I think this is probably a reset. I mean, there's only been a few deaths, but maybe not actually. Like 22, will finish the boss at like 18-ish? Maybe? I have no idea. Oh. Ooh. I left my body for a second thinking what I should main. That's okay. I'll leave my body too sometimes. $21 from Jack in the Box. You get 4. Dude, I forgot all about Jack in the Box. We have a lot of fast food. We pretty much in Thailand, we have all the same stuff that you have, except we don't have Jack in the Box. That's for sure. Okay. Polly for me is the parrot from She Wants. Oh, Polly want a cracker? Polly want a cracker? That one? Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I know that reference. Yeah. Polly want a cracker? That one, right? Yeah. Right. What did I miss? Why are you jumping around like a headless chicken? Oh, because I'm bored. Yeah, because I'm bored. That's why. That's it, though. You know? See this? And I think if we finish this boss by 17, we would be fine. Just need a trap. I thought his extra DPS. No.
Oh, whoops.
Start in a woo rant. All right, Kitty. Here's what I need you to do for me. Here's what I need you to do. I am happy to oblige. I honor all redemptions. However, I need you to do me a favor. What a woo rant would you like to hear? I need you to give me a topic. I need you to give me something. Yeah, the popcorn's out. The popcorn's out. So, here's what I need from you. Here's what I need from you. This is very important. I need you to decide, what should I rant about? What should I woo in this lowly or highly day and age? What should I rant about? Rant about DPS being idiots. Oh. No. I feel like Kitty gets to decide. I feel like she had the redemption. I have to wait for her to tell me. Rant about why there are no real-life flying dragons. Easy rant option. Okay, so the reason there are no real-life flying dragons is actually the same reason why we have an epidemic of health problems happening across the world right now. And there is a whole category of people who are suffering with things that they do not have to be suffering with. But it has to do with this mentality where somehow we've lost the zest for life. This is something, if you look at our media and you take a look at what's happening in the world, it's really bothersome to me. But the current movies and TV shows, it's like they're intentionally devoid of meaning. I don't know if you've noticed this, but it's something that I really don't like, but I have noticed, right? It's like the things that kids grow up watching today, it's like it doesn't have stakes. There's no lesson or morals. It's just sort of empty. It's flashy, like Jujutsu Kaisen or Demon Slayer. It's like, on one hand, they're epic, but on the other hand, nothing really happens. And I think that this is a reflection on the fact that people are not chasing information, but they're chasing, but you know what I mean? But no, I don't think it has anything to do with other than the fact that it doesn't make them money to think. People don't want to think anymore, okay? People want to be placated. They want to sit on the couch and not think. Like that's kind of their goal now, and I find that to be concerning. Because on one hand, it's okay to chill, but on the other hand, like, we're supposed to be progressive. And the reason that we don't have real-life dragons flying around is because human beings have unintentionally limited themselves. I feel like people operate in this sort of limited capacity where we're capable of so much more, man, like so much more, and yet we settle for a life that is less than what we could achieve. And I don't mean in some grandiose term. I just mean, we cap our happiness. We cap our joy. I'm not talking about money or success. I'm not trying to be like, don't wake up and do an ice bath unless you really want to. I'm talking specifically that everyone, I feel like we could be happier. I feel like we could be more wholesome. We could be more of the things that we value. And if we realize that, then maybe we could also realize that we could have dragons flying around. If we didn't cap ourselves, if we didn't cap our potential, then it's something that really could happen. Do you know what I mean? This is my thought process of why we don't have in real life dragons flying around. That's how I would answer that question, right? Good rant? Technically, there's only one caster, and yes, I'm pulling this giga aggressive. Because if I don't think we time it. What? Let me res. Don't release here. This is never a good release. If you die here, you can't release. You always have to be res this, by the way. That's the purpose of a good rant. That means I did a good job, Kitty. If you exit the rant more confused than when I started the rant, that means that I've succeeded. That means I got you thinking. That's the important thing, right? If I get you thinking, I don't know, genuinely though, from my perspective, we are such fucking cool creatures. Like one of the coolest jigsaw puzzles of all time are people. People are some of the coolest jigsaw puzzles of all time, you know? Oh, I haven't seen it yet, Polly. I asked a friend if they wanted to go watch it, and they were like, nah, you want to go watch 28 Years Later? And I was like, no. Why the f do I want to watch a horror movie? I don't understand people who like horror movies. And I was like, if I wanted to be scared, I would just go, like, outside to a bar or something. Like, I don't know. This whole idea of horror movies, I don't understand why people are so into them. You know what I mean? Like the zombie movies, and it's like, okay. So I told them no, that I didn't want to watch 28 Years Later. And then they said, okay, what about Jurassic World? And I was like, bro, again, I don't really want to pay for a movie, sit at a movie theater, take my day off, and just like watch people get eaten alive. Like, that's not exactly, like, I don't understand, again, what the allure of that is. Like, if I wanted to watch people get eaten alive, I would just, I don't know, go to New York City or something like that. You know what I mean? Yeah. I've seen that, Kitty. I know what you're talking about too, though, right? But like, I never really understood. Hey, 13 minutes, 30 is, we're totally fine, by the way. Timer is good right now. Timer good, right? Timer good. Soon we'll do one of the 5 sets, I imagine, with Bubble, but honestly, just let me do this, though. Here we go. Horror is okay. No, I just don't understand, like, horror in general. I'm just not really a huge horror enjoyer, that's all. I know some people, they like the thrill, but I don't really crave more thrill in my life. I'm already, I'm not, I would call myself a daredevil, actually. I don't do a lot. Like, I don't love being, like, going outside and whatnot, but for what it's worth, I am kind of a daredevil. Like, I like trying everything once. Like, I'd go skydiving at some point, but I don't want to watch a horror movie. I'd do all the things, but I would not watch a horror movie. That, for me, no need. That seems like a waste of time. Part of the reason I go to movie theaters is to sleep. And also to one day try that thing where, you know, hold up, let me think about this. All right. And also to one day try that thing where you get a popcorn, right? But you get a popcorn, and then you position the popcorn correctly. Yes. Can you or chat pick my priest race for me? Alliance. How about deep sea underwater cave diving? Again, at one point, I would totally do this. At some point, I would do it. Like, I'll face my fear of this, okay? I'll face my fear and I'll do it. Yeah, about to say min-max or aesthetic. A great question, Soap. Allow me to explain the difference. Because if you, I will do it. I will do it. Okay? I will do it. Let me do it. Don't panic. I got it. There we go. So I don't have to take 2 stacks. Nice. Good job. Solid. Gonna push 18s. Dwarf. Dwarf is your answer, by the way. You know? Honestly. The answer is dwarf to that question. Yeah. Is this Sunni's bubble? Yeah, this is bubble. That's what I thought. Good. He's gonna do all of them then. Beautiful. Have you ever taken one of those personality tests? Can I take one on stream? Can we do a personality test on stream? Does anybody have a good one? And if you link me one of the ones that's like the BDSM one, then I'm not taking that on stream. But if you link me one of the ones that's like an actual personality test you can take online, I'll do it. I'll do it on stream in that case. But yes, I think dwarf is the best racial for next season. You'll be able to really make a lot of use out of that dwarf. Just don't take the Myers-Briggs. I'm pretty sure that's what people want me to take. I think people want me to take this, though. If I'm aiming for 3K as a tank, would I be better off going Guardian? Yes. Please learn. No, Guardian. Guardian would actually be better in that situation. Sam, Guardian is your choice there for sure. Guardian would be better, I think, for 3K. All right, we have time right here, by the way. We totally have time. Because we had extra percentage, so I know exactly how to pull this last room, where we only need effectively 3 pulls once we get up there. So we have time for sure.
I think 16 personalities is kind of a solid website. Okay. Most of the horror movies not scary at all. The horror movies for me, the thing that defines horror is not like grotesque imagery, because that's like whatever, I've seen worse. I was a child on the internet. It's not the grotesque imagery that gets me about horror movies. It's the jump scares. It's the music and the jump scares that makes your heart rate go like this. That's what I don't like. I don't like jump scares, and that's exactly what I try to avoid actively. Like, that shit is not good. I don't understand that. Like, I don't want to be anxious. Like, I specifically work very hard at my life trying not to be anxious. The music is so important, but anytime that's true, I don't want to do it. Like, that's the thing I try to avoid, yeah? Okay, vortex this. Perfect. Get this here. No overlaps. War Stomp it. War Stomp actually has use as a druid. I swear, War Stomp is actually, like, half decent. Yeah, so anytime the music is important, it's a no from me. I'm not a huge fan of that. I have enough anxiety. Exactly, that's what I'm saying, Arkington. Like, I already try really hard to not be like that. Barely. No, that's the movie, though. It's the music and stuff. I don't get scared. I watch it to get the scared energy from others. I get scared, man. The thing is, you might not get scared, but I do. Scared as in, again, that heart rate. Like, we're just talking about heart rate. Yeah, exactly. I just want to, that's what I'm thinking, Arkington. It's like if I'm going to, movie theaters are special. Like, I don't have a ton of time to watch a bunch of movies and stuff. So it's like if I'm going to a movie theater, I'm going to enjoy it, So if we really were stressed on time, what I could do is technically double this next pat, but otherwise I think we have plenty of time to just pull the pat and stuff. So we'll do that safe, though. Care aggro. Let me get them. I will just type in my party chat, because this pat's going to come in. We'll deal with one double light spawn, but that's it. Cool? I'm going to taunt him, and they won't pull the middle, and that's fine. Because those first two fireballs cast, and then we're here. And then all that's going to happen now is that when this light spawn dies, I need to run wildly and make sure that nothing heals. Get the volley. Boom, run wildly right now. Come. Everything should come with me, basically. Nice. Perfect. Easy money. Easy money. All feeling beautiful. That's true, and that is also true. That's also true, for sure. Thanks for the advice. Much appreciated. You're welcome. What would be a personality test? All right, hold up. What, if you want, I'll take one. I'm kind of curious now. But what would I take? Like, you got to give me, you know what I mean? You are a handsome man. Thank you. I learned that because when I moved to Thailand, everybody started telling me that, Gwenthil. I would walk down the street and they'll be like, you want massage, handsome man? You want massage, handsome man? I was like, oh, thank you. I was like, I didn't know. It was very nice when I first moved to Thailand. I was like, wow, everybody thinks I'm a handsome man. I watched was like, there's no jump scares. I don't know. I thought all horror movies had jump scares and stuff, though. I thought all horror movies have jump scares. Am I wrong about this? I really thought all of them did. By the way, this is percentage here already, though. You want to run key, handsome man? You want key, handsome man? I guess if you haven't been to Thailand, that's not as funny, but I will give you a spoiler alert. If you are a foreigner, basically if you're white, even if you are not a handsome man, you will get this when you walk down the street in Thailand. If you are not a handsome man, even if you're not, by the way, you know what I mean? Then when you walk down the street of Thailand, that is what you will see. This was going to happen to you. Weren't you a model? Oh, yeah. I did actually used to model, which is so weird, though, by the way. Which is, like, sometimes I find that to be so strange, though, yeah? Yeah, you have to be a handsome man with a wallet. It's true. It's true. You're not wrong, right? But, you know, sometimes, you know, that you might have that if you're traveling. Okay, we can pull this into boss. It's a little bit sketch, potentially, but I think that it would be worth it once at least one of these casters dies, maybe. I think I'm going to do it.
because we have time, like, super easy. Let the boss cast on me. I'll be fine. So let me just make sure nothing else happens here. I think it would be worth it to start fighting boss. I could be wrong about this decision, because I'm going to Vortex and Typhoon them. Okay, don't die to mechanics. Yep, just watch mechanics. I won't die, even though there's actually a fair bit of tank damage here if we let all these casts go off. Misgame my frenzied regen by like 1 second. I'm going to try to get a really, really good in cap. I missed that in cap, so just... Oh, no, 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 guys! Okay. They didn't know that was going to happen. I think we have reses. Oh, okay. I guess I didn't need to do that. So the only time as a DPS player you need to hit defensives on this fight are when those guys die. Especially, you're also supposed to not cleave them down all the time. But if that happens, if you hit a defensive, at least you'd live. Ouch. Everybody had one there, but they didn't realize they were going to die. I think there was a big cooldown being sent. We don't have another res. There's no time here. So, if we got another 15, it would be very easy. Do we want to complete this for another 15? Or, like, do we call it there? Obviously, we had a lot of butt pulls in the first area. You want to wipe, handsome man? That won't work, Steven, but I appreciate the attempt at it. It is a little strange, though, because I did used to model in Thailand, and, like, you know, people assumed that I knew, like, fashion shit, but actually I didn't understand fashion at all, though. What do you use for the health bar? This one here? This is just cell profile. It's in my Discord if you want it. It's in my Discord if you want it. This is my exact cell profile. Very helpful. If you don't have a good UI going into Season 3, you should get one. Yeah? Very important, by the way. Yep, Discord. I think it's linked in Twitch. Should be linked there. Probably worth getting a not 15 Priory, though. My damage is like 3 mil. I don't think my damage is low right now as a Guardian Druid, though. It's something burst him down for sure. Some cooldown was hit, and it just blew up for sure. I actually didn't think they were going to die that early, because I still had a War Stomp that I was going to try to use. Somebody's about to die. Yep. Oof. Rough. Am I as good as you need to see a DPS's cooldowns? So, this one here is just Omni cooldown. No, I can't solo this. With all the ads alive, I mean, okay. Actually, though, technically speaking, I could solo this, but it would take a very long time. Listen, it would take, I think, at least 5 minutes. It would take me, give or take, 5 to 10 minutes. So how about I just call it a day? What if, I think I don't finish this, right? Yeah, let me just die. I actually think I could solo this, but it would take me like 10 plus minutes. Yeah, I know. That's something though. When those ads die, especially if I pull, I figured that we would, I also was waiting for my War Stomp, but they, like a big cooldown as well. I don't know if it was a consume or what, but something happened. It's all good. All good. Stretch, you know, honestly, that's a good point, and I should absolutely stretch. That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking just now. I was thinking I should stretch and wiggle around. Am I imagining things, or was there a childhood show called The Wiggles? Did we as children watch The Wiggles? We did, right? Salt check. You know, honestly, good call, to be honest. Yeah, there was, wasn't there? Was it as creepy as I remember it being? You know? I vaguely remember it being creeper. I don't remember why, though. I could just lower my 15. It would be much easier.
It depends. It depends if you want it on a higher key level. Because I think, Faye, you want it at like a 17 or 18, right? Like, honestly, Dark Flame is super easy. So I kind of don't want. I can go on into a different character. I can see what my Pally has or what my Demon Hunter has or anything like that. We could do that. Why don't we do that? This and Bob Ross. Oh, a happy little tree. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Yeah, okay, I'll save my Dark Flame for you then. Do you want to do it right now? Or we want to help Luca get a 15 at least? We can do this. We should have had that there. I guess I didn't have to pull it into boss. I just was not expecting that. That was a tank decision that didn't need to happen, technically. So I don't mind. Oh, no, we can get you that really easy. You can heal it, clearly. We would have had the last one if Starkey didn't accidentally get blown off. And then you got bad RNG by thinking that, though. So I have to call it a night? Oh, okay, bye, Luca. I'm not a mod. I can't peek at deleted messages anymore. I'm too nosy for this. Was there a deleted message just now? Can I always watch when I wake up in the morning? Where do you live? It's morning for you right now. 4 p.m.? So it's either like 10 a.m. in Europe or you wake up degenerately early on the East Coast. Norway. That makes sense. That makes sense. Wait a second. Deleted message. Let me see. Oh, no. The deleted message was just... It was just Gwen linking wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Yeah? That's what it was. It was just Gwen linking wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. All right, I want to check something. I'm curious. So, we have the Kick chat open. And I'm just going to check to see... The Kick has 6 views. I'm really curious. I'm like so curious to know about how Kick is going to work. Like, if I had 10 viewers... I'm just genuine. I'll just ask a question here. If I had 10 viewers on Kick, yeah? Would that matter? Like, would I... You would think that makes you 0, but people say that you should just do it anyways because it might actually make you some money. Is that a real thing? So let's say I had 10 viewers on Kick, as an example. Yeah? And I did however long this stream is going to be. And I just had 10 people on there. I wonder what that would be, right? But I feel like it's got to be nothing. Do you always grow? It takes time. It's just like an extra streaming thing, you know? If Kick need a certain threshold to get a deal, if you don't have a deal with them, you won't make shit. I have the deal. So DQ, I have the deal, right? I have the deal. It's just a matter of actually like asking people to leave it open. It's basically like straight up. The way to do it is just straight up to ask. Like it's just to be like, hey, if you guys have an extra Kick account and you don't use it for anything and you could just open that and like leave it open, that helps a lot. Like that's pretty much all it is, right? Just followed. What's up, Rectified? Have you ever tried streaming on Kick before? Like has it ever? Have you ever tried it? Like that's, I guess I'm just curious about it. It doesn't seem though. Do you have to have an account on Kick for it to matter? I think so. But I don't know if it matters like that much. Like I don't think it's crazy mattering though. Yo, I think I want to go do the Dark Flame for Faye. So we're going to do a 17 or 18 Dark Flame. Mr. Bigfoot. I'm going to have to get you another time for the 3K. That's my bad. I shouldn't have pulled that. Obviously, we would have had it just fine. But another time, we will get you 3K, okay? At some other point. Sorry about that. I didn't have to pull it like that. That's probably against... There's no downside. Nope, it is. I checked DQ. It's totally fine. They're very okay with it. Actually, Kick has a funny thing where... Kick has a thing where you'll make 200% more on Kick if you don't multi-stream, and if you do multi-stream, you have to tell them you're doing it, so you just have to click a button, right? Then what I do, so I just had that, and then I can tell them I'm doing it, and then Twitch is very okay with it, but Twitch has a rule where I'm not allowed to show other chats on Twitch while I'm live on Twitch, so that's fine. I don't have my chat come up anyways. I read my chat, but you guys don't see it. And then, do you know what I mean? It's like, at least a little bad. Some things were trying. Oh, no, sorry. That was my bad. I guess I didn't have to do that pull at the end. I was not expecting that. We did too much damage, which is normally not a problem. But in that particular instance, it was a problem. Also, 15 Priory is like the hardest 15 to actually get done. All right, here we go. Soon, you want to stay for 18 Dark Flame Cleft by any chance? It might be 17, but that's fine.
Up to you soon. I don't think you need it, so whatever you want. The chat experience is the main draw of Twitch. Exactly. Well, so by the way, DQ, if you're ever hanging out on YouTube, yeah. Like, people don't really chat on YouTube, I've noticed. Like, YouTube is, like, a place to, like, just watch stuff. But people chat on Twitch. Like, Twitch is... I hope that people know. Like, I don't know if there are any chronic YouTube watchers that basically never watch my actual Twitch. For what it's worth, I'd like to point out that I'm not talking to random people, because that means that you would hear me and I'd be like, oh, what's up, Taylor? Yeah, Gwen, and all the Wiggles, and yeah, I know Lucid. And imagine if you didn't know there were other people there. Like, just imagine how confused you must be. And you would be like, bro, you need to get help. Like, think about that. You ever thought about that? Like, if you don't know I'm responding to people on Twitch, then you would assume I'm just talking to the people in my head. And that could certainly be, that could warrant a bit of concern. Because occasionally people say things in Twitch chat, and I'm like, oh, there you go. And that's it. And then, you know, so I feel like that could be, Am I attaching Twitch chat to the VOD? No, I don't want to do that, Jibby. Although I could, right? That's okay. I'd rather people think I'm crazy. Because then they can be right. You know what I mean? Yeah, well, because, like, if people, if people don't think I'm crazy, then I'm not sure. That's weird. It's like, do they even know me? Do they even know me? You guys want to know something funny? Actually, Gibby, I don't know if you heard this at the beginning of stream, but I was asked if I wanted to participate in a dating reality TV show series. Filming in Bangkok next month. And at first I was like, no, but they were like, no, just as a guest character for one episode. And I was like, okay, like, what's involved? And then they sent me the PDF, and I read through the email, and I was like, okay, so, like, 1 day of shooting. Well, what I did was I was honest with them, though. I was honest, because I was like, it kind of sounds like a funny experience. And so the way it's set up, I'll tell you. And I was like, yeah, sure, why not? And so I've been booked, basically, next month on either, on one of the days next month. So, but I told them, I was like, hey, I just want to let you know I'm a little weird. Like, I'll do it, but I need to let you know, like, I'm a little weird, and I'm definitely not normal. If you're looking for a more stereotypical model and / or actor, you should go with someone else. Like, I straight up said that to them. And they were like, no, that's good. Actually, we want weird. And I was like, bro, I hate it when people say that. You have people say that to you? They're like, no, we like weird. We like different people here. And you're like, oh, sweet. And then you start being weird, and they start going, ugh. You know what I mean? Exactly. They always say that, and then you are like, oh, I feel safe. Great. Then let me just tell you all about my life. And then they just go, well, it's nice to meet you. You know? They'll film him talking to his imaginary stream friends. So what it is here, right? There you go. I made a kick and posted in chat. Did you, Soap? Thank you, Soap. You did. A Woo Booty Pics was taken as a name unironically. Was it actually? Please talk about cannibalism and necrophilia. It'll do really well. So that's probably something I'm not going to do because I'm in public. It actually was. Thank you, Sir Taylor. I appreciate it, guys. Like, I'm curious. Like, I'll tell you. I'm very like open about this type of thing. So, out of curiosity, let me try it, and then, like, a week from now, if I can get metrics for, you know what I mean? If I can get metrics, let me just see what happens with Kick. I'll just tell you. I'll just be like, yo, it made like 50 cents, and I'll be like, okay, not worth it. Or I'll be like, oh, I made like $5 or $10. I'm like, sweet, you know? Vanilla people truly have trouble comprehending weirdness. It's true, right? Like, it's true. It's the same people who are like, bro, you are absolutely wild. I can't believe you... Hold up. Oh, fuck. No, I'm going to go through with this. I'm just going to filter it, and you're either going to understand this or you're not. This one isn't a full filter. This one's just a relative filter. Hold up. So, it's the same people who are like, wow, you're so interesting. The fact that you like dogs. Yeah, that's the one. You either understand that or you don't. I can't go further. I plead the fifth for any further information regarding that joke. Okay. Are Are they going to film the whole date? So what happens is the way it's set up, I received the right, so I received the email, and the the thing is though, so I don't got OmniCD, not OmniCC. OmniCC is a completely different add-on, funny enough. So make sure it's Omni Cooldown, and then it should just attach to your group frames. If we cannot find anybody for this, then we can do whatever. It's fine. I don't know what IO we're supposed to look for, by the way. I have no idea. Okay, so the way it works is I got the PDF file, and it goes like this. There's a chair here and a chair here. Okay, there's 2 chairs. I sit in a chair and I look this way, and then someone sits in a chair here and they look this way. Keep in mind, I have no idea who this person is. Like, I don't know, are they a guy, a girl, or what? We have no idea. But anyways, there are 2 people here. And then we're supposed to ask questions to each other. Like, so I don't see them and they don't see me. And then for like the episode is they film us asking questions. Now, granted, they told us they would give us the questions, so we know what the questions are, but we're supposed to pretend that. I don't think we're not supposed to know that we know. And then they'll ask me questions, I ask them, so I'm not allowed to see them. And then at the end of the conversation, they say, would you want to be friends with this person? Could you see yourself dating? Or do you never want to see them again? And my fear is that I'm going to be honest and just be like, I'm really tired, I want to go home, and I don't think I ever want to see them again. I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to say that. Like, I think it's an option, but it's not really an option. But they're going to give me the option to say that. And what if that's my honest thoughts? What if I turn around and I turn around and then they're like, so would you like to see this person again? I'm like, not really. And they go, and now you can turn around and see your partner. And everybody's just like, I'm just like, it was nice talking to you. Bye. because that'll happen. Like that might happen. If they tell me I can be honest, then I'm gonna be honest. Do you play WoW? Yeah. I'll be like, what's your Raider IO? I mean, who knows, right? Like, the thing is, I was contacted through my old Facebook modeling page, and the problem with that is obviously that I look like a relatively fashionable dude. Like, there's no hint of autism there, but they don't know. They don't know, right? And she whips out an IO that's bigger than yours. I would be very impressed. But then again, Soap, it is Thailand, so you never know. Pretty sus saying, let me try it after reading the chat message about, well, here's the thing, DQ. There was context on YouTube. There was context on Twitch chat. But I understand how listening from YouTube and not seeing Kitty's message, you would technically have heard, I don't know if I'm going to talk about necrophilia or cannibalism, but let me try it. Because that was technically what happened. Do you know what I mean? My favorite streamer. What's up, Taze? Bringing some friends over. Oh, thank you. Then you never know, right? We have run into the season that I have not played. I know, right? Isn't that weird? I guess it's the last few days, but it is kind of strange. I kind of thought like 18 Dark Flame, we'd have a whole bunch of people, What's up, Dirty Dan? What's up, Dirty Dan? Thank you guys, by the way, for just making the kick. I see that there are more people. I just wondering. So, like, I figure, what if there are 10 people on kick? And then I would be more curious about it. I do appreciate it, though. Big Dick Pumpa. Do you know that guy who's on Instagram and he's maybe a normal dude, but maybe not a normal dude? And he travels with his, oh boy. He travels with his, you know how basically there are some religions where you're not allowed to mix meat and milk? Well, this guy does, and he travels with a machine that does that. Do you know who I'm talking about? He's a little strange. Or maybe he's just a normal dude, and he has a social media avatar. You never know, right? You never know. Again, that reference might be completely lost. I don't know. Now it's getting weird. It was already weird. Hopefully. I mean, I hope so, right? I'm hoping it was already weird. I'm the plan, right? The plan, weird as possible, pretty much at all times. I'm gonna give this about 2 more minutes, right? I swear I'm gonna give it about 2 more minutes, and then we're gonna let this 18 go, because there actually have been 0 signups. I listed it correctly, huh? 18 Dark Flame Cleft. I mean, if I list it as like a 17 or a 16, maybe? What if I did 17 or 16? What if I did that? It might be a something else moment. I don't know. I mean, it's not like that important, but still. I am going to the doctor tomorrow, and I hate it. Ah. Do you have to get anything like serious done, or are you just going to see the doctor? Do you like? I've had some really great doctors in my life, to be honest, though. Do you want to drop it and get lucid? I mean, that's just such an easy key for you, Faye. I have it. I figure it's like if we just maybe I could drop it to like 17 real fast. 16 or 17, I guess. Just chilling. Maybe I'll put this in here. I'll relist it real quick, and then we'll give it another 2 minutes, and then yeah, we could just drop it to 15 or something. Lucid, are you still around? 17 might get signups. It's true. How long do you think you could live Wallop from Duo Boss and Floodgate? I mean, oh, quite some time. Like, depending, like 30, 40 seconds, 45. Depends if I have incarnate. I normally have incarnate at that point, so if I have to, if I send incarnate stuff though, running key though, give me 30. All right. I should, you know what I should be doing? I need to upgrade my delve belt. I've been playing this whole time. My delve belt is still 691 though. For a hernia. Ah, gotcha. Right. Gotcha. Yeah, the old hernias. Yeah, they lied to us a long time ago. I remember when they were like, Narnia is cool. And I was like, bro, I got a Narnia and it did not feel nice. Let me tell you. All right, which is the faulty Titan directive? So I have to go to an overcharge delve. Is that still what happens? Fungal folly. Okay. Which are the overcharge delves at this point? Damn, I have to delve. I'm not really a delver. I think this one's probably easiest. Fungal folly. All right, there's a queue to sign up. It's Benjamin. With respect, it's Benjamin. I have a feeling this key is going to break Benjamin. I have a feeling that he's not going to make it through this, though. Yeah. Yeah, it'll take us out of queue, but you can do that real quick. Oh, gotcha. What's up, Gemish? Sam? How are you? I haven't seen you, Sam, in so long. What's up, Sam? Hi, Sam. What's up? Breaking Bad. Yeah, you get that reference? I thought that was good, King. I'm so glad somebody got that, actually, because I was really worried that nobody would get that. I was so scared. I was like, is anybody going to get that? Because I thought it was a great reference, right? The dwarf male animations. I did make my priest 5 February in 2005 is a very long time to have made a character for sure. I don't think any of my characters are from the classic part of way back when, right? A flex redeem. All right, bet. Somebody asked me earlier. They're like, "Do you lift?" And I was like, "Yeah, bro. What's up, bro? I lift." I'm a very masculine guy, you know. I'm just such a masculine guy. Just like I'm, you know. I really struggle sometimes with being a normal dude. I don't really know how people do it. There's some secret, I think, that I'm just not aware of what it is. You know, I can't quite figure it out at this point. Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. I should have warned you. Right? This is an alpha male you're talking to right here. That's right. Right? Like if I was a wolf in a wolf pack, I would be all like, "Ooh," and the other wolves would be like, "Damn. We got to get as far away from that one as possible." And by undermine, oh, I'm glad it worked for you. I don't think I've done a single rep. Would you like to know what my reputations are on my druid? It would look like this. This is currently what my reputations look like on the druid. I have received almost nothing. I'm still at 9 for the raid because I just stopped. I have friendly on the Blackwater Cartel, and I have friendly on the Venture Company. I don't even know if I have Dark Fuse. I don't even know what the Dark Fuse rep is. There are many ways to enjoy this game, and I wish that I enjoyed the open world content more than I actually did, but the truth is I kind of don't. Like, I just don't really... I'm not an open world content enjoyer. Hey, Suni, can you list this key so I can do the delves while we wait? Technically, you can take anyone. if you don't mind. Oh, wait a second. That looks like a not authenticator accounted. Wait a second. Suni, you don't have authenticator? All right, pass me back the key. I'll do it. I was going to delve real quick and just go grab some upgrades, but I will do it later. It's okay. Talk to me when you 3-chest the tier 15, 12, bro. Oh, yeah. I always do them on tier 1 and stuff like this, though. Yep, I noticed that. Is that mount collector? You're a mount collector? Gotcha. I've heard that there are people who really enjoy that, though. Overall better. I mean, so nothing. The WoW gameplay is amazing. Of course. The WoW gameplay is very good. And it's very difficult to compare anything to World of Warcraft, for sure. So it's truly annoying now. Gotcha. I have, these are how many mounts that I have. I have 139 mounts. I have been playing this game for a very long time. But this is all I got, alright? Is it actually cooked? I mean, it's so easy for me. Like, it doesn't impact me at all. 3.1k in second week. Typically title, just didn't push. Easy peasy. I mean, if he had like 10 more item level, I would probably just take him. But he does not have 10 more item level, so I think he's a little bit behind. Get the mage. He's 674. I'm just worried about him living. Do you know him, Sam? I mean, I don't mind. Like, we could just send it. It's not a big deal. This key is kind of like if it all goes well, it's fine. But he actually does have to use buttons at 674. Otherwise, he will die. He will die. Also, Taze, how's it going? Taze, you want to come? You don't have any retail characters that need an 18 Dark Flame Clef, do you, Taze? I don't know if you're still there. Retail? Yes. So retail-y. Correct. You don't even open... No, I don't even know what these are. It's true. What are these from? I don't use them. The only mount that I use obviously the Brutosaur. I use the, this one. How do I can set favorite? Oh, easy. I use my fire mount and stuff, though. Finishing a 19 workshop. 20-ish? We could wait for 20. As an S-Priest, it's all a purple blob to you. Fair enough. Alright, 20 minutes. Could give it a little, we give it a little 20 minute. And then there's only one other, the other one I mount is the, I have this mount from Hellfire Citadel. It's this one. This one's a fun mount. I like this mount. Here, they suffocate. Good. I like it when they can't breathe. Like this. Yeah, look at this moose mount. This moose mount is awesome. This is a great mount right here. This is a solid one, you know what I mean? This is a solid one. You could double DK this key. It would make it easy for you, Faye. You could actually totally just double DK this. Look at this. I like this mount, actually. It's got such great animations. This is from the Hellfire Citadel. I don't even remember exactly what it was from, but it's good. Name is exactly right. Yeah. Whee! It like gallops as a moose. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I don't really collect mounts, but this is solid. It's just like an AOTC mount back then. Yeah. This is the moose mount. I like the moose mount. Okay, Tay said it'll come in like 20 minutes. And then we could probably just get the 18. I can help off heal. Remember, actually, my off healing is not bad for Candle King. If you look at Candle King, like the Druid off healing is pretty decent there. It's actually really not bad. If you take a look at like how the Druid off heals on that fight, it's actually not bad. It can save like 1 DPS. Alright, so let me go do this delving then. You want to delve? I was about to say, if we're going to wait, then I might as well just do my upgrade belt. It is some power that I should get before next season. I'm thinking that, by the way, my main next season, here's where it gets interesting. I think it's not VDH. I think it's Warrior. I think that basically, my thing is this. If I want a tank, like if I'm upset with my Druid, the reason I would be upset with my Druid is simply that I cannot make key timers work. Like, you know, my damage as a tank actually starts to matter, and all of a sudden, it's just like, I really notice, like, we're in this key, and for some reason, we just can't time it. Like an old school, like the thing that happens with Theater of Pain sometimes, you know, or like the Rookery, where it's just like, because I'm on Guardian, I'll do the key before we're all fully geared, and all of a sudden, it's like, we get to the end, and guess what, we don't have time, and That feels really bad. We miss it by like 10 seconds or something, and I'm like, man, if I was on a different tank, no. If I was on a different tank, we would have timed it, and that feeling I don't like. So, occasionally I feel like that, and the solution is very simple, which is just Warrior would be the alternative. Warrior is going to have big overalls. Brewmaster is going to have more single target, which, to be fair, if I really wanted to play the highest DPS tank, I'd play Brewmaster, although I have a feeling they get hit. I have a feeling that they don't stay this good. I have a feeling they have to nerf the Brewmaster single target DPS. They might not nerf it overall. They want it to be good, clearly, but the single target DPS is a little bit overpowered right now. I do think that, right? No, it's not just good. It's like a million more than other tanks can put out. That's too much. Like a million more than other tanks is too high. Like 500k is fine. Like 500k as a niche, okay. But a million? You're like almost doubling other tanks. Like that feels not great. I gotta say, like, you know what I mean? Like that feels, I'm not a huge fan of that, I will say. Do you know what I mean? That makes other tanks feel bad. Drogo was testing it. Yeah, and I mean, Drogo is one of the people that I trust for those types of numbers, as I'm in his Discord, Sammy, and I do pay attention to those types of things, and other people as well, not just Drogo, but I know it is an impressive amount of difference. It's not a small amount. It is an impressive amount, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Even a prot warrior wouldn't be able to touch that level. So I'm thinking that, anyway, so basically I'll have my druid and I'll have my warrior. I think those are the two I kind of actually want to play, which means that M0 week next week, I need to play my warrior and make sure my warrior is fully prepared for the season. He will be able to do 10s, no problem. He has mostly what he needs right now. If I could upgrade my rings, my trinkets, my this, it might help a little bit, but realistically, first week I'll be able to just get him up if I want to. So I think that, like, warrior, the only problem with the warrior is, etc., though, if you raid, I just don't like raiding, man. It's not for me. It doesn't fit my playstyle. It's kind of boring, man. Druid's not bad. No, Druid's not bad. It's not that it's bad. It's just that if it really becomes down to it, you know what I mean? Oh, no, I don't raid. I wouldn't. I don't like mythic raiding. I barely like AOTC raiding. It's just not fun for me. And for me, my whole thing is fun. I won't play the game if it's not fun. That's like the entirety of why I play the game, you know? Alright, let me delist us then, because Taze said he'll come after this. And we are one more up on the belts. Nice. I guess each little individual upgrade is kind of nice. Alright, let me see how messy my room is, because I know what I should do. I know what will make me feel good. I just don't want to do it. But you know what? Fuck it. My room... I was not prepared for this. Well, I didn't make my bed, but you can't see any of the very suspicious items, so that should be fine. Here, let me, like, turn on the room cam, and then I'll check what you can and cannot see. Let's see here. Ah, yes. You see the corner of my monitor and this corner of my room. That's fine, honestly. It's chilling. It's not a... look, man, don't judge me too much, but I should move around, all right? Where are you from? I mean, originally, I'm from the U.S., but I live in Thailand. And I should use this time to actually just stand up and move around, and, like, that's what I should do. And even if I just do some twisting, I should just get my heart rate up a little bit, because that will make me feel nice. So we'll twist, we'll get spinal rotation, which gets very stiff, of course, as I sit in my computer chair playing WoW all day. Whew. 20 burpees, stat, no. I don't want to do burpees. I'm not trying to work out. I'm just trying to move. Twisting, twisting, twisting. Stretch the lats. Drop the hip. Stretch the lats. Drop the hip. I like this one. This one makes me feel like a ballet dancer. I'm like, woo. Ugh.
Why the fuck are you in Thailand? Because it's awesome. Why not? Yeah. That's why ghosts don't haunt me, so. The reason that I'm never haunted by ghosts is because if sometimes I'm just sitting there, right? And then the ghost is like, what are you doing, bro? And I'm just like, what? And then the ghost is like, oh my god, sorry, I'll go haunt somebody else. If you never let them know your next move, they won't try to mess with you. This is a good tip. This is a good tip. You just have to have very good external rotation of your shoulders. Make sure you have good external rotation, yeah? And you can practice this by doing my laundry. If you actually just do my laundry over and over again, you'll get really good at this. You'll be like, laundry on, wax off, da 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 da. Yeah. My voices, no, the voices are just voices, Ponku. No, the voices are just voices. They're not actual, they're not beings, they're just voices. They don't have forms. They're just beings. They exist, but there's no physical form to them, of course.
Am I excited for Tuesday?
Tuesday, not so much. The week after Tuesday, yeah. But like Tuesday, there's only M0. Like M0 is good for alts and stuff, you know? But it's not good for anything else. Like there's nothing to do next week. I guess next week we have to get through the campaign and hang out a little bit. That'll be annoying. We have to get through the campaign next week. That's the main thing, yeah? Here, sorry, I'll back up for a second. And you can see my foot. We can get crest, that's nice. Not really. There's actually nothing though, you know what I mean? There's really nothing to do. You like my foot, Faye? Yeah. Because I'm like super flexible. So I can just be like, yo, how many stretches am I doing? No, you can't get any crest next week. I don't think so. There's basically nothing to do. Like effectively next week, there's like nothing to do. Funny EDS story? Yeah, what's up, Faye? I feel like I should get a camera and be able to show my floor so that I could just do yoga. Wait, Meeks. What's up, Meeks? Meeks, you subbed? Oh, thank you, Meeks. I come in here and the dogs are out. What do you mean the dogs are out? Wait, Meeks. Meeks, wait. Who let the dogs out? I forgot my camera's here. Once in high school, I had my feet up on the desk. My teacher said, you can only keep your feet up on the desk if you could put your other foot behind your head. And you did. Haha, yes. I used to be able to, so I can't do it anymore because I've strengthened my hip, right? Because I've strengthened my hip and now I have a glutes, you know? Like I have the glutes, I have a gyats. And the reason now, so I can't actually just take my foot and put it behind my head. I'm not able to do that anymore, which is good. Because that means I can't dislocate my hip anymore, which was very annoying when I could do that. You know? Ooh, a squirrel. There's a little squirrel outside. We're just basically waiting, Meeks, for someone though. That's true. Meeks, it's true. Why are you gatekeeping the people like this? Well, I can't believe actually. You're gatekeeping the people. The hips don't lie.
Actually, I can tell a lot about your. I can tell a lot about you from your hips. In a way, the feet and the hips don't lie. Very good point, actually. Like I literally can tell so much about your health. You know what I mean? Doesn't work for me anymore. That's true. When I was modeling, I had like, I could put my feet together and my thighs wouldn't touch. But now that I have muscle, you know what I mean? Now that I have muscle, I no longer have a thigh gap. And so it's a little strange. Actually, if I walk outside a bunch, my inner thighs chafe and it's really annoying. So I need to wear like either better underwear or that's annoying and I don't want to do that. So I have to put like lotion between my thighs because my legs are big enough now where they chafe if I like walk outside in Thailand for too long. I have to, you know, like the inner thigh area because I have like thick legs now. I got tree trunk legs. When is Taze done with his key? I'm not oiled up. It's a thing. Can't hear me? Oh, that's just because I'm all the way over there, yeah. I'm trying to move around my room. Because Taze is nowhere to be found. I'm here. Do. Meeks. I started trying to stream on Kick. Have you ever thought about it? Have you ever thought about dual streaming on Kick before, Meeks? I think even a little bit of motion like that actually in my day probably helps me if I'm going to do like longer streams and stuff. I've talked to a couple people. So I have it up right now, right? Like, it's technically up. It does seem a bit wild, right? Like, I can't really understand it. So I don't understand it, yeah? But the idea is, if... I wonder if I had 10 people on Kick, and I stream for 8 hours, let's say. Do I make money? You'd be like, no, definitely not. Like 10, again, you can have, you know, you can have like 200 people on Twitch for an 8-hour stream and you'll still only make like 20, 30 bucks of ads. Like it's not a lot. But on Kick, supposedly, it is way more than that. And I'm like, bro, I would not mind. Le Moula. Well, that doesn't sound bad. So the curiosity is, okay, let me just straight up ask a few people if they could leave it on, and I'll see. And I'll just see at the end of today's stream if it matters. Like that, does it? Does it matter for anything? I'm assuming not, you know? Someone got 800 current. No, 800 concurrent on Kick would be something like a while. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, maybe. Like, my YouTube streams as well, they don't make a ton of, like, actual money, but I stream on YouTube because I know there's a lot of people who like watching on YouTube compared to Twitch. Do you know what I mean? So I always go, yeah, YouTube is so much better for VODs. Like 100% though, right? Any idea if M0 next week will be daily or weekly? M0 is weekly locked, by the way. M0 is definitely weekly. It's not daily. You do it once a week. And you don't even need to do it on your main, probably. There's going to be some degenerate min-max about doing it, whatever, but like, you know what I mean? So, yeah. YouTube is not good monetizations necessarily, though. It's insane how low it is. Yeah, I think it's like 95.5, but the question is, like, I don't know how to break into using Kick and stuff like that, though. What's up, Onos? Thank you. Like, but the thing is, so, like, I think the weird thing is, as far as I understand it, it's something like 10 viewers on Kick would literally make me more money than 100 viewers on Twitch. Like, it's actually something crazy like that. Which means that if I had 100 people on Kick, it would be like 1,000 people on Twitch. Like, it's Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like a 10%, so that's like 1,000% increase. Like, that's not normal. Do you know what I mean? I mean, I'm new to all of this, guys. I don't really have like a, but you know what I mean? Yeah, exactly, right? Like, it's definitely a little bit like that, but also seems kind of harmless just to leave it up. I don't know. I'm down to try it, and then I don't mind even just sharing with you, like, what happens. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't mind sharing with you, like, kind of what happens, but also for what it's worth, I don't know if you do or do not know this, but every single time I'm live on Twitch, I am also live on YouTube for what it's worth. But that's why I figured I would just ask. Like, yeah, exactly, right? Like that's and that because obviously the more money I make on stream, the more I can devote time to actually making. Like right now, for example, I really want to make dungeon guides because after doing PTR every single day and I heal, tanked, and DPS, it's like great. I know how to help people do those things. But the reality is like after I'm done with stream, it's like okay, I gotta go to work. And then it's like I have to try to go to the gym, and it's like okay, I gotta get this done. I got like I'm really busy nowadays, so I don't actually have time to just sit there for an hour or two and make a dungeon guide video because that's like an extra thing. YouTube also no ads, true, right? If you have a YouTube Premium, so I think the YouTube and the Twitch work fine. I just occasionally miss YouTube chat. The Kick is a whole new thing, but I see people who, if you just leave an emoji there, I can see it though. I'm surprised I had an account there. The same reason for another streamer. I just figure, yeah, no, I mean, I just figure I'll just ask. Like, I'm the sort of person, like, I'm very honest. There's no, like, hidden reason for doing things. Like, if I do the Kick, it's because it will help support, make money, and money is good. It allows me to do cool things. So, I mean, there's no, like, hidden reason for it. You know what I mean? It's very straightforward. All right, we're waiting for an 18 Dark Flame Clef. Taze will let me know when he's done. Oh, without a sub is so bad. Yeah, it's true. Like Twitch, if you don't have Twitch, so I have Twitch Turbo, but I also have YouTube Premium because I can't deal with ads. For sure, right? You know? What's up, Wolfie? Straight flush. You guys know how you have that weird beginner luck? Ponku, thank you. Look, listen, I appreciate the effort, and I'll just tell you, I'll be like, okay, so if there's 10 people on Kick and I did an X amount of stream, I don't know if it will or will not work, but it's worth a shot, isn't it? Isn't it worth a shot? Yeah, I mean, it might actually help a lot. Wider? Thank you. Wider, like you sub on the Prime sub on Twitch is cool, but I just genuinely don't know. Like, will it matter? Will it not? I don't know. So it doesn't seem like a lot, but you gotta understand it's weird because I've thought about this a lot, right? And it's like if I want to make a career if I wanted to make a career off of streaming and have like it not just pay for rent, but also like I could live off the money from streaming, then you have to have from multiple sources. Like the only real way, because like Twitch, again, even if Twitch was double, I think that it's, do streamers get I think so. I'm assuming so, Ponku. I'm assuming so. But I don't know. Like that would be a good question. I don't no idea how Kick works. I never even had a Kick before this. Do you know? Just followed. Thanks. Your volume is muted, you're not counted. If your tab is muted, you are. Ah, that's the one. That's on Twitch, at least. I don't know about the other ones, though. For Taylor, thank you, guys. Thank you. Let's see. Let's see if it works, right? Makes a difference, too, for Twitch. So, Twitch, I don't mind sharing my statistics necessarily about how many subs I have on Twitch and whatnot and, like, how that works. But, again, pretty much most of the money I make on Twitch comes from subs, like when people either gift or tiered subs. I don't know if you know, tiered subs make you a lot more than Prime subs. Viewers. I just don't think it's a viewer thing, Saint Hearth. Like, as funny as it sounds, I thought about this and I'm like, the problem is that Twitch ads make you very little. So let's say you had 400 viewers, but not many more like but the same amount of subs. It's like, that's not that much of an increase. Like the difference of that is not that much. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like it's, on one hand, you're like, damn, you must really be making bank. But it's like, I think it's thousands. Do you know what I mean? Like basically, like I think the number is thousands, not hundreds. And so the idea is not to be getting thousands of average viewers, but rather to kind of like get some different income. So like you have some from Twitch, some from YouTube, some from Kick, some from this, and also like straight up, you know what I mean? I streamed to us and it made me a lot, but I had 3 very generous viewers. Ah, yeah. And sometimes you have I don't have any of those. I don't think Saint Hearth, but that's true. I have seen a few streamers who kind of rely on that, but I have this weird thing where I don't want to ask people. I have a very hard time asking people for money. Money is not something I'm comfortable with. But like asking people to open a tab seems reasonable. But I can like if I'm the sort of person where if you were and that's it means more to me than you think, you know what I mean? Those seem to be really? That's interesting, Onos. Yeah, no, I mean every Prime sub, I think after each stream I can check, but I think it's like you get what, 150 or something, $2 for a Prime sub, and then you get like 250. But also, I guess if I hit the goal of Twitch Plus, then I'll get slightly more. I'm not sure exactly how it works. We'll have to see. But the idea is, yeah, so like you get X amounts of income from Twitch, X amount from YouTube, X amount from Kick, and then realistically, and this is where it gets interesting, guys. This is where it gets real interesting, because I have a plan, but I'm just going to say, listen, are you ready for this? Ooh, because you know what else I should do, right? There is something. There's something that I'm not doing that I should be doing. You know what it is, don't you? I know what it is. TikTok. It's TikTok. Now, listen, man. I feel as though... Wait, you don't have to give subs. No, I feel awkward now that... Wait, Wider, you gifted subs. Thank you, Wider. But honestly, Wider, like... Okay, first of all, thank you for gifting subs. That does matter, and that does help. But let me tell you, first and foremost in my life, and I mean this, okay? This is... You gotta understand that I genuinely mean this from the bottom of my heart. This year was very tough for me. The fact that I had stream and people came to hang out with me while I was going through what I had to go through this year is more of a difference than you will ever realize. Like, I think it's so important. I don't think you guys understand just how cool it is. The fact that I could turn on stream. Like, in January, the month of January, I had something like 240 hours streamed. That's a lot of hours. And it's because the divorce was December 27th. The day that I got basically divorced was December 27th. And I was just like, yo, man, like January rolled around and I was distraught. And I was like very overwhelmed by the change, obviously. And I was just like, I need to be on stream. And I just streamed like 14-hour days because I needed it. And stream literally saved me from doing some stupid shit. No, I'm just literally like, it saved me from, because I could not, it was not a good idea for me to be alone. My family wasn't here. I had no one because my family, you know what I mean? But like that really helped. And then that was around the month I realized I wanted to be a streamer because I was like, wait a second, shit, that was so helpful. I could just turn on stream and hang out with people. So that's my plan. It's like, now all of a sudden, like, let's say I go to Lao. It wouldn't be good for the algorithm, though. 12 years of... I'm sorry, so you're all... Bro, it's wild. It's wild. I was only married... It was only 5 years for me, and we had no children and no property or anything. So it made the logistics of it were technically easy. And it still felt like such an overwhelming thing, and I was just... It was a tough thing, you know. We signed... The papers were only signed about 2 weeks ago, you know? It's very amicable. I wish mine was amicable. I wish, but I don't understand. She's so... I mean, I want to know. Like, I wish that at some point we could just get coffee and catch up, but when I saw her on the day, I hadn't seen her in 8 months. This was 2 weeks ago, by the way, Saint. It was literally like, it was, what, last Monday? So a week, almost exactly 2 weeks. We had the day of the divorce, and I'm just like, bro, Naya, what's up? Thank you guys for the... I'm really curious. I want to see how much the kick helps. Thank you. I see everybody on the kick there. Thank you. But like, I don't understand why people have to be so upset and like angry, because it's not like we are, you know, it wasn't toxic. Like, it just ultimately we shouldn't have been married, and that's okay. But oh man, on the day she was so nasty. Like, she was just so rude, and I was just trying to, like, just be myself, and it was rough, but in a weird way, she made it easier. You know how there are like two perspectives of when you go through a breakup? When you go through a breakup, right, there are like two different perspectives. There's one thought process which goes, I need to win. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like she goes like, for example, there's one thought process that says, I need to win. And the other thought process is, okay, how can I get through this? And there are two completely different thought processes. And I decided, like, on the day, I was like, I don't care if I win. I just want to, I just want to get through this. I'll throw myself. It's okay, Faye. It's all right. We're just chatting. It's just chatting content, So I think that she was very much in that because she only got to say about 4 or 5 things to me on the day, and they were all just zingers. She clearly thought about it. She was like, how can I zing him? How can I make him feel bad? And that was her intention. It was very clear on the day that we were there. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it was super clear. She said a few things to me, and they were all, one of the things she looked at me, because I went with a friend, Kitty went with me, and I was just like, we were in the back. I walked in, and the vibe was not there. So I was like, okay. I looked at her, and I was like, would you like me to just sit in the back and we don't have to talk? And is that better for you? And she said, yes. I said, okay. So we just went to sit in the back and waited for the person to help with the papers. But then at one point we had to sign the papers, so we were standing next to each other, and she goes, you don't have to pretend to be happy. I know you're pissed about all this. And I was like, I mean, I'm not happy about all of it. I just kind of wish we could have talked to each other like normal people. Like, I wish, you know what I mean? Like, I wish we could have just talked to each other and, like, helped each other through this. And then I said, because the only thing I said was, the only note that I had, okay, is I just said this. This is what I said. I looked at her and I was like, I wish that we could have talked to each other and helped each other through this. It's okay that we didn't work out. But our relationship was not toxic, abusive, or malicious. And she looked at me and she went, there's this thing called gaslighting. And I was like, okay. And then I stopped talking. Like, she literally looked at me and she goes, there's this thing called gaslighting. And I was like, oh, okay. And then I stopped. And then I stopped trying. And I was like, okay. And we signed the papers and it's done. I just wish that, you know what I mean? The hardest part for us is moving her back. Yeah, that's a tough one, Saint. I mean, I couldn't imagine, like, those logistics. Hey, Kitty. Thank you for the... I'm really curious to see how the kick works. Think about it like this. If you follow me on... If you do the kick thing, Kitty, then what I could probably do is buy you ice cream soon. Yeah, I thought that was... to be fair, that was a damn good line. Like, it was a good zinger. It's just that I'm not a zinger type person. Like, I don't understand why that had to be the thing. But like, so, that's the type of thing though. Kitty, imposter. So somebody has my username on here. Did somebody actually have this though? Whoever thought, no, I mean, to be fair, like, gaslighting is a thing that people do, but obviously in that, the literal sentence I said word for word was, our relationship was not malicious, abusive, or toxic. That's all I said, by the way. And that's what was gaslighting, which is funny because technically speaking, she was gaslighting me by saying that. But I think it's important. I was talking to my dad last night. Yeah, I was talking to my dad last night. And the truth is, he was reminding me. He really wanted me to, he's so aware of just trying to make me feel better about all this. And he was like, clearly just remember, she's in the wrong and she's probably going to be really upset about leaving you and all that. And I was like, actually, like, no one's in the wrong here. Like, to be fair, we were not meant for each other. Like, by the end of it, like, I really think at some point though. Thanks, soon. But at the end of the day, she did feel neglected, not because I neglected her, but because she could not receive the type of support I had to offer. Like, to be fair, remember, people have different types of love languages and people have different types of perspectives on things. Do you know what I mean? Like that's the thing, that people have different understand. Wait, what is this? What do I have to do? Decaying mushrooms disperse. Okay. So, and that's important though. Yeah. Yeah. So at the end of the day, we weren't compatible. I thought we were, and we were not. You know, does that make sense though? But like, you gotta understand, like, it's not. I was not a bad partner, and she was not a bad partner necessarily. I'm already together. I mean, like, our relationship was so fucking. We actually had a great time. Like genuinely, like, this is one of the things that I was confused about of why it was so. There was so much animosity afterward because we had a grand old time. 99% of the time, we were having a fantastic time. And I don't know if she expected 100%, but like literally, we never fought, which actually, remember, upset her. By the end of it, I kind of realized, I was like, oh, I should have yelled at her more. Like, no joke. Like, I look back and I was like, there were often times where she was trying to get me upset and I wasn't upset because I don't really get mad about those types of things. So I feel like I should have actually been more. That's like, she's the type of person who views that as like, you're not even passionate. Like, you don't even care if you don't yell and do all that type of thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, then she's like, you know, that there's a mentality of some people who are like, if you don't get incredibly possessive and jealous and, you know, that guy tried to talk to me and you're not going to try to punch him in the face. Like, I can't believe it. I'm like, why would I punch him in the face? Like, you going to do anything? You know what I mean? Like, why would do I need to defend you? Like, you can take care of yourself though, right? Like, you would just say no, or I don't know. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's like this mentality that some people have. To be fair, that's not toxic necessarily because there are people who operate like that. No, I don't think it's fair to say that's toxic because there are guys and girls who like that. And to them that's not toxic, that's normal. Now, granted, if you don't agree with that and you try to be with somebody who does agree with that, then all of a sudden it gets toxic because there's a difference of opinion. Does that make sense? So that's where the trouble lies, though. Like, the trouble lies where there's just an incompatibility, if that makes sense. So that's, I'm not like that, but I'm kind of unplussable. And but there are people who operate in that world, and I can't be upset about that because everybody's entitled to have love and happiness in their life. Does that make sense? You didn't get upset that, so yeah, exactly. I mean, to be fair, one of the things that really definitely pissed her off at the end was that I didn't get upset. Now, to be fair, I yelled at her one time. I only ever raised my voice a single time in 5 years of marriage. One time. I did. And I've shared this story before, actually, because I think it's a good way to understand the whole thing. I don't mind going over it again. There was one time where I lost my cool. A very single time in 5 years. 5 years, I literally not a single time ever raised my voice. But, yeah. And then there was a single time that I did. She divorced me 2 weeks later. So I feel like in some ways, she was waiting for that. You know? That is a CBT. I can tell you that's a toxic. I know, Atomic, and what I'm trying to say, though, you know what I mean? I am doing my best to give everyone the benefit of the doubt to the best of my ability, because I don't think it's ever fair to look at a situation. You can only hear my perspective, right? Like, you don't get to hear her perspective. From her perspective, I was all the things that she thinks I am. From my perspective, I understand how there was a miscommunication. And when I tell the story, I don't want you to get mad at her because she's not a bad person. My goal of sharing this is not for you to be like, bro, Wu sounds like a fucking fantastic husband, and this other person sounds like a shit. She just sounds like so toxic. She sounds so terrible. I'm like, bro, I wouldn't have married her if she was a bad person. Like, she's cool. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we had a difference of emotional intelligence. Whereas I wanted a specific, like, I had a way of communicating and she had a way of communicating. We can argue about which of those is better, but the truth is it doesn't matter because people have differences. There's sometimes it's better. Like, you ever had a friend who you talk to and you're like, what's up, bitch? Like, that's not technically a healthy way of communicating, but in a weird way it is. It shows that you're comfortable or this or whatever. Sometimes on the surface things seem bad, but you're like, what's up, dick? You're like, you know what I mean? Like, your friendship language is that you make fun of each other. there are different ways of communicating, and not all of them are inherently terrible. If I'm trying my best, you know. I also agree that people throw narcissism around a lot, but the truth is that it's not so much narcissism as it is just insecurity. Narcissism is a form of insecurity. At the end of the day, she wanted me to prove myself in a way that I did not want to prove myself, and it ended up making her feel neglected because I was not the type of guy who would punch another type of guy if he tried to talk to her. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's just not in my nature to do, because I'm like, why do I, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's not in my nature. I would love to, I don't want to speak negatively of her. I will say, yeah. But agreed, the weaponizing jealousy is not so great, not so hot. And ultimately, the thing that really, you know, well, she always, you know, that's, I mean, I look back on it, it's hard, because if you ask me, I'll have maybe a different answer. If you ask the people in my life, they'll tell you she was always like this. I always saw the best in people for what it's worth. I like to see the best in people. I try to be a realist, but I would prefer to be an optimist than an idiot than a cynicist and right. I'm so much more into that. This delve took a long time, by the way. Is Taze ready? Wait, we were waiting for this key for quite a long time. Are people still in the party? Yeah, I don't like the idea of how she handled it. I'm really not a fan of. Why are my reputations? Oh, they're all really low, yeah. I hope that one day we could grab coffee at some point and just have a conversation, and I just ask her, hey, did you ever get that job? Like, how's your health? How's your life? And I hope at some point we can catch up like that. And if we can't, then I suppose that's sad. But I've always been like that. If there's a relationship that doesn't work out or a friendship that doesn't work out, I'm the sort of person who I would love to ask them a year later how they're doing. Sometimes that happens and sometimes that doesn't happen, do you know? I'd be like that sometimes. It's just emotional articulation. Yeah, her way of articulating was to lash out and to, you know, when she was scared and afraid, she would lash. Now, the only thing I will say is if you're going to go through something like this, you know, don't ever bash the other person. It's not worth it, and it's a tough thing. When we were going through this and the days of conversation that led up to it. So what happened was she came home one day from work. Like I was about to go to work. It was like 9:30 p.m. and she walked through the door and I could tell immediately when something was wrong. So I was like, oh, hey, like what's wrong? She was with her sister all day. And then she came back and she was like, I think I want a divorce. And I was like, say what now? And I was about to go to work. I'd work at 10. And I was like, I'm sorry, say what now? And she was like, yeah, what? And I was like, okay, okay. Can you, cool, let's sit down, let's talk about this. I was like completely flabbergasted. So obviously I canceled work and then we talked for about 3 hours. And in that conversation, okay, believe it or not, impossible to make it work. I'm in pain. I wish I could talk. So it's taken me a long time, Fajin, to get to this point of being able to communicate this way. I believe with my heart that the point of life is to experience life. And I don't think we can experience life to its fullest if we can't communicate what's going on. Like, honesty for me seems massively, like, it's the most important thing. Because sometimes things don't work out. But if we can be honest about why it didn't work out, then we can learn and grow and experience. And that, to me, is worth it. Because I don't believe the goal of life is to be happy all the time. I believe the goal of life is to experience. And you take away from someone's experience is if you lie. And if you're not honest with what's going on. If that makes sense. So for me, if communication is broken down, then it's very difficult to repair anything past that point, if that makes sense. Obviously, it's difficult to fully have this conversation because I don't know you and you don't really know my life either, but I'm happy to share. I think it's important to share these things because, you know what I mean? Like, I think it's important to have a conversation about this, though. So I really hope so too, Atomic. Like, really, do you know what I mean? Like, I genuinely hope as well. Exactly. I think so too, Bathazu. Like, it's not actually, genuinely, it's not about knowing and having the security of knowing like, if you know what's going to happen, actually, sometimes life can get boring. There's security in that, but it's not about the security of knowing. It's about the trust that I can have in myself about experiencing. Like, I trust myself to go through an experience and be honest about it, if that makes sense. Like, I trust myself, for example, if something like this happens, I trust myself to handle it. And I look back and I can say I'm very proud of how I handled it, because that conversation, like that 3 hour conversation, what happened was I have been through a lot of work in my life emotionally. So in that conversation, what happened was we sat down and she said, I'm not happy. I said, okay, can you tell me why? Let's talk about it. Talk to me. So, okay, so talk to me. And I said, like, tell me what's going on. So she would say something. She would say things like, I hate the way you do this. And I say, okay, fair enough. And she would say, I feel neglected. Now, I immediately have, my first thought is, I don't neglect you. But I don't say that out loud, because clearly this is important to her. So I say, I check that thought and I say, so I can understand it. Can you give me an example of how I've been neglecting you? Because then I can understand and communicate. And she would give me examples, and then I could understand what was going on. So, for example, I'll share it with you. A lot of what she said in that conversation, she was like, you don't care about me. And I said, okay. Again, my first thought is, what the fuck are you talking about? But second thought filter is, can you explain how you feel? Like, tell me an example of this so I can understand it. And she would say things like, you never take me out. And I would say, oh, okay. Like, that makes more sense, because I'm not an outside person, so I don't really like going on dates outside. I'm an inside person, so I like dates at home, you know? Get a projector, have a movie night at home, but I don't really like going outside. So I was like, okay. Can I ask you, 2 weeks ago, or like very, very shortly before that was our anniversary, and I was like, we went to a rooftop bar. I took you to a rooftop bar. Can I ask, like, was that not enough? Like, did that not count? What could I have done better in that situation? That was a good question. And she was like, yeah, like that, you didn't even care. And I was like, okay. Like, what? And again, I was just trying to understand. And I asked questions. That whole conversation, she was basically attacking me. And she was like, you did this wrong. I said, okay. How? Never once did I look at her and be like, you did all these things wrong, because I don't think that's productive. That's an attack, and I didn't want to attack her. I wanted to settle the scenario. So in this conversation, I'm proud of myself for not lashing back out. Even though she was lashing at me, I didn't lash back out, right? I think this was important. So anyways, that conversation, basically the things were, when I spend time with her at home, it doesn't count. Like, literally, she was just straight up like, when we're at home and I hang out with her for 3 hours, I might as well have not spent time with her at all. Does that make sense? She literally was just like, hey, because I was like, can you clarify? She's like, you don't spend any time with me. I was like, doing the math in my head, I'm like, we see each other like 2-3 hours a day minimum. I was like, bro, what? I was like, how is okay? Like, what does spending time mean to you? And there was like fundamental differences at that point. For her, spending time is going out on a date. For me, spending time is at home, you know, watching reels next to each other and playing games and whatever. Like, there's a difference of understanding. So, to be fair, there could have been a much better conversation rather than her telling me I'm a terrible person and I don't care about her and I'm selfish and all that, rather than understanding we just had different communication styles. That would have been much better for me, right? So at the end of the day, we weren't compatible. Now, granted, when we first got together, she wanted all of that, but then eventually she realized that she did not. And better at this point now than 5 years from now. At the end of the day, though, the problem I have with it is not that it happened. The problem I had with it was there was so much animosity that we couldn't even have a conversation. I checked in with her several times after. I was like, yo, can I say hi? And she was like, no. I said, okay. I was like, can we
before we actually got to the divorce day, I was like, can I just, like, could we maybe like grab coffee just for like 30 minutes so it's not as awkward on the day? And she was like, nope. I said, okay. She didn't say no. She said, see you on the day. I said, okay. You know what I mean? So she had a very strong emotion. So she really believes in her heart of hearts. Like she genuinely believes in her heart of hearts that I was abusive in that way. Do you know what I mean? Like she really, really, like on that day that I showed up, she was like, you fucking terrible person. And I was like, me? Like what? Okay. Like I thought maybe 8 months apart and she would be like, I'm sorry for how I handled it. But she did not say that. She was like, you're a fucking abusive, narcissistic, terrible person. And I was like, what? What did I do? you know? I feel like, no, Bronny, like not necessarily. I look back and I realize that at some point I did start to pull away. For the bids of connection, like her bids for connection were not always responded to by me. Like the previous 6 months or so. Before that they were, but yeah. Yeah, but basically, like, yeah, keep in mind, she had never really had a long-term relationship before, and part of me does feel like she was waiting, she expected Horatio on his white horse and for everything to be perfect. I'm not sure exactly what it is that she wants, because I never, like, I never yelled at her. I think that she would have preferred it if I did. It would have, I think that she felt, I think it would have helped, to be honest, though, Yeah. I genuinely hope so, too. But what was definitely destructive was on the day, man. On the day, she looked at me and she said, you don't have to pretend to be happy. I know you're pissed about this. And I was just like, wait. I feel like what you could have said was, I hope you find happiness. And then not said anything else. But, like, not even wishing for somebody to find happiness is like, what? Like, I was like, I wanted to say that to her. I was like, hey, I genuinely hope, like, you find what you're looking for. But instead she was like, no, I hope you're fucking pissed. Like, do you know what I mean? She was like, I hope you regret this for the rest of your life. I'm like, you're the one that broke up with me. Like, I'm so confused. I always use bids for connection. Went through that while learning. Yeah. That was something for sure. Like, to be fair, like, I could not give her what she needed. So she was justified in saying that she felt neglected, even though that's not actually what was happening. I will definitely move on, I definitely will. I'm not saying this from a place of woundedness. I'm saying this from a place of, rather than a place of being wounded, I'm saying this from a place of understanding, which I think is important, because sometimes we go through things like this and we think that we're going to be hurt forever, but time is ultimately the healing factor, and perspective, and doing the work, and you know what I mean? There's second options each time. Yeah, so Atomic, one thing I realized that I could have done better was I should have been more passionate. Actually, I was a bit too logical. That's one thing I realized, Atomic, and there was an exchange that should have occurred that didn't occur. I actually think that I should have been more straightforward. I think I should have been more passionate. What about this Fury Warrior? Yo, Taze, are you coming? Didn't Taze say he was in a key like 30, 40 minutes ago? And he was going to be done with that? Did he remember? Let me see. I look back but I've already made changes. Like, because the one thing though for me, I don't know if that's necessarily true, King. Like as a generalization and stuff. Yeah. Social media. I honestly think, Francisco, like, with respect, I think you're right at all. I actually think you're right. To be fair, I genuinely, like, on one hand, I'm like, no, but I think you're completely right. I genuinely think that without the experience of having been through relationships before, you might not know that it is a give and take, and that it is like it's not a perfect situation. I think there's a thought where, once you find your soulmate, everything just fits into place and there's nothing else you have to do. But actually, relationships do take a bit of work, and if you choose the right person, then you'll never regret that work ever.
but you still have to work at it. They take a certain level of effort, but the whole point is if you choose the right person for you, you will be nothing but happy about doing that work. Like if, when things come up or when there's a little, like you will just feel impassioned and wonderful and just like that will make you feel good about yourself to do the work so that you can be like, that's the idea, if that makes sense. Oh, it's passion. Yeah. I think that I could have done that better. I think he definitely forgot about this though. I ended up being the bad guy. So she definitely did that though, Ponku. You're absolutely right. By the way, because the way that she came with her family that day, and like, oh my god, the way they looked at me, it like they looked at me like I had done something absolutely terrible, and the vibes were like I should have showed up in my leather jacket, driving my Harley Davidson, smoking a cigarette, and like that was the idea. Like they've really built up an image over 8 months of not talking to me. But of course I showed up in my tank top, flip flops, and like smiling and drinking bubble tea. But like there was certainly an image that was built up. I was the song. Like basically right before I entered the building, I actually heard the entire courthouse start playing bad boys, what you gonna do when they come for you? And I was like, damn. I was like, I didn't realize I had made it in life. You know what I mean? I didn't realize that I had achieved this level of badassery. But there we go. Now apparently I have. People make stories, and we all make stories. It's how we view life. Sometimes without the right input, those stories can get out of hand. She ain't a bad person. She was scared and tried to make the best decision that she could have. And that's what she did. And I tried to make the best decision I could have. At the very least, I did so in a way that I do not regret. I was as honest and as kind as I could possibly have been. Maybe that wasn't the right choice, but I did my best. And I think that ultimately, at the end of the day, I'm proud of what I did and how I handled it. I hope that she can be as well. And therefore, moving on, the one thing that's so important to me is I don't like to carry wounds with me. I knew I would be wounded, and I knew I needed to do some work, but I will not love again. That's so important. I knew that I would be hurt enough and scared to ever try again, but I didn't want to be. I'm like really hardcore. I'm like, listen, I want to be joyful and happy, and at some point I'm going to find somebody that I want to be with, and I don't want to limit myself because of this experience. I don't want to say this went bad, so the next one must go bad as well. No. Like, this went bad for all these reasons, which I spent a lot of time thinking about and working on, so that the next one, so that I can move forward confidently. So that I don't have to take, the trauma and the wounds that I carried from this, I don't have to carry that with me and then put that on someone else. I will absolutely, at some point, date again and find a partner that I can just be so happy with. Like, because I just don't inherently believe that relationships should ever be anything other than that. Like, again, sometimes things come up, but I really do believe relationships are fucking fantastic. Like, what's better than living with your best friend? Like, that's what could possibly be better than that? Someone who will support you and you support them and you just like spending time together. And also you can do some horizontal activities and never worry about having abs ever again in your life. Like, what's the downside? There's a lot of good things here, Any challenges? Nah, Bronny. Hold up. Holy fuck, I was about to say the wrong thing there. Oh. You almost got me, my friend. You almost got me, because I was about to answer that question in a way that I should not have answered that. I have, generally speaking, dated a variety of people in my life. No, definitely not. So that person's ethnicity has nothing to do with it. There was a different culture for sure, but ultimately it's not that different. Was a relationship with her family? Yeah. So she's technically Thai Indian, right? So she has the Indian culture. Like, technically she's Thai, but it's weird because I was married to an Indian, not a Thai person, which is super weird because our wedding was Indian. the holidays we celebrated were not Thai. They were actually Indian. Like I celebrated Diwali with her family, which was super weird, by the way. You know what I mean? Isn't that strange? Like I'm in Thailand. I live in Thailand, but weirdly enough, actually the whole time I'm basically just for what it's worth, I actually was Indian culture. The food I learned how to cook was Indian. The recipes I learned how to do were Indian. All the things I learned were Indian. They were not actually Thai, which is very funny, by the way. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So now that was a funny thing. What's up, Erase? Well, we're trying to find. I guess we could just take people. Taze, motherfucker, he's not coming. All right, bet. Does that rogue want to come back? By the way, I'm honor qualified, but fuck it. I like him. I like this. He said he's underqualified, but fuck it. That's great. Let's take him. I'm just gonna start taking people. I thought Taze was coming. I kind of thought he would show up, but nah. Exactly. You know, you make some dal and roti, bro. I made idli and I made dosa like with custom batter that we would get. Like I literally made, yeah, I made like my own. We made idli and all this stuff. You know what I mean? Like I did actually, yeah. Not just dal, but yeah, we would make dosa and stuff. I literally, but like from scratch, like not like we wouldn't order it. Like we would order the batter from some random Indian auntie, and just send it. Yeah, like I know how to make all sorts of stuff. My favorite dessert that I would make for myself sometimes was siro, which is basically just like we made like laddu and siro all the time. At least I did. Yeah, isn't that super strange though? That technically, like my exposure to the culture being married was actually I didn't learn anything about Thai. Yeah, we learned aloo tikka. We made that a lot. I remember. That's a good one. Yep. We made a dum aloo, which is a funny thing though. You Dornagal main mua. You Dornagal main. I know, right? Francisco, yes, but at the same time, I think that if you are really living your life accordingly and you're having a great time, there's not a lot that's. I just want to be. I like sharing things. I'm a sharer. I'm the type of person I am. It's like I like experiencing things, observing them, recording them in my little logbook, and then saying, "This is what I'm going to do with this," and I want to share it with you. Like I like trying things and then recording it. I feel as though my nature as a person is that I'm an observer. I like to watch, learn, and then report. I like to share it, you know? Great, let's take this rogue and let's send it. Here we go. This is the plan. Little bit of a hard comp for you to heal, Faye. We're all melee, but it should be all right. Cool. Let's roll. OCE ping, okay? Tay said he was coming, but he forgot. Wait, what? Wait, dirty. What? Wait. How? What? Oh, I see. No lust. Listen, you don't need lust. Just drums. It's fine. 18 dark flame is just drums. No, it's fine. Just heal. Oh, dirty. I see what happened there. No. You just heal, Faye. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Is Sam even there? I don't know how long was that, Faye? How long were we waiting for this key? Are you there? And Wider, thank you for the gifted subs earlier. I'm a little surprised, I guess. I don't know, like super surprised, but somehow you gifting subs has ended us up here. Bro, was that almost an hour? Fuck. I guess I'm a bit of a yapper. A little bit. Would you describe me as a quiet person? You have family and they'll certainly always be there. That's true, Francisco. I am actually very lucky to have... I'm very lucky to have a family that I can... At least a mom and a dad that I can depend on. 2 shots plus 10s, I get so nervous because of experience in lower keys. Never tried to push for 3K. Brawny, honestly, understood. Do you know? And it takes time to go AFK. Like, we were waiting. I guess, well, I thought Taze was coming this whole time. He said he was coming, and then Soon was there, and then that's all happened, you know? So... I will say that the anxiety you face as a new tank or like a player and you want to push and you think you have the skill for it, but this game should be fun. I cannot solve the anxiety for you because the truth is there are randomly very toxic people at all key levels, but there are some toxic people at that key level, man. It should be fine. Like there are so many toxic people. Unless you're putting something in your mouth. Let me put something in my mouth right now, Dirty. Listen. I'm going to put something in my mouth right now.
Oh my god, I even gagged. Ugh. Ugh. Sometimes when I put the salty white thing in my mouth, it doesn't always go down cleanly. I want it to, but it doesn't always go the way that it's intended. Because they're literally just salt, so what happens is when I put them, they start dissolving on my tongue, and sometimes they get stuck, so I have to like really like get them to the back of the throat. Like I have to like this. You know what I mean? Maybe ready check. I whispered him. It's very possible that he's just not here. You know? No. It's all good. Lust is overrated. I guess I'll get a snack. Actually, Faye, let me go make dinner. I'll be back in like 20 minutes. I'm just kidding. I have personally never them. Poor Faye. Okay, let me at least stand up for a second. Thank you guys. Well, I suppose you know. What's up, oh hey? What's good, fam? What's good is Nutella Oreo cheesecake. That is very good. Let me tell you right now. I'll answer this question easily. What's good is Nutella Oreo cheesecake. That's good. I thought of another joke I'm not supposed to say, so I'm just gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Let me be right back. Is Sam back yet? Hold up. Is he back? Oh, he doesn't look back. He does not look back. Uh-oh. This could be rough. Alright. We could technically wait a second, though. Need a hole, is this an... Wait, what? What'd I miss here? No, wait, hold on. What is this chat? Hold up. Y'all are talking about something. What was this? What's this? Scrolling. Nutella Oreo cheesecake. What? Oh boy. Oh yep. There's a clip. I figured there would be. Honestly, guys, you clipped it. Here's the thing, right? there's actually a whole section of my Discord which literally is meant for clips, and like, fair enough. I don't mind sending it because I thought about this, right? And I was like, what if I make a TikTok? What am I gonna post on TikTok? It's like I need some stream content for TikTok, you know what I mean? And I was like, oh, these clips are gold. Honestly, I don't think, because I just let them rip. I just completely let them rip. I don't really think about them, but I feel like the clips actually, they're kind of funny, you know. Like I just feel like post raw clips. No, I mean I would post some with protection to some degree, but I mean if you think that, you know. Have you seen the 3,000 letter essay on the frost decay changes? No, Drak, I have not. I have not. But overall, I mean, are they complaining about the frost decay changes? To be fair, we're literally playing with the number one. I mean, if he comes back, which he does not have to, right? It's on patch notes. Wait, today? Dev notes. Welcome. Weapon. When? Where? No such thing as bad publicity. I don't know, oh hey. I actually don't think that's true. I think there's absolutely a thing as bad publicity. Holy, let me tell you. There is absolutely a thing there is 100% a thing as bad publicity, right? Now, let me tell you this. Do you have a cat or a dog? You got any pets, oh hey? Do you have any pets? You got like a fish? Like a turtle? Like a... You got anything? We will give him like 5 more minutes. I figured this was coming. I knew the duel was coming. I don't think that you or I, neither of us are going to win this duel. Like, neither of us are getting anywhere here. Basically, you got to think about it like this, right? He might have fallen asleep. It's true. He might have fallen asleep. But here's how you have to think about it, okay? Imagine that you had a pet, and then I came over to your house, right? And I ate your dog, right? And I ate your dog. It would be pretty tough to get good publicity from this. If I just straight up, you got chickens, that's a little bit easier. I can't, listen, well, if you have chickens and I eat your, that's kind of what they're there for. So to be fair, the chickens don't work super well with this, I suppose. Okay. So maybe not chickens. The chickens are not going to be a good example of this. And here's a good listen though. Well, that could be. See that Mua, that doesn't help my point, because if basically I went over there and I did exactly what you're describing, I'm pretty sure that would only be good publicity. Just keep in mind the amounts of people who have asked me if I have an OnlyFans. Makes me think that I could make a lot of money if I so desired. If I so desired, there would be an opportunity for me. Like if I ever fell on hard times, I wouldn't need to go to a street corner. I would just need an internet connection. I'm just saying. Okay, now I do not have one, to clarify, nor do I intend to make one. Literally, neither of us are going to get absolutely anywhere with this. We have a tank and a healer doing PvP. Neither of us are getting anywhere, though. Yeah, I noticed Sam had officially DC'd. I think he might have fallen asleep. That's my bad, I guess. Actually, technically, his Taze is bad, but it's all good. So the idea, though, is if I basically went over there and gobbled up his male chicken, then I suppose what could have happened is there could be good publicity from this, and then it defeats the whole point of me saying that there is a thing as bad publicity, so we don't actually end up making the point here, Mua. You see what I mean? Yeah, I know, the Guardian Druid change. Well, the Guardian Druid changes are, we accidentally nerfed Boomy, so you guys suck. That's pretty much it, though. Oh, I win! Nice. All right, let me see this. I can't open the WoW head, though. These are the official patch notes. Oh, you're just saying, though. The fuck are we talking about, then? Bro, I have no idea. Oh, hey, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of thought Sam... it's okay. I have no idea. I got no idea.
At this point, I'm just ranting. We're just sending it. I genuinely, at this point, have zero clue what we are or are not talking about. I just needed to change my gear. Yeah, of course. I didn't press a single defensive or heal button there, Faye. Trust me, it's going nowhere. It's not going anywhere. You thought you were going... I was going somewhere, and then midway on the journey, I forgot where I was going. So, you know, it happens like that sometimes. Sometimes it be like that. Blizzard post Blue Link. That would work, Jirok. Yes. That would work. Just like stand still. Okay. I will like stand still. No problem. Nate. A Retribution Paladin. We can wait for a Lust this time, I suppose. If we have time to actually reform the comp, we might as well get a Lust for 18 Dark Flame. Why not? I wonder if the Helm enchant immediately stops working next season. Oh, wait, shit. No, Nightbot timed out Jirok. Hold up. Sorry. Wait. Permit. Oh, no, Jirok got timed out. Shit. I forgot. Wait. Permit? No, wait. Oh, he tried to send the link, the other link. Jirok. Oh, no, I forgot. Paul. Oh, Salty timed out. There you go. Okay, hold up. Sorry, Jirok. Come back. My bot got you. My bot absolutely sent you into the nether realm. That's my bad. Here, listen. Come back. Okay, wait, try again. I think I've... Yeah, he got fast hands. Okay, try again. I've just permitted you to share the link, because now I want to know what the link is. Another warrior. Fine with all pings. Okay, that's the one. I can open this, yeah. I can open this here. Okay, all right. You're talking about... These are just the overall patch notes. These are not new patch notes. Right. Okay, yes. Because Frost DK is clearly... They were like... When Blizzard reworks something, they really want you to like their work. So whenever they rework something, they're like, please like our work. Please. And you just go, okay. So if they're going to rework something, trust me, it's going to be really, really good. Yeah, these are the Guardian... Oh my god, this is a lot of notes. Yeah, this is insane. This is actually an insane number of notes, though, I will say. This is... So if we're looking at all of the Death Knight notes... Here, I'll share with you my screen so that we can look at this together as we wait. Faye, if anybody really good applies, let me know. Here. Window capture. Boom. This one. Okay. This is what we're looking at right now, by the way. So this page of notes, the official patch notes for next season. Okay? Listen. These are the Death Knight changes. Okay? So Death Knight changes are right here. This is all Death Knight. We're still in Death Knight, by the way. Yeah? This is all Death Knight changes. Literally, this is still Death Knight changes. So we're scrolling here, and I'm still on Death Knight changes. This is how much attention Death Knight has gotten in the official patch notes. I don't know if you didn't know this already. Yeah. Now, allow me to explain to you how much Druid has gotten. This is what I'm trying to say. So, Death Knight is going to be in a good spot because this is Guardian and that was Death Knight. All right? We know Guardian is right here. Sorry, there's another Guardian. There you go. That's Guardian right here. My bad. There you go. There you go. That's another Guardian line. So, clearly they put more effort into some things than they do other things. All right? Yeah. Check Resto Shaman. Oh, boy. All right. So, Evoker has some changes, to be fair. Like, Preservation actually got some stuff. Then, to be fair, it was all right. Hunter, I bet, is a lot, too. Like, Hunter's all of this. Damn, this is... Yeah, the Hunter got a bunch. Beastmaster Marksman, overall Hunter changes. Huge. Mage, actually... Mage got mostly buffed, didn't it? Yeah. Monk. Brewmaster got a bunch. What about Windwalker? I bet you Windwalker is nothing. Yeah. Look at this. So it went Brewmaster, a little bit of Mistweaver, and then Windwalker is like one line. Windwalker is actually just straight one line here. That's it. That's all of Windwalker. How you feeling today? Thank you for asking, Sleepin'. Honestly, today pretty good. Anything for Paladin? Yeah, I mean there would be some holy and everything. Actually, Paladin got a lot. To be honest, Paladin actually got a lot. This was, and you were playing it, Faye. This is just the PTR notes, right? Can you read the Havoc buffs and nerfs? Havoc? Wasn't Havoc not changed that much? It's just good with the new. Their tier set was really good. And all right, where's? Oh, it's gonna be all the way up there. We got nothing, right? Like actually nothing. Yeah, I was about to say. It's just good right now though. It's actually not bad this season even. It's just VDH was so supreme. All right, Shaman, Resto Shaman, Elemental. All right, Elemental. Here we go. Enhancement, Restoration Shaman. Now the good news is that Healing Tide Totem was increased by 100%. That's it. That's all Resto Shaman got. To be fair, you want your spec to have a lot of notes. Even if it's a nerf, at least they're looking at it, right? At least they're looking at it. Overall, by the way, Warlock is just so giga buffed on everything. Warlock is a spec that really won from a lot of this changes. Actually, remember, Prot Warrior is also a spec that has all of this. I think Prot Warrior is in a really good spot, to be fair. Yeah. All right, did we find anybody in queue for this key? We've been waiting for... Oh, this doesn't look very good. Yep. To be fair, bro, well, I mean, at this point, you don't want them to touch it. You don't want to get touched. Trust me. At this point, you don't want to get touched. Like, you think it'll be a nice touch, but it won't be. It's not gonna be one of those nice touches. You're gonna you know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about, bro? But like, you're gonna be there, and then all of a sudden you're gonna be like, you know, that was actually really uncomfortable, and I don't think I like that very much. Like, that's gonna be your experience. So you don't want them to touch you. That buff because of raid, right. Yeah, aura buffs. You gotta remember, aura buffs do not affect ancient teachings. Correct. Yeah, exactly. Because right now, Havoc, I genuinely think Havoc and DK they're your two best melee. You bring Fury to buff them. The upcoming rate the tier sets yet? I want your opinion on them. So the tier sets are interesting just because you have some that are like awesome, but the problem is they couldn't. Aesthetics. No, hey, I have no idea about the aesthetics. I was just gonna say the problem is it's a balancing nightmare. Like, there are some that are just a balancing nightmare, and I think that they may have shot themselves in the foot a little bit with how they tried to balance. Because there are clearly some that they just missed. Keep in mind, I play Guardian Druid, so I'm a little salty about it, okay? I'm slightly salty about it because the Guardian Druid Elun's Chosen set is like... It was alright, and then they nerfed it, and I was like, okay. Didn't feel like that was very nice. I mean, I think that Guardian, honestly, if they gave it 10% more damage, the problem is they shouldn't aura buff it because raid, it might be good. Like, fair enough that it might actually be alright in raid, but they, you know what I mean? Did Prot Pally get changed? Yeah, Prot Pally's received a lot of changes, technically speaking, but most of it has to do with the fact that they messed up the Lightsmith tier set. Yo, who do we want for this 18 at this point? I swear you're going to want somebody tanky because you actually have to heal this rogue and stuff. Lucid, how'd the 18 go? Great question. You know, sometimes in life, things don't go. And that's why we take Miralax. No, we haven't even started it yet. We had some people who said they were going to show. We haven't started. I'm just going to take this guy. Let's go. Fuck it. Can you heal an Elemental Shaman? Actually, wait a second. I'm thinking PTR. This is going to be a terrible key. We're not making this happen. This is an Elemental Shaman. Don't they have really bad single target right now? I don't know. Can you heal this? I'll help him. I'll help the Shaman. More than just a flat percentage damage boost is Druids, in my opinion. Rework Iron Fur. I don't think Iron Fur is that much of a problem erase. Like, I really don't think it's that bad. I don't think Iron Fur's issue is that... I just don't think it's a significant issue. Elun's Chosen, I understand people want a slight bit more complexity. But I don't think... You know, Druid of the Claw... I've been paying attention to it, and I tested it a whole bunch myself, Erase. Like, I talked to Thorak, and I asked him for his logs, and I checked, and I've been looking at it, and I think that Druid of the Claw is actually officially, like, 200k ahead of EC and stuff like this, so it's, you know, traumatizing his healthcare working on. Yeah, Palin's just an 18. I like how you say it's just an 18. I like your confidence, Faye. It's just an 18. All right. First poll coming back. I like how you said it's just an 18. Yeah? Yeah, I mean, like, so... What was I saying? I forgot. Now I'm distracted about the Miralax. What could go wrong? Yeah, Faye's impressive. We got this. Mua, did you get title? You got title, right, Mua? What's your main IO now? What's up, Geech? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. How are you today? I have made some fundamentally good decisions for my life. So ultimately, I am feeling pretty good today. Good evening. Did you just come in and gift a sub? Thank you. 3815. Oh, Mua, are you safe? Wait, Mua, are you safe? Is that safe? That's like right on the line, right? Now system so good? Nah, you're good. I'll kick star. Okay. That's safe? Okay, good. I was about to say that would be kind of unfortunate if you somehow didn't get it. Ooh, great. Excellent. I made some good life decisions. Basically, I tried to remind myself. Yeah, I tried to remind myself that it is far more important for me to have grace and actually just, I need to take a moment to stop and say, and just be proud of myself for how I've actually gotten through this last little bit of my life. Because I think it's so easy for me to be a little bit of a perfectionist, a little bit of a, you know what I mean? Like, I tend to be very hard on myself, and I go, oh, this is going well. I could do even more. I could do even more. I could do more. I could do more. I could do more. But the truth is, when I look at the last 8 months, I am so vastly, incredibly proud of myself that I am just, I should be happier. Like, I should actually take a moment and just be like, hey, look, you deserve a week or 2 or 5 to breathe. Like, you don't need to make more progress. You're actually doing good. Bask in it for a bit. I'm trying to remind myself that that is important. Do you know? I'm getting through. It is tough, MF. Like, it's an incredibly tough thing to go through, and we have to have as much grace for ourselves as possible. It's okay to not be okay, but at the same time, whatever helps us get over that hump and just keep going, right? Whatever that means for you. Do they need more? No more PTR changes since the last one. The last set of PTR changes was, I think, the final one. I'm hoping we maybe get one more look and during an M0 week, but basically remember once the season starts, it starts. Like, just remember that once the raid comes out and the Race to World First begins, there's no tuning that week. Unless there's an extreme outlier or a very bugged thing, then just remember that's where we're at. That's important to know that. Important to know that. So whatever tuning is we got right now is kind of where we're going to be, if that makes sense. Yes, I like that word a lot, Geech. I try to have grace for myself because the truth is I'm very proud of who I am. Sucks that very quick. If you can find WoW friends to play with, that would be excellent. Also, Geech, I want to show you something. This is a new project that I have started. It is interesting. I think it's very interesting. I was talking about this earlier. I don't know if have you ever heard of Kick? Let me ask you a first question. Have you ever actually heard of Kick before? Is this something that you've heard of? This is an 18. I haven't done an 18 in a long time. I'm pretty sure I'll be fine. Maybe like slight bit of lock-in, but otherwise we're fine. Boom, 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 boom. I think so. Okay, so it's like an extra streaming platform, and when I can multi-stream now, So it's something that I'm allowed to do. They changed the rules on this a little bit ago. Friends is the true final boss of WoW. Friends is the point. But just because it's so much easier to play WoW if you have friends to play with. Like, it's very hard to interact with the looking for group system and get what you want out of the game. Like, it's so incredibly tough to do that. Yo, look at the DPS meters. Hold up. Look at this. Look at this. I'm owning. Look at this. I don't know Kick. Okay, so what's interesting about Kick is right now on Twitch, let's say that you gift a sub, right? Let's say you gift a sub on Twitch. whatever you pay, I get effectively less than 50% of. Now, granted, I am attempting to see if I could get the Twitch Partner Plus, and that would make this slightly better. But effectively, I do not make that money, right? Because like they take a lot of it. Kick is an interesting platform where I make basically 100% of what happens there, which is very interesting because it basically means that the amount that I can make on Kick is significantly higher. In fact, like by about 500% or something crazy. You know what I mean? It's very interesting. I don't know exactly how it works. I'm still learning. But the idea is you can make a lot more money. Like everything goes so much further on Kick than it does on Twitch. That's kind of the point. Whoops. Yeah. With friends, you beat the... So that's the whole point. If you're playing off meta, you have to... If you're playing off meta... I got my X. That sucks. That's a tough one, MF. Yeah, on one hand, gamer couples who game together are the best, but on the other hand, I suppose, if that doesn't work out, then that could be rough, though. The devil in the details is that they promote some other things. Like, the ads on Kick are... They can be... like gambling related or other things, or I don't really know what the point of it is, but effectively, let's say for example, I have 156 viewers right now. If I did an 8-hour stream with 156 viewers on Twitch, then I'm going to get something like $20 or $30 of ad revenue. Like that's about how much I make when I do a stream on Twitch. I think it's like 30 or something, yeah. But if I were to do the same stream with the same viewers on Kick, I would get like $200. Like, it's like way more. It's like significantly, like, I don't know why this is or anything, but it is a significant portion more. Does that make sense? Like, not like a little bit, but like a lot more. And obviously, if I can support myself with stream, then I can stream more and devote more and do cool things for stream. Not that that's required. I like this anyways, but... I think it's very interesting. I just think it's super cool. But it's also like, if, technically speaking, if somebody wanted to gift subs and they did it on Kick, I would earn double the amount on Kick than I would on Twitch, which is a strange thing. I don't know what that benefits other people, but it would be interesting. So here's the thing, Ohai. I would love that too for WoW. Like, public perception of WoW does not help anyone. In fact, it makes the game actively worse. I think it makes the game, like, significantly worse. That being said, it's here to stay. Gaming has changed a lot. Gaming is basically no longer about having some chill time after work with your friends. Gaming is now about sweating. You know, your score is your identity. And people take it way more seriously in a weird way than they used to. If anything, it actually used to not be as serious. Like, I swear that one of the differences of gaming is people used to be a lot more chill. Like, in Classic, for example, people would be like, no, we don't really care what you play. Like, who cares about your DPSs? Granted, the game was different back then, etc., but people were so much more willing to play with their friends. Right now, this game has changed a lot in the sense, like, for example, this is very interesting, right? This is super interesting to me. You won't play with your friends oftentimes just because they're playing something that you can't play with. Like, that's a thing that will happen. Like, and I mean that. Like, you might just be like, yo, Woo's playing as Prez Evoker. I don't want to play with him, you know? Okay, wait, here's the explanation. You know a ton about Kick. Okay. Twitch Kick, yeah, that wasn't exactly, though. Market shares, they don't care about their own profits. That makes sense. Now, granted, right? However, if that benefits me, I do not mind taking advantage of that situation, Scully. Like, does that make sense, though? I wouldn't be surprised as well, but if right now it makes such a difference, I can just click the button. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's pretty chill. It's like an easy thing for me to do and add, and I feel like I might as well, right? Like, doesn't that seem like such an easy thing? Like, if it makes me, even if it's just like $5 more per stream, then I stream every day, that ends up being a little bit of money in the month. I kind of wanted to start to go, yeah, but the problem is I also understand that it needs to be like, but I don't know, It's both good and bad for the game, and I'm not pretending that I have a solution for this. I don't actually have a solution for this, and I'd like to point that out, Ponku, because if they make it not competitive and they remove the Race to World First or the MDI, etc., that could also be a problem. Like, that could make it worse. At this point, I feel like they need to commit, but maybe rework some of the systems, because the only thing I'm worried about is if WoW ever loses its magic. It still has some of it, but it's a lot less than it used to be. WoW is supposed to be a game of magic. The people who are in Azeroth, the people who come to Azeroth and stuff like this, they're the ones who oftentimes, like back in the day, they didn't have another reason, you know what I mean? They didn't have another place to go. So this was the place that they congregated in. This was Azeroth, Here's a stream. People moved there entirely have lost a lot of their... Yeah, exactly, right? Oh, yeah. Well, for me, Scully, like, Twitch is clearly the way I want to go with things. But it's just an interesting thing that it exists, I think it's super interesting, and I like talking about that type of thing. And is Guardian still strong? Yeah, Guardian will be fine. Don't worry about it, though. This key looks like a delve. It kind of does look like a delve, huh? All right, please wait for aggro. We can chain in so this pull doesn't have to get scuffed because people are not going to wait for aggro. Remember, I can't get the one kick here, so I'm kind of hoping that other people get the one kick here. I watched my shaman use both his defensives, so congratulations. You're going to need to cocoon him probably on the next one. I'm fine if I don't get bonked, but you probably need to cocoon the shaman. Because I just watched him send both his defensives early on. So we want to chain this, but to make it easier... Oh, my rogue got bonked. Oh, my healer got bonked. Uh-oh. Boom, 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 boom. I need to B-res the healer. Probably. Hey, Chippy. How's it going, Chippy? Chippy, by the way, your name. Is this like a chocolate chippy? Or like a... What type of chippy is it? Like a white chocolate, like a mint chocolate chippy? Like, what type of chippy? Because your name is Chippy, so it could be like... Yeah, chip off the old block. I don't think... I tried to do an English accent, and to be honest, it did not work. I tried. I was actually really putting a lot of effort into that. A chip off the old block? Nope, I can't do it. I don't know why it's not working right now. I sound like a weird ostrich. You get what I'm trying to say. What's the inspiration behind your name, by the way? Shit. Okay, everybody's back, so we're going to pull this over here now. And to level to 30. I would say that while you're leveling, you can definitely get a feel for playstyle, but because of the talent system and kind of how it works, I would encourage you to get... You can kind of decide based on class fantasy early on. I think what is it that you really want to do, What's up, Starkitude? What's up, Starkitude? How's it going? How's it going, Mr. Starkitude? Well, let's start our timer here. Our timer, Dark Flame timer doesn't have to be very good. Dark Flame timer is kind of chill, so maybe we can still get this done. I try to get a character ready by Tuesday. Tuesday is tough. How fast is it to level a fresh character when it's your first character on your account? Arudi, hello. How fast is it to level a character when it's a fresh account? Like you don't have any of the experience buffs or anything. Rebuff. Okay, surely people will wait for aggro here, right? Surely people will just give me a second to collect. Oh, Hoi. Okay, here we go. I'm going to get one of these kicks, and we're going to pray. You can do it in a day, but like a full day of gaming, right? Like not like it's like a full day of gaming, I think. I have not a new account, just a new server. Oh, you wouldn't pay for... You would actually level an entirely new character over paying for a server transfer? Is that something that you actually would do? Like you wouldn't just get a server transfer? I don't think... If I needed to transfer a server, I would just do that. There's no way I'm leveling a new character. I don't like leveling, though. I know myself too well, and I'm not a fan of the leveling process. Like, I don't really like how that plays out. I'm good. Kick this. Stop these last few. Good. Funnel damage. Servers don't... I mean, some people... It matters to some people, I think. I think some people find that to be like an old way of thinking, but it's very true. Like, some people really care a lot about their servers, I'm out of bear form. No problem. Okay, I don't want her to smack me, but at the same time, I want to put my symbiotic on. Harlan, right? Or Zippy. There you go. Old server. You know what, MF? Say no more. Say no more. Actually, fair enough. Like, no joke, say no more. That makes sense to me. Remember, this game is supposed to be fun. If at any point something stresses you out like that, yeah, just change them. That makes sense. Which way are we going, guys? I have a frenzied regen. Don't worry about me. I had a plan. Easy. Easy money. Wee. Do, 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 do. And innervate my healer. Although monks don't really need innervate, so it's mostly just to access the off-healing talents of why I take it. I think we still actually time this. Dark Flame is the type of key where you can have a ton of mistakes, but technically if you don't have a full wipe, you would be able to time this easy. So I'll use combat pots and stuff. I'm not messing around, guys. I'm not messing around. This is Faye's first 18. I want to get this for him because he's actually a damn good healer. He's doing good. He's making Mistweaver look good. There's a guy with the game, forget his name, but he maps out the path from Silver Pine to Hillsbrad to go. I read that as Colorado, and I thought you were going to tell me a cool fact about Colorado. That's what I read that as, but apparently no. Oh, apparently not. Apparently not. What's up, Zelen? Do you guys know what you're playing next season? Like, have you guys decided on a main? I've relatively decided. Whoops, I got you, I got you. Oh, we have another res, I got you. Here you go. I think I've decided, actually, on what I'm going to do. I've got an image in my head right now. I know healer for sure, down to the 2 now, okay? They're still divided by Guardian Druid and Prot Warrior Paladin. So I thought about the Paladin because I actually like Paladin, and Paladin might see play next season. But I think that I'm agreeing with you, Erase. I have a feeling that what I'm going to do is the Guardian Druid and the Warrior. That makes sense to me because I like the way my Druid plays. And if for whatever reason my Druid ends up being something that doesn't quite work out, Warrior is going to be a very high DPS tank. So my thinking is I might as well play the tanks that cover each other. So for example, if I, for whatever reason, don't have my Druid available, like if my Druid is not something I play, that means I would be favoring a Brewmaster or a Warrior. And I think Warrior is a better choice for me personally. I do think it's important, actually, to do that. I definitely think so. We have a main healer. Yeah, the main healer gets a little complicated because I know for a fact... What about Resto Druid? I mean, I'll dabble in Resto Druid because I get bored. So I'll definitely play different things. Like, I'll dabble in Resto Druid. You remember how I said our single target kind of sucked? Whoops. He has Onk. It's okay. He didn't press any of those defensive buttons. He doesn't know. This is what I meant about our single target sucking, because this boss is taking a very long time, which also means that Candle King is going to take a very long time. That is rough. Granted, he's holding Ascendance now, but he should probably have just sent it. This is, I mean, look at, I'm doing more boss damage than them single target, and I'm a Guardian Druid. Like, I'm equaling, like, I'm doing, this is, by the way, Guardian Druid doesn't necessarily do that low damage, although, keep in mind, I'm quite geared, so. But, like, this is pure single target here. It's not that bad. I'll dabble in Resto Druid. I think that my main healer, though, wouldn't be Resto Druid. I don't like Resto Druid in push keys. I like Resto Druid in chill keys. Resto Druid in, like, fun, low keys, very fun. You get to greed cap form and stuff. Resto Druid when you actually have to suffer. I don't think we're timing this one, but for what it's worth, it's Dark Flame, and I would not chance it, you know what I mean? Faye, don't worry, it's not on you, dude. I think it's hard to find people who are still interested in doing technical push keys this late in the technical season cycle, you know? This pull is actually lasting quite a bit. Faye, I saw that. I don't like the cat weaving. I don't like changing forms. Okay. If we nail this skip, I suppose maybe we could make this work, though. Yeah, what's up, Acid? Have a nice stream. Thank you for saying hi. Glad we could say hi to you earlier. You see, I got Blood DK to 3.1. You want a more chill tank? Honestly, yeah. I don't know if okay, so Prot Warrior isn't technically too strong. That's the one thing that I think is I don't actually know if Prot Warrior is considered too strong right now. I'm not sure about that. I don't... What am I doing? I just wild charge to somebody. Come to the edge for me when you get up there. Come to edge. There you go. I always wild charge. I don't know how to make this jump. So 13 minutes if we lost, then I massively pull the minecart area. Technically, we would have it. That looks like it almost pulled. So you jump on this thing, and you get on here. Jump on this thing and get up. Holy shit, Season 3 is actually here. Right, well, technically next week is not Season 3, though. Just keep in mind, next week is Mythic 0. You're okay, Faye. It's okay. If we don't get it, it's not your fault, don't worry. I can't believe we're already here. I can believe we're already here. I've been waiting for a long time, man. I've been waiting for a long time. I've been practicing PTR in preparation for this forever. I've been working so hard for Season 3. I'm ready. There you go. Realistically, we probably won't time this, but we can see. My stealthing and... So, I mean, I can just wild charge. For me, as a bear tank, I'll just wild charge, so it's not a big deal. But yeah, most likely, though. We have to one-pull the cart area, which, to be fair, I can actually do, but does require coordination and normally doesn't work that well. Oh, my shaman died again, so I have to put my symbiotic back on him at some point in this fight. Stack, stack, stack. We're going to have an interesting time here for sure. You should let the shaman kick, because technically the shaman actually gets the most DR. I'm going to go put my symbiotic on him. There you go. Symbiotic matters a lot for this fight. You can actually do a lot of good symbiotic healing. Bro, look at my damage. This is rough. This is rough. This is the single target damage we have in this group right now. Why am I on the meters? Why am I so high up on those meters? This fight is going to take a while. Yeah. He's just assassination. He doesn't have any funnel. There's no way for me to pull funnel. I guess it was a little troll for me to invite him, but it's okay. You want to, like, so I'm not supposed to kick here. I want to let the shaman kick. So I will frenzied regen to hopefully help him with symbiotic. That symbiotic healing just saved his life. But I don't have another frenzied for him. Nope, he did. Now, granted, he had a lot of options, but people don't understand how to help the healer on this fight, and is a little GG. Does 2 mil sustain? Probably. I mean, Destro is actually not bad, right? Not quite for the 18. Not quite. I guess when I've been doing live keys for the last few days, I feel like what I've been doing here is I've just been kind of taking some random people out of queue, and I should probably stop doing that. Like, maybe we could wait a little bit, but I guess it's because you're not going to find a lot of people who know the mechanics, like, early on, right? GG's? No problem, man. No problem. Nice try, nice try, nice try. 'Twas a good try. We can still get you the 17, though, right? We can get you the 17, no problem. It's just assassination, man. It's assassination. They don't have good single target right now. A little bit. Alright, I want to get myself a little snack. A little snacky snack. Do I want to make food, or do I want to... Well, actually, wait, let me think about this. Ooh, because I don't mind stream. I'll stream for a while tonight, by the way. I don't mind. I have time tonight. I'm not going to work out. I need a little bit of grace, by the way. Something that you want to learn something interesting. Let me teach you something. I would love to teach you something kind of cool, though. Right? I think that I will teach you something. Did you know that our central nervous system kind of dictates how much we can do? At least your HPS was good. Yeah. So basically, yeah, we have Mythic 0 week next week, and then we have actual season start August 12th, which is good because I have to go to Lao one last time
I have to go to Lao one last time, and what's it called? On Friday. Oh yeah. So because I have to travel internationally and stuff, and I don't really like this, by the way. Yeah, it's okay, Faye. It's all good. Like, because I have to travel internationally, and that always gives me a lot of anxiety. I want to make sure that I don't work out too much this week. Just do movement that's beneficial, but nothing stressful, because my central nervous system, is really affected by that. All good. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I have a plan. This is the best way to take care of myself. Is not to eat the wonderful, delicious vanilla bean yogurt that I have in my fridge. Not this. The 12th then. Thanks for the tip. You're welcome. I enjoy giving people the tip, oh hey. As far as everybody thinks we get DR from the kick, but we don't. Our kick does line. Oh, wait, really, Scully? Wait, Scully, what? Wait, what? Whoa, I've thought this whole season that you do get the DR. The Fear Shadow, but the Fear Shadow, and all the damage on that fight is fire? Oh. Have a nice day. Okay, thanks, Scully. This would still get DR'd from it, though. This would get DR'd. That's fire damage. This is shadow. Okay, so at least the throw Dark Flame gets a DR from it. That's interesting, though. I didn't know that, though. That's true. Oh, hey, that's true, actually. You are particularly special. I've given you... No, I gotta stop while I'm ahead. All right. Here's what we're gonna do. I made a comp video yesterday, and I thought it was very fun. I like the comp video that I made, and I want to play it. I know. All good. Happens. I was taking some random people, Faye. At this point in the season, I feel like you don't really know who is or is not playing, Good afternoon. Hey, Big Smush. Doing pretty good today. Actually, I feel like I made the right emotional decisions for myself, so I feel like I'm doing pretty good. I'm happy. I feel happy. I'm thinking about what I'm going to have for dinner. That seems to be my current question that I'm considering. I would like to know what I'm having for dinner. Here we go. Now, the comp tier list made way more sense than just individual. Did you watch it, Erase? I think it's very interesting to talk about comps. Obviously, one funny thing that happened because I made that was a screenshot was taken of that tier list, and then it was immediately put into someone else's Discord, and then I was flamed for not considering hunters, and I was like, wait, no, it was a conversation, and you took the screenshot at the wrong point, like context was missing. But that did happen. I thought it was pretty funny. Yeah. But I think it's a better way though, right? Like I kind of like that sort of thing. I like that sort of thing. So I'm going to, here's what we're going to do here. Boom. Deep blue. Wow. Hello. I'm so hyped. I know, but it's not, guys, remember, Big Smush, it's not actually the season though. It's not the season coming up. Ooh, Big Smush, you gotta remember, it's just M0 week. It's M0 week coming up. It's not the season. That's important to know. You gotta know that. It's just next week is basically M0s, chill, and do the campaign, get your cloak. That is actually what that is next season, though. Yeah, next season is just that, right? Exactly. Flex. I bet. I can flex. I actually think it's so important. I'm so glad that I know my body well enough at this point to be like, look, I really want to keep making gains and stuff because I'm eating well. But at the same time, no, they're weekly lockout. All your characters that want to do them, they're just good for ults. They're good for ults. They're not good for anything else. They're just good for ults. But yeah, this week, I got to take the working out easy. I got to chill. Make sure, because I'll only really relax and feel good when I come back from Lao. Like when I get back and everything's done, I'll feel so much better. I just don't like international travel, and me do not get along.
we don't mesh. You know what I mean? We're like a bee and a fake flower. You just keep trying to pollinate the fake thing. It doesn't work. That shoulder's messed up. Recover it. Do not push injuries for sure. Recover, recover, recover. And make sure you have the right information on how to recover a shoulder. You don't want that shoulder to be bad. Big Smush, think about it. If your shoulder is not able to rotate, you're really going to be limited in a tiny range of motion. And knowing you, Big Smush, you need a bigger range of motion. So make sure that you actually do have a well-oiled shoulder, you know, that has good rotation, etc. All right, watch this. Starting a woo rant. Malden Brewski starting a woo rant. Would you like to pick my rant, or am I doing it? Are you picking my rants, or am I picking my rant? You got to tell me. Hold up. Lay it on me. Am I picking my rant, or are you picking my rant? I'm interested. Bring it on. I pick. Great. I will pick a rant about how, for some reason, when we become adults, we have to accept the fact that we cannot enjoy joyful things anymore. And I think that's so weird that people have that mentality. For example, here's my take on this. I was thinking about going to the aquarium again. I have a 1-year pass to the Thailand aquarium. I like it there. But I don't actually see any single adults walking through the aquarium. I only see children and clearly tourists who are there with their children. And I thought that was actually really weird because the aquarium here is so cool. It's a really great aquarium, but I never see a single adult walking through on their own. And I just feel like, why not? Why not? Why can't adults just decide to do something nice? Do you know what I mean? Because of moral issues? You think the aquarium in Thailand are moral issues? No, I don't think it's a Thailand moral issue. I understand that might exist elsewhere, but trust me, the aquarium is not so far from one of the most popular wet markets in Thailand. So I don't think that's a huge issue here, but fair enough, I suppose. But it's not just the aquarium. It's I find that some, for what it's worth, there's my chair is pink, and pink is my favorite color because it's happy. I have this penguin here, and he's awesome. But I don't understand why more people can't just be like, wee, wee. It's so strange for an adult to go, wee, and make funny noises. Why? Why? Why can't we just be childish sometimes? Why can't we just make funny noises? Why can't we just, am I worried about emasculating myself? Am I worried that you're going to be like, oh no, he's not actually the handsome man I thought he was. Oh no. Are you telling, next you're going to tell me he doesn't have 7 tattoos, a checkered past, and, fuck, I coughed on air when I was trying to make a really cool point. Fuck. That was a bad time to swallow air. Listen, my point is, never went to the dating show, in my opinion. Dude, that's true. I am going on a dating show soon. I think that everyone judges themselves to some degree, but I do think it's a shame when some people judge themselves with the wrong metrics. Because everybody judges themselves, you know what I mean? But I judge myself based on my own metrics of success. Am I straight? About as straight as the arrow I shoot in my own archery class, and I have terrible aim. But they love it. It's not a Love Island. No. For WoW streamers, that'd be interesting. But it's not a Love Island. It's just a casual. It's a small project for sure. All right, it's a small project for sure. And I was invited to this. It's a small thing. It's a 1 day of filming. I got the details. It's they need me. They're it's a 6-hour thing. It's very specifically, I show up 1 day, 6 hours. I'm a guest on the show. I'm just going to do one thing. They already told me what I'm doing, which is, again, I sit on a chair looking this way, and the other person sits on a chair looking that way. And I ask them questions. They ask me questions. And then at the end, we talk about, basically, I don't get to see them. And then they ask, would you date this person? Would you go home with this person? Would you be friends with this person? Or do you never want to see them? Or something like that, right? And as long as it seems very above board, I guess I should check with them. They're not going to ask weird questions, but I just think it's to be an experience. I've never been on a dating show before. I just told them I'm weird. I just told them, though, I was like, hey, you guys need to know I'm not normal. Like, is that cool? Like, if you want a normal person, like, don't get me. Like, not me. I am not normal. Like, don't get someone else. And they were like, no, actually, we want unique people. And I was like, okay. Okay, like you said it, not me. I'm just saying, right? They want content. I'm a fucking make content. I can do content, man. For sure. Like I will blast that show. My episode's gonna be great because they're gonna be like, and would you like to see this person again? And I'll be like, no. And they'll be like, say what now? And they'll be like, yeah, would you like to? I'll be like, no. They were gonna ask me a question. I'm gonna respond honestly. I don't like lying. Uh, I'll be a little strange. I'll just be myself. I don't have to try any which way. Yeah, maybe I could just show up with the penguin. I'll be like, maybe I'll just be like, they can't see me. I'll be like, hello, this is me, a woo, and they'll be like, say what now? And I'll be like, sorry, I thought it would be funny, or I don't know, etc. Okay, I'm gonna go make dinner. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just play my tier list video because I think it's cool. So I'm gonna play the tier list video while I'm gone, just so I have something running in the background. But just so you guys know, and I know, and you know, that this is going to be the tier list video that I made on my YouTube a little bit ago. Show up with the penguin and say you have to love us both. That sounds like a cute idea, to be honest, though. This is a playing you my tier list while I make dinner fast. Get back. Cool. And if you want the final tier list, remember it's in Discord. Just saying. Okay. Do 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 do. Oh, that's the wrong window capture. I forgot to change it. This one. Oh, it's Chrome. That's right. I was on Chrome. Voila. And then I go like this. And then I go like this.
Yo, I'm back.
You guys realize I pinned the comment and I've said it before, but when I make dinner, I just play one of my YouTube videos. That whole video is on YouTube if you are interested in seeing the rest. I know, sorry for the jump scare. If I have to cook dinner for myself, the whole thing is posted there, the actual final tier list. But I stand by all the points I was making. I think that I posted it is literally, it's pinned right there, and I say it very clearly. Yeah, sorry. I just have to go cook dinner on stream, and it's always weird. That's why. No, I wasn't ignoring. What do you mean? I was responding the whole time. I was in chat the whole time. Wait, were none of my chats going through? Wait, I'm looking right here, and with none of my chats going through, I was responding to people the whole time. I was like, "Oh, this is about this," and I said, "Hey, wait, mother, really? Do I have a VPN on my? Oh, that's because I was looking at things I'm not supposed to be looking at. That's because the VPN on my phone is on. Oh, I was in chat the whole time. Oh, yeah, I didn't realize. Oh, none of that went through. All right, bet. Well, that's my bad. That's a good call. All right, well, let me respond to things now. Okay, so basically, the sound is dead on YouTube because when I play a video, I can't play it on the thing. That's so weird. Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was responding. I was like, Faye was like, you need a you. Yeah, I was right because I was totally accessing Wowhead on my phone earlier. That's correct. That's what I was doing. 100%. That's my bad. You know. So hi. Um, that's awkward. All right, listen. Most fun tier list. Ooh. Most fun tier list would be interesting. The thing is, fun is purely subjective. I wouldn't be able to rank a most fun tier list. And play a little music in the background. I wouldn't be able to rank a most fun tier list because my version of fun is not necessarily your version of fun, right? This is the music I always have in the background of the stream, by the way. I love this. This is like one of my favorite playlists of all time. The Lord of the Rings Lo-Fi. It's just like a straight up banger playlist. That was, no, of course it was me. It's just that video was from a few days ago. I pin it. Look at the pinned comment. Nobody ever looks at pinned comment, man. My version of fun, the public perception video would actually be a really good one, to be honest, though. Honestly, public perception video would be awesome if I could make one. But I think it's hard to, there's no real solution for it. It's just that gaming has become more competitive. It didn't used to be like this. Like, gaming has become a lot more competitive than it was. Faye, do you want to do that 17 for you? I have that in my bag still. Do you want to do a 17 Dark Flame for you? And also, does anybody want it? This is a chill day. I don't have any particular plans for gaming. So I'm down to do whatever. If it's any. Do I have every class? Pretty much every class except for Rogue and Mage. I do not like Rogue and Mage, but I have everything else, yeah. Not fully geared. There's a few characters that just fell behind, like Johnny Depp in Pirates of the Caribbean. They just fell behind. I like playing everything because I get bored, and so I just swap around a bunch, you know? But what you were saying, Psychox, and this is what I really thought it was a great point, and people forget all the time that basically the main thing about IO score is time investment. And you have to invest a lot of time to play the way that you want to play. So if you, for example, are just like, look, I only got a few hours, I've got a new job, and it's like, you're not going to have title this season. But that doesn't mean you're not a title level player or that you're a good gamer. There's a lot of gamers I know who are genuinely some of the most cracked players I've ever played with, but they just didn't have time, or they had life things, or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, it's so important to understand that the game, to get IO is a time commitment, and you shouldn't judge people based purely off their score, you know? All right, well, we're back on YouTube. But yeah, what you were saying, for example, Psychox, that's a really important point. There's a lot of people I know like that, and I think it's so important. All right, we'll list this on the Druid. Plus 17. Does anybody want? It's NA. You got to be on NA or OCE. It's not EU. Just saying, though. The rest of the tier list, just so you know, is on the YouTube. If you want the YouTube. If you want to finish watching that, it's over here. I was so confused. I thought my messages were... I was literally in chat responding, like, literally to everything. I actually was responding to everything, but apparently my VPN... I didn't realize. You know, all I can... the only arguments I have for myself here is that I had a stressful morning and needed to take a nap. And if you get that, you get that. And if you don't get it, that's okay. That's all good. So if anybody is on NA and they want a 17 Dark Flame, today is the only day. I basically never do viewer keys or anything, but I'm chilling. There's no real, they're like, you're just kind of waiting, right? Like, there's not a lot to do in the next few days. It's basically just prep. Like, I gotta upgrade my belt one more time, I suppose. Should probably do this, but can't really be asked. I'll do it eventually. Spend my dinars, I suppose, but I have everything I want on myth tier. My druid is very geared, so he's not gonna have a problem with that. In terms of changing public perception on this tier list and stuff, like the tier list issue, right? It's a tough one. At least my tier list, when I made that, it was a long video because I had to take the time to try to explain that it's like, hey, look, yes, there's a tier list and it should be made. Like, it's not, you're not wrong to say that Blood DK would be considered the worst Mythic Plus tank at the moment. But you also have to understand that if I wanted to play Blood DK next season, because I love Blood DK, yeah? Let's say I wanted to play it. The very first week, Season 3 rolls around in 1 week from now. I could play my Blood DK, invite a Holy Priest, and 3 Hunters, and we would time keys the very first week. You gotta understand the context of, like, yes, I'm playing with some of the worst specs according to my tier list. But if you're all gamers, you can do 10s just fine. Now, what that comp will struggle with is as you really start pushing to the higher end of keys, you're going to notice some fundamental problems. But at that point, okay, with a 4-piece, and the 4-piece thing is hilarious, but that definitely exists, you know. The 4-piece thing absolutely does exist early on. That's going to happen. Yep. Well, unfortunately, they've locked themselves into some decision making because the new tier is so powerful. Should we take a Havoc? Oh, my Havoc. The new tier is so powerful that actually early access to tier will absolutely determine your invite potential, but also, I don't know, prerequisite IO probably from last season. Nobody checks your Raider IO, but they will see your last IO score, I think, from the previous season, so that happens, though. You would think, although that's another problem, because the thing is that early on, right, you know, it doesn't matter. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, early on, it doesn't matter. Your IO, so your, the first week of 10 is not that hard. Even if I went into it with no item level upgrade, you can go into a 10 at 684. You can go into a 10 at 670. You'd be fine. It's just a knowledge check. Did you play PTR? Have you done this dungeon in Shadowlands? Do you understand how to do it? That's the only thing that matters. That's legit the only thing that matters is, do you know the mechanics? What's going to happen is you're going to say, man, this dungeon's so hard, but actually people just haven't learned it yet. Like, Dark Flame Cleft early on was so hard because the fear would go off on third boss all the time. And the second boss was impossible. But that's because we didn't know it yet. Now, Dark Flame Cleft is one of the easier dungeons in this rotation. So we have to learn stuff, you know? We're going to Halls and Gambit, but not Arakara. So I really wanted to make guides on the YouTube. I was very interested, by the way. Like, I really wanted to make proper dungeon guides that were simple but easy to understand. So it's like, hey, you didn't do Arakara. This is what you need to know as a DPS, tank, etc. But I just probably will run out of time. Like, I need to be doing all sorts of things with my life. I'm going to Lao in 4 days. So I need to, like, get on that. Probably book my flight and stuff. I haven't even done that yet. So I don't know if I'll have enough time to really get on that, unfortunately. Like, it might just be in the season that I make the guides. They're like, you have to do actual video editing for that, man. It takes effort. But I don't mind, you know? I don't necessarily mind. I'll put the effort in, basically. I think that the guides are important. The one thing that I will say is that because this is Season 3, and a lot of the dungeons are technically returning dungeons, there's only one new dungeon, there is a fundamental problem, which is the gatekeeping of early keys is going to be massive. You're going to struggle. It's going to be a thing. You have to accept this. It kind of is going to suck. Like, I actually think it's going to suck a lot. Do you know what I mean by that? So people will expect you to know Dawnbreaker and Arakara, even though there's no guarantee you had played it. No, 4 piece. I think that the best thing is early IO. Early IO is more important than legit anything else. Early IO over anything. More than your item level, more than that, if you can just time a 10 very early on Psychooks, then even if you don't have 4 piece and you don't get the item level, if you just have the IO already, people will invite you. I think early IO is what people look at first and foremost. So my recommendation is, if at all possible, if you're really interested in pushing next season, you know what I mean? It's super bad. At the start, it's going to be a genuine problem because everyone will just weirdly expect you to know what's going on. Obviously, Ecodome will be something everyone has to learn, but you got to understand, like, you've been watching a lot of people play PTR, but there's like less than 1% of the player base actually plays PTR. Like, very, very few people play PTR, man. Like, it's a very, very, very few. So most people have not actually done the dungeon, and most people are not going to watch an hour-long guide on it either. I mean, I could simplify it so much, though. Like, if you want to understand Ecodome, it's actually so easy to understand a dungeon like that. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to ruin the seat, and that's totally fair, Salty. Although you know that it will take you a while to learn the keys early on, so you might have a harder time getting up there faster. You know, it's actually pulling one pack at a time. To be fair, did you time it? Did you time it though, Steven? That's my question to you. Did you time it? It's so weird that I call you Steven because that's my name. It's so strange. Like, as I straight up think that at a very low key level, it's really annoying, but I think that, honestly, sometimes pulling pack by pack is the way to time a +5. You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? But, like, I genuinely think, yeah, but you timed it, right? So it's not the most fun, but if you want to time that +5 and you really don't know who you're playing with, like, sometimes pulling pack by pack is better. Like, that is actually straight up better, you know? There's this community I was invited to, and people actually talk in it. Queue up for a 14 Cinder Brew. CM, Cinder Brew Meadery. Looking for a tank and 1 DPS. I mean, I guess I can go help with that, but I kind of want to get Faye this Dark Flame Cleft. I don't think it's that hard to do. Should we just start taking people? Bloodlust and Arms Warrior. I'm going to end up taking people, and we're not going to have a lust. This is what happens every time. I'm just like, yeah, you know what? Honestly, this warrior should be fine. Let's take him. Like, why not? Can we just take the Arms Warrior, or do we have to wait a little bit? You are... Oh, no problem, no problem. I already have this. I'm so done this season, you know? No, Faye, I mean, this is super chill. I'm just want a game. Today is one of those days where I'm stressed and I'm anxious, so I would rather play WoW than deal with my feelings. You know what I mean? That's kind of where I'm at right now. Like, I would so much rather just be playing WoW at the moment than dealing with my anxiety about having to travel internationally. So, you know, and there's nothing I can do about it. Like, I've already thought about it, and I was like, there's nothing I can do to make it better. Like, I'm just going to have to do it. You know what I mean? Like, it's coming up, and I'm just going to have to do it. So why don't I just do keys instead of deal with that? Since there's nothing I can do to progress or solve it, I know I'm going to have to do it. I might as well just play WoW. But that makes sense. But so what I'm saying is, I don't really want to do challenging content. Like, I don't want to have to work when I play WoW. This is just brain rot. It's a much better TikTok. Let's put it that way. You know what I mean? It's a much better TikTok. Is this enhanced good? He seems fine. Honestly, can we just take the enhanced? Like, is enhanced? Why? So I've been on PCR for like months now, like since it came out. You know? Would you say you are working now? No, not at this point. I'm just chilling. If I was working, I wouldn't mention things like furries and necrophilia, but luckily for me, I'm just chilling. I don't know. Can we just take some people? Like, is it really that bad if I took this enhance and this warrior? Like, would we not time the key? Can we just take them? Is it? We're all melee. Does that matter on this? No, it does fine. Dark Flame Cleft is fine. Take a demon group. No. We'll just take this guy and everybody buffs everybody. Technically, we look at this rainbow comp. Look at this rainbow comp right now. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but like, look at this. This is a rainbow comp. This is amazing. That is great. Let's do this. All right, great. Dark Flame Cleft. Let's roll. Let's roll. I mean, technically, right, the warrior buffs the shaman buffs the warrior buffs the havoc buffs the shaman buffs the havoc buffs me, I buff the havoc buffs the healer buffs the healer buffs the warrior. I mean, technically speaking, you know, everybody does buff each other. It's basically just 5 dudes in a locker room after a really sweaty session. We're just buffing each other up. You know what I mean? You make a killing on No, I'm not going to charge people. That's an EU thing. That doesn't actually happen so much on NA site. That's like a very EU thing. I've noticed that, by the way. That doesn't happen on NA, and I wouldn't do that anyways. Damn, dude. That's insane. Yeah. The drama of charging people for resilient keys. Oh, no. The drama of that is pretty wild. All right, Dark Flame Cleft. Let's go. The War Within, Dark Flame Cleft. Damn. I mean, he probably made bank. That's a good key, I suppose. Was it like a 17 or like a 20 though? Was that like a 20? It must have been like a 20 if he was charging that much. I joined just for the lol. Fair. Is a 17 really? People paid for a 17. I feel like 17 isn't even close to title though. I feel like you pay for like a 20 and stuff. Do you like or dislike? Ooh, salty. I have to clarify this. Do I dislike or inside? Do I like or dislike the resilient system? I personally don't like it, but it is very good for the game and should absolutely be continued. Like, they don't even need to change it. They could leave it exactly like it is, but I don't like it personally. It actually completely killed my enjoyment for high keys this season. It was like, it nuked my enjoyment of pushing for title this season to the point where I just stopped like a few months ago. I was just like, nah, definitely. I was like, nah. I don't know. I don't think they should change it. I think it's like, it's unbelievably good for the game, and I gotta separate myself from the answer because I might want it a certain way, but that doesn't mean you want it a certain way. And if you don't know this, you should really learn this lesson before you ever get with somebody in real life and try a horizontal marathon, because it's very important to know that just because you like something doesn't mean other people like things. So, yeah, I mean, 6 hours is like, that's actually an understatement. You can actually go for 8 to 10 hours in a resilient key and not win. Like, you could literally not win. And that is a rough feeling. Do you know what I mean? And it's just, you just throw yourself at them. And, but that only affects people at the highest level, because that doesn't really happen at a 12 or a 14 or a 15. I think it's ultimately so good for the game. Do you know what I mean? Like, you'll be just fine. I just think, right, pulling back, wait, aggro. Well, I should tell them. Inside we go. I'm going to wait for him to zone in real fast. When he zones in, I'll pull. Come on in, Hunter. There we go. All right, go. Perfect. Rest in peace in my Havoc's meta. So I think that basically, though, it's one of those things. One of my main issue with Resil, actually, is that there's a ton of people who... Like, I have an issue with it. It's a personal issue. It's just that there's a lot of people that I myself have gamed with. They have a lot of IO right now because they're degenerates and they play 20 hours a day. They don't deserve it, with respect. And I find that to be a little bit annoying. I do, actually. I'll admit that. I find it to be, like, silly. Like, it devalues the title for me. I'm just like, what's the point of me trying to get title if some of the people that I know that give hunters the reputation that they have are going to get title, and I'm just like, wait a second. If they're getting it, do I even care about it at that point? And I'm like, oh, no, I don't. You know what I mean? I think that it certainly devalues it a little bit, if that makes sense. In my opinion, that's what I would say. But it's overall, it's very good for the game. They shouldn't take it out because of my opinion. They definitely shouldn't take it out because it's not good for me. Like, that would be a bad reason to remove something, yeah? Alright, let's go. Guardian Druid does big damage. I mean, this comp is actually kind of giga for me. For what it's worth, like, this is a great comp for Guardian. I'm going to do big damn here. We just dragged this back. We have to drag it back. So sorry. Out of my beam as well. Rest in peace, my lunar beam. but these guys will pull everything. So you just drag this back. It's actually so weird. I've only been doing PTR because I really just wanted to. I already knew I was done with the season, so I was just like hard gaming PTR, yeah? This whole time, all I've been doing is PTR. It's actually so weird to go back to live keys on my bear. Although bear plays exactly the same way, so it doesn't change that much for me. It's still strange. It's still super weird for me to like think about how we were doing this dark flame cleft. It just feels off. I don't want to incarn. I don't want to incarn here. I'll save incarn for a second. It's okay. It doesn't quite line up. DPS seems a little bit low. You play bear in season 3? That's a good question, actually. I think that I'll have my bear for sure in season 3, but I think I might play warrior. If I had to choose, I would play bear or warrior, but I definitely will play bear for sure, you know? I'm sure, is bear still playing EC or are we getting DOTC? Oh, that's where it gets interesting, Salty. Bear very realistically is going to be playing we're probably playing DOTC in keys, but I think it'll be close. I think it'll be close. I ultimately think that you could play either, most likely, right? What if they change the tab target system to have a prio to swap to a target that's casting in combat with you before others? That could be interesting, yeah. No, you could play EC, so it's not that far ahead, to be fair. It's not that far ahead, and just so you know, it'd be absolutely fine. DOTC, though, is right now, it's almost trolling to play it. But next season, it will do probably more damage. Overall, it'll do a little bit more. I tested it a bunch, and I tested it in some, like, decent keys on PTR. You know, I didn't do, like, just 10s. I did like, 12s and... Sorry, I did, like, 17s and 18s and stuff. The truth is I felt fine. Yeah, the truth is I felt fine on DOTC, and I was like, oh, I'm still tanky. Okay, so next season, if you don't know this... Next season, right now, okay? Next season, it's going to be an easy season for tanks. You know what I mean? Bro, you look damn good. I look damn good. Thank you. I've been working out. I've been working on my physique, you know? I've been working at it, man. I've been eating food. It's hard to eat food sometimes. Like, I don't want to, like, I didn't even want to make dinner tonight, but I had to make dinner. I was like, look, I have to, like, I gotta stay on schedule, basically. I honestly think that people, do you know what I mean, though? You like the facial hair. I've been clean shaven. I find it weird that people, you know, there are people who are basically meeting me, right? Who are just like, yo, haven't you always looked like this? I'm like, no, I've been clean shaven for so long. I actually haven't grown out the beard at all. I'm keeping it trim. You know, I'm trimming it, but yeah, it's a little strange, though. I want a beard. No, this is not a huge beard. I'm trimming it. I'm probably not going to get like a Viking beard or, no, this is, what are you talking about? This is not a, this is like a, this is like 3 or 4 days. Basically, I trim it a lot, but this is basically like a 3 or 4 day thing. This is not long. Okay, well, Vortex away from my shaman because I think he's going to die. Solid. He's got dwarf, actually. I wonder if he's planning to use it. I think we shared like 3 to 4 times the past 10 years. Damn. Dude, shaving is so annoying. Shaving is so annoying. And I would tell you that, like, you know, only men understand this because women don't have to shave their face. But let me tell you something. I used to model, and when I was modeling, I also had to shave my legs and my arms and stuff. And trust me, we have it fucking easy. You women have to, if they're shaving their arms and whatnot, like, and their legs, like that shit is tough. That's way, trust me, you as a guy think that you have it hard. You're wrong. Because, like, it took me, like, granted, obviously, I had a bunch of leg hair at first. The first time I ever shaved my legs, it took me, like, 3 hours in the shower. I was, like, 3 hours in the shower. The only time I spend 3 hours in the shower is when I need to have a really good cry. Like, that's, like, an abnormal. Either that or I'm shaving my legs. It was one or the other, and there is zero in between. Yeah, that was not fun. I remember that. Every time I shave my legs, like, just about, let's see, a month ago. Go boss, go boss, go boss. Boss. Like a 6 months ago or something like that, I did another shoot I had to shave my legs for, and like growing them back is like, whoa, this is rough. Rough. Ready, set, go. We'll do 3 here. Watch the bonks. Boom, cat form. Make sure I probably SI actually to gather, because these guys have a weird melee range, and they will melee you before you are actually ready with resources. So you have to be very careful about that. We'll pull all this in. Well, so surely he wouldn't like hit the thing as I'm clearly gathering like a bunch of poles, right? Because that's something that he definitely wouldn't do. Sometimes DPS, can I tell you the truth? Shane, let me tell you something, okay? May I tell you the truth? Sometimes DPS, they make me sad. Do you ever have this experience as a healer in Mythic Plus? You ever get sad? I get sad. I swear, sometimes DPS just, they make me sad. They confuse me, and they make me nice. They make me sad. Oh, everybody's dead. But they've got a Zug-Zug. You could also backpedal, though. I know they have to Zug-Zug, but they don't have to Zug-Zug this hard. Listen, man. You know? I mean, so that's on them, though, because, like, I could not have been running any faster. I feel like it's not like, so there are tanks who don't telegraph what they're doing, and then sometimes it's not the DPS's fault. Like, sometimes it's not sometimes it's not their fault, you know? Like, sometimes it isn't, but most of the time it is. Like, you know what I mean? Just, like, let the tank gather. GG's. All good. We replace a little bit. Okay, this Havoc, he unfortunately does not rain. It's okay. He tried. The Warrior I thought was doing actually pretty decent. Warrior I thought was doing alright. Buddies. I very much, yeah, I know, it's okay. The Shaman should not have died there. All good. All good. Hey, buddies. How's it going? How's it going? How's it going? You want me to boost? Oh, no, it's fine. No, all good. All good. Just chilling. Chilling on stream. Doing keys. This is for fate. What are your plans until next season ends? Until this season ends? So basically there are 3 days left, right? We got just a few days. I want to do all good. He is early. His early there. Yeah. This season. All right, listen. I want to do challenges, Chain. I want to tank an entire key blindfolded. I want to tank a key blindfolded. Monday, correct. So basically tomorrow when I get on stream, I think I want to tank an entire key completely blindfolded. I mean that, like literally I cannot see, and I'll hold myself to it, right? Yeah. How will you navigate the dungeon? Here's my plan. I'm going to need somebody to get in Discord. Now that somebody has to be okay with their voice being recorded for a YouTube video, because obviously that's going to be a YouTube video. Like, that's hella content, you know? That's obviously that would be like giga, mega content. So first of all, that has to happen. But next, what I'm going to do, right? This is where it gets interesting. They're going to have to tell me. I'm going to ask them questions. I'm going to be like, yo, is there a wall to my right? I'll be like, okay, is the pack straight ahead of me? And I'll have to just commit everything to memory. Now, granted, maybe I can actually ask them, like, yo, how many seconds of Incarn do I have left? Like, how many seconds of Barkskin? Like, I think I'll actually have to narrate and stuff like this. You know what I mean? Domaxis, Retribution Paladin. Guess we could take a pally. We could take anybody, technically. I'm not gonna stand it. Something in my bare amount. Oh, dude, you're fine, Faye. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Faye, would you be interested in this? Would you narrate what's happening in the key for me and be able to also maybe like be out of the key and look? I think they have to. I think I need somebody who is willing to actually spectate on Discord, because I kind of need to ask questions. I'll be like, hey, I need you to check, like, how long do I have a Barkskin or whatever. Like, I don't know if you could be healing me in the key. Maybe Chain could heal me. I think it could be really fun, but the question is, how high of a key do you think I can do blindfolded? Like, completely blindfolded, how high of a key do you think I could do? That would be my question. Like, what if it was this key? Like, do you think I could do 17 Dark Flame Cleft blindfolded? Plus 10? No, guys, I'm thinking like a plus 15. Like, it's got to be more than a 10. I think I could do, no, I mean, but there's so many complications. Like, for example, second boss, how do I know where I'm standing? Like, how do I know, for example, like, if I stand in the fire on those candles, I'm going to die. Do you know what I mean? No, you guys are thinking poorly timed defensives. I'm thinking, how am I going to figure out Candle King. If you're like, you're targeted by the pickaxe, I'll be like, great, where do I run? And you're like, left. And I'm like, how far left? Here? And you're like, no, a little bit right. I go, here? And then I'm dead because I get knocked off by the pickaxe. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm thinking, how do I do this? Do you know what I mean? I'll give you calls if you accept me. So that's the thing. Is like, how do I dodge ground effects? You're like, oh, rookery would be fine. I'm like, there's so many ground effects in rookery. How do I know where I'm standing? It like completely blindfolded. I'm not worried about my defensive rotation. That's fine. I have that basically on memory. Zarklington, would you like to come? I mean, I'll take you if you want to come. It's actually a good comp for you, for what it's worth. Oh, I missed him. I should have just taken him. I let him consider for like a second. I let him stew for too long. New print? A different rogue? Wait, how many rogues is this the same rogue? How many rogues does he have? Damn. Rigging off the edge last boss. Yeah, exactly. Like those are the types of things though. You know? But that's all. I think I could do it is my point. I think I could do it for what it's worth. We need to choose a good dungeon. How did you end up in Thailand? Accident. I didn't plan to move here whatsoever, Hologen. I was just traveling Asia and then I accidentally ended up here. What happened is, I was traveling Asia with my best friend. This was like 7.5 years ago, almost 8 years ago. We had a 2-month round trip. We had a cheap flight. It was a 2-month round trip. And I fell in love with Thailand. It was an accident. We went to Singapore. We went here. We went there. And basically, yeah, like we got to Thailand and I was here for a week. And I was just like, oh man, I wonder what would happen if I lived here. And I was like, why not? And then I figured out that I could live here, and I canceled my return flight. It was one of the more spontaneous decisions I ever made, and I basically made a decision. You want to know what the actual decision was? So I lived my life in a pretty particular way where I never had people. I always just played games at home, and I didn't make a lot of friends, and I didn't have good connections or contacts for anything. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I wasn't a very social person, and in high school, I just worked really hard. I wanted to be valedictorian, and I never made time for friends, and I never had people in my life. So when I was here, I was 20, about to turn 21, and I just basically straight up was just like, hey, when I come to Thailand, my metric was this. I came here in December. It was like it was December, first week of December, and I said my birthday's in January. If by the time my birthday, I'm going to cancel my flight and extend my visa. And if So I said to people basically, if by the time my birthday rolls around, there are people who want to celebrate with me, I am going to move here. And by the time my birthday rolled around, I had like a whole group of people who were just like, yo, what are you doing? What do you want to do? Like, we'll take you somewhere. Do you want to go? You want to go clubbing? You want to go partying? You want to go to a show where they play a cool little table tennis game? Like, what is it that you want to do? And I was like, I don't know. But that's when I realized I was like, okay, I love it here. Like the people, the culture, the air of Thailand is just so much my thing. You know what I mean? Like it's just for me. Like it's my home. I don't know how to explain it. There's no real logical reason. It's just I had this feeling and I trusted my feeling. And I don't know if you've ever had this happen before in your life, but sometimes you just have to trust your gut. Like my gut betrays me more often than not. But in this particular circumstance, I trusted myself and it was one of the best decisions I ever made. I'm like, I couldn't imagine having not moved here, you know? So I'm proud. It was a great decision, but I had to take the leap at some point. I didn't know anyone. I had a suitcase, like a small suitcase. Eventually I had to get my mom to bring me some stuff from America. I remember, but I basically just bought stuff here because it was cheap enough to do so. And yeah, I made it work. I just made it work, and I'm glad I did. I'm glad that I wasn't blinded by like fear or anything, because I could see a world where I was like, hey, look, I've never lived in a foreign country. I don't know anyone here. I don't know what I'm doing. This is scary. You know, I call my family and my family goes, are you sure about this? And I'm like, no. And they go, yeah, that makes sense. And I'm like, yep. You know what I mean? Like I could see a world where I didn't actually end up moving here. And I think that would have been a bad decision. I think my life would be significantly worse for that. Oh, that's okay. I had SI up. But thank you for the cocoon. So I think that I'm glad I took the leap. It's scary moving to a different, though. The fruits in Thailand are amazing. Yeah. I mean, like, for example, you know how you guys have to worry about buying organic or whatever it is? All the fruits that I buy, well, first of all, I don't eat fruit anymore, but when I was eating fruit, they just grown in somebody's backyard. You don't really have to worry about that. It's kind of cool. Like, the culture of living in a different country, man, is very different. It's very, very different. The only thing I could recommend, of course, is at some point you should try it. Try it. Well, what would it be like to live in a different country? If you could live anywhere, fist of chill. All right, listen, fist of chill. I can't ask the question I was gonna ask. If you could live anywhere, where would you want to live? Oh, that path's so bad. Could we just go the other way? Here. This way. Come this way. Let's just go through this way. I've never done this before, but it should be fine. Honestly, I feel like you could just do this side, right? Probably. I don't know. Let's find out. Just move, man, move this way. Wait, what's this? We got extra stuff. Come. I don't know. This should be all right. I've literally never done this side, but that path was so unfortunate. I didn't want to wait. You're going to vacation? Ooh. Do you know, do you have a plan for it, Sagana? Have you ever been here before? If you guys, like, look, I'm not a very social person necessarily. So, like, I'm not going to see you, you know. That's weird. I don't know you, but, you know. That's what we're working on. So, of course. You can ask any questions, of course. I'm not, like, but you can ask me questions. If you have any questions, if you're ever coming to Thailand or you want to travel here, like, just ask me questions, you know? You got me as a resource. Just send me a question in Discord, like, yo, I'm coming there. I don't know anything, like what to do, and I'll tell you all of the scandalous things you can do in the city. Just kidding. I don't know any of the scandalous things, man. I'm a Puritan. I'm a good little Christian boy, which is weird because I wasn't even raised Christian, but I am now, as of yesterday. I did some really good lateral raises, and I was like, you know, this angle, I feel connected. Going with my brother. We're going 4 days in Bangkok, 3 days in Pattaya, 4 days in Koh Saton, the island. Nice. Solid. Sounds like a pretty good Thailand trip to me. Have you ever been here before, Sagana? And also, so what do I do for work here? When I first moved here, I worked as an English teacher. I found some freelance work as working. If you're white and you want a job in Thailand, you can always find a job as an English teacher as long as you're a native English teacher and you're white. That's an easy one. And then I started modeling. So when I found modeling here, that worked. Basically, though, soon after that, I just got I started working as a trainer. Hold up 1 second. Let me look at this cart placement. He's got 20 stacks as long as he doesn't get more. I'm going to Vortex and Typhoon away from him. We need to bring the boss outside of these mobs because that shaman is about to die. He's going to die right now. Yep. That was his fault. He should have ran out. We have a res. It's okay. Okay, you were saying sorry for work. Oh, yeah. Nowadays, though, I work as a trainer, you know? But I get to work online, which is super cool. So that's awesome. I always knew that I didn't need to make a lot of money, but I've always known forever and ever that I needed to work at home. Like, I don't like going outside, so I knew that whatever job I had needed to be something I was passionate about, but I needed to work from my living room. Like, I don't want to go outside for work. Like, if I have to work at an office building or something, it's like, it's immediate depression. It's immediate, like, my brain and my body and my spirit and my soul are just so unhappy with me. So I knew I needed to find a job that I could do at home. So I went to get studied. I studied to become a CPT, which is like a certified personal trainer. And then I continued my education. I wanted to learn more about how to work with the body because I was fascinated. I didn't just want to help people look good. I wanted to help people feel good. So I went and became a CES, corrective exercise specialist, and then I kept researching, kept studying, and I was like, oh shit, you can do all these cool things with autoimmune conditions, and I can work with arthritis, and I can work with fibro, and I can work with this, and it's like, okay. And then I eventually was diagnosed with a connective tissue disorder, and I was like, hold up, wait a second, you can really make these fundamental changes in the body, because I was super sick and in pain all the time. So eventually I figured out my body, and then I kept learning, and I was like, well, damn. So now I get to help people, and it's super cool. If you want to move here, you do have to find a way of living. Like, it's a cheap cost of living, but it's not nothing. Like, you do need an income to live here. You know what I mean? Like, you will need something. I suppose some people have enough of like a retirement fund built up or something, but I would say it's much better to have a plan if you're gonna move to Thailand. But you could, like, it's not that hard, and it's not that expensive. I don't really want to tell you how much it is, and the reason is very simple. It's because I gotta stop convincing people to move here. I've already convinced way too many people to move to Thailand, because if you realize your quality of life, like if you knew what your life could look like and how much money and time you're wasting, you'd be like, bro, what in the world am I doing? You would be like, I am stupid. And I would be like, look, you didn't know, but kind of, yeah. It's like, it's your quality of life can be so good for the same effort that you probably put in. I don't know. Basically, if you're from LA, if you're from America, I don't think LA is kind of early right now. I know there's at least one person here, but it's like, damn, you know. Do you live anywhere? No, I do not. And also, the news really hyped that up. Like, in the actual country, that basically was not a problem. To clarify, that was actually not... It wasn't not a concern, but it was a very kind of non-issue in the city. Like, the news is always, you know, out to fearmonger you and stuff. So just remember that in the actual city, that was... Like, I never worried about it. Do you know what I mean? Exactly. Basically, though, the city is already being developed because a bunch of people are figuring out they should move here. And, yeah, well, because the news was like, oh, no, you know, there's going to be a giant conflict. And it's like, I think it's already done. You know, I'm not near that area. It was certainly scary, right? I read the news, too, and I was like, oh, no, like, you know, for sure. But, yeah, thank you for asking. Thank you for asking. I'm all good here. All good here. We have to remember that, I mean, we have to get good at disseminating information from the news. And I know if I say the word disseminating, people are going to be like, oh my God, I play World of Warcraft and I can't hear anything other than that being a weird, dirty word. But it's going to be an important one because you kind of need to learn how to tell what's AI and what's not. Okay? So, yeah, disseminating information is not the same as inseminating. That's a completely different thing. And one of them has to do with cows, and one of them has to do with the fact that your grandfather is not going to be able to disseminate the information from the news. Because AI is going to become rampant, and he's going to see something on Instagram, and he's going to be like, oh my God, did you see that this is happening? And you're going to be like, what? And he's going to be like, bro, look at this video I saw. And it's going to be like, Grandpa, that's AI. And he's not going to be able to figure that out. So it's going to be a giant issue. It's already an issue, I think. But I've seen, I don't know, I see videos myself, and I'm just like, I couldn't fucking tell that. And I spend all day on technology, so poor Grandpa, he's going to have a really tough time. Don't die. Good. Good. Now remember, we're all melee, so this is going to suck. But I will roar, and we're going to do our very best. Cool? Nice. Solid. Timer is obviously La Giga chill, so if we can make it past this boss with all melee, then we're all good. AI is getting super scary, and I don't know, it's pretty hard to tell what's real and what's not, you know what I mean? Like, it's actually kind of hard to tell at this point, I think, how you can trust what you're seeing or not seeing. Like, I think it's definitely scary, right? Like, I'm not the only one who's concerned about it, 100%. At least, hopefully I'm not. Do you know what AI is really good for? I have occasionally seen some absolute muscle goddesses on my Twitter that is not the Twitter that I use for stream. And I see some and I'm like, this isn't a real person, but goddamn. You know what I'm talking about? Like, you see some things and you're like, look, AI is not all bad. Like, it's mostly bad, but it's not all bad. You know what I'm talking about? Like, there's some benefit to this technology. I just think that we as a human beings, we have to be creative with how we use it. And there are some people who are quite creative with how they're using it, and I respect it. Do you know what I mean? I respect it. I think that that's the good part of AI. Hey, did we hit any of the candles with that? We hit this one. Good. So at least one of them was hit, because I thought we were about to die. The buff Harry Potters, yeah, there's those ones. I mean, that's just like a funny one, but well, I feel like, you know, this is one of those, you either get it or you don't. I'm a little bored, I'm sorry. Sorry.
This is kind of why I'm like I took like this season. I like stopped playing the season and was doing PTR because like there's technically I get to help a friend. I get to help a friend get this key, and I get to help people get this key, and that's kind of fun. But like retail is so dead right now. Like it's been dead for about a month, I think. Like I think it's been dead for at least a month, yeah, if not more than that. But I definitely think like I don't know. Have you guys like is anybody still actually playing? I guess the people who need their last title key are still like hunting for keys and like actively playing, but I feel like we're definitely in season 3 waiting room now, where it's just you're really just actually just waiting for next doing mountains and stuff. I guess the collector's bounty was pretty good for keeping people involved. That's true. Is there anything you're still hunting on me? I don't really do a lot of I don't do a lot of stuff like that, so I'm not familiar. You just finished leveling your main, correct? I remember you telling me that. How so you've been it's been like an hour or something. How much have you leveled in that hour? I haven't leveled a character in a very long time. Since the first week of this expansion. Finishing tier set mogs? Tier set mogs as in like using the catalyst and stuff like this. I should look to see if there's anything I want. You know, it's actually not a bad point that I really should take a look and see if there's any sort of catalyst things that I want. I guess I should look, yeah. Are there any sets you really like? Like, are there any classes? I have every class, so is there any class that I should look at that you think, like, this set is amazing and you should totally get it right now? Like, okay. Which one? I don't even know. I don't really pay attention to those sorts of things. It's not normally how I engage with the game. Okay, so if we think we can do this, though. Still looking for more IO? 0. What's your goal? There's only like 3 days. Still stuck on 16s? There's only like 3 days, man. Do you know what you're playing for next season? Because at this point, I swear, it's like you just kind of go next season. I feel like this is a big GG go next. Like I feel like hunting for IO in the last few days is definitely tough. Like these are chill keys, you know what I mean? I don't know how to do this. I wild charge up. Why are we NA server? Faye is lead. Did he get up here? Nice, nice, nice. Oh, I didn't even realize the server. I've been playing PTR and I forgot that retail is different than PTR because people complain about things like server. Lust. Paladin, Rogue, Monk, and Druid are your personal favorite this tier. I mean, those rogue buffs are pretty juicy. I wouldn't be surprised if you see some big assassination rogue gameplay and stuff. I wouldn't be surprised at all. No, you don't know what to play next season? Do you have options? Do you know what you kind of want to play? No, I meant tier set. Oh, okay, right. Gotcha. I should look at my Paladin, my Monk. I guess I'll already have the main tier pieces, but the thing to look for is the, I guess the thing that you want to look for is what? Like your off pieces, like your cape and your cloak and stuff like this? Did we lust? Wait, lust. Hero. Bro, just hero. Wait. Hold up. Shaman, my friend. Shaman. There we go. I just realized we hadn't lusted this whole fight. I was looking at it, and I was like, that doesn't seem quite right, does it? Okay, I'm keeping my warrior alive, but it doesn't even look like he really needs it. That's a good stack right there. That's like a beautiful stack. You can get any one of these. This is super easy. This is a really good stack. Nice. Oh, he gamed it too hard. Shouldn't do that. Don't ever. It's not worth it, man. Not in this key level. He's going to blame ping, but also, like, I watched that happen. I can get the res, I think. Let me just stack for these molds. Hold up. Where is he? I can get the res. I should be able to. Maybe. Oh, fuck. Part of the reason I don't like DPSing keys is just because I don't think I can get the res, actually. We'll have to get these. Come on. Go. Yeah, don't miss. We still time it easy if we can just sustain this fight. If you can sustain this fight, we'll still time it, though. Down to Shaman and Priest, leveling both to 30. I feel like you gotta go higher than 30 to really get, like a real good opinion for the spec, but fair enough. I haven't leveled in a very long time, so I honestly can't tell you that I know.
I wouldn't be able to tell you, actually. I don't really know what is or is not considered that good right now. All right, we're going to go over this way. There's going to be one extra statue. To be fair, yeah, there's going to be one extra one here. Health potion, fort brew, diffuse. So there's options. Shaman's way out here. Good astral shift. He's got die by the sword and spell reflect. We're okay. We're okay. All good. All good. Okay, so I'm going to heal my warrior right now. I got him. I got him. Good rally cry. Good die by the sword. He's gaming here. He got a health potion still. But I can also heal my warrior. Oh. I got a res immediately. Take it. Warrior stays alive. We got this. Kick. Oh, I didn't have a kick for that. Okay, I can technically heal my warrior. Uh-oh. So wait, I can solo this at this point. All right, the plan here then is for me to solo this. The plan is, at this point, I'm trying to think if I have any cooldowns left. I should be able to do this, in fact. Maybe I can res my healer still. I'm not going to be able to. There's actually way too much up. Uh-oh. Lunar Beam, maybe? Nope. Jeez. Nice try, nice try. Not playing with this ping, of course. It's always... Keep checking Petco's new tier list. Did he make another one? That's okay. I like how people... I haven't... You know what? One fun fact about... He's streaming a final one? Oh, is he streaming his final tier list? I see. One fun fact at this point, by the way, about PTR gaming is I've never heard a single person complain about ping on PTR. I just realized, actually. I've never heard a single person complain about ping on PTR. I don't think so, right? That was the first time I've seen somebody go, oh, man, I can't play on this ping. One of the reasons I'd have a hard time playing DPS is specifically because it would be challenging, you know? I think it would be challenging for me. I would have to greed some damage globals. I don't normally like playing like that. That is a real issue. Yeah, I know, Faye. It is. Like, he could have just moved around. That's all good. He was coming to help, I think. But I do think it's interesting that people will talk about ping all the time, and it's normally not that big of a deal. Like, it's not a big deal, but it does matter, you know? King, I don't know what I'm humming when I do that. You know what I mean? I don't actually know why I do that. Did you try Brewmaster? I heard it's rather challenging. It is a challenging tank. Like, though I've played my Brewmaster, it's very challenging for sure. Brewmaster is easily the hardest healer to play. Yeah, Brewmaster is very hard to play in my opinion. How much was I off healing there? I still managed to off heal a fair bit. I heard him. I don't actually know. It's some random thing. Like, when I hum stuff, I'm not sure what it is that I hum. I'm actually not 100% sure about that. It's a good question. It's a good question, actually. Maybe. I kind of want to watch. Am I allowed to watch Petco's tier list? No, right? Am I allowed to watch it or no? I don't think so, yeah? Does anybody know the rules on whether or not I would be able to just put his stream on and watch it? I'm seeing some, I think, because... Oh, yeah, it's okay, Faye. Faye, this is the end of the season, so we're not expecting, though. You can if it's on Twitch. You can? I'm allowed to just actually, like... So it's on Twitch, right? Like, I'm allowed to do that? That almost seems, like, weird. Are you sure? Wait, really? Like, I can just basically open up his Twitch and be like, all right, guys, let's react to this. That sounds fucking great, because I want to see what he's doing. Like, I'm really curious. Wait, how... Is he already... He's already halfway through, man. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can. All right, well, let's do that, then. I'm a trust. This is a big trust, then. I was defending your honor. Faye, you're fine. Don't worry. If you want to do keys, you've been playing with me a lot. I know you play PTR. I would very much like it if you could heal first week of keys. If you want to get some 10s and stuff, I think that'd be great. All right, let's do it. Here. So I just got a screen capture. Like this. And then, here. This one? Yeah, perfect. And we have to source it. His music. Oh, okay, yeah, 100%. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. All right, bet. This is great. I'm doing that. Can you guys hear it okay? Volume should be loud, but good. Fantastic. Can you tell me if you can hear him on my stream? Beastmaster Hunter. Beastmaster Hunter. Yeah. Is Beat Hunter. Shadow Priest. Okay, he got nerfed 3 times. They got buffed. Oh, he didn't put it in S. We can. I play on US, so busted. I play on US. I'm checking my own audio. YouTube. We're watching Pecco's tier list. If you're on YouTube, you have to come to Twitch. I'm super surprised he put Dev up there. I thought so too. I put Dev really high on mine. But you can't put Dev next to Shadow Priest. That's kind of wild. Putting Dev next to Shadow Priest is... That's a take. That's a take. I agree with this so far. Although Og should be higher. Okay. Dev is good, actually. Is good, though. I was trying to say in my tier list, Dev is good. You just can't fit into comps. Like, you can't fit it into comps. That's the problem with Dev. Keep... Keep in mind, I played with him on his Shadow Priest and his Feral and his Hunter and his other stuff, actually. Oh, so we know which one this is. He's Feral. This is Feral for sure. It's 100% is Feral. He hasn't ranked Feral, huh? Sweet. Where's he putting Affliction? You are Delulu. I like reading his chat when he does this. I like his chat. It just goes, "You are Delulu. I'm turning this stream off." Farrell's good. Farrell's good. Yeah, Farrell's really good right now. I think Farrell's better than Boomy for Druid. Resto Druid is going to get nerfed. Their tier set's going to get bug fixed, and then it will be between Dispriest and Resto Shaman. If they don't nerf Resto Druid, then it's the best. If they do nerf Resto Druid, it's between Dispriest and Resto Shaman. That's how that works, Faye. Yeah, I think so. It has to be. I think so. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Am I not worldly enough to know what that means? Is that a bad... What does that mean? That's crazy. That's 5 years ago. Bro, what is this? Holy shit, I Googled it. Don't Google that. Don't Google that. I see. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, don't Google that. That's actually insane. That's 6 years, yeah. Oh, can you imagine streaming for 6 years? Oh, man. Can you imagine streaming for 6 years? I've been streaming for 1 year. I cannot imagine 5, 6 years. That's insane. I cannot imagine that. Like, what is my stream gonna look like in 5 years? 6 years from now? Whoa, it's always wild when I remember somebody like Petco has been doing this for 6 years. 6 or 7 years is a long time, man. Farseer Resto, you'll learn it like this, Faye. It's a little harder, but you'll learn it really quick, and it's powerful. You try it. It's very good. I'll show you how to do it. It's not that hard to understand. It's different than Totemic, though. Did the bot actually bugged out? It's a little, you have to game it. There's actually a small ramp and a small interaction, but as Farseer is like, just like Shaman. It's nothing compared to Mistweaver. It's easy. That's insane, though. No, Farseer has 0 mana issues. Farseer is infinite mana. It's an infinite mana hack spec you'll never drink, ever. Yeah. You'll never have it, though. That's my tier list. We're watching Petco's, by the way, Daryl. No, he's gonna Google it. Don't fucking Google it. No, I just Googled it. No, Petco, don't do this. No, I thought he was gonna do it. Oh my god, holy shit. I just Googled it. Don't do it, man. Oh my god, I thought he was gonna Google it. This one, it's subtlety. What? Havoc. There's no way he puts subtlety that high. No, that's such a take, man. If you put subtlety that high, it's just because it's like you watch Casual or Kush or Shindig play it. No way. It's Havoc. I gotta move my camera, by the way. I'm sorry. Here, you can see him. I should put this here though. There, that's so much better. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize.
Hmm. I'm reacting, yeah. Yeah, this is React content. This is my first React content ever. But also he's crazy if he puts some of these specs that are left. If he puts them in S tier, I'd freak out. Mm. Your group buff takes care of it though. Mm. Mm-mm. Assassination is better, but you have a group buff. 3% magic damage. It's a lot. No. No, Havoc does not rely on that anymore, Smush. Havoc does not have better funnel. No, it does not. No, it does not. No, Assassination Rogue is like... Assassination has better funnel, for sure. But Havoc has a group buff. Is he going to put Assassin in top? 2020. He's been streaming full time for 4 years, and he started 2 years before that. That's so crazy for me to think about, man. That's so crazy for me to think about that somebody's been streaming for that long. What is he putting next? There's no. I'm really scared. All right, what is he gonna do? What is he gonna do? Let me see. Let me see. But I'm one. I'm 1 year. There's no way he puts AF higher than this. AFLOck. He played AF with me. Wait, Ellie show me. Ellie show me. No, AFLOck. No, we're going back to AFLOck. He's talking about AFLOck. There's no way he puts AFLOck above Shadow Priest. They cannot belong there. No way. No way. That's so cope. That's so cope. No way. It's good. It's there's no way. No, 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 no. Bro, you he started he was like, "Thank you guys for following me," and then did this. He had to take a break before. No, it's good. It's good and you can play it, but it is you cannot put Affliction Warlock next to Havoc, Feral Druid, Shadow Priest, Disc Priest, and Resto Shop. There's no way it belongs there. A plus is okay. A plus is fine. Cause like A plus is okay. But like there's no shot. There is zero shot that Affliction can be next. I agreed with most of this thus far. What is he gonna? All right, hold on. I gotta hear this. I gotta hear this. What's next? Where does he put Destro then? He played it with me. I did keys with his Affliction Warlock. What's he putting in S tier? Wait, what's he putting in S tier? That's fine. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, comp dependent, but good. It's not bad. Where's BM Hunter? Yeah. Okay, Ellie is fair because you're a shaman and Ellie got buffed, and fair enough. That's fair. But Ellie shaman compared to Affliction Warlock cannot compete. Like they're not similar at all. What is he putting in S? There are two DK specs: Resto Druid, VDH. VDH, Resto Druid, Frost DK, Unholy. But Arcane Mage, 5 specs in S. He puts Frost Mage in best candidate. So Frost Mage goes best candidate. Destro, Subtlety Rogue. Where does Subtlety Rogue go? That's you just you. Hold on, let me listen. Let me listen. Mm-hmm. Okay. Can you at least wipe that massive grin off your face as you lie to us? I like his chat. I like reading the chat. He's a Mythic Plus raid for sure. Is he putting all of those in S? Of course, yeah. Makes sense. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You literally cannot count Poison Dispel because Mistweaver has Poison Dispel and Holy Paladin has Poison Dispel and Presevoker has Poison Dispel. So you can't be like, this healer has Poison Dispel. So do the other ones, and they're not an S+. Just saying. They belong there, of course, though. Yeah. It gets nerfed. It won't be S. Mm-hmm. Or Resto Shaman. He's from Bulgaria, right? Bulgaria, I think. 2 minutes of ads. Here, Muzz. Oh, I can't chop out. I'm sharing my screen. I was going to gift you a sub, Muzz. I'll gift you one later. Remind me. I'll gift you later. Makes sense. Yeah. Where's he putting Frost Mage? And BM Hunter? Let me see how... Listen, I know he's about to say this, but still. Can you imagine what would happen if the meta next season was VDH, Dispriest? Imagine it was VDH, Dispriest, Arcane Mage. With 2 other new specs, but even just those 3, okay? So Frost Mage is not bad. Frost Mage is not bad. But it's not S+. You can't put... Arcane is here. If Arcane gets nerfed, you play Frost. But Frost is best candidate. But it's like Arcane and then Frost. But Frost is not bad. Frost is good, actually. That'd be insane if the meta was like that. Let's see what he has to say. Keep in mind, he doesn't play tank or healer. I played with him a bunch on PTR. He's a great DPS. He doesn't play tank or healer. He only plays DPS. So he doesn't know how the tanks work and stuff. Not as well. Fair. Not all of this is S+ though, right? This whole list here cannot be S+. Okay, not all S plus though. Yeah, they're both good though. They are. I saw both. Destro or Frost. 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 Oh, Destro. He's talking about Destro? Oh, you're because he's talking about you're playing CDR and Infernal. Wait, what? Crit haste. Scale with crit haste? I mean, doesn't scale that hard. He's not wrong. I mean, it's a good spec, but like, that's actually not how Beastmaster works. I don't think you don't scale that hard as Beastmaster. Is he going to talk about the build? Because there's. I will say, okay, I will say this. Beastmaster has a new build that came out toward the end of their testing before it got nerfed, and it still is an okay build in what you play. Beastmaster has a very strange build where you don't play cleave. So you don't pad AoE, and you actually do almost all your damage to a single target. So it weirdly is a good M plus build where you play it's like 85% of your single target in AoE. You have prio damage, for what it's worth. Right? He's talking about right now. Yeah. That's what he's talking about. Yeah. It's the non-multi build. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But I think it's coping. It doesn't do enough damage right now. 3 button spec, I'm re-rolling. It's 2 buttons actually. To be fair, it's two, not three. It's 2 buttons. It's not three. It's two. Okay. It's Petco's tier list. It's not my tier list. But I think that's an interesting choice. I feel like this one goes down. To be fair, Beastmaster is not bad. Melee spec. Uh, Unholy. Uh, is good. It was very good before. Subtlety Rogue doesn't have a combat res. That's what he always says. It has a CR. That's why you know. Where is he putting Subtlety Rogue? So, to be fair, as he goes over the DK stuff, which you do want, and Unholy's good. Okay, Prez in everyone else's tier list, I swear nobody knows how to play it. In fact, keep in mind, I got to play Prez in a key with him. All right? And we had a very bad tank. So we didn't time the key. But I hopefully impressed him with my Prez. Like, Prez is still very good. I don't know how many Prez he sees on PTR, though. He probably only played with 1 or 2. He doesn't play tank or healer. So he can only rank tanks and healers based on what he knows or what he's seen on PTR, which is tough because he doesn't play them, right? That's a factor. Unholy's solid though, yeah. Yeah, Prez is understandable why you couldn't put it in best candidate. You couldn't put it there. A plus or A would be fine. Honestly, A plus or A, I understand.
Where the f is he putting Destro Lock and Subtlety Rogue and Frost Mage? Frost Mage. No, but I'm putting Aquaphor on. It's the best chapstick ever. I just have a jar of Aquaphor on my desk if you didn't know that. Look, I have a jar of Aquaphor. It's amazing. Guardian's your lack of utility to keep it B tier. No, you buff Guardian by 10% is good. It's so poorly played, Erase. It's so bad. It's the most poorly played healer I've ever seen. Fox here for a minute. Massive. Crazy. Okay. Yeah, I agree. That's fair. I agree. Yeah. No, that's true. This is true. What you may not know is that I've done a bunch of PTR keys, and Destro is consistently top damage. Destro and Dev. Dev Evoker plus Destro Warlock were both consistently top damage, but by about 200, 500k. They don't have a group buff, so Mage is better, and their damage is pad, relatively speaking, though. Destro is actually decent, okay? They got nerfed, though, since the last time I played with them. To be fair, they got nerfed. I would not be surprised if you do see some Destro locks or some Dev Evokers. But Beastmaster Hunter does not belong, I think, in these here. No, it'll actually be good. But it's you can't put it next to the same category as Mage. Mage is insane. Yeah. So this is pad. One thing I will say real quick, is there's a lot of prio damage in keys right now. If you play Havoc Arcane, the next spec can be pad. That's actually okay. Like, you can play, like, Havoc Arcane and then Destro Lock. That would be fine, right? Because you would have, like, Giga prio damage and then one spec that just goes boom and blast AoE. That would be fine. You can do that. So, like, a Dev Evoker or a Destro Warlock, if they're just top overall, like Boomy on live, yeah, right? Because you have, like, you play, but you might even play Havoc Arcane or something like this, or VDH Arcane or whatever. You might need a spec that just goes boom. That's a thing that could happen, and Destro Warlock is that spec, to be fair. It's not, it's actually quite good. Hard to fit a lock, though. Hold on, let's I want to hear him defend his tier list. Damage, straight up, you know, 1 million more output, maybe. Like how he reads his chat. I like how he reads his chat. BM is better than MM right now. It is. I agree. I like how he has like 8,000. I like how he has 8,000 viewers right now, which is a lot for him, and he's just like casually calling out his chat. Like, there's a level of streamer that just does not give a single flying fuck. Like, this is a big stream for him, right? This is a big stream for him, and he's just like, why are you calling me a Mongoloid? Like, if I was him, I would be like, let me just not pay attention. I gotta lock into this list, you know? He's just like fully engaging. Agree or disagree on what? Let me raise this up a little bit for him.
That's true. It's amazing content. Oh, should I do that? Faye, I need more haters. Wait, should I do that? It's true, Zach. Yeah. Mate, that's why I said no. When I made my list, I had to. There are some specs that are notorious for being that. Mage is one of them. Mage is one. If Arcane right now is the best spec in the game at a plus 12, they're dog shit. They're just bad. Like there's just so many mages. They're very hard to play. And if you play them poorly, skill ceiling, skill floor. You play a mage poorly, you do no damage. That's absolutely a thing. There are some specs in the game which are just not easy to play. Mage is one of them. You know, good mage, bad mage, just really bad. That's a thing. It's a very real thing. And there, I know chat's coping because everybody saw Marksman go absolutely wild for most of PTR. The last nerfs to Marksman were massive. Massive. You are not, like, I'm telling you, Marksman got hit really, really hard. Like, Marksman got hit very hard. It was not a light tap. It was probably overkill, and they're going to be okay, but I just don't think you play Marksman, and I do think that BM borderline is better than Marksman now. But either you bring BM down to Marksman level, like I think they're close maybe, but you know what I mean? Yeah. There's so many things about Arcane, right? Yeah. About Boomkin, has that shit been nerfed? I mean, he has it low. A is low for Boomy. He has that low. I mean, I put it, I was like down with the Boomies. I still think you play it maybe with the VDH comp. There's one comp you play Boomy with, but otherwise, I agree. Boomy has just been rough. Boomy's rough. It's not A. Like, I mean, so A in his list is basically B, you know? That's kind of what I was doing when I made my list. I was like, nothing is really that bad. Like, nothing is in D. But it was very important that I put that there, you know? What's up, Zag? Man, just take out one of the range hunters this meta, so team squish. So it'll be a choice to play a range hunter for melee comp, but I still think what you can do, right, is you can play. Bro, his chat is wild. I hope my chat never gets like this. Can we just agree right now to never ever make my chat like this? If you say stuff like this in my chat, I'm not on my stream. And I hope that my chat never gets like this. We'll have to make some rules for gamers that talk in my chat. All right, let's keep going. Deal. Thank you. Yeah, I called a boss. Where's he putting Frost and Subtlety? I can see... It's because he can't play it. No, it's because he can't play it. It's... He didn't play it. He didn't play it because that shit is fucking hard to play. And if he plays it, he's going to do bad. You cannot just pick up Rogue and do good on that spec. Because he'll do bad. Because that spec is hard to play. Yeah. You put Frost Mage? Wait, what? What is he putting in S plus? That's not an S plus? Arcane and Assassination, I see. Oh, it's very good. Maybe not king, but second best. It's still so solid. Okay, to be fair, he has all the specs that he has ranked here are at most one off. They're none of this is wildly wrong. It's all correct. It's just like one off, I think, because you cannot have Frost EK and BM Hunter in the same tier. Do you know what I mean? Like BM Hunter cannot be where DK is. Like that's the one tier off. A sub rogue, bring it. Show me. Top spot. Assassination is better. That's not true. You can clip this right now. I will trade you 25,000 gold in game if you invite a random subtlety rogue to your first +10 in the season and they top the DPS meters. I will trade you 25k gold and you can clip this and I will straight up give you 25k gold in game. Anyone listening to this, I will give you that gold if you can link me a log and show me the details where a subtlety rogue will top your damage. Just, this is what I want to know. So Shindig is the only one who will be able to do this. Why is he Google translating the thing? Why is he Google translating? Why? How? What? This is amazing content. I can't believe he was like, why did this guy get banned? Mod, why did you ban him? And then he Google translates exactly what the guy said to get banned. That's not good. Don't show that on stream. Is this content? I think there are multiple people who can do it. I would be so surprised. I mean, I could be wrong, but I would be so surprised. I want to see a subtle assassination. I can see. I want to see a subtlety rogue aside from Shindig, Kush, or Casual. Like, I want to see a subtlety rogue who is not one of the top rogues in the world play that spec and do like gold. I don't think it'll happen. I don't think so. I think it's like a fire mage situation. And the problem is that you're going to have a bunch of people. I think it's going to be like a fire mage situation. You're going to have a bunch of people who think it's amazing because they see Hopeful play it, but then they go to play it and they're like, why can't I do damage? That's what I think will happen. They got to do good damage. I need to ban people in the stream. There is no shot. Yeah, that's a comp right there. It's good. It's good. It's just not... It's not bad. Which situation? Mm. I am down for that. Mage, get rid of them. Yeah. You can get rid of mages. I wouldn't mind. Mage has been good for too long. I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind. 100%. I'd be fine with that. Ooh. Mm. 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 I don't know if it's that good. Yeah, that's also true. Demon Hunter should be have a break. Funnel. Okay. Assassination is probably either top of best candidate for his spec or A plus. Fair enough. And the highest key levels for sure. Mid key levels, not so much. Okay. Here's the problem with assassination: is that it depends on you routing for them. A, it depends on you routing for them, and B, it depends on having funnel targets. And what you know what your rep pally is going to do in your plus 12? Divine Storm the little mobs. Your assassination rogue doesn't have prio damage, doesn't have funnel. Right? Like that's not going to happen. They don't get to do their funnel if they don't actually have funnel. That's a thing, right? I don't think you wouldn't play Assassination, Arcane, and VDH. Maybe? What is he talking about right now? No way. Yeah, I suppose, Rage. I suppose. Double Rogue. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense because you would lose the funnel for. You would actually have you would lose damage. Yeah, exactly. Maybe Frost Mage. Maybe Frost Mage with that if you wanted to. Ellie, Asa, DK. Yeah. Rogues are good though. Rogues are good. I agree with that. You gotta have yeah. Until it would be played, demo pumps. Demo does pump right now. If it didn't get nerfed, it'd be so good though. Agent, if it didn't get nerfed, it would be so good this season. They're not equal though. The auto attack is different for some rogue specs. Um, not crazy good prio, just good damage. Just single target is very good. Like demo is just a DPS spec. It's not a profile spec. It's just a consistent high DPS spec. Me, me. I didn't play all DPS, but I literally played every tank, every healer, and like half the DPS. Me. As far as I know, I'm one of the only people who did that, actually. No, I didn't play all DPS, to be fair. To be fair, I didn't play all DPS. That's true. And I openly admit that I am not the best DPS. Like tank and healer, I'm much better at, but DPSing is not. I don't tend to DPS as much. So like he does better DPS than me by far. And when I play a spec, I kind of give or take no. Like if when I tested Fury Warrior, I was like, look, I'm kind of dog shit at this, but I could see what it had the potential for. Yeah, I played everything. Um, I didn't play Priest. And I didn't do a Mistweaver key, but I played with a lot of Mistweaver. To be safe. I didn't play Mistweaver. It has been a long PCR testing, yeah. That's true.
We got to give him a shout out properly. We've been watching his content. If I control N, does this affect the stream? He is very good, by the way. You gotta know this. He's awesome. And I would like to say, because actually it's really random, but this particular season, did you know I actually got to play with him a bunch? Like I did what? Like I ended up doing what? Like 20 different keys with Petco? Like there weren't a lot of people on PTR. He was on every day and so was I. I ended up healing and DPS and tanking for him. Like I think I did literally like 20, 30 keys with Petco. Like I actually did a lot of keys with Petco randomly. Some of them are on the YouTube, some of them are not. And I gotta say, he's a blaster. Like he's a good DPSer. Pretty much anything he played, he did good at, except his Ret Pally. I remember his Ret Pally in Arcara. He wasn't happy with. He's good. He knows DPSing. He's quite good at number wise. I don't think he always doesn't. Like I straight up think that a lot of people don't understand how it works at a +10 because he's so good at the game and he's been having so long that if he wants to play keys, he can just go to his BNet and type in, "Hey, invite me," right? I want to see his group comps too. We're gonna keep watching his content. Here you go. You know what I mean, though. Yeah, and that's also true. You don't have a trial in a guild like Echo if you suck. I know. I mean, dude, does he have a trial in Echo right now? Did he get one, Lurch? That would actually be amazing. He should get one. Did he get one? That would be great for him. Oh, he did before. He's good though. Trust me. He knows how to DPS. You know what I mean? Just Shaman and Priest. Yeah, I can do that, MF, but let's do it in a second because if he goes over class comps, I really want to see what he has to say about that. I will say some of these are a little bit cope, I think. Some of these are definitely like a little cope, but for what it's worth, DPS wise, to be fair, there are some things he doesn't play. One of them is Rogue, right? He doesn't play Rogue. Now, I would argue, Kuka, that this would be considered for like +18 and above. +15 is pushing it. I think +18 and above. Like when people like him are like +18, 19, 20, right? Based off his Discord. I'm in his Discord too. Did he go over like +15s and stuff like that? Because PTR scaling is a little weird. It got weird at the end. So you just get people not to play their class and will work out. Yeah, +15, I still think you could take a Windwalker, Blood DK, Holy Priest to your +15, you'd be fine. If they're good, you're fine. +15, you kind of expect people to you expect people to know what's up in a +15, right? Is it high-end keys? I didn't hear the very beginning. I'm imagining he's not... No tier list creator, not a single creator that I have seen makes a tier list for +10s. Nobody understands that. I barely understand it. And even me, I barely understand it. Sometimes I go into +10s on my alts, and I'm like surprised by what I see. Like that's not even my thing, right? Yeah, like Ret, BM Hunter, Marksman Hunter, all Hunter specs in a +10 are excellent, you know what I mean? I think 17s were pretty chill this season, but that depends on who you are though. I want to see what he puts here. Let's listen. Let's see. This is the fun stuff. I love this stuff. I made the video. I put the video of us talking about it because like I'm not confident about any of them. There's a few things I'm more confident on than others, but this is where it gets really fun. This is where it gets like super, super, super fun of like, what's he going to put here? I want to see. Don't put VDH. VDH is the weirdest shit. You can't play Havoc here. You play Wrestler Druid, correct? Arcane. If you play Asa Rogue, though, or so you play Frost instead. That makes more sense. Those two don't work. They have anti-synergy, though. I don't. I think you take the mage out and you put shaman. If you can live, I put shaman there. You can't play them together. But the intellect only buffs the healer, the mage. Yeah, correct. Or Ellie, shaman, enhancer Ellie, because Frosty Kane wants mastery. So does assassination. Mark comes from the healer. Destrolock with no shadow. You need a lust. You need lust. You need lust here. Unless you take frost out. Unless you take frost out, and then you could add the warlock or something. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Frost DK is one of the specs that benefits a crazy shit ton from a shaman buff. Shaman buff is very massive for some specs over others. The wind strike effect, not the mastery. The wind strike effect affects other specs more than others. Assassination rogue gets energy from auto attacks, as far as I remember. Not their biggest source of energy, but still. I don't know about mage here. I think, but then the question is, can shaman live? But the thing is that shaman normally needs prot pally or dispriest, because shaman, you play resto. If resto druid doesn't get nerfed, you get massive. You play resto, like if resto druid does not get nerfed, it's so fucking good that you'd play it. I would play. I think you take the Death Knight out though, and you play. Let me hear. No. Shadow Priest does way more if you include PI. If you include PI, it does significantly more. But they PI the Assassination Rogue on each Death Mark. Death Mark is 2 minutes. But there's no Shaman buff here, though. Right, correct. Frostmage has some. Frostmage has some now. What? Yeah. Shaman. You also want Priest. Priest buff is not bad in this. Yeah, correct. There you go. Ellie or Enhance. The problem is Enhance is bugged still. Yes. Yes, better. The problem with this is very simple. This can't live. Ellie, Shami, and Keys is kind of squishy, depending on the key, right? What's wrong with Enhance? Enhance is bugged. Enhance is super bugged still. Like, it doesn't... It's buggy right now. They haven't fixed it. So Totemic is still kind of broken, and we don't really know how much damage it does. Like, simming right now, it has the weird thing where if you sim Enhance, it does like 10% more than a Prot Warrior. Ooh, he's cooking now. Now he's cooking. Now he's fucking cooking. Okay. You play Warrior, you want Shaman. I mean, that's a comp. That's a comp. But can it live? Rogue can live. But Rogue's kind of squishy outside of the things that's... If it's not tanky against it, it's... Yeah. Let me be right back super fast. Keep watching.
What I miss? Fizz comp. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense to me, actually. See my message? No, Chase. Sorry, I've been streaming. I haven't seen it. Oh, let me see. Let me check. Assassin's better here. Yeah, where's the Havoc? Well, so I don't know if Outlaw physical. Yeah, but I don't know if it's actually that good right now. You need Prio here. It's Blade Fury. Yo, Vaulty, thank you. Thanks, Vaulty. I if you need the range, yeah, if you need the range, BM Hunter is the only. This is the only comp BM Hunter would fit in. This is the only comp that BM Hunter fits in. It's the only one. You would need this exact comp for Beastmaster. You have a little prio from Feral. Check, sorry. No, okay. Not right now, Che. Not right now. But another, maybe in like the next few days, I can help. Sure. That first comp. So the problem is, yeah. While you were mentioning myself, that Ellie did not. Okay. That's what I was gonna say. Because Ellie, traditionally speaking, Ellie needs either Oracle saves Oracle is no problem, or prop Pelly. You know, because assassination is also a little bit squishy. Outside of what feint works for and elusiveness, like assassination also needs help. But then that first comp, you probably have to external the Demon Hunter on a lot of gathers, so you won't have Barkskin. You won't have Iron Bark. This is a melee comp. This would work. I think you play Assassination, though. I think Assassination is still... Here we go. Now he's going to cook. All right, let's see this one. I think that if he tries to make it physical, I still think the Prot Warrior comps are magic. I still think it's Havoc. I think you play Havoc and Frosty. I think you make it a magic melee comp, not physical. Because you can't play Windwalker. And you can't play Mistweaver. It's magic melee instead of Fizz. So he's trying to make this happen, but I don't think this works. Because... Right. Correct. You would have to enhance this. That's true, and there will be more tuning too. We're probably all wrong, but it's still fun to think about. We're probably all wrong. Assassination. Because what we think warrior is physical, but warrior isn't physical. Warrior is any strength or agility. Any strength or agility, right? Mistweaver doesn't go with warrior very well. It could work if they're both overtuned, but you could bring Havoc here. And the reason is that because Prot Warrior plays Mountain Thane, like 50% of a Prot Warrior's damage is now magic as well. And Mistweaver has Assassination. Like, if you're good at it, it'll still be fine. I think all Rogue is not bad. I think Outlaw is better, though. Rage Bacon. Outlaw is much better for 10 to 15. Yes, you play Resto Shaman here for sure. Take the Shaman out, put Rogan. Or Warrior. Fury. Play Fury. Play Fury. You don't need Windwalker. Play Fury. You could play Windwalker with Havoc. You could. Oh, what's this? This is a cook, man. He's cooking, and I don't think it's working. He's burning the kitchen down. The more he goes here, the more he burns the kitchen down. I think... Unless Windwalker gets buffed. You know. Because that's not magic. Like, Subtlety is not full Fizz. Uh-huh. You do. I agree. I agree, by the way. Me too, Loudness. I agree. We did get to play together a lot on PTR, but I've been streaming for 1 year, and he doesn't... the difference of creator level is too vast, you know? I'm 1 year into this. He's 6 years into it. It's too much. Too different. I would like to. That'd be awesome. Is he going to leave that comp? That comp is such a cook. That's such a weird comp, man. Just bring a... You could play Propelli Disc, or you play Resto Druid anyways. Feral Windwalker Survival? Yeah, right now. Well, okay, well, hold on. I mean, I did a key with the Windwalker post change. They did okay. They were about 2 million behind, which is not crazy, right? Like, you could play them if you really want them. It's just that that comp isn't pure fizz. Boomy. Wait, what? What the oh, thank God. Oh, he got me. He got me. He got me. That falls off. Well, I appreciate that, Rage. You know, I'm new at this, but I thank you. Thank you. I thank you. That's a very nice compliment. I appreciate that. I like his streams. I've always liked his streams. Resto Druid. I like Thailand. You. Okay. The fact is, I would tell you right now that if Resto Druid is this strong, right? If Resto Druid was this strong, what you would do is you would play it in every comp. And then I would tell you, but Blizzard won't let that happen because they care so much more about balance than they used to, right? That's what I would tell you. I would be like, look, Blizzard won't let a healer be so dominant that no other healer can be played. And I would stop myself because Discipline Priest has been a thing for 2 seasons now. So I actually can't say that, and maybe they will just fucking leave Resto Druid, and every single comp has a Resto Druid. Maybe. Like honestly, maybe they don't change it at all, and they just leave Resto Druid. We all think they're gonna nerf it and it will change, but what if they don't? Do you know what I mean? Okay, Ellesmere is a cracked gamer, right? But I don't know. That's a much better comp. That's a better comp, by the way. Yeah. What he's saying. No, the Shadow Priest was perfect. Put the Shadow Priest back. Put the Shadow Priest back. What is... Actually, that works, to be honest. No, that does work. Kicks are a problem there, maybe. Kicks are a problem. You don't need PI, but it's that comp could work. Yeah. That's Waybens and Shelly's comp. Technically, yeah. That could be with casual too. Yep. You play the rogue there because I don't know about the Frost Mage. The Frost Mage is still... Sorry, the Arcane Mage there. When you need a spec, like if you're playing Assassin plus Arcane, like you need a spec that doesn't hit a prio target. As funny as it sounds, if you were going to play a comp with Assassination Rogue and Arcane, you actually need a spec that literally just pads. Like you would specifically want a pad spec because... You're already going to have a... I mean, imagine this in full cooldowns. Whatever target they target is gone. Like, they literally, they're... You know, whatever they target is literally gone. What is that? What are these? What is that? I was about to say, I was listening to him talk. I was like, what? I mean, that's the question. I mean, that's a genuine concern. If you pull 8 mobs on the first boss of Halls of Atonement, that's a real concern. Right? Okay, so right now, one of the things about... Okay, so one thing to understand is this. A lot of the funnel you can pull on these bosses in a lot of these dungeons, they die very quickly. So the first boss of Halls of Atonement, what you're going to do in high key metas is you're going to drag one thing and then drag that to another pack and drag it to another pack. So you'll have prio, but it dies very quickly. You don't want 2 things funneling off of it. You want 1 thing funneling off of it, not 2. Yeah? That's like a big deal. That's what I had that comp. I had that comp. Just I didn't know if it could live. I don't know if it could live, but that's a massive damage comp. What's his problem with Shadow Priest? At a high level, at a mid-level, Shadow Priest struggles. Mid-level, Shadow Priest, high level, Shadow Priest is Omega S right now. Max key level, oh, Shadow Priest very good. Vengeance Disc Boomy. If you play Boomy, it's with VDH. It's not better. Okay. It's not better, but, and I will say, but some keys feel safer with a Prot Pally. There are some keys that feel way better with a Prot Paladin. It's not better. It's not about surviving. It's about the fact that the way that Prot Pally kicks is better in some dungeons than VDH stuns. There are some dungeons where you're like, man, I wish we had a Prot Pally. It's true. That will happen. Arakara. That's a big one. Yeah. You're going to play Fury. You'll see Fury. Not Arms. Arms is weird. Arms is not... I don't know if you see Arms. Dev would work. It's true. I still think the triple Frosty K was like a master comp for +10s. Warrior DPS, you'll see Fury. I only played with a few Arms. I got to play with Gucci Warrior and a few other famous warriors, and they were good. Arms was weird. Arms was either bugged or just not doing enough. Fury, however, was clapping. Fury is surprisingly good. Fury is surprisingly good after the buffs. Like, it's actually not bad, even in an AoE dungeon like Priory. Yeah, Fury was weirdly good in that dungeon. I took 2 Furies, and they were both pumping. They were good. Fury, you will see Fury. I guarantee you in the season, somebody's playing Fury in a comp. It's a when you want the buff, but still. Okay, let's compare. Yeah. You have to think about how to live. If there was a need to kite, talks. If Halls of Atonement dogs were not nerfed and you still have to deal with the bleeds, I would literally pay gold for a Frost Mage in that dungeon. But at the moment, I straight up in a 17 on my bear, when the Loyal Beast cast went off, I actually just stood in the pack. Because tanking is not going to be that hard this season. The only thing about Frost is that its damage is so consistent that if for some reason there was a route that just depended on you having like very consistent damage, Frost might shine. Because you just have orb and this and orb and that and orb and this and full cooldown uptime, like pretty much. But I think Arcane is very, like, you know, it's 45 second, minute and a half, 45 shifting power, etc., a little bit lower. But it's like, it's cooldown dependent. But there's no dungeon like that. You can route around Arcane pretty easily. Very easily, you just route around Arcane and it's no problem. If they nerf Arcane, though, then Frost is good. Frost is like, I think it's only like 1 million behind. But I can't think of a reason unless you need the slows for some. Like, the slows are massive, but it can also make it worse. There are times you need to move mobs, and if you're playing with a Frost Mage, they're harder to move, to be fair. MC mobs? There are some MC techs. MC tech. That'll come with a yes, Wix. 100%. 100% yes. I think there's a comp with, yes, Prot Pally, Havoc, plus maybe even Shadow Priest if you really want to carry the Shadow Priest. That would be a comp that can carry a Shadow Priest. And then Resto Druid, plus a good PI target. So maybe Assassination Rogue, even in that comp, could work. You could play... It depends on what you want at that point.
Depends on what you want at that point. Hey, Mavina. Yeah. That's a different one, though. That's a different one. We're reacting to Petco's video, Mavina. Well, he's live right now. He's doing this live. I don't think assassination is that easy to play. Why does he keep Googling all the things that you're not supposed to say? Bro. What the fuck is that? I don't play League of Legends. What the fuck is he looking at right now? What did he just Google? What did he just show on screen? What did he just show? What? What is I don't even play League. What is that? Are there skips? Which one? Floodgate? You don't skip that though. MC would work, however. Never once played. I played League for 6 hours on stream one day, and I was like, nah, fuck this, I'm out. Listen, I played League for 6 hours one time, and I was like, nah. Listen, I played League one time, 6 hours. I was like, I'm going to play League today. And I tried it for 6 hours. The first game, I was like 22-0 because I was playing with no one. And then they immediately, I went from the first game where I was like, this is not so bad. I was like 22-0. I played jungle. And then they immediately sent me into the sweaty Smurf lobby. And I was like, this game sucks. It was like, I immediately had the experience of the fact that everybody on my team was just definitely new to the game. And everybody on their team was definitely not new to the game. And it was over. And I never played League again. Yeah. That's a good point. Somebody has to address that. What's he going to say? Uh-huh. Good. Correct. 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 Good. Okay. Glad he said that. But everybody's already tuned out, so I don't know if a little late to say it. It's nature. That's true. But it might help. It might help, though. I will say. There should be a whole... It's changed. It's changed, yeah. Mm-hmm. Nimble Flurry. It's physical. Correct. Eviscerate is Shadow. That's a good point. Correct. You should, by the way. This is overwhelming me. Oh, sorry. Boomy 2, we have a pretty easy to play. So I will say, there are some specs, with respect, if you are, and hear me out, okay? I'm going to be polite about this. If you are not so good at the game, and you don't want to play a one-button rotation, there are some specs that you should play, and there are some specs you should not play. Trust me, if you're like, look, I actually don't like a rotation. I don't really want to learn the game. I kind of just want to chill, right? I just want to chill. Okay. Ret Pally, Beastmaster Hunter. They're solid. They're fine. They're both good. You want to range, play Beastmaster Hunter. You want to melee, play Ret Pally. You will do good. And they're both solid.
They're not like they're not D tier. They're not the worst specs. They're solid. You will do so much better playing that than you would trying this. Like don't be like, I'm gonna be assassination rogue. It's like bad idea for your first spec. You know? Mm-mm. Yeah, Rat Pally Hunter. Okay, bye, Mavina. I do not. Since Shadowland, nice. Assassin's Root. Ooh, it's good right now. It's really good. Its AoE was solid. The Dev Evoker is weird. Yeah, the Rets. Okay. There's a reason that Ret and Beastmaster Hunter has almost the most representation out of any class, though. Right? I actually think Ret is solid. Like, Ret's a very good spec. It has some issues, but it's a very good spec. All been raid, so now I'm thinking. Yeah, Assassin's the opposite now. I think it's bad. It's bad in raid, but it's good in Mythic Plus. But it. So, Freddle, the problem is that the reason it's good in Mythic Plus doesn't really matter as much in lower keys. Like, it matters a lot more in higher keys. The fact. You gotta understand. So, like, have you done. Do you know Halls of Atonement? Or how about like a Priory? Did you do Priory this last season? When you are Assassination Rogue, what you do is you choose one target in the pool and then you delete that guy. You do your AoE around him, but you focus that one guy. These dungeons have a bunch of every single one of these dungeons have a single mob that you need to focus down. Priory, Floodgate, Halls of Atonement, etc. Halls of Atonement first pull is the shard guy. The guy who does the AoE, he's dangerous. You know? He's dangerous. You have to be careful about that. So you want to kill him as fast as possible. What's up, Mr. Cow? I'm Mr. Cow's friend. I like your name every time I see it. It's comforting. I want to be friends with cows, too. True. Uh, yeah. Honestly, Faye, yes. Correct. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Uh, Easy solution. There, there's an easy solution. There's an easy solution to this. Do you know what the solution is? Oh my god, there's such an easy solution. Oh my god, all you need to do is just make a separate modifier. They already have that for PvP, and they already have it on the PTR. On the PTR, when you zone into a key, it scales you according to your item level. There's a separate scaling that happens not in raid but in keys. There is a very specific thing they have. There's clearly a number. They can just tune it. Just tune it. Like at least going to next expansion, just all you have to do is like there's 3 tuning mobs. PvP, Raid, Mythic Plus. It's a problem solve. I don't know why they don't do that. It can't be that hard. It can't be that hard. You just, when you start a Mythic Plus dungeon, when you start a Mythic Plus dungeon, modifier. Done. Done. Literally, it's done. And they can balance things. Why not? Why not? Why don't they do that? Why wouldn't they do that? It can't be that much. I guess they'd have to balance it. That would be the work, right? I mean, they'd have to balance it. Let's see. Is he done? Oh, it's true though. This priest probably never gonna be true offering has separate atonement modifiers. They did that, and that's true, and they should. Yeah. They even have separate modifiers now for things like darkness. What are all the abilities? There are some abilities. They specifically have modifiers for 5-man content. Trank, all healing abilities. Healing Tide, a Trank. They made a healers. They have like their healing cooldowns are different in 5-man content versus raid. They actually place modifiers on abilities already for 5-man content versus raid. They can do it. They can do it. And it was so easy. They just look at... I don't know, man. It can't be that hard. Like, don't you think if they just play the game, you could just be like, hey, this spec is like down here. Just give him a 2% buff. Why not? Just let this spec... You don't have to tune it perfectly. Just first play for 2 weeks and you say this spec is bad. Give it a 2% buff. Easy. Okay? Next 2 weeks, that spec is still bad. Give it another 2% buff. You don't even have to tune it. Just literally be like, in key, 2% buff. And then eventually it will be alright. And then it will be not as bad. I don't understand. You could just literally be like, Fury Warrior is struggling this season. 2%. A week or two, 2%. A week or two, 1 more percent, 5% total. Great. They haven't nuked it. It's still not the meta. It doesn't change the meta. It's just like now Fury Warrior doesn't feel as bad to play. They can look at that. They can look at logs. They can look at representation and just like if they play the game, like you and I play the game, right? You just walk in. So then the top end is doing this. There are some specs you'd have to be careful for. But I also think that there are some things you could do. What if you did I think dungeon modifiers, but like what if you actually understood that the other complicated thing is if not general, what if you went into Fury Warrior and you were like advanced Fury Warriors are not over spamming this button, but bad Fury Warriors are hitting this too much. So maybe we buff that button or something like that though. I also think so too. You don't need it to be balanced. You just need to all you need to happen, that you're right. That it's not about it being perfect. It's about it being not so bad. This is fine. This is good. This is fine. You have a spec that's here for a season. You got a spec that's here. As long as this is not the same every season, it's fine. The problem is when you have this. That's a problem. Right now, it's like this. Like, there are some specs that are just like, I'm inting if I take this spec. Whenever I feel like I am trolling by playing something, that I do not like. Also, you will notice something very interesting. This is what I noticed when I made my comps. When I made my comp predictions, an amazing thing happened. Guess what tank I didn't have a lot? VDH is not the tank in every one of these comps. Other problem, where does Dispriest go? Dispriest on its own is fucking great. But where does it go? Resto Druid has a weird dominance, and Resto Shaman is required in most physical comps. A, because lust. Okay? A, because lust. But also B, because if you don't play the Hunter, you need the Resto Shaman for lust. So where does Dispriest fit in? It's a strange thing that happened, because all of a sudden, Dispriest should be this first comp. Like, this should be first comp, but then all of a sudden, you know, Boomy's not that good. What is this? I'm not the only one who says raw dogging. Crass is awesome. Fury single target's good. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with Fury single target. Fury single target is solid. Specs in much just because they have Fury. Yeah, exactly. Because the season 1, exactly. Because season 1 raid, it was overperforming in raid. That was the problem. Yeah, but that's like, so they need a separate modifier because that could have been solved, Deep Blue, because they were not overperforming in keys at that point, though, right? If bareback, no, bareback sounds wrong. Raw dogging is the way. Like raw dogging a can of tuna. Like that's a good sentence, you know. I think Resto Druid gets nerfed. I maybe they left Oracle. All I can tell you is they left Oracle this whole season, and that was clearly an outlier, and they just left that happen. So maybe they leave it. I don't know. Is he done with comps? There's so many more comps than this, man. Yeah. Exactly. All right, that was fun. Honestly, I think he's done with this tier list. So, right? Yeah, Xperia Airwick, he's a hard capped. Yeah, it's hard capped. But, should I do more React content? That was actually fun as fuck. That was like super fun, like listening to him rank it. Oh, should I just react to stuff? Did I unlock a new niche? Have I unlocked a new niche? I've never reacted to something ever, but I was like, he's making his tier list live. Like I was like, oh, I gotta, yeah, hold up. Wait a second. No, wait. Guys. Oh, hear me out. Should I go right now? Should I just start playing Max's tier list and then make a video of me reacting to Max's tier list and post it? Am I allowed to do that? There's gotta be rules against doing that, right? Yeah, maybe I'm discovering a whole new market. There's no way. Am I allowed to? If you could do smaller. So the problem is, it's 5 targets, not 8. I'm kidding. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it like that, though. YouTube and Twitch all the time. Am I allowed legally to do it? Do I have to, like, contact the creator and have them tell me it's okay? Do I have to... What's the rule on that? Like, I'm making it my own content with adding commentary, but am I allowed to just straight up... Can I just raw dog it? Am I allowed to just raw dog this content? Really? For real? It's a transformative content because I'm making it my own, but I'm using their content. Like, I am making it my own, but I'm also using their content. That feels weird. Are you allowed to do that? Huh. Interesting. Okay. There has to be a little different. Like, you would have to... I mean, so I would. There's no way. I mean, so, like... Because when I hear people talk about it, I have a perspective. Like, even as I hear him talk about this, I'm like, that's not quite right. No, I'm not going to just play the video. Like, I would offer my opinion. Because I'm in a very unique position to understand Mythic Plus. Because I play it all the time. But for whatever reason, I don't go to the title range keys. And I don't continuously play to the title range keys. Right? Do we get more? Are they capped out for today? Did I actually cap them out? Hold up, let me see. Here. Let me check. That's up. Also, hi, panties. This is what Asmon has done for years. Okay, I'm new to this whole content creation though. It's like, so, yeah, but like my perspective is this: I don't actually do the highest level keys, but that also means that I don't get to play the highest level. Well, that means I don't get to play with the highest level people. Can I give you an honest thing? I pug my keys, which means that sometimes I encounter some idiots. I encounter some things that would scar you. Do you know what I mean? Like, I encounter some absolute craziness in keys. And so, but that gives me a unique perspective because you probably don't have a team to play with. Like, if you're watching this type of stuff, like, you don't most likely have a team of 4 people that you've been playing with for 2 years. There are some people like that. There are, right? And I think it's so important also to understand that when... You know what I mean? The more variance, but I think it's cool to hear Yoda's perspective. Like, I watch all the tier lists too, and I listen. I'm like halfway through Max's tier list at the moment. I listen when I'm at the gym or whatever. So, but yeah, like, I've never had a team. There was one season I had a team. I would log in and I would be like, yo guys, what are we doing? But otherwise, like, I engage with looking for group, and I do it to a semi-competitive level, not the world first keys. Just review all that, make it... Yeah, I have to review all of them and then make a tier list with which one is the best. Honestly, though, his tier list, I don't think it's bad. Um, okay. If we take a look at his tier list in the top right here, here's my thought process. Okay? Here's my thought process. A, Windwalker is not this bad. Guardian is not this bad. They're like a little bit higher than this. I think that Windwalker is still comp dependent. I don't think it's actually that bad. Maybe even post nerf, but let's assume they get buffed slightly. I don't think they'll leave Windwalker in this state, but I'm assuming it's going to be okay, actually. If it is truly in this state for the rest of the season, it's in trouble, but Bear's not that bad. And also, walking into the season, Windwalker will feel better because the new tier set is the thing that got nerfed, whereas they got buffed, technically. Holy Priest and Blood DK, correct. Comp dependent, yes. Except Fury Warrior is weirdly good on its own right now, and you could play Fury Warrior in a lot of comps. I agree with the Fire Mage and the Boomy and A. That makes sense to me, right? Prez Evoker, I mean, I think it's A+. Like, I think it's better than Holy Pally, like, by far. However, community perception is so rough on that spec that I also understand why, if people are just like, nah, it can't be this, then I'm like, okay, fair enough. Like, if the community perception on Prez is where Og is on this list. I don't know why, but people misunderstand Evoker more than any other spec in World of Warcraft. They misunderstand Og, they misunderstand Dev, and they misunderstand Prez. Like, I don't know why Evoker just has such a bad community perception. Maybe because it's the last spec that came out. I'm not sure. I just think that people haven't put the time into it. I genuinely think that. Oh, is he making more tier? Hold up, he's making comps. I want to hear his perspective. Let me think. Let me hear. I would take the Hunter out of that comp. I don't think you need Hunter there. You play Rogue. I think you could take the Hunter out and play Rogue. Whoa. Whoa. You can't. You'd have to bring a Shaman. You'd have to take the Hunter out and bring Shaman. You could be full melee. You'd be 4 melee. It'd be fine. That could work, actually. No joke, that could work. That could work, yeah. You don't play Totemic. I swear you're playing, I think you're playing Farseer even with all melee Fae. Farseer is Giga. Farseer is, like, really good. Prot Pelly. Shadow Priest plays with Prot Pelly right now, I think, more than anything. Okay. At the very least, I think we could be done observing his content. I wanna finish my thoughts about his tier list. I think that having Prot Warrior in A+ is criminal. I don't know why Prot Warrior wouldn't be considered the same as Brew. Like, it's just an alternative option for tanking. I think Prot Warrior should be way higher than this, though. Once you get into higher keys, you don't have to worry about range on setting your healing rain downpour value. It's true, but as Farseer, you have a healing rain every 10 seconds, and you'll have to play Farseer and let me know what you think about it, Faye. Farseer is very interesting, though. Farseer is, like, super interesting. Now, he's pretty much done with the spec. But look, I'm looking at the top right, because I'm just checking out his A+ tier. And it's kind of criminal to me. Like, maybe Enhance is here, because we don't really know the value of Enhance. That could be fair. And then Ellie could be the premier Shaman spec. I don't know. But Resto Shaman is super tanky. Where's Bear? I mean, Bear is all the way down here. And in his comp list that we're watching, in his comp list right now, it's rough to play Bear. And I had the same issue with when I was making my comps, you know? Like here, when we were making the comps in my Discord,
You know what I mean? Like on my Discord here, I had the same kind of, I had like a real issue when I was thinking about the comps. Let's go over the comps that I was making. All right. Here. You'll have to join the Discord though if you want. Let me see. I put them in season 3 meta comp prediction. Here we go. I made a whole video about it, and I will share my screen with you. Thank you, Petco, for the content. That was very nice of him to do that. Okay. They don't want to play bear and pushing to title. Okay, but it's actually okay if they did want to do this. Window capture, general of my Discord. Here we go. Perfect. This is my Discord. Now we're here. Okay. These are not full predictions. I copied this because we have to have context, okay? The context was, if you were going to play a full caster comp, what would it look like? And he has a Devastation or a Warlock here instead of a Shadow Priest. I think that if you play Ellie and Shadow Priest, it works very well together. But I also think that this comp cannot live. I think that this comp actually cannot work. Because you just, like, 12-second kick, 12-second kick, 12-second kick can kind of work. But I don't know if this will live, because this traditionally, a Shaman DPS almost always needs a Prot Pally or a Discipline Priest. Like, I don't know if this will work. I don't actually know. But one of the very interesting things is, look at the healer choices that I chose. When I was making all these comps, we were saying, hey, if you were going to play Bear, what would you play? And there were options for Bear here. But if you were going to play a Discipline Priest, where do you play Disc? It's the weirdest thing. But you'll notice something about every single one of these comps. Effectively, almost everyone has a Druid. Almost everyone has a Shaman buff. Like, those are the biggest buffs in M+ now. You kind of want all of them. You kind of don't want to not have them. Do you know what I mean? No. Farseer has the actual opposite. It's like no mana problems at all. If you play Bear, I think you have two main comps. The main problem with Bear is mob control. So playing with the DK is super helpful, man. Playing with the DK is so incredibly helpful because there are so many pulls like Halls of Atonement, Priory, etc. Yeah, it's bad at living. So, but if you play with Prot Pally, then you have Sack, Spellword, Bop, and stuff like this for Ellie. Also, if you play with Discipline Priest, then Ellie has no problem. So, yeah, like Discipline. So same thing with a Boomy, right? Like when you play Boomy this season, one of the reasons Boomy can do so much damage is that it never has to bear form because you have an Oracle Priest just shield him. Like an Oracle Priest will actually enable a Boomy to do more damage. Same thing with an Ellie Shami. But in terms of these comps like this, basically you'll notice that weirdly enough, I just feel like you want a physical comp, you need Resto Shaman. Because I don't think Enhance fits with this that much. I don't think Ellie, I don't think you slot an Ellie into a Brewmaster comp or an Ellie into a Prot Warrior comp. You can, however, play Feral. Feral is Omega. So instead of Feral, I would change this because this is like pre-Rogue. I would change a few of these things. We were just talking on stream. Remember, these are not my final lists. I would have to actually make a new one to really go over it. Like my actual comp prediction would be slightly different than this. We were just talking. Fuck it. Let's kind of just send it right now, I guess. 1 second. Here, I'll open it. Yeah, honestly, just fucking make it. Create your own list. Wait, do I not have this right now? Hold on. Alright, we're gonna sign in real fast. Cool. I actually really like playing with my Oracle Holy Priest friend because they had the DR from. Okay, so technically yes, right? We'll use his thing, and I will tell you what I think some of the actual meta comps are. Not a conversation, but something that I genuinely believe is going to happen. How do I use this website? World of Warcraft. Hello? Did I spell it wrong? Hello? World? What? Oh, am I on the wrong website? Fine. Make a template. I don't like this one as much. I feel like the one that he's using is better. I don't know what website that is, though. What's the one that he's using? Hold up. Tiercraft.gg. Tiercraft.gg. That's what he was using. Okay, hold up. Good morning, G-Dub. Good morning. Tiercraft.gg. guys, remember, when we talk about the meta comps, do you know why it's so important? Do you know why it's actually so important? It's because you spend so much time investing in a World of Warcraft spec that it's a necessity. It's a necessity that you choose the right one. The game currently works where if you make the wrong choice and you choose the wrong meta thing, you're in trouble, man. You're in trouble. Here, this is the one here. You're in trouble. Like, that's a problem. You're gonna have a really hard time with it, though. Mythic Plus theme spec view like this. Could we do it like, yeah, there we go. This is the website we should be using, honestly. Okay? I'm going to main Mountain Thane. I hate giving up on Bear, but also sitting in Tor. And it's true, and honestly, it's true. Let's make a comp for each one of the tanks, okay? I'm not going to rank them, though, right? Let's call this the Demon Hunter tank, the Warrior tank, okay? Brewmaster. Let's make one for each. Pally, cool. And then we'll make one for each of the tanks. And we'll just go like here. So we have to add plus, plus, plus. I don't know how to use this website. Where's we have 6 tanks. Okay? We got 6 tanks right now. All roles over spec view, personalize your tier list by giving it a name. Got cool ideas. Wait, where's the plus? You can only make 4. You gotta think you could have more than 4 here, right? Snapshot share. What? Spec view. Wait. Are you limited to 4 on this website? Psh, I want to make comps for every tank. Now, basically, like, we need a bear tank. We need a bear tank one, and we need this. Oh, maybe actually it won't let me. All right, well then this tier list crafter sucks. And this one sucks. Are you limited to 4 on this page? Oh, okay. Well, I guess we'll make 4, then we'll make another one. Great. So this is the Demon Hunter comp. Obviously, you got VDH, okay? You have to go to the other. Okay, that's fine. We'll just use this for now. Okay, look, this is VDH here. That's fine. VDH, almost certainly, if not nerf, plays with Resto Druid. Yeah? If this not nerf, you play this. Well, Blood DK and Bear we'll do after. We'll just delete these, okay? So, VDH, Resto Druid. Solid. This is what you play. If Resto Druid not nerf, you play this. Cool? If Resto Druid not nerf, you play this. From here, you add, and you think about what is the most OP spec that works with this. You got a mage. This is your lust. You have a mage here. You don't play shaman here, you play mage. Okay. Now you're looking at these 3. These 3 are almost perfectly set. What is the next 2? What do you need? This is a poison dispel. These can be dwarf. But what do you need here? You got prio damage. You have a lust. VDH. Control. I think you need a melee. I don't know if you can play a full caster comp. Because basically what happens is if you go full caster, has mage ever been meta without a priest? Yes. Because right now, mage doesn't get PI. Arcane mage is not a good PI target because they're 130 and slightly off with shifting power. So they're not a full 2-minute spec. You actually want, if you want a PI target, you would play something. Let's say you bring a Shadow Priest. Shadow Priest does not hold PI. So you need something. If you were to play Shadow Priest in this comp, I don't know if it works. Like, my only issue with this is I don't actually know if Shadow Priest slots in here. This is where I started getting interesting. Because I thought for a second that it was almost locked in that you would play something like this. Like, this is so much damage, but can it live? And I don't know. There's a world where this cannot live. So I don't actually think so, right? I don't think so. That broke into shape the meta. The Ritual Forge, they did nerf it. They nerfed the Ritual Forge in the last set of notes, so it's a little bit iffy about whether or not that is or is not played. But I don't know if that's actually how you would play the VDH comp. Do you know what I mean? I think that basically, we'll give a sneak peek here. I think that Shadow Priest is actually the prop Pally comp. So I think that basically you play Pally down here, you bring prop Pally, which is here. You bring prop Pally. I think if you want to play a Shadow Priest works well with prop Pally. Right? This makes up for this. This doesn't make up. They don't actually go that well together. So let's say you play this down here. Now you could be bringing this mage and whatever. Prop Pally works well with anything, except for the fact that you want Havoc. Almost positive that prop Pally is going to want to play with Havoc. And then all of a sudden, you're kind of limited here, right? You're limited here. Mage will be fine with Resto Druid and the S Priest. Shaman combo with 1.5 Iron Bark would be rough. Correct. So this takes care of that because sack, spell ward, etc. bop on the few things that Shaman doesn't actually have cooldowns for. Remember, Shaman does have 2 good defensives. It's just that it only has 2 good defensives. So you basically rotate, and then you need to fill, and then you rotate, and you need to fill. So that sack is perfect. So you sack the Shaman here. I don't know about this comp because I don't know how good of a PI target Havoc is. I do know their meta is 2 minutes, but I don't know if Havoc is a good PI target. I think it's kind of mid. Like, I don't think it's a good... I don't think it's very good. It's mid, isn't it? Like, it's just aight. Like, yeah, it's just... This is kind of aight, you know? Shadow Priest is not, like, 100%, but I think that this comp right here... Again, if Resto Druid no nerf... Yeah. So, I mean, listen, man. Is it bad? Is it bad or just mid? PI the Prot Pally. I mean, Ritual Forge Prot Pally and Wings can do a lot of damage, but still. Anyways, this is a Live Lord comp, where you're basically just thinking, I need to live the key. I still think that the Fort and everything from Shadow Priest in this comp is pretty decent. It's like bad. Is enough AoE here? Yeah, Shadow Priest is pretty cracked. Like, Shadow Priest does a lot of AoE. We're talking like 12, 13 mil. Like, you have big overalls as a Shadow Priest. As long as you can pull well and you're good at Shadow Priest, it's like the damage is there for Shadow Priest. You bringing this just for damage. I know it's crazy, but would you drop Mage? I think you need a Lust. Would you drop Mage for Shaman? What if this is... I think you still want Havoc, though. I still... Like, this doesn't sit right with me, though. This doesn't sit right with me. But this is... Okay, this is funnel, but it's not, like... It wants funnel, but it's not the same type of funnel as this. It's not the same. It's not the same. They're similar, but they're not the same. The question is, I don't really... This doesn't sit right with me. Like, this, I don't think this is the meta comp. Like, in my head right now, I'm just like, I don't think this is it. So I'm trying to think about what would definitely be the play. You know what I mean? It talks about M plus comps balance this much. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, well, maybe not, huh? Maybe not. Knows, Dave. In fact, Dave, I feel like the problem is the fact that they do not specifically talk about it that much. You know? You should play on EU servers. Bro, holy shit. That's my bad. I miss YouTube chat. Sorry, YouTube. I'm trying to compare Resto Druid and Shaman. I know one has a kick, both have rate. So, Resto Shaman has Cap Totem, Thunderstorm, Earth Ellie. A lot of utility there. I'm not confident about either of these. I just don't know what actually is going to shape up because there's a world where you don't play the mage. I don't know if you feel like you have to play mage. What's up, Kovu? This is a comp I do know. Fucking Kovu. What's up, dude? Listen, the one thing I'm relatively sure about is if you're playing Brewmaster, you're playing Feral. Feral is Feral is actually good right now. So you play this, you play the Resto Shaman, and then this comp here is clearly a Fury Warrior, and the other one is the question mark. This is a comp I'm much more certain about. You go like 1, 2, 3, 4, it can live, it's good, it's got everything you need. The last slot here I'm not so sure about. Because there's an option for this one, okay? There is actually like an option right here. Normally what you think is Hunter. Because Hunter is normally good. But I actually don't think so. The other thing you think about this season is an Outlaw Rogue. But I don't know if Outlaw Rogue is actually tuned highly enough for that. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, who would play Feral? Psh, who would play, I mean, like, you know, the kitty cats, they just... Who would play Feral? Kovu. It's like, if you play kitty cats, it's almost like there's something about the allure of Druid. I don't know what it is. It has nothing to do with the fur, the boots, you know, Shoddy getting low at the club. It's got nothing to do with this. I think you play Assassination. I agree. I agree that right now this looks incredibly solid to me.
I think that the other random thing that you could play, by the way, because this is some magic now, this is some magic now, and this is some magic, is you could play Havoc. Like, no joke, you could play Havoc. But I foresee this being a very solid comp, with very potentially this being the flex point. But this looks pretty badass to me. A comp like this, because Assassination is now not entirely magic, but not entirely fizz, but does get buffed universally anyways by Druid, Warrior, and Shaman. Eldrazi Havoc is very physical, yeah, and Chaos Brand does so Eldrazi gets Giga buff by this. The question is whether or not you want the Rogue. I think that the Rogue or the Havoc work here, technically speaking. But I think that the Feral and the Fury are kind of locked in. The question is, what type of damage do you need? This comp here, I think that this is a very potential straight meta comp. Like, I would actually argue that this is the one I'm most certain about when you play this. It's like, the only question I have is about this. Fury does enough damage to be viable, very viable. Feral is actually sleeper OP. Feral is weirdly sleeper, like, very, very good. I feel like Feral is very, very good right now, you know? I'm lost. Oh, right, Daddy. Isn't that so... Oh, fuck me, man. Your name every time. I gotta take the ears off. It's weird to say your name with the ears on. Every time you get me with your name, I'm just casually reading chat. All I'm doing is I'm interacting with the people here. And you come in, and then I'm just like, yeah, what's up, Daddy is salty. I'm like, motherfucker. Every time you get me with this. All right, listen. Salty, what's up, dude? I just skipped the first part of your name. We go with the second thing. Yeah, listen, Salty. So, the other comp here is a Warrior, all right? Here. Talk how good... Yes, Bacon, I agree completely. Actually, going into this next season, I think the balance is very good. Although, of course, I play the specs that are still at the bottom of the totem pole. But I will say that, yes, I think the balance is actually, like, very good right now. Because this is another comp that definitely works. But this comp here is a magic comp. It's a physical comp, but it's magic. So you probably still play a Resto Druid. I think you still play Resto Druid here, although I'm not 100% sure. There's a world where Feral actually is still the play. So you have two choices here. But basically, you go here and Havoc. Havoc, Frosty K. This seems like a Giga comp to me. This seems like an absolutely brutally good comp right now. Straight up, I feel like this is a really good comp. And still with an Assassination Rogue. Like, I still think you can put an Assassination Rogue in here, and they don't compete that much for funnel. Like, if you really need to, you could take a Havoc out, I guess. You take Havoc out, and you add... Well, we need a Lust, so we need the Shaman. Yeah, I was about to say we need a Lust, sorry. What if... Okay, so... Then it would look something like this. Feral. You play Feral and not Resto Druid. Let's assume Resto Druid gets nerfed, and you want the Lust. Yeah, sorry, you need Lust. Because I was going to say, like, you could put Enhance in here, but I don't know if Enhance is tuned well. It's been so bugged on the PTR. I do sometimes just... I'm like, guys, drums are fine. No, I was like, we just drums, man. It's fine. I mean, it's just drums. Yeah, what are you talking about? We don't need it. Like, this could work. No, what do you think? You still have a B-Res. You got two. The question about the Frosty K is an interesting one. I still think you'll play it because this comp is big prio, big AoE, good mix of both. Can you put... So Ret just takes the place of something like a Frosty K, but does the job worse. Like, technically, if you want to throw a Ret in here, you could. Like, yes. But you're replacing, like, maybe you would even take off the Rogue to play Ret. They're both 3% DR and stuff. Like, if you wanted to play Ret, I don't know if you don't play a Frosty K in a comp like this. I feel like Frosty K is so good here. You want to put Ret in? Ret kind of operates like this is the problem, right? Played with Disbrief for the extra DRs. I think our mains were really good. Okay. Let's go over a comp. So we know this one. Like, this one is 100%, yeah? We know this one. This one here, I don't know. Like... Beastmaster Hunter Feral. So Beastmaster Hunter Feral is the other one. Like, if you want to take this Rogue out and you want to put a Beastmaster Hunter, like, that's fine, right? If you wanted to put the Hunter in here, you could.
this would be another choice, yeah? But I don't know if this does raw damage enough to justify playing it, or if you really can't play 4 melee. 4 melee might be troll for some things, but I'm looking at the dungeons, and I feel like it's kind of okay, you know? Blood DK is sleeper. Blood DK is solid. It's just not... It ain't the thing. Like, it ain't the thing. Here, let's make a Blood DK comp, okay? DK. Okay. DK comp looks like this. Right now, DK works with whatever. Like, it's actually very tanky. It's actually pretty solid, you know what I mean? Like, it's actually really solid. I don't find anything wrong with DK except for the fact that it's not good enough. Like, no, the Blood DK is sturdy. Like, I play Blood DK on PTR, and it's fine. Like, you can live. It's not a problem living, although it's harder, of course. But the thing is, now all of a sudden, you're just YOLOing a comp. Like, you're just you're YOLOing a thing with no group buffs. It doesn't, yeah, just, so it doesn't add to the value. And tanks and healers, there's a big problem. I think they should just disable group buffs and M+, and call it a day. Right now, it's such a problem. Tanks and healers are not brought because they're special. They're brought because they give other things that are special. Like, they're just group buffs, you know? No, imagine how many scrolls you would have to use every single dungeon. Just take them out. Just take them out and balance it. Blood the thing. Yeah, give it 100% damage increase. If you give blood right now 50% DPS or a buff, then it will be fine. Yeah? They can live. It's not about living. It's about the fact you have to make them work. Yeah, like 50% aura buff, no problem. Same with Bear. Just give Bear a 20% aura buff. We'll be fine. Okay. It doesn't really matter. I actually think that this and this are not good. They're not like the best combination, but it's fine. So you play something like this, and then you need kicks. So you need kicks now. If you're going to play this, you need kicks. But Discipline Priest enables something like an Ellie Shami. They need Ellie Shami, and you just play OP things. So Mage, you just straight go like an Ellie Shami Mage, and what? Boomy? Like, what do you play here? Like, Oracle can save anyone. Oracle all of a sudden makes it so that every spec gets what? Like, 100%? Yeah, PI target, but Ellie Shami takes the PI here. It's true that Dev Evokers are not bad PI targets, so, you know, Feral for reverse, that's what I was thinking. Because you actually technically don't need a mage here. You don't need it to be a caster. You could play Feral. This is a weird comp. Imagine you saw this. This is a wild comp here. But it's like there's only so much you can bring. I don't know if the Ellie. So this takes PI. Or okay, fine. Let's make it completely not group buff dependent. What about this? What about this? What about this? And Havoc. What about that? Yep. Why not? Why not Havoc? And you PI the Dev and the Feral Blasts. I don't know if Feral fits in here, to be honest. I feel like you would take the Feral out, but basically, Oracle makes everything live, so. Or buff them by that. Well, I don't know if Mistweaver really needs that much. You just give them something at least, but I don't know if they need that much. What do you think about that for a Blood DK comp? Or we just genuinely, we say grade buffs entirely, and we bring a Destro Warlock in here. But Destro Warlock and Dev do the same thing. So to be fair, like, you know, grips, they're not underrated, but they're not, you shouldn't overrate them either. Like this, Dev Evoker, Havoc, I still think Feral kind of fits in here. Feral is weirdly good. That's such a strange comp. It's the strangest comp I think I've ever seen, but I mean, could work, I guess. Imagine I was like, guys, this is the meta. Hey, well, what's the meta comp? This one. I don't think the Ret really sees play. I still think you're going to want the Frost DK here, just for mob control and stuff. I think this comp is solid, though. Resto Druid, so Blood DK right now, let's just call it that it can live. You need to external them on Gather, and then they're fine. You external them on Gather, and they're fine. That's basically, that's how you play Blood DK. It doesn't need to be anything more or less than that. Just external them here. And it still wouldn't be meta? Yeah. I know. I feel the same way about Prez. Like, I love Prez, but the truth is that it doesn't need a 20% aura buff. It needs religion. And that's the problem. Okay, so what are we playing with this Pally comp down here?
We need a PI target for the priest. So Ellie, straight up, can this live? Can you play both? Can you play Prop Pally, Resto Druid, Ellie Shadow Priest? That seems weird. That starts to get really strange. I don't know if you can... Yeah, so Shadow does need a PI target. That's a 2-minute class. And then you want a Shaman buff, because Shaman buff. Yeah. Dev. I mean, so Dev is not bad, but you would bring Ellie here instead. If Ellie and Dev do similar damage, then Ellie is way better. Because this comp has a lot of control. Like, a lot of kicks. It has significant amount of kicks. I see this being a thing. I just don't know if Ellie is good enough to be considered. Enhance is weird. Enhance is strange. First of all, there's no reason to play Enhance, because Enhance is a warrior and Ellie is a mage. So, the fact that the balance is this close, guys, that we're having this conversation and we don't actually know, is really amazing. Like, really, really amazing. You know what I mean? Like, actually, isn't that awesome? The fact that we don't really know? This one, so I don't think it's Beastmaster here. I do think it's Assassination. I think this is just a straight 4 melee. Does Ret vibe with Guardian? Technically, Ret can slot in, but if you ask me would I rather have a Ret or a Frost DK, I'd rather have Frost DK. But technically, yes. Technically, yes, it does. Depends on what your view process is. I still think that not playing Havoc with this is strange. I still feel like Havoc is so important here, though. I was only selling those at the buffs. How important are the Rogue Skips? Rogue Skips are not important, but just what Assassination has to offer is insane value. Because this Mountain Thane just blasts AoE. You just blast AoE, you heal, and then this does big damn. And then this just deletes the prio target. I don't know about... So what if you don't play DK here and you play Havoc? I don't know about the DK in this comp. A Feral Druid technically doesn't benefit from Havoc as much. But it does provide the Druid buff. And I think you're going to want a Druid. This one makes sense. This one is an easy one. This one is a harder one. Yeah, this one's a harder one here. The tier list that I made is in the Discord and some of the comp predictions, though. Assassination is split. Assassination is split now. It's like majority magic, but still some fizz. Yeah. I think I'd be okay with these as like some options, yeah. And then the Guardian Druid, if you wanted to play Guardian Druid, so here. Fury War with a meta DPS, like Hunter's Link, because, well, Fury buffs is damage, so shit negates the buff. At least Dead and Keys let make it a 2-minute class, so it has to be, yeah, kind of. I agree with that. By the way. I do agree with that. All right, let's say these are some predictions, right? I really don't know if you replace this here, but let's just share this. Quick share. Your name, generate and copy link. Create your own personal links. Generate and copy link. Okay. Success redirecting in 3. Oh boy. What's this? Ah! Oh, okay. Great. Print screen. I'll just screenshot it. It's much better to do this. Screenshot here. Okay. I'll put this in the Discord. I'm not 100% sure, though. Let's go bear. Bear comp would be like this now. So you play bear here. All of a sudden with bear, you want Resto Shaman. So you can't play Resto Druid with bear. You want Resto Shaman most likely for stops. Then what you're going to do here is you would come like this. Havoc, right? Odd like of, yeah, well, you know, there's some things here. You could play Mistweaver here technically, and then you would adjust the comp. But basically you would go Havoc, Fury. Fury would be salt. Like you could play this a few different ways. So one way to do it would be something like this, where you have just Giga buffs for melee. Another way to do it would be if you actually play it more, like you could play the Rogue here as well. Assassination, but no Frost DK. Without a Fury. Again, I don't know if Fury is here, though. How prop Paladin with Mistweaver? Ooh, not good.
Actually, that is a relatively cursed combination because there are times when Prop Pally needs an external. And let me give you a visual representation, Nace, about what Cocoon does, which is Mistweaver's external. When you external a tank as a Mistweaver, it's like this. Basically, you go, oh, tank, you need help. And that's what the tank feels. Actually, it's only one tissue because that would have weight. Yeah? So, for example, here, this is 2 tissues. It's 1 tissue. You just take this tissue and you throw it. I want you to throw it as hard as you can. That's the Cocoon that you're giving your Prop Pally. Technically, it can work, but just there's no oomph. You know what I mean? It's not. It's sort of like you. On one hand, you could be like, yeah, we're gonna make this work, and you can build it up in your head. But when you finally get into the activities that you're so desperately craving, you've built up this big ass hype in your head, and you get down to the horizontal marathons that may or may not occur. It's basically, imagine if the only thing that happened was just it just lacks the oomph. It's just a little disappointing, you know what I mean? And that's basically that story. So to be fair, I will say though, the trickle healing of it is very good. Although Faye, you don't do the most tank healing because Resto Druid exists. So just saying. Cocoon is a very good oh shit button. It's useless to a pally that heals itself. It's a good oh shit button for DPS. It's a bad oh shit button for a prop pally that needs it in that moment. It could work. I guess it depends, right? Nace, can I ask you a question before? Let me answer honestly. What key levels are you trying to do? Right? Resto Druid can, yeah, honestly it can though. What key level do you want to do? Before I tell you it won't work, like what key level? Because I've played Prop Pally a bunch. I like Prop Pally a lot. And the truth is that Prop Pally is a lot more independent until a very certain level. Do you know what I mean? Well, no, Zach, you're actually a crit power word shield is more than a Cocoon. No, a crit power word shield from an Oracle is literally more than a Cocoon. Right? 18s maybe? You could make it work. I think that Pally, when you get to what would be like a 19 or a 20, just goes, hey, look. Prop Pally's pretty durable right now. I think you could go Prop Pally Mistweaver. Like, I think it'd be fine. If you were going to play that comp, so I've already saved this here. If you were going to play that, and you were going to go like this, the thing is that Mistweaver, it really encourages a certain level of... I mean, so keep in mind, Nace, you're talking 18s, right? Fae Vibe right above you. We did keys on the PTR. I was playing my Guardian and Warrior a bit, okay? Exactly. Wait, actually, I'll tell you this, though. Faye, you healed 17s on PTR. Now, granted, we were max item level. Yeah? And we were fully bis, because we had whatever trinkets we wanted and such. So we're not going to get there for a while, that power level. But end of season, you're going to be close to that, okay? How hard was it to heal the 17s we did? You did 17 Dawnbreaker. I was on a tank. I was testing out Druid and Warrior and what. How hard were they? It's pretty chill, right? But I know you're a good Mistweaver. Like I can tell you're a very good Mistweaver. But I would describe me tanking it as I was fine. No, I mean, but I also would describe me tanking it as it was pretty chill. So I think that next season won't be that hard for tanks. I think that Prop Pally won't have that issue of being Prop Pally until the very highest levels. So let's say you were playing this, though. The question is, what would you bring? Because you're really encouraged to be playing. I think Havoc is actually great with this comp. I think you think Havoc is great. If you really wanted to make this work, it's been out of the stage. That's true. Feral does a solid damage right now, and it does have a lot, though. And that's also a great question. Honestly, Dodo, first of all, I will call you Dodo. What's up, Dodo? Listen, I actually think you're right that the tuning right now is give or take what's going to happen until 2 weeks after the raid comes out. Yeah? 1 week for the first reset. If there's a really strong outlier, they change it, but otherwise they normally don't tune. And then it's basically the race finishes on the 7th, 8th, or 9th day, tuning the next week. So 2 weeks. And also 11.5 determines meta. Early on, though, I can tell you what. We should actually have, that should be a video. No joke. That should be a whole conversation is, start of season is very different than end of season, you know. But let's say you know you want to play this. Man, what the hell would I play with this? What would I play? Kovu, to be fair, you don't have to get invited, my friend. Kovu, if you don't know, sorry, I should clarify. Kovu Feral, are you the number 1 Feral on NA right now? You're the number 1 ranked Feral or the number 2 or something? Kovu plays with Poa and Rain. You've got a team, but you don't have to get invited. You don't imagine you don't have to go into looking for a group and be like, please take me. I'm pretending to be a boomy. You don't have to do the thing. No, Kovu. You don't have to do the thing where you queue as a boomy, like you queue for the key as a boomy, and then you're like, I'm a boomy. And then what happens is, now is this key is starting, you'll count down, please. And then you go 5, 4, change specialization. And right as the key starts, you're like, I'm feral. Like, you don't have to do that. Like, you don't have to stealth this, okay? Like, you have a team to play with, right? Exactly. That, I swear, that happened to Priest did that to me this season. I've only ever seen that happen a single time, by the way, and it happened to me this season. Where I had a disciplined Priest join my Cinder Brew very early on, and they changed to Holy as it was happening. It was literally like 3, 2, Holy. That's what they did. Yeah. Now Pug invites me. I'm pretty sure a Pug will take you now, you know? Okay, Havoc, Fury, and what? Do you play Rogue here? Do you need a Rogue? This is all melee. That's all. I don't know. A 5 melee comp is super sus. I don't know what you would play with a Mistweaver and a Pally. Shadow? No, you can play Shadow. Getting into groups. Yeah, exactly, right. I don't know if you would slot in though. No, so Nace. It was doing well, and then the last round of nerfs were like a really strong hit. It was like, imagine you were wearing those really cool rings that your hairdresser wears for whatever reason, and you punch somebody in the face. That's what happened to Marksman. It was like a boom with those weird rings that your hairdresser wears, right? Do you guys have hairdressers like that? Is your hairdresser also like a random dude who's like very good at cutting hair, but clearly into some stuff that he shouldn't be into because he has one fingernail that's like this big, and then he also wears like a bunch of rings that are like way too big for his hand, but he's like really good at cutting hair? You ever had this? Get into groups. I play healer and still struggle. Drushy, they suffer. Your wife cuts your hair? That's the most wholesome, wonderful thing I've ever heard. Really? How does your hair look, Kyle? Does it and how do you and does it work? I don't think it does. No, I don't think it tops overall at all right now, MG. I actually think it's slightly less. You know? The healer meta sucks the healer meta sucks because right now, the healers are actually in the most trouble. I would say tanks are fairly well balanced because even if Guardian is technically kind of like meh, it's just meh by damage. Like, the only reason Guardian is meh is damage. It's not technically a design problem. That's so important to understand. Guardian isn't bad because of a design problem. That would be really bad. Guardian is bad because it just doesn't do enough numbers. Like, I give you an example. Because you're like, well, what about the CC? I'm like, bro, it has the same CC as Brewmaster. Like, Brewmaster and Guardian are not that different in terms of what they bring to the group. They're pretty similar, actually. It's just that Brewmaster does a ridiculous amount of damage. So you want to play Brewmaster. But that's the only reason why. It's actually, if they straight or above Guardian by 20%, you would play it. Like, it would be more competitive at least, right? If you want the Druid buff. So this is a potential comp here. I don't mind this one. The problem is now you need a Lust. So Ellie Shami? You play Ellie Shami though? And Windwalker isn't better than Fair. Oh, that's true for sure, right? Really hard for tanks because there's no healing going on. I can say for yeah. Well, also because like so season 1 was insanely hard for tanks. This next season won't be that bad for tanks. No problem. This next season from my PTR testing is kind of chill. Like there's some tank stuff, but they've really toned it down. They toned down everything, right? The thing is the full group always exactly Kovu, and that's why I'm like enhancement shaman. We don't know how enhancement does. It's still so bugged. Like, enhancement numbers are so low right now, you know what I mean? What tank is good with Ret Pally? So Ret Pally technically slots into anything. Like, it can slot into any comp, and I don't think Ret Pally is bad. It's just hard to figure out where to bring it. Like, this comp here, so, like, this... So, basically, what happens here is that this buffs this buffs this, this buffs this, this buffs this, this buffs this, all this. I mean, I still think that you just want a rogue, but then where's your lust come from? So you need a shaman, basically. If you want to play... Prop Pally Mistweaver is strange. You need a lust. I think so this is... No, this is not my comp suggest. Sorry. Somebody asked me. This is not my Prop Pally comp. Sorry. Someone asked me, can I play Prop Pally and a Mistweaver? And I was like... No, not really. Like, that's... Somebody asked me, and I was trying to make that comp work. So, context. This is not what I think you would play. Sorry. This is just an idea of, like, hey, if I'm playing a Prop Pally and a Mistweaver, what DPS would I play? Something like this. But also keep in mind, I think that's important to understand. So, Prop Pally was like this. Resto Druid. Resto Druid is enough here for Prop Pally. It was very off meta. Yeah. So, you play Resto Druid here. Oh, you're right. No problem. So in the end, yeah, probably. I wouldn't be surprised if it ended up being like that. This is my VDH comp had that, maybe. Resto Druid is so overpowered right now, but I also think Resto Shaman is weirdly overpowered, too. The Mistweaver just doesn't have a spot. The problem is that when you play a full physical comp, you want Resto Shaman. The problem is that when you play the thing that wants Mystic Touch, you play Shaman, not Weaver. Like, you don't play the monk, you play the shaman. You know? Like, it's... Feral, exactly. You need a shaman. So, you know what I mean? Like, you would actually rather just do this. I know. Kovu, right now, let me ask you a question. In your opinion, yes. In your opinion, if you play this comp, are you top overall damage? In your opinion right now, if you were to play this Brewmaster comp right here, you're top overall, right? Like, you're definitely, like, you beat the Fury Warrior. The Fury Warrior is there to buff you. I think you would beat Assassin. What do you think? This will be close. Between Rogue and Feral, do you think it would be, like, really close? Depends on the dungeon. You guys think Assassination... I mean, this has the better damage profile, give or take, right? Because Assassination just... You notice it. Like, if you play with one of these things, like, you delete the prio target. Like, it's impactful for sure. I feel like... Yeah. I think that this is a very real comp down here. I think that this is solid, too. They were really good. Yeah, they are very good. I don't know if you play... Maybe you don't play Havoc here. What if you don't play Havoc? What does this open up to? A Warrior? I mean, on one hand, I thought for sure this was Havoc. On the other hand... Oh, no, we have a Warrior in here. What am I doing? This is Havoc, probably. You play Windwalker? Oh. You know the best thing about playing Windwalker? Is that your other DPS feels so much better because the AoE pulls live so long that they get to pad. The best part about playing Windwalker is that your Feral Druid is like, I'm in heaven. That's the best part. I mean, so I as a tank, listen. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to level with you, okay? I want to play with a Windwalker because my tank damage will be so high. Okay? Yeah, I want to play with a Windwalker because my tank damage, I'm going to have the #1 logs on any tank I play because no one else will play with a Windwalker. I'm thinking, okay, in my head right now, I'm like Guardian Druid, Feral, I'm thinking like Guardian Druid, Fury Warrior, Windwalker Monk, and what's the next DPS that I can bring that's target capped and does no AoE? And I was like, Outlaw Rogue. And I was like, that's the comp I want because it will do good single target, and the first pull of Gambit, I'm going to be top damage. And I was like, that sounds lit. That sounds fucking great. That's exactly what I want. I would love, yeah, exactly. I think that sounds amazing. My secret take this season is that I want to do, this is the comp that I want. I want Guardian Druid, Windwalker Monk, Fury Warrior, and maybe like an Outlaw Rogue. So that AoE pulls just live forever, you know? Hunter? But you have Lust from Shaman. So if you take a Hunter, you could swap this around a bit. I don't know if you play Hunter, man. Monk heal plus enhance into Warrior tank. So warrior tank doesn't need the external. It just needs trickle healing. So that's actually fine. Like to play warrior tank and Mistweaver makes a lot more sense. The problem is that Mountain Thane warrior is no longer fizz. It's actually what, like 40% magic? So it's weird because you kind of want Chaos Brand. Mystic Touch buffs Colossus Warrior because that's all fizz. Colossus Warrior gets more value from this. But I don't know, like Hunter DPS has to be top damage. Like top damage by 500k in order for it to be better is the thing, right? And keeping the Shaman alive without prop Pally. Yeah. Because then you need a Shaman though, right? So it's kind of pad, but also like if it just does enough damage, then you'd play it. All right. So I think that this warrior comp though, like I think Havoc fits in, but then the question is, do you have enough mob control and grips? Would you be able to group things properly? Because there's no priest in here. And you asked me earlier, somebody asked me, are there niche cases for MC? And the answer is yes. Okay? The answer is yes. If you do not have a DK, your priest can MC. I had this happen because I got to play with Gangnam and Drogo and Mode. And they're obviously cracked players. I don't know if you know these people, but they're very, very good. And I did a Halls of Atonement with them. I was on my Guardian Druid. And what happened was we couldn't get the Houndmaster into the first pull because we don't have a DK. So it wouldn't grip properly. And I, as a Guardian Druid, couldn't do it. So what happened is Gangnam on his Shadow Priest, he just MC'd the Houndmaster, and the Houndmaster walked in and he released the MC. There are some weird texts for that, but it's gonna be like kind of niche. You could also just grip it. There's no Abominum anymore though, so grips are nice, but I feel like it's trolling to think this is what you would play, but I don't see this being bad. I feel like these two comps I'm more confident in. The Guardian Druid, this is a choice. I kind of want this comp. No joke, I sort of want this. Do you know what I mean? I sort of want this. Get a Dev Evoker, because I don't know, Havoc, Assassin Feral would lead to Prio dying. But Feral Druid doesn't have to have that much Prio. Like, it's not that you don't have Prio, it's just that you also kind of can blast AoE. Like, you don't have to. You're not like an Assassination Rogue where you're literally dumping all your damage into one thing. Like you could even tap, like, you know, your bites are going to be on the main target, but you're kind of cleaving. But Assassin Havoc, that's true. This could be too much though. Windwalker has Soothe. What? Oh, the dogs, those are not a problem anymore, Del. Honestly, if your tank dies to that, they're just not paying attention, because I was doing it on 17 and the dog went off and I just tanked it. You know, I soothe one, I can tank the other. You don't even need it. Honestly, the dogs are weirdly the easy part of Halls now. Tanking Halls is not that bad as it used to be. No, yeah, because they bled too. Because they bled and now they don't bleed, and that's like so much better. Yeah. I kind of want to play this comp. No joke, I sort of want to find this. I don't think I'm going to find it, but if I play my Guardian Druid, this just seems like such a fun comp. This seems like a weirdly fun thing to do. Like, it's not going to be that powerful, but it does seem really fun. Like, do you know? But probably can be played in that comp Warrior, Shaman, Assassin Feral. Yeah. So I think you would so you could drop this and play red here. That's a good point. It's not bad damage, but it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, but it's not like that good either, you know? Let's say we wanted to play a ret. I think that would be fine here. But I also, so this takes the place of a Frost DK. Because what you would do here is, if no Havoc, then you would go like this, and you would play a Frost DK. Like this, instead of a ret, couldn't you just go here? Wouldn't you just kind of want a Frost DK then? For all the things that Frost DK? I mean, I guess, you know, a ret. I mean, I just feel like you would put the Frost, like, if you have a flex melee spot, Frost DK is the answer. If you need the group buff, then you do that. But I mean, sure, we can make this a ret comp. To be fair, like, ret in these dungeons, I mean, think about how good this would be at Arakara. This would be kind of a giga comp for Ara. This would be pretty solid for that. I could see, I mean, you have a lot of control in this comp, you know? Just add Esprit. So this is what I was wondering here, right? Make the ideal comp for every single spec in the game. Bro, Zalcred, I gotta go to sleep at some point. It's like 10:15 p.m. for me. It's late. It's late at night. It's late at night for me, dude. My lizards are actually... Oh, I'd never turn off their light. Should do that. Extra dev aura for the... I mean, so dev aura... I mean, you know, in a weird way, this comp is pretty tanky because you get Atrophic Poison plus dev aura. That's actually like 6% DR. Keep in mind, this doesn't count Atrophic. Atrophic is nice. You know what I mean? To be fair, like... Yeah. You know, like, this is like 6% DR. Plus the... I mean, you just think about that. You'll get verse anyways, right? Like, think about that. You get verse. Yeah, I mean, this is a tanky comp. Also, Rogue is fairly tanky. It depends on the damage, right? Like, Rogue is either super squish or very tanky. Feral always is quite tanky, actually. You might have to bear form, but, you know, you're very tanky. Ret Pally is, not squishy. I wouldn't call it squishy. I wouldn't call it the tankiest, but it's solid. Yeah, I mean, the way I see Mythic Plus comps is... There was a VDH comp I came up with, and I was like, bro, this will do literally the most damage out of any comp I could possibly think of right now. But then I thought about it more, and I was like, you know what matters more? Based on how this PTR testing has been going, I feel like it is a season of surviving and playing clean more than it is about min-maxing damage. We don't actually have dungeons like Theater of Pain or Workshop. Those dungeons are hard. Rookery. Like, there's only so much you can do to route faster in a Rookery. At some point, you need raw damage. Yeah? It's linear. A lot of these dungeons have choices, where at the end of a season, you're like, look, we gotta figure out a way to combine this pull. Okay. Like Gambit, Streets maybe is the one thing I can think of. Like, Streets could just be a straight single target damage check. You know? Streets is a bad dungeon. Streets is gonna be like the worst dungeon this season, in my opinion. But you have... halls and this and that, etc. Though, right? True, Zach. You're not wrong. I feel like this could be a Giga comp. Like this right here, this right here. Again, this is flexible. This spot is flexible, but this is tanky. And the thing is that tankiness is really good. People underestimate, and you have all melee for your shaman, which does help with downpour a little bit. Although if you're playing Farseer, it's not as important, but still. Yeah, so quadruple melee, I'm trying to think about where quadruple melee is a problem. Streets is not the most melee anti-unfriendly key. I guess last boss would get annoying. But, like, I'm trying to think of which bosses this season are super melee anti-unfriendly. Halls of Atonement has first boss, which is fine. Second boss, which is fine. Third boss, which is fine for melee. A little bit. It could get maybe a little annoying, but fourth boss, which is fine for melee. Floodgate, Big Mama's okay for melee. The second boss is okay for... second boss is really annoying for melee, actually, but still. Last boss, Aura. Yeah, first boss, Dawnbreaker, probably is the most frustrating thing. But the problem is... No, well, here's the thing. They nerfed the last boss of Arakara, and there's only 3 poisons. So, easy to just make triangle. Easy. You can make triangle. There's only 3 poisons, and the damage was reduced. So, worst case scenario, you'll just have a hard time killing it. You'll have a hard time killing the last boss, but Arakara last boss was nerfed. Instead of 5 poisons, there's 3, and the damage was nerfed. So, that last boss was the only thing that was nerfed about Ara. And then, first boss, Dawnbreaker. The problem is, you know, they changed that boss anyways. So Dawnbreaker right now doesn't target range anymore. So even if you have 2 range in your group, it still might go in melee, which is so annoying because that boss sequence also changed with the longer cast times. I thought it was still like that. They might have fixed that in a PTR note, but it was on PTR. Even the last time I did it, it still happened. We were doing a 17, and I was just like, I was trying to move the boss, and we were just literally, we had an all melee comp, and we were just standing there. We were all just standing there like, come here. I was like, come on, bring it, come on. You know what I mean? And it was working well. I can say the last time. Oh, okay. Maybe that's better then. So first boss, Dawnbreaker. I mean, second boss, Dawnbreaker is a little melee anti-unfriendly too. You'd have to move together and do it really well. It's not impossible. There's no, like, Necrotic Wake. Like, Necrotic Wake last boss all melee was really tough, you know? Last boss Dawnbreaker. Last boss Dawnbreaker would be annoying, but again, not impossible. I wonder if this is a super melee anti-unfriendly healer. I wonder if this would be a super
Um, I mean, Prez heals that so easy, Faye, that I don't know how other healers heal. I wonder if this season could be a 5 melee comp, like a 4 or 5 melee comp, and if that would be alright. I wonder if that would actually be okay. But so this one here, you think Shadow Priest, Dev Evoker, if you would just slot this in. I kind of think that might actually work, something like this, like a... This is what I was thinking. I think you play Shadow Priest plus a Warlock or Dev Evoker, you know? Right, but so those are... That was very melee, exactly. That was, like, super unfriendly, but now it's a lot better than that. Like, I think either Destruction, Warlock, or even Dev Evoker here and stuff, though. Yeah, what's your comp? If you got any comp suggestion, you can put them in the Discord, too. Kind of curious. Oh. This is a fun day. I love talking about this stuff. You know, the truth is it doesn't really matter, right? But it's giga fun, man. But it's so much fun. The thing is that it's so much fun, I don't even care that it's like... This is technically... We're just having a conversation. We don't really know, right? Like, we don't really know. So it's hard to say, to be fair. But it is pretty funny to think about. Like, it's cool to think about it, though. Yeah, so Prop Pally... Also, it just needs help living a little bit. It just needs help living. Hold on, let me just close this. Get here. Yeah, so I think that here you could have a choice. Dev does love PI. I mean, Destro wouldn't mind a PI either, to be honest. I mean, fuck it, you could get weird with it and do... I mean, there are other PI targets in the game, but this one needs to be 2 minutes, so... Let's say Dev. Yeah, that's true. You need the lust. That's true. That's true. I mean, that comp could work. Basically, though, like, Prop Pally enables this as well. It's pretty tanky. Keep in mind that Devastation is a weird sleeper pick, I swear. I swear it's a weirdly sleeper pick because everybody just conveniently forgets the fact that Dev Evoker has literally the same utility as Aug. You know that, right? I feel like everybody forgets the fact that Dev Evoker has legit the same fucking utility as Aug does. It has Rescue, Zephyr, Double Dispel, or Cauterizing Flame for bleeds. It has Source of Magic for your healer. Like, it has all the stuff. They're the same spec. They're the same class. But for some reason, everybody conveniently forgets that. Prop Pally, Resto Druid, Havoc, DH. I mean, that sounds great. No, that's Scott's. That's a great comp. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah? There's definitely good, though. Their damage profile sucks. That is a fair argument in this. That's a fair argument for this. Same with Destro Warlock. Like, granted, it's pad, but sometimes it's okay if you have something that does big prio. Like, this is prio, and this is kind of prio. So, to be fair, right? So, Aug... It has a cheat death. Aug has cheat death, and it has upheaval. That would be the only thing. It doesn't have upheaval, but to be fair, I guess you're not playing Scale Commander, but you used to have really short deep breaths as Dev, like very short deep breaths, and it was a 3-second stun. Well, the upheaval. But basically, like, it's pretty close, and no blistering scales, but blistering scales doesn't really matter anymore. But Dev does have a weird amount of team utility compared to a Destro Warlock, which has none. I just think that's important to think about. I think that's a fairly important thing to think about, at least. I wouldn't mind this comp. Like, this is fine. Although I still feel like, you know, I feel like you could just bring a mage here. You know what I mean? I imagine... We'll see how Aug is. I'm kind of concerned. Dude, Kovu, I did a few PTR keys with a pretty damn good Aug Evoker. Like, a proper title Aug Evoker. And, it was kind of good. And it didn't do bad. Kovu. It was second DPS. It wasn't top damage, but it was second DPS. And I was like, because I logged it, and I was like, I was like, oh no, oh no, 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 not like this. Don't bring it back. There's, for every single reason that spec is problematic, do not bring it back. Yeah, everybody's playing Dev if they're going to play it, I know. But Aug, it's... So the question is, would you play Aug instead of Dev? But that set, it should never come back. It should never come back. Was that before the tier set? This is after. Oh, wait a second. I guess I tested...
The keys that I did with Clush on his AUG, it was before the last set of changes. So maybe I don't remember what the last set of changes did for AUG at this point. I just wonder, like, so keep in mind, I really want to drive this home, okay? We have to drive this home right now. First of all, we'll take a screenshot just in case I want any of this for longevity reasons, but, I gotta drive this home. You know that for what it's worth, if you're not pushing title keys, you have no team, you're just listen to me. I want you to pretend for a second that you have no friends. I know this is going to be really hard for you because we're all social butterflies with a vast network of people who care about us, and we definitely do not cry in the shower. But pretend for a second that you have no friends and you want to play an off-meta spec. What you do is you just, the first week of the season, play the game. Because the first week of the season, you will get keys. I promise you, even if you're off meta, listen, even if you're off meta, you will be able to, everybody's doing keys. The first week of the season is Giga Hype. August 12th, take week off work, do something, play as much as you can first week of the season. Get early IO, time keys with people, and then add them. After every key where you're like, that went well, you say, hey, can I add you for the season? I'm looking for people to play with. Make friends. It's the best first week of the season. There's never a better time. You have no idea who you're playing with. You have no idea. Because there are people who are going to be doing plus 20s at the end of a season, but at the start of the season, they're just doing plus 10s. Everyone will farm plus 10s. There's a lot of raiders, a lot of very, very, very good players who do not give a shit about going past plus 10. There are obviously going to be people who are trying to do 11s, 12s, 13s, etc. But the very first week, like, I remember at one point I was healing on my Prez, and I was like, this blood DK seems familiar. And it was Karasis, like, a long time ago. I remember healing Karasis early on in the season. And I was like, this is amazing. You don't know who you're playing with. You have no idea. So the first week you say, GG, go next, and you, right before the key ends, like, I would be on top of it. Some people will not respond, but you just say, hey, I'm looking for people to play with this season. Can I add you? Or make a community, or just say, hey, can we do another key? You time the next key, you can probably add them. Just try to make friends and connections, because you have no idea. There's going to be a good chance that person never does higher than a 10, and there's a good chance that they're going to be a title player by the end of the season. If you might get a chance to keep playing with them. But the biggest thing is the comps early on don't really matter. This is later. This is later, and it's fun to think about. But I really want to point out, now that we've made this, you could play this. If you have 3 people who are good at the game, there's no reason that you couldn't time a 10 the very first week with this comp. There's not a single reason that you couldn't play this. It's just not that good. Yeah? Like, it's technically less value, but there's no technical reason why this would fail. It's just going to be a little harder, but you could play this. Why not? Right? Meta comp. Why not? You could play that. You know? Hear from YouTube. Oh, shit, my YouTube chat. Oh, my God, my YouTube chat. I forgot I had this open. Oh, my God, it's a thrill. Oh, shit. Oh. My bad. I forgot to have it open this whole time. Hi. Listen, man. Sometimes I just, because I have to have the thing open. I can't see this is my Twitch. No, listen, my bad. Listen, come to Twitch. Thank you for coming to Twitch. Come to Twitch from the YouTube. No, you could, Beppo, come here. Beppo, listen, I see you there, Beppo. Listen, I got you, okay? Which healer would be best for blood DK? Technically, anything that has an external is the only thing that matters. Honestly, anything that has an external is the only thing that matters, okay? Yeah, weirdly enough, where are the mages? It was hard to put a mage in here. Also, I will ask, I won't ask this too often, but I started on this today, and for what it's worth, I've been doing it. It's kind of, like, I guess I don't know if I'll ever put, like, random content on here, but for what it's worth, I started streaming on Kick because it's a thing, and if you ever wanted to just randomly support and you have a Kick and you were just like, I could leave this open, you can leave it open, and that's pretty cool. Oh, shit, my stream is sharing. My bad, sorry. Hold up. No, wait. Fuck. Wait, where's the comp? Hold up. This stream got giga messed up. 1 second. Window capture. I forgot I was capturing that as I was going around. That's hilarious. No, my bad. But if you at any point are just like, hey, I have a kick and I can leave that open. I want to try it. And if I make money, then I can give subs to people. And that's cool. Okay. That, give or take, though, I think is kind of the tier list. I really want to drive the point home, and it's so important to understand, okay? It's so important to understand how critical it is, though, to just... You can play any comp that works. The main thing to understand is you can play anything that works. There is no reason why you could not play it. Does that make sense? Yo, where was the tier list? I have way too many tabs open right now. I forgot where the tier list was. Oh, here. Okay, there it is. Got it. Does that make sense, though? I don't know what the ball is even meant. Wait, what? When did they update that, though? I know, I'm just new to it. Wait, what? For real? If you... No, so the whole point is you don't want to have to sit in looking for group. The main thing is you don't want to have to sit in looking for group. If at any point you have to contend with... The way to do keys, if you really want to progress to a certain thing, though... This is a long stream today. I just happened... It's my Sunday. It's my chill day, right? I passed up on some potentially good cardio to be here today, all right? Because we're talking about comps, and this is important. You know why comps are important? You invest hundreds of hours. Oh, shit, okay. Thank you for letting me know. Noted. You invest hundreds of hours into the spec that you're playing. You got to understand, it's not dozens, guys. It's not dozens. We're all addicted to this game. It's hundreds of hours into your favorite spec. You want to choose correctly. It's so important. You want to choose correctly, right? It's pretty important, okay? You can say, oh, for real? All right, the green platform. That sounds suspicious, though. That sounds like, that's like the blue and white platform. That's like talking about the blue platform and the white one. I don't have that, by the way. Some people ask, but it's like, I don't have an OnlyFans. I would not do that. I don't think. Unless, I guess, you know, if things get like, never say never, but hold up. Is it hundreds of hours, especially when you still will be, yeah. Stars for Holy Person unironically good? Yes. As hilarious as it sounds, weirdly enough, this is actually a weirdly good combo. As hilarious as it sounds, this is actually a weirdly good combo. All I'm saying is this first spec, obviously, this is not the most meta comp. But people get so obsessed with thinking, how can I make this perfect? And the truth is that a 5% optimization simply does not matter for your plus 10. Okay? Way too on deeper is not enough on kicks, which interrupts. Exactly. So I think that what people don't focus on enough, though, Divine, is tankiness. What's not considered is how tanky a comp is, because a death is never worth a 5% min-max of DPS. You gotta live. So you want specs that can live. And there are some specs that can live the very highest keys and some specs that can live lower keys. But you need specs that you gotta think about the tankiness of it. Like, this comp might seem a little weird, but on one hand, you can change the rep pally for Frost Decay, but this has basically got 20% max health, 6% DR through a Trophic and Devo, Verse, and a Warrior buff. Pretty solid, man. A lot of kicks here. Good, fairly good control. You have single target stun, good control, good utility. Solid. Like, this is actually pretty solid, though. You know what I mean? I was lurking, just came back to this. Hi, Lacus. Does that make sense, though? Like, you got to think about what's going to live. What is the atrocity? That's the meta comp right there. This is the triple hunter special. Yeah? When I played Havoc and Arakara, I sometimes went to 850k. Arakara is a... I can't believe they haven't nerfed that since they accidentally buffed it. That dungeon is an atrocity. That dungeon is actually so bad. You know why literally no one wanted to test it on PTR? Because that dungeon actually kind of sucks. The weirdest thing is, I still think that Disc is one of the best healers, but as funny as it sounds, so we were making comps. I can only have 4 on this page. Another way to look at it is these were a bunch of other comps I made. Rather than think about what's the actual super giga ultimate meta comp, I kind of wanted to think about what is going to be a very potentially, like, let's say you want to play Guardian, right? What could be the Guardian Druid comp? Like, this is another way of looking at it. These were just a bunch of comps I was just spitballing in the video that I put on YouTube, right? There is a video on YouTube, and I put it there, okay? This comp does giga damage, but guess what? It can't live. Like, you have no support for your Ellie Shami. He's probably going to die. Like, this comp is giga damage. Like, this would be unbelievable damage. You PI the Shaman, and this would just be insane damage. It's just, you're probably not going to live this. Like, this can't live. What are they changing it? Oh, dude, Lacus. The second area just feels so oppressive because those big guys, that AoE is just overtuned. They just got to reduce that by like 20%. And the first area feels weirdly harder. I don't know. Arakara got tough. Second boss feels strangely hard. So this comp here, I don't know about the Enhancement Shaman. I feel like the Enhancement Shaman, you do play the Ellie here, or we decided on a different prop pally comp. We played like, the one that we were just looking at was something like a Shadow Priest, etc. But this Outlaw, I don't think you play Outlaw here. I actually do think you play Assassination instead. This is not Outlaw, it's Assassination. Fizz comp is Assassination here instead of Outlaw. Yeah, so like we have this possible, like there are some comps here. These are just ideas though. When you're talking about the ideas, it's cool to spitball. I think that this is actually the one I came up with. Yeah, I came up with this one again. This one is the same comp I came up with. I think that prop pally comp down here is going to be the more common one. This Hunter, this was, if you want to play a Hunter, what would you play it with? Let me just change this back. So it depends. Rather than think what's going to be, it's half fizz. But remember, Warrior is not physical buff. Warrior is attack power buff. So Warrior benefits everyone that is a strength or agility. That's the important thing to know about Warrior. Warrior is a cross thing. It affects Assassination, Rep Pally, Frosty K, etc. It is not a physical buff. It's a Warrior buff, which is different. You know? Oh, shit. I forgot I had this on still. Window capture. Whoa. I like how I just randomly nuke people on here. Is enhancement bad? No. Okay, Ithram, I was saying, listen. 2D, wouldn't Hunter be better over Red Pally? So, no. Because, again, in the comp that we were just looking at, sorry, let me put it up one more time. I'll put it up one more time here. If we go back to this to answer your questions, if we go back to this one more time and I put it on window capture, okay, I just got to remember I'm sharing my screen. What if I accidentally pull up a screen and you're like, whoa, 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 you were looking at what? And I'm like, look, guys, you know, you do it too. You know, we all look up, you know, and you just see me like casually there on WoW Grandma's stream. And it's like, you know, we all do what we have to do. But listen, as we go back to this comp, the Hunter does benefit from this, okay? The Hunter does benefit from this. But this is not a physical comp as much as it is a just comp. Like, Warrior buff benefits all of this. But Assassination, it doesn't matter what the damage profile is because there's no Havoc and there's no Monk. Havoc and Monk are the only two that are actually locked to damage profiles. Whereas Warrior is a general buff, and Feral is a general buff, and Shaman is a general buff. Make sense? Hunter, I just don't know if it does enough damage to be brought. So this is the physical comp right here. The idea is that this is the one thing that doesn't have a buff. So all of these synergize with each other. And I suppose traditionally, this is where you would play that Hunter. So a comp like this is where you would play a Hunter. You would bring the Marksman or the Beastmaster Hunter. This would be the option here. You know what I mean? You have to, well, so this comp here is basically just quite tanky because they all synergize with each other. You know what I mean? No, so these are not the only comps, guys. We were making other ones. I can just only list 4 here at a time. If you're coming in right now, we're making a bunch, right? We're going to run Guardian, Resto, Shaman, Ret, Pally, Fury, Havoc. That sounds great, yeah. Yeah, that sounds great. So, for example, again, if I was going to change this, I think Assassination, I think this comp is the most likely, in my opinion, for down here. But let's say, okay, so I'm just saying, what I was saying was, this comp is troll, obviously. Like, there's no comp here. This is just, you know, Mr. Dave, the Blood DK, wants to play with Sarah, the Holy Priest, and they have 3 Hunter friends, and they're just like, all right, send it. So you could send this comp and still time keys. When we think about optimization, it doesn't need to happen, all right? It's literally just like, it was the first thing I thought of. 3 hunters, a holy priest, and a blood DK. You could still time keys. Think about it like this. The player over the spec any day. If you are like, look, I really want to get to plus 10s, and you have no PTR experience, you didn't play PTR, and you were to play a meta comp, you were to play this down here because you like Brewmaster, I guarantee you that me, and maybe if I can convince Faye to play a Holy Priest and a few other people that I know, we would legit own you in IO the first week. Like the first few weeks, we would literally clap you. Like we would time keys that you'd be like, man, we're just failing here left and right. How are you guys timing it with the Blood DK, Holy Priest, and 3 hunters? And it's like, the reason though, right? The reason is because we're like players, we play the PTR a bunch, we know the dungeons, we know all the stuff, okay? So the point is, you take the player, not the spec. The spec matters more later in the season when you have to make optimizations. That's when it matters. Early on, we have to learn, okay? We have to learn. That's the thing. So let's assume you want a bear comp. Again, I see 2 real potential comps for bear, but the only thing I'll say is you really want a Resto Shaman. If you play bear, Resto Shaman is a very good choice. So you were saying for me, I cannot scroll up. You said, Hops, you were going to play a Guardian Druid, Resto Shaman, Havoc. I like this comp. I think this comp is great. Let's say you play Havoc here, boom, and then you go here like this. My Fred's Mythic Plus comps will be kind of cooked. But the thing is, what key level you want to do? Like, until you get to 18, 19, 20, like, I think it's okay to play whatever. I think you can kind of get away with whatever. So Guardian, Resto, Havoc, and then you said Rep Pally, solid, no problem. And then you said a Rogue, or what was the other spec here? Yeah, this seems great to me. There's nothing wrong with this comp. I like it. It's tanky, solid. You play a Rogue with this maybe? Fury Warrior. Okay, great. Fury Warrior buffs all of this. Yeah, this makes sense to me. Yep. There you go. So let's say you were to play this. You try to push title. So if you're going for the title, the problem with that, of course, is, you know what I mean? Like, that's the issue with it, though. I was curious in Sabine Blood DK. Yeah, no problem, Ethereum. So if you want to play Blood DK, my point is Blood DK works with anything, and you can play it with anything. Yeah? And that's the advantage. You can play it with anything. In terms of this here, I'm not sure. I think that if I was going to do this comp, I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of curious to know if I took the Rep Pally out and I put the Windwalker in. I think the Windwalker would be really cool for this. Or if I took the Havoc out and I put the Rep Pally in. I kind of want to play a comp like this. Like, I sort of want to find this, although I don't think I will. But if there's a Windwalker monk out there and they're NA, I kind of want to play with you, just so you know. The issue with physical comps is range mechanics. So I was thinking about what range mechanics there are this season, and I couldn't come up with that many. First boss Dawnbreaker is the main one. First boss of Dawnbreaker is something that I was considering, right? So first boss of Dawnbreaker and last boss of Arakara, but the last boss of Arakara was nerfed because there's only 3 poisons now and they was all nerfed, so I feel like that'd be okay, you know? Bro, how long are we going tonight? It's 10:45 my time. This is a late stream. It's so cool to think about, man. Like, it's so cool. I don't know. I'm so hyped. Basically, though, we're just in the waiting room. You know why this is so fun? Because doing retail keys seems kind of boring right now. Like, you know what I mean? We're just waiting for next season. It's like, we want the new season. Bring us season 3. Please. 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 Bring us season 3. We are waiting for the next season because we are so bored. There is nothing to do. Please. Literally, though. I mean, like, honestly, though, because, like, there's no real sense in testing PTR anymore. Like, I've already done all the PTR testing, so we know there's not going to be any more tuning. You know? I already napped and came back. Yeah, how long have I been live for? Wait, what's the timer? What's the timer on live? I can't check my stream because every time I check my stream on this, I have window capture on, and I kind of forgot. You're waiting for the new quest? No, I don't want to do the quest, but please hang out. Oh, we got to at least 10 hours. Psh, easy. Only 10? Wait a second, I'm slacking. In January, I remember because I was super depressed and I had nothing to do. I was doing like 14-hour streams. But to be fair, I also remember them getting genuinely degenerate. I think there's a clip of me at one point when somebody asked me, they were like, Boomy or Feral? And I was like, so it all depends. And then I acted out a scene from The Lion King. There's a clip of me somewhere, and I was just like, so this depends. And I like stood up, turned on my big camera, and I was just like, it depends. So if you're like a Boomy, you're like, spellcast, arcane, stars fall. And if you're a cat, you're just like. So it kind of depends which one of those is more appealing to you. There's like I acted out a whole thing. Like that was an abridged version. At some point, I get loopy enough after many hours on stream, and I start just full sending something that I shouldn't full send. Like I can tell you that there's a world where I shouldn't be streaming this long, because eventually, you know what I mean? I don't know if I rizzed anybody with that, Lakusa. I feel like, you know what I mean? I think I didn't riz a single person. I mean, you know, I guess it kind of worked out because I suppose, you know, we're still here, but it's funny how life works out. Keep in mind, I was invited to a dating show. You realize, no, so I literally got hired today. An old contact, listen. Today, it was as I was confirmed, by the way. Next month, I'm going to be on a reality dating television show. Now, granted, it's a small one, and I probably can't send the link to you, but I can tell you I'm doing it. And I told them, I was like, listen, guys, I'm fucking weird. Are you sure you want me? And they were like, yes. And I was like, are you sure? I was like, I'm warning you right now. If you're looking for a normal model / actor dude, like not me, like this is, you want me to be myself? And they're like, we want spice. And I was like, I'll give you spice. Like I got no problem with that. So it should be very interesting. Can't decide what to play. Guardian, Prop, Pally, and Blood DK. There's something I love about Guardian though. Play Guardian then, you know? 30-kilometer hike. 30-kilometer hike. Damn. 30 kilometers a lot. That's a crazy hike. Can't I would play Guardian, Prop, Pally, Blood DK. If you like Guardian, play Guardian. I'm telling you, I might play Guardian. It's actually not that far, right? They're not that far. It's not that far off. Like, it's very tanky. Like, Guardian has no issues with being tanky, okay? Guardian has no issues with being tanky. So the issue with it is just this. Yeah. No, I'm not streaming the fucking show. Absolutely not. I didn't. So it's basically, keep in mind, I'm not doing it because it's a paycheck. It's a very small fee that they're paying me. It's like clearly like a smaller project, like a smaller production. It's not like Love Island or anything. But I've never been on a dating show, and I was like, so they want me as a guest for one day of shooting. If it was several days, I wouldn't do it. If I had to be a whole thing, I wouldn't do it. But I get to be like, I just get to show up. Again, the situation is as follows, right? I don't have to do anything, right? There's no pelvic motion that I'm required to do in any way, shape, or form, which is nice. So basically what we have here is there's a chair here and a chair here. I face this way and they face this way. We don't actually know each other, right? Like we don't know each other. We can't see each other, but we ask each other questions. And that basically what they film, and they sent me the whole PDF file. It's like, we're going to get a shot from this angle, this one. So it seems professional enough. So they're like, we're going to give you a list of questions to ask, and you're going to ask the other person. And at the end of the episode, we're going to say, would you date this person? Would you take them home? Would you want to be friends with them, or would you never want to see them again? And I just don't think they're ready for me to tell them. I'm going to be like really tired and want to come home and play World of Warcraft. So I'm probably going to be like, I never want to see them again. And they're going to be like, great, you can now turn around and see your partner. And I'd be like, oh, shit. Like, I'm worried. I feel like I'm going to have to filter some honesty just a little bit. Because I'm probably going to be there, and I'm going to be like, I guess this is cool. And then I'm going to be like, I'm done now. I'd like to go home. And that's going to be some issue, most likely. Like, I don't know if I'm a good fit for this. Like, honestly, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like I might not be the right candidate for this endeavor. Because I don't mind trying new things. Like, I like trying new things, but I'll try it, and then I'll be like, okay, I'm done now. And they're like, we have an hour left of shooting, and I'm like, fuck. So I'll keep going, but then eventually I'm going to be like, I'd like to go home now. And so, like, I'm just like, my home my home. I'll be like, my lizards are waiting for me. I'll be like, my lizards are waiting for me. I want to go home. Oh man, I have a friend. Oh, I'm in the chance you finding love on TV. Your future wife will see that episode, so don't be a punk on TV. I'm not gonna be a punk. I'm gonna be myself. I've been married before, so I know something about being a husband, and I'm pretty chillin'. I actually I'm like weirdly uber respectful though. You have a friend? I do have friends now. Hey, I made friends this year. Yeah. We're walking in Metacom. Oh, sorry. Fuck. No, I thought this was. I'm sorry. Guardian, Druid comp. No, I changed it. I changed it. This is not. I'm so sorry if you're tuning in right now. Listen. If you tuned in and you thought this was my meta comp prediction, it's just a Guardian Druid comp. We're making comps around the tanks. That first comp is not. Listen, man. That was not the meta comp. How bad is Blood DK? What level keys you want to do, Shoddy? Shoddy, what level keys you want to do? I didn't mean to, Elzian. I didn't mean to. Elzian, did you hear I'm gonna be? Can I borrow your VTuber if I want to be on a dating? Can I borrow your VTuber? Seems like Shaman's gonna be. So I was like, this is what I was realizing. I was like, DPS Shaman does not seem that appealing to me. Resto Druid or Resto Shaman seem way more appealing to me. Feral seems good. And if you're playing Guardian, you don't play Resto. So the VDH comp has, the VDH comp probably plays without Shaman and just plays Resto Druid, to be fair. Right? Double Druid's not viable. No, you're trolling if you play double. I mean, it's not like impossible to play, but you're losing out on a million DPS overall in your key for no real reason. A lot of Druid's value is the fact that it brings Mark of the Wild and it doesn't stack, you know? It's been this well tuned. That's what I'm thinking. Like, you need a prop pally or a disc priest to play Shaman. And I don't know if it's worth it. However, Shaman buff and utility is so valuable that you could just play Resto Shaman. Like, one of the things is you can just play Resto Shaman, you know? I thought Brew and Resto Druid, it is very good, but the main thing is that Feral Druid fits so well with that comp, but Shamans don't. So you want the Shaman buff, but you know you have Feral Druid from Mark of the Wild, so you bring the Resto Shaman. It's more that, so Resto Shaman can also heal Brew. Technically speaking, a Brew is going to feel Omega safe with a Resto Druid, but you probably want to play Feral with Brewmaster, and you don't want to play two Druids. So the way that comps work, right, is it's not just one moving piece. You don't actually play one thing. You have to think about how it all fits together. Where you think, well, Resto Druid and Brew is great in a vacuum, but if Feral Druid is good enough to be played, then you'll play that. What if Feral Druid gets nerfed? What if you don't play Feral Druid? Okay, Feral Druid's out, and then all of a sudden you have a Resto Druid there, and you would play something else in space of this, right? That makes sense? But I feel like these comps I'm very solid about. Like, I don't know, but Ret Pally is a flex pick here. This one seems solid, but like Ret Pally could be Havoc. It could be Havoc. It could be a Frost DK. Like, Frost DK seems more likely to me than Ret Pally, but somebody asked, how can I make Ret Pally work? That's a good question. How can you make Ret Pally work? Well, that's a decision you'll have to make, though, you know? I will say that Ret Pally will make this comp even tankier, although it doesn't really need it. So, like, Ret Pally has Devo Aura, and that's not nothing. Like, Ret Pally has Devo Aura and Sack and some Dispel. Like, it's not bad, you know what I mean? Brew and Prez, your team comp. Oh, dude, Prez is awesome. Like, if you want to play... Okay, so... I wish I could save... There's only 4 that I can play here like this. Here, what if we just actually went here and then we start making some actual comps, though? You have items in your tier list you want to switch? Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. Here, we'll go back over here and we'll just go like this, right? Brew... we'll actually make this list, okay? Brew. We can make like a few different brew comps, and we'll go over basically tank VDH. We'll make 2 comps for each tank. How about this? What if we do this? Warrior, and then this is a good way to do it. Warrior like this. Warrior, yeah. Here, we'll do warrior like this. Isn't warrior a weird word? I always think it's spelled warrior. Tons of rets right now. Yeah, there's a lot of rets. So Guardian. Yeah, 2 Guardian comps. This might probably be a better way to look at it if you want the whole thing. And then we add 2 more rows for Blood DK, or we just forget about Blood DK, to be honest. Okay. Actually, no, I'll make 1 Blood DK comp. I know exactly what the Blood DK comp is. Oh, no, I can't add. Okay, so we got to make 1 comp here. We only make 1 Brewmaster. I think 2 Paladin. Oh, there's not enough room. I can't add on this website. The other website was better, I'm not going to lie. Okay, so fine. We're going to make 1 brew comp then. Paladin, although I still think there are several comps for each, but let's go Paladin, potential. This can be bear, right? Bear, warrior, fine. Here we go. And then this one's Blood DK, right? Blood DK. There we go. Let's do this. What is with the Disc Priest combo? So Disc Priest combo is interesting. You could slot it in, right? Okay, let's say Brew. So Brew is pretty straightforward because this is the way that this works for Brewmaster. When you make a comp with Brewmaster, you're thinking Fizz. Automatically, you're thinking Fizz. Although keep in mind that Brewmaster's single target is literally so high right now. Okay? Warlock. Sure, let's put that in there. Let's say, how would you play a Warlock? If you want to play Warlock, or how would you play Disc Priest? We could just put that in. But for when you go over Brewmaster, you're thinking, okay, so we need a Feral Druid. Feral Druid is Fizz and is Mark of the Wild. Okay? That means you kind of want a Resto Shaman, because you're not going to be playing Resto Druid. So you want Resto Shaman. This comp here, and then realistically speaking, you want a Fury Warrior, because that's going to give you Giga value. Okay, now there's one more spot. This is the flex pick. You can play the Hunter. Hunter works here just fine, right? This Hunter is great. Great choice. Well, you have Brewmaster. This is a Brewmaster comp, so you wouldn't play Windwalker here. But the idea is, this is probably a Rogue. Right now, on live, the choice is Outlaw. This is basically the comp with Outlaw, yeah? Or Hunter. It's Outlaw or Hunter that this is played with. Shaman. I think Shaman is a better choice, Tater. Personally speaking, I think Shaman is straightforward, easy, and has amazing utility. But I don't think it's Outlaw. I think it's Assassination this season, okay? That's that. Paladin comp is a few things. Is my Prez ready? Oh yeah, my Prez is Giga. My Prez is super geared. Aside from like a few crests that I could farm, but I'll just replace the gear. I never crafted rings, but otherwise my Prez is super set, yeah. Okay, so Paladin looks like this. Where you have this, you probably play Resto Druid immediately. You're already thinking I want a Resto Druid in here. Resto Druid is the most cracked healer. It's very good, so you want Resto Druid. And then you're thinking, all right, I think that you want to play like a Shadow Priest and something. But you want to play like Shadow, Havoc. Here's the problem with this comp. You need a PI target for Shadow. Havoc is apparently not that good of a PI target. So now you got to think a 2-minute spec. I think, for example, a very good 2-minute spec is something like a Dev Evoker or a Warlock. And you need a Lust. So this is the Lust right here. Instead of a Mage, you play Dev for Lust. Or instead of a Shaman. Granted, you need a Shaman buff. So maybe the choice here is actually Ellie. Maybe the choice here is Ellie Shami. Right? Instead of this. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? So I feel like Dev or Ellie both work in this comp, but we could troll a little bit and say maybe we don't play Ellie. Because this one does have this. You can sack the Ellie Shami. You know? Ellie takes PI, correct. Ellie takes PI and plays 2-minute Ascendance with PI. Honestly, it's hard to value a Dev Evoker over an Ellie Shami. Like, I feel like Ellie Shami is a much better play for this comp. Like, I think that Ellie is so much, though, you know what I mean? Oh, yeah, Drusk. So the thing with Resto Druid is not only bugged, it's also just, as I've been saying, every tier list I've made, I've mentioned the fact that Resto Druid has a fundamental problem, which is that it's just a numbers game, okay? It's a numbers game. It's just, if you nerf that spec, it's not that good for keys, you know? What's up, Piri? How you doing today? You got any, Piri, you got any special plans? Are you doing anything super fun soon? So Resto Druid, if they take a nerf, they could take like a 5% nerf, it's fine. If they take a 20% nerf, you won't play them. You might play something else. You still need Mark of the Wild, though. So this is an option. I think this is probably a realistic option. Okay, VDH. VDH, you play Resto Druid. Oh, no, I have to use the comps? I have to use the things? Oh, man, they're not going to give me several? Bro, this is a troll list, man. I like the other website. The other website gave me a bunch. Wait, I can only use things once. Oh, well, how am I supposed to make the list? How am I supposed to make the list if I can only use things once? I just realized that I'm actually taking the thing. So can I add to it? Drag and drop and select the tier right. Wait, hold on. Can I copy it? Oh, lame. This tier list website sucks. I like the other one. I like the other one. I'm not gonna lie. The other one was better. All right, fuck it. Hold up. Tier list maker. This one is so much better. This one just gave me infinite options. Here, World of Warcraft comps. World of Warcraft comp. This one gave me infinite options, and I could just do it repetitively. That's actually, it's not as clean looking, but it's much nicer. If we're going to make this an official list here, okay? Oh, yeah, this was all the ones we were doing. We got to reset this. Reset completely. Good. Okay. Oh, I have to retype the whole thing. Pally. Wait, hold up. Pally. Brewmaster. VDH. Bear. Okay. Hooey. Blood DK. I have a comp for Blood DK, I will tell you. I have a very special comp for Blood DK in my mind. Cool. New. This one is Warrior. Okay. We went over this, though. We only have 7 Disc Priests. No, that's fine. We don't need them. Okay, so we got VDH comp right here. VDH comp is Resto Druid. Yeah? We know we want Resto Druid. Bam. Okay. What? We'll go over this even again if we need to. But basically, we have VDH, Resto Druid, and then we're going to play Arcane. This is where the Arcane comes in. You play Arcane here, and then you play... You probably... So this is what... We had decided this earlier. I got to look again. Wait, what did I... Oh, no, did I... Here, wait. Backtrack. Oh, okay. Yeah, something like this. What did we say for the VDH before? Because I remember saying that we want this, but then you probably don't play the Shadow Priest Ellie. Like, I don't think you play Shadow Priest Ellie. I don't think it'll work. I think you need, like, a Frost DK or something with this comp. I was confused about this one. That's probably just because I'm tired. All right, let me show you the Blood DK comp. Let me show you this. Let me at least let me get to this. Actually, I can go back to the other tier list maker for this. This is amazing. Watch this. I gotta show you this, okay? No, it's not 3 minutes. Let me show you the Blood DK comp, okay? Blood DK special meta comp. Allow me to explain. The Blood DK special meta comp is that you want to play Blood DK, Holy Priest, Windwalker Monk, Aug Evoker, and Arms Warrior. Let me explain why. The only specs that you're going to find to play with you are all the other rejects. So you need to make a comp with the people that cannot find other comps to play with. So what you want to do is you want to find all the other DPS that are at the bottom of the list, and then you need to band together so that you can suffer with other people. Because suffering alone is sad, but suffering with a group of friends is community. That's the Blood DK comp. That's the one right there. That's the one. Somebody clip that. Please, somebody clip that. We gotta have that clipped. That's a clip. Use paint and copy icons. What you can try to do is you can try to do the Rubik's Cube strategy where you peel off the icon and you try to replace it with a better icon, but you know, 1 of 3 people who are so good at it. Yeah, I mean, keep it, but there's always the thing though, right? I've told you before, I want a Windwalker in my comp if I play Guardian Druid because I will do more damage than any other Guardian Druid. I will beat Squish Vegan because my team has no AoE. So we go into the first pull of Gambit with a Windwalker and the comp that I want, and I just get to pad. That sounds great. Like, maybe we don't time the key as high, but that's fine with me. I just want, like, a Fury Warrior, a Windwalker Monk, and, like, that's what I want, you know what I mean? I want a Windwalker. I want to play with one. I've been trying to play with one for a while. Chowder, come play Windwalker with me. I want to find one next season. I specifically want to find one next season. Listen, man, perfect transparent pepperoni bat chest. What's up? I want to find one. I've been trying to find one for a while. You know? Hold up, I want to take a look at this. I want to take a look at this real quick as we do this here. General. This was my list that I had come up with before. Let me see if I still agree with all of this. After the last few days, I just want to know if I agree with this ranking still. After making tier lists and stuff, I want to know if I agree with my rankings on this. What do you guys think? This is in the Discord. I think that I could be wrong about Subtlety Rogue, but I still believe that Subtlety Rogue suffers from the fact that it's very hard to play and most people will play it wrong. I think that Assassination might be higher than this. I think Assassination could be an S+, and I think that although those, I think Frost DK could be an A+. I think I might have gotten Assassination wrong and Frost DK. Prez is definitely better than Mistweaver. Prez is absolutely better than Mistweaver. It's just that most people, as I caveat in the video that I made, swap Disc and Resto Shaman. So the problem is that Disc individually should be better, but when I fit it into comps, it doesn't work. Like, the weirdest thing is that it should be better, but it's weirdly comp restrictive. Okay, I went over this in the video that most people don't know how to play Prez, but Prez is weirdly good. That was the question I had. Although I assume that Frost, by the way, is still good here. I'm not sure. What's your take on Enhance versus Arcane this season for Pugs? Debating between the two. Oh, both of them are going to be rough Pug specs, to be honest. When other players have to focus on you and play around you, that's fair. I would say that the advantage of a Frost DK is the fact that it plays with anything. Like, I kind of agree with you, Jokels. I will also say, though, for what it's worth right now, okay? You can play, but you play with anything. Absolutely anything. Like, Frost DK, you slot into any comp and you do good. You are so independently good that you're not dependent on your other team members. I think that's a really important thing, you know? Like, do you know what I mean? I feel like that's a pretty important factor for a good ranking here. Like, you don't depend on anyone. I think that the Feral ranking here is also a little off. I feel like Feral should be an A+ for sure, and Marksman should be lower. But, like, all these specs are give or take viable. I think that maybe my Mage is a little off. Like, if I had to redo this right now, I like these specs here. Don't forget the disc comp. The disc comp would be like, you just sort of slot it in. You want a Druid with a disc comp, and you probably want a PI target. So, Feral Druid plus, you know, a Dev Evoker even would be fine. And you play Disc Priest with a VDH and / or a VDH. When playing Pugs, the Outlaw has less potential assassins still. I agree with that. No, yes, 100%. The best rogue specialization for pugging is Outlaw. Correct. Yes, because consistent damage is the single most important factor for Pugs is consistent damage, not cooldown damage. That is the single most important factor for Pugs, is your ability to have consistent damage. Correct. Yes. I feel like, is that Prop? Yeah, I mean, Prop Pally definitely belongs in A+. These are all the 4 tanks that are going to be competitive. Yeah, all 4 of these tanks are going to be solid. Like, 1, 2, 3, 4 is all going to be very good. So you have 4 tank options. Again, individually, I think VDH is solid. But if you fit it into a comp, I actually don't know if you will always play it. I feel like Warrior and Brewmaster and Prop Pally will see quite a bit of play. And there will be some teams who want to play VDH, but I don't think it'll be required by any metric. As strange as it sounds, I don't think you'll need it. It's super strange, you know? It's very weird. That, like, some of the S+ things here, though, yeah, I mean, to be fair, obviously, those are extreme outliers, Jones, but yeah, I mean, like I said, all 4 tanks here are good. This one's behind and that one's behind, but all 4 tanks are good, and this one's not even that far behind. So, The tanks are fine. I again think Resto Druid gets nerfed, and then you're gonna decide between Disc Priest and Resto Shaman. You would just decide between Disc Priest and Resto Shaman if this gets nerfed, you know? Lightsmith, yeah, Lightsmith, you play Lightsmith. You're not playing Templar. If you play Prot Pally, you're not playing Templar at all. You're playing Lightsmith, 100%. 100% you're playing Lightsmith. Accept that. That's for a fact. That's a fact right there. Yeah, you play Lightsmith, for sure. And you need to learn how to get a weak aura for your Masterworks and game your Masterworks decks. If you do that, though. That Casual's playing now, Brew, Resto, Shaman, B. Yeah, that's... So Havoc is the interesting thing there, and BM, I wonder if you would change those. Like, I wonder if you would change the Havoc BM. But yes, that makes sense to me. Boomy go back to S tier and they'll get a buff. Dude, please don't buff Boomy. I hope not, Ryan. You might be right, but I really hope not, you know? Yeah, Totemic... So, Totemic Shaman is very bugged, and that's a problem. Totemic Shaman is super bugged, and we can't really understand exactly where enhancement lies because we can't even play the thing. A Farseer Resto Shaman build on PTR? Let me open my PTR and find out. Yeah. Okay, so basically, let me show... Like, Farseer is so simple to play that you just... If you just press your ancestors and you blast. Like, a single button click and you blast up. Pistol Rogue best of A+ tier. I have to explain the sub rogue pick, which is that I got to play with Shindig and Kush from Echo. So I got to play with Echo's rogue Kush and Shindig, the NA rogue. Both of them were in the same key with me, and we played both of those keys cleanly. So we got through a few 17s with them, 0 deaths on both of them, right? And one of them was sub, one of them was assassination. Shindig was managing to keep up with Kush on his assassination rogue. I will say, it was the only time on PTR that I have seen a subtlety rogue do good. Okay? I saw him blast. Okay? This is why I put it in comp dependent instead of just bad. Because I've heard that it's actually really good. The problem here, let me see if I can just export this loadout. I'm going to copy it to you what I was playing in Discord, okay, Faye? The problem with subtlety is this. I think if the skill ceiling is too high, and I think your average subtlety rogue is going to do very bad. I think your average subtlety rogue is going to be in trouble. Yeah, no, listen, no, I'll show you. Here, I'll just show you real quick. It's not that hard at all. It's not that hard to understand. If we go back to the game for a second. Here, like this. You're in Discord, yeah? Let me put it. Season 3 builds. I'll put it in my Discord. Season 3 talent builds. Cool. Resto, Shaman, Farseer. Have you played any PTR? I've only played Eldrachi as a VDH, and I haven't played Havoc on PTR. So when you do this here, basically the thing to understand is you can Riptide, but, you know, your setup is literally just this. And then basically when you summon... I don't know how to explain this. How do I show you without actually being here? I'd have to, like, fall and take damage and stuff. Oh, I can go over to the tank mob and just let that smack me a bit. Obviously, it won't be the same for group healing, but for what it's worth, I can just go over here and have him smack me. Should hit me fairly hard. Yeah. That doesn't help. Okay, so basically, though, yeah, your ancestors... Hello? Smack me. Smack me. Does he not hit me if I'm not a tank? Oh, no, there it is. It's just very slow. It's, like, super slow. The idea, though, is as your team is taking... No, hit me. Hit me. Hit me. God damn it. Target not in... Oh, I can't cast my healing range. This is a terrible test. This is the worst test I could come up with. Listen. Yeah, there you go. Okay. I'm just trying to take damage so I can show you. Okay? If right now, I'm just going to take a lot of damage. No, Cloak, stop proccing. Stop. I don't... God damn it. This is not helping. My Cloak is the thing full healing me. This is not helping whatsoever. We are literally failing this challenge. Cloak, stop here. Okay. Maybe I remove the Cloak. Hold up. Oh, yeah. Why is it so hard to test healers sometimes? Hey, will I get out of combat? Eh. Ah, yeah. Great. This is going swimmingly. This is going very well. The tier list is in Discord. Man. Okay. Listen, man. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to find something here. This guy hurts. Okay, I want to play VDH. I heard Night Elf is better. No, so you don't actually need to, though. You don't need to anymore. It used to be that it was required for meld skips. Basically, though, if I pop this and I have an Ancestor out, a single heal is going to do my entire health bar. Like, what I want to show you is that a single heal, because all these Ancestors are just absolutely massive. So I want to take way more damage. And a single heal is just massively good, okay? Fell-Scarred VDH is good in keys? I don't think so, man. I don't think so. None of these things do nearly enough damage to me. So I'll let my health drop, and I'll just show you. As long as I have a single Ancestor out, when my health actually drops, it just blasts back up, though. Because the tier set spawns an extra Ancestor. It summons an empowered Ancestor that does even better. So as long as I push this button, if I cast a single chain heal, I do like 6 million HPS. And it's pretty much all I need to do. Keep hitting me, please. I'm trying to get lower health. Because this will literally be so easy. So if I cast a single heal, it will like do my entire health bar. By far. Like not even close, by the way. Like I can just actually like Riptide, and if I have these Ancestors out, it is the most healing. Like, it's actually insane how much Farseer does. And so if I cast the chain heal, it does that to my entire party. And it also, you can actually, this is no cooldowns. This is just literally me casting something. So again, I can put a Cloudburst down, put an Ancestor. But like, you can just blast health bars back. Like, no matter what, like, you pretty much, you can just, again, just, like, compared to this, how hard do you have to work on Mistweaver? Right now, to heal Faye, how hard do you have to work on Mistweaver? This is why, like, Shaman is, like, you just play Shaman, dude. Like, it's, you know, on my Prez Evoker, you have to work so hard, but in a group environment, literally, if all you do is you just go, I won't even cast the direct, I'll cast Chain Heal on myself. Stop shielding me. What are these shield effects? It's the weapon. Alright, I'm waiting. I'm going to cast the Chain Heal. The shield is the set weapon. This is like a Chain Heal. If I actually just raw dog a Chain Heal, I still just taught myself eternally. Right, you don't need to do any of that. That's the whole reason I'm saying play Shaman. Like, if you're good at Mistweaver and you can play that, or you can play Prez Evoker, why? Just like play the thing where you literally, the way to heal is you just click this button, and then I click this button, and then I click this button, and I'm full health. That's it. Like, I can't express to you that the way to play Shaman is if your whole group is taking damage, okay? If this is my team right here, and we're in the pull of Priory, the way for me to set up is I've just basically been like Riptide, Riptide, Riptide. Like, that's it. I have no setup globals. It's just Riptide. The pull comes in, I go Healing Rain, and then, like, all the damage happens, I just go Ancestor, Chain Heal. That's it, and I've done 6 million HPS. And then I rotate Ascendance. And then I just go Healing Rain, at the Totem, I go this, and then I just go Chain Heal. Like, honestly, like, you could, I don't even use Chain Heal. You could still just use Healing Surges. Like, it's fine. You could just cast whatever. And then I go, like, a Rain. And then I just, like, Ancestor. And then I just click the buttons. That's it. Like, I've literally just taught you the entire Shaman rotation. And then you get good at using your totems and managing your cooldowns. That's it. We've been over it. That's how you play Shaman. Totemic is simple. Totemic is simpler, but you know what I mean? And true, you don't even have to chain heal. I was actually experimenting with just the healing surges and stuff because, like, obviously a lot of interactions. But even if you did just chain heal, right? Oh, you mean Healing Rain. So when I was doing this, I didn't want to drop Healing Rain because you can see in this 14 Priory I did, yeah? This is my damage in a 14 Priory. Also, Fury Warrior, awesome. They were doing good. This was a comp we were playing. Outlaw Rogue, Double Fury, okay? This was a 14 Priory that we did on PTR. Cool? Acid Rain still does 25% of my damage. Now, granted, it's a lot of globals, but also Downpour is kind of a bit of healing. Like, Downpour is kind of nice to have, like, on a 10-second cooldown. So I still think Downpour is pretty nice. But yeah, like, your ancestors just do, like, a shit ton of your healing, and they kind of just carry you. And then, like, again, Resto Shaman doing 1.1 mil overall is pretty solid, no? Like, isn't that solid? Like, it's very decent damage. So when I was playing the Resto Shaman and testing it, I was just like, huh. Farseer is kind of owning. So Totemic would do 500k less. And the burst healing, I'm trying to think, I wish I could find, like, you know, the Paladin pull specifically. But yeah. You know? Oh, it's not passive. A Farseer is very active. Farseer is very active, though. Farseer is very active, but technically speaking, if I just put my rain down and then I activate my things like this, and then I just do damage, this is how much damage I'm going to do in a burst window. Like, you can see my rotation, yeah? It's just actually cast rain and then chain heal, and then chain lightning. This is my damage right now. Take a look. Hands off the keyboard. Hands off the keyboard, folks. Hands off the keyboard. I won't even cast my Acid Rain. Hands off the keyboard. Yeah, now granted in a key, you can't just be blasting damage. You need to be actually healing, yeah? So it's not going to be quite the same. But yes, you do quite a bit of damage. I am literally casting one button. I cannot express to you that I'm actually just hitting one button right now. So yeah, I think that Farseer is kind of awesome. Mostly because it's super straightforward. And maybe it doesn't have the cap that other things cap, but like that's so easy to do. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's literally so easy to do. Like, you cannot mess that up. Like, that's, like, so straightforward. On top of the fact, remember, 12-second kick, cap totem, thunderstorm, earth ellie, etc. So you have all these options. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Damn. I'm gonna go make an entirely new friend. I have no idea who this is, but I went to see who was online right now, and I saw somebody, and they said 24-hour stream. I guess it's a 1-year anniversary. It's a he just started a 24-hour stream, so I'm sure he'll appreciate this. Let's go raid him because he's going to appreciate this. I will be back tomorrow, of course, you know. Cable the Game Doc. I don't know him, but he seems nice at least. I don't know. Let's go make a new friend. Imagine starting a 24-hour stream and this is the first thing that happens actually. Is that you got raided. Like, I think that's so nice, you know what I mean? Anyways, I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you for hanging out today. This is a weirdly long stream. I had no intention on it, but it was fun. I've apparently discovered a new talent, which is React content, you know? Show me Hall's route? Okay, sure. Show me tomorrow. I think I'll make routes in the next few days, actually. We'll make routes maybe on stream even. That might be a fun activity. All right, bye. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Hello there. I don't know. YouTube, I'm sorry for ignoring you today. That's on me. Listen, man. Listen, YouTube. That's on me. Are you Thai? Oh, yeah. I am Thai. Oh, sorry. There was also a kick comment. I'm sorry about that. I missed that, too. Yes. I like his headphones. I like your headphones. There you go. I'm sure that'll be nice for him. Ooh, so many tabs open. Holy. So many tabs open. Hey. Yeah. Do 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 do. All right, bye. Bye, YouTube. Sorry, YouTube. I say this every time. I gotta do better. I gotta do better. I got distracted by the things. I gotta do better on the YouTube chat. That's my bad. If you're still here on YouTube, hi. If there's ever anything I can do to make it up for you, YouTube chat, that's on me. If there's ever anything I can do, you just tell me, okay? If you're like, actually, a woo, there is something you can do. I'll be like, okay, what is it? This is what I gotta know. I gotta know. Sorry, YouTube. Listen, I'm here. Sorry, YouTube. I've ended Twitch. I'm only here on YouTube right now. I have ended Twitch. So you have my full attention. If you are a YouTube watcher, can you juggle 12 things on camera? I could try. It probably won't work, though. It won't work, to be honest. Evoker main. Nah, you good? I bet. Okay, be back tomorrow. I'm gonna try to get some rest. Holy shit, it's like 11:30 p.m. my time. That was a little later than I thought I was gonna go, but you know what? Here we go. All right, bye.